Chapter 1. The Place Where Dreams Begin. Baozi Mountain. Sun Weiqiang gazed ahead at the diminutive figure of Sun Wukong and the youthful, radiant Bulma at this moment. His heart surged with an extraordinary fervor. His blood raced with excitement. An emotion known as nostalgia surged within him like a torrent. Sun Wukong and Bulma were the beloved characters from his childhood favorite anime, Dragon Ball. To see them in person, this experience made every cell in Sun Weiqiang's body leap with joy. He was practically bouncing with exhilaration. Having transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball, he took the opportunity to escape from the orphanage where he had found himself, determined to carve out his own destiny. His first destination was Baozi Mountain, not only to meet Sun Wukong himself, but also to secure a foothold to greatness. Although he was uncertain of Sun Wukong's age at this moment, or whether he was still at Baozi Mountain, Sun Weiqiang pressed on. To his surprise, not only did he fulfill his wish, but he also encountered Bulma, a delightful surprise. With all his might, Sun Weiqiang ran forward. Facing the invigorating breezer, was it cold? The scene unfolding before him was strikingly familiar. A toppled vehicle, a large blue fish on the ground, the innocent and adorable little Wukong, and a vibrant, youthful Bulma in a pink dress, her ponytail swaying. Was this not the very first day that Sun Wukong and Bulma met at Baozi Mountain? I have arrived at the perfect moment. Sun Weiqiang silently cheered within. I wonder if Wukong's Rui Bang has already peeked under Bulma's skirt? If memory serves, she is wearing a pair of white triangular panties adorned with delicate pink flowers. As Sun Weiqiang approached the duo, he found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he couldn't just say how delighted he was to meet them? That felt rather odd. Bulma, be careful of Wukong. He may do something to you soon. That too felt strange. Who mentions such things upon first meeting? Were they even acquainted? Fortunately, after some initial awkwardness, Sun Weiqiang managed to join this original duo, transforming it into a trio. On the way to Wukong's home. By the way, I haven't asked for your names yet, Bulma inquired. I am Wukong, Sun Wukong, and you? Wukong replied, dragging the fish's tail as he turned to look at them. I am Weiqiang, Sun Weiqiang. He mimicked Wukong's introduction. You share the Sun surname too? Wukong exclaimed, his large eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a new world. Indeed, Weiqiang nodded, secretly thinking to himself how incredibly cute little Wukong was. The term cute is often incongruous when applied to boys, yet it suited little Wukong perfectly. Bulma fidgeted shyly. I am Bulma. Bulma? What a peculiar name. Wukong laughed heartily. Bulma frowned. How rude. That's why I didn't want to say it. Weiqiang found no humor in Bulma's name, but seeing Wukong laugh, he couldn't help but join in. Wukong turned back to tease Bulma. Bulma, ha 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 ha. Stop it. I don't like this name either, please. Stop laughing. Frustrated, she crossed her arms and pouted, completely unaware that Wukong was playfully calling her by a different name. Before long, they arrived outside a small hut. Hey, wait for me, Wukong exclaimed, setting the fish down and pushing the door open, just in time to see Grandpa shining. Grandpa, he murmured. Bulma, following closely behind, asked what's wrong. Wukong stood frozen. Grandpa is talking. But didn't your grandpa pass away? Bulma questioned, puzzled, before her gaze fell upon the scene. It's the Dragon Ball, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Weiqiang, positioned beside Wukong, recognized the unfolding events. Though he didn't remember every detail of the Dragon Ball storyline, the current scene was almost identical to his memories. He said almost because he was the distinguishing factor. Step aside. Bulma joyfully pushed Wukong aside and hurried forward to grasp the Dragon Ball on the table. Weiqiang thought to himself, well, it seems Bulma just forgot about Wukong. Hey, don't touch Grandpa. Wukong rushed over, placing his left hand on Bulma's backside. Is this it, Grandpa? Bulma asked, holding the Dragon Ball up to Wukong. Yes, this is the only keepsake my grandpa left for me. Wukong snatched it back from Bulma, declaring, even if you're a girl, you can't touch it. Look, Grandpa is glowing. It seems he wants to tell me something. This is the first time it's happened, Wukong said innocently, his charm radiating. Really? Weiqiang leaned closer, rubbing his own buzz cut, feigning curiosity. He felt the need to assert his presence. Having joined this initial trio, he couldn't merely stand by and watch it would be rather dull. That's right. Grandpa never glowed before, Wukong confirmed. There's no helping it, it'll tell you both, Bulma announced, opening the small pouch at her waist to reveal 2 Dragon Balls. Look at this. That's Grandpa. Do you have 2 grandpas? Wukong stared in disbelief. Bulma has 2 grandpas? Weiqiang feigned astonishment as well. He acknowledged that his act was a bit silly, but in order to fit in, a little silliness was acceptable. It wouldn't do to say, I know. Those are Dragon Balls, collect all 7 to make a wish. As far as he knew, that wasn't common knowledge, especially for a child like him. Chapter 2. High energy behind. This is not Grandpa. It's the Dragon Ball, Bulma clarified. Dragon Ball? Wukong looked down at the glowing sphere in his hands. Weiqiang observed the so-called Dragon Balls in their hands, his brows furrowing in confusion. Yes, your Dragon Ball resonated with these 2, which is why they are glowing, Bulma elaborated. Let me see your Dragon Ball, Bulma requested, placing her 2 Dragon Balls on the table. Little Wukong obediently set down his Dragon Ball as well. The 3 Dragon Balls gathered together, radiating brilliance. Wow, how beautiful! Weiqiang exclaimed, his eyes widening in awe. They're all glowing. Wukong's innocence shone through. Bulma picked up one of the Dragon Balls and recounted its origin. I found this ball in my home warehouse and found it quite strange, so I investigated and discovered it was a remarkable orb. What makes this ball so special? Wukong inquired, retrieving his Dragon Ball. Weiqiang also picked up the last Dragon Ball, pretending to examine it, feeling its cool surface. He grasped it tightly. Feeling its firmness, if it were softer, he imagined it would feel even better. For some inexplicable reason, in that moment, Weiqiang's mind wandered to inappropriate thoughts, and his gaze fell upon Bulma's curvaceous figure. Bulma shared the wonders of the Dragon Ball with the 2 boys. That's amazing, Wukong exclaimed, astonished. How incredible! Weiqiang echoed, equally impressed. So, if we collect all 7 Dragon Balls, we can fulfill any wish? Wukong remarked, his surprise evident. Bulma continued, I heard that long ago, someone used the Dragon Balls to become a king, but that was ages ago. Really? You can become a king? Is that even possible? Weiqiang asked, astonished. Presence 1. Yes. But now the 7 Dragon Balls are scattered across the world, Bulma added as she responded to Weiqiang. Is that why you set out to find them? The naive little Wukong asked without hesitation, unlike another son who masked his true feelings. Exactly, Bulma replied, holding up the 5-star Dragon Ball. Look at this 5-star ball. I painstakingly found it in a northern valley 10 days ago. Grandpa has a 4-star ball. Wukong's eyes sparkled with joy as he cradled the Dragon Ball. It's a 4-star ball, Bulma emphasized, rising to her feet with clenched fists. I've decided what my wish will be. While I would love to have endless strawberries, I ultimately believe that finding the perfect partner is the most important thing. Bulma clasped her hands together, stating her desire. Turning her back, she glanced at Wukong with a smile. I've shared my intentions with you. Please lend me your 4-star ball. No way. This is my grandpa's keepsake, Wukong declared protectively, refusing to lend it to Bulma. How stingy. You can't use it anyway. Just lend it to me. Bulma pressed again. Nya, nya, nya. Wukong stuck out his tongue, adamant in his refusal. At this moment, Weiqiang chose not to assert his presence, content to observe the unfolding drama. It must be said that enjoying Dragon Ball from a distance was vastly different from experiencing it firsthand. The latter was an utterly superior experience. Weiqiang mused delightfully. Watching Wukong stick out his tongue, Bulma suddenly realized something. Hands on her hips, I get it now. In the next moment, she wore a mischievous expression, suggesting, so, you're quite mature for your age. Seeing this, Weiqiang reluctantly admitted that he had forgotten yet another scene. He was quite eager to ask, Bulma, oh Bulma, how did you discern that little Goku is quite precocious? How come I couldn't see it at all? Sun Wukong blinked, perplexed by the meaning behind no ma. Then, in front of Sun Weiqiang, Bulma, unperturbed, turned to face Sun Wukong, swaying her hips, and boldly lifted the hem of her pink dress, revealing her little undergarments. Chapter 3. Set off. In search of the Dragon Balls. Wow, how exhilarating. Sun Weiqiang's gaze fell upon that coveted area of Bulma, his heart racing. Well, Bulma is pulling this stunt here. One wonders if such antics have occurred in the original Dragon Ball universe. Surely they must have, right? He had yet to influence the versions of Sun Wukong and Bulma in the Dragon Ball world, nor bring about significant changes. Perhaps he had forgotten this little subplot? Sun Weiqiang mused silently, though his eyes curiously lingered on Bulma, showing no hint of embarrassment. What a joke! He was merely a child. Although he was already 12 years old, he appeared to be of similar stature to little Goku, not much taller. What do you think? Would you like to touch? Bulma teased Sun Wukong. To her surprise, little Goku retorted, I don't want to touch anyone's dirty bottom. This remark caused Bulma to drop the hem of her dress, indignantly declaring, How rude. My bottom is very clean. Ha 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 ha. Sun Weiqiang burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Stop laughing. My bottom is really clean. Bulma shot a glare at Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang thought, I'm not laughing at the cleanliness of your bottom. Besides, is that area really that clean? Who told you that? Then Bulma invited the two, by the way, why don't you both join me in searching for the Dragon Balls? Accompany you to find the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong looked up at Bulma. Bulma encouraged, a true man should venture out and train. Can training outside make me strong like Grandpa? Sun Wukong innocently expressed his thoughts. Of course, you probably only know the mountains where you live. You must have never seen the ocean, right? Out there, you can see bustling cities where many people reside, and even dinosaurs and monsters. Bulma continued to entice, while Sun Weiqiang watched her weave grand dreams. This dream was vast and round, brimming with infinite possibilities, filled with every kind of filling. Little Wukong listened to Bulma with a face full of yearning. It sounds like so much fun. Then I'll go and take a look. Exactly. That's the spirit of a true man. Bulma snapped her fingers, affirming that Sun Wukong was indeed a man. Little Wukong is so easily swayed. He's being lured out so effortlessly, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Sun Wukong added, but I can't give you this Dragon Ball. I want to keep it with me. That's all right. As long as you're willing to lend it to me at the crucial moment. Bulma waved her hands dismissively, smiling brightly, then turned to Sun Weiqiang and said, Weiqiang, how about you? Would you like to join us in experiencing the vast world and embark on a wonderful journey of life? Of course, I'm a man too. Sun Weiqiang raised his right fist in affirmation. Bulma secretly rejoiced. Success is near. With these two children along the way, they would make perfect personal bodyguards. Once her wish was fulfilled, she would no longer concern herself with future matters. Her invitation to Sun Weiqiang was equally motivated by an appreciation for his strength. Previously, her vehicle had been toppled by Sun Wukong, yet it was Sun Weiqiang who had righted it with sheer force. Sun Weiqiang possessed remarkable strength for his small stature, a fact well known. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball world, this body was already endowed with astonishing martial talent. Undefeated in several martial arts classes at the remarkable orphanage, and he had participated in numerous youth martial arts competitions, achieving victories and claiming championships. Regarded favorably by several renowned martial artists, it is believed that as long as he diligently practices, he may achieve commendable results at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. However, upon his transmigration, Sun Weiqiang discovers that his body has undergone some unknown transformation. His martial arts talent surpasses that of his previous self. He can master any martial technique he encounters in but a single attempt. Yet, despite this newfound prowess, Sun Weiqiang humbly acknowledges that he cannot compare to Sun Wukong, whose combat talent is extraordinarily formidable. This stark difference is precisely why he seeks to ally himself with the illustrious Wukong. Let us embark on this joyous journey, Bulma declares, prompting the trio to set off immediately. Once outside, Sun Wukong curiously inquires about locating the remaining Dragon Balls. Bulma produces her Dragon Ball radar and explains the situation to the two. Shortly thereafter, she takes her place at the helm of a white motorcycle conjured from Universal Capsule. Sun Wukong attempts to leap onto the vehicle, but is outpaced by Sun Weiqiang. Little Wukong, step back. Allow me, he asserts, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of Bulma's proximity. Settling onto the motorcycle, he wraps his small arms around Bulma's slender waist. Noting its surprisingly soft texture, Vegeta, Whether I gain one more or lose one less, it makes no difference, Sun Weiqiang muses, contemplating the future of Prince Vegeta, the notorious Green Hat Prince. Sun Wukong climbs aboard and embraces Sun Weiqiang. Hold on tight, we're off. With a swift twist of the throttle, Bulma accelerates the white motorcycle, propelling them forward at breakneck speed. Wow! Sun Wukong exclaims, exhilarated. This is fast. Sun Weiqiang echoes his enthusiasm, feeling somewhat justified in his reaction, considering he is now the same age as Wukong. Incredible! This creature runs faster than I do. Sun Wukong rejoices, his uniquely styled hair fluttering in the wind. The rush of air fills their ears as Sun Weiqiang clings tightly to Bulma's waist, excitedly exclaiming, "Yes, even faster than me." Bulma suddenly glances back, admonishing, "Hey, I warn you, keep your hands to yourself." Sun Weiqiang internally reassures himself, "I'm not being inappropriate. It's merely an embrace." Yet he reflects that had he not intervened, Bulma's warning would have been directed at little Wukong. Little Wukong, no need for thanks. After all, we share the same surname, Sun. Allow me to bear this ill-suited warning on your behalf. As Bulma steers the motorcycle further from Wukong's home, she unexpectedly drives it skyward. The white motorcycle soars like a bird parallel to the ground, ascending into the heavens. "Wow!" Bulma exclaims. Echoes Sun Wukong. Joins Sun Weiqiang, fully embracing the experience. Boom! The motorcycle lands smoothly. Bulma exhales heavily. "That was terrifying," Sun Wukong remarks. "We just flew into the sky." "How amazing," Sun Weiqiang adds. "Indeed. That gave me quite a fright." Whether he was genuinely startled remains known only to him. Bulma, while outwardly dismissive, internally reflects, "I never expected that hill to be so steep." Afterward, she sets the motorcycle's side stand and dismounts, covering her mouth with a smile. "Excuse me, please wait here. I shall return shortly." Sun Weiqiang, recalling Bulma's intentions, understand her next move, but Sun Wukong, oblivious, asks, "What's wrong? Where are you going?" Bulma, crossing her legs and clenching her fists at her side in frustration, retorts, "You are so slow-witted when a lady makes such a statement. It means she needs to use the restroom." Bulma hastily departs, suddenly pressed. Who could withstand such urgency? "What? So, she just needed to relieve herself." Sun Wukong chuckles. "You two are not allowed to follow me," Bulma commands as she scurries behind a large rock not far away. Sun Wukong jumps off the motorcycle, glancing at Sun Weiqiang. "Isn't it easier to just go here? What a strange girl." Sun Weiqiang suppresses a laugh, despite his familiarity with the Dragon Ball narrative. The experience is undeniably different. Just then, Bulma's cries for help pierce the air. "Help!" Sun Weiqiang comprehends the situation unfolding, but refrains from informing Bulma in advance. How could he explain he anticipated this predicament? Bulma would most likely suspect his intentions were nefarious. Regardless, it's not a grave concern. Little Wukong is more than capable of handling it alone. Chapter 4. There were days to look back upon. Sun Wukong queries, "Weiqiang, what is happening?" "I'm not sure. Wukong, let us hurry and see." Sun Weiqiang urges. They sprint towards a commotion. "Bulma! Hey! Were you bitten by a snake? I'm coming to rescue you," Sun Wukong shouts as they race. Sun Weiqiang follows closely behind. Upon arriving behind a large rock, they witness Bulma ensnared by a winged, single-horned dinosaur. Bulma trembles in fear. "Who are you two?" The dinosaur addresses them. "I'm Sun Wukong." "Are you a friend?" Sun Wukong naively inquires. "Foolish little Wukong. Is this your understanding of friendship?" Sun Weiqiang shoots him a glance, contemplation stirring. "Indeed," the dinosaur responds, wrapping Bulma in its tail and producing a rope from seemingly nowhere. "I have something to discuss with her. You two wait here until we return." Little Wukong, can't you see how desperately Bulma is struggling? Sun Weiqiang expresses his exasperation. However, he recognizes this is simply Wukong's nature. Innocent, ignorant, and blissfully naive. The ensuing events transpire as Sun Weiqiang recalls from the Dragon Ball universe. Sun Wukong is bound to a large tree beside a massive rock, and to his surprise, he too is captured. "Well, now we're tied up," Sun Wukong mumbles. "Indeed." Sun Weiqiang stifles a laugh. "So, that is it then, you two simpletons, farewell." The dinosaur flaps its wings and ascends into the sky, a haven tea-tasted human flesh in ages. I shall savor it slowly. The dinosaur cackles. Bulma, paralyzed with fear, clings tightly to the dinosaur's leg, terrified of plummeting from the sky and becoming a mere splatter on the ground. Hey, how long must I wait? Sun Wukong yells towards the heavens. Sun Weiqiang observes quietly from the side. What are you doing? Hurry and save me, Bulma cries from above, tears streaming down her cheeks. You two idiots. Foolish. Foolish. What? Bulma wants us to rescue her. She should have said so sooner, Sun Wukong exclaims to Sun Weiqiang. Exactly. How are we to know if she didn't mention it? Sun Weiqiang wholeheartedly supports Wukong's sentiment, having completely disregarded Bulma's earlier pleas for help. With a flick of his tail, Sun Wukong frees himself and Sun Weiqiang from their bonds, effortlessly unraveling the ropes without needing brute force. But we can't fly. Sun Wukong glances skyward. Wukong, take Bulma's motorcycle and soar up to rescue her. I'll be on the ground to assist you, Sun Weiqiang suggests, knowing how Wukong ultimately saves Bulma, thus delegating responsibilities to avoid unforeseen complications. All right, Sun Wukong promptly darts towards the white motorcycle where Bulma had parked it. With determination, he mounts the vehicle and mimics Bulma's earlier actions, albeit standing and leaning forward to steer. Let us see if this works. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle roars to life. Bulma, hold on. We're coming. Sun Weiqiang races along the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he waves to Bulma, signaling his presence. Bulma, now in a fit of tears, scolds, Don't tell me to hold on. You try it. Can you not feel the urgency? Hurry up, you two fools. How dare she scold us when we're trying to save her? Sun Weiqiang grumbles inwardly, isn't long before he shouts. I am on my way. Sun Wukong gazed with bright eyes at the colossal dinosaur soaring in the sky ahead, his foot pressing firmly on the accelerator. Charge! 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 Up into the heavens he ascended. Bulma stretched her hand as far as she could, yearning to join him in the celestial ride, yet was rescued by Sun Wukong, who approached swiftly. Climbing atop the motorcycle's curved, transparent canopy, he exclaimed, I come to your aid. But despite his leaps, he could not reach her. Wukong, Bulma called out, attempting to grasp his hand, but found herself equally out of reach. Huh. The dinosaur turned its head, bursting into laughter, mocking the child for his audacity. Sun Wukong leapt once more, yet still fell short. Fool! The dinosaur sneered, as Wukong's body began to descend. He drew forth his red Rui Bang from his back, shouting, Rui Bang, extend. The small red rod in his grasp shimmered before elongating. Feel the might of my Rui Bang. With both hands gripping the staff, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful swing. Gaia! The mighty dinosaur was struck upon its head, letting out a wretched cry as it plummeted from the sky. Bulma, caught in its claws, felt the grip loosen as the dinosaur's strength failed. She escaped from the dragon's grasp, but found herself falling from the heavens. Bulma looked down, her face drained of color, flailing her limbs in panic as she cried, Come save me. With a triumphant strike, Sun Wukong raised his left hand in victory, a joyful expression gracing his face. Hearing Bulma's plea, he hurled his Rui Bang with a flourish. All right, go. In no time, Sun Wukong landed safely on solid ground. Below, the colossal dinosaur lay motionless at the edge of cliff. Sun Wukong peered down, murmuring to himself, If I were to fall down there, even I could not save myself. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang stood atop a high ground, not far from the cliff where Sun Wukong's Rui Bang had anchored Bulma against a vertical mountainside that a cacophony of sound erupted, akin to rivers rushing into the sea. Alas, I still wet myself. Bulma lamented bitterly that a short distance below her, little Wukong raised his left hand high, beaming with delight as he joyfully exclaimed, Wonderful, wonderful. Above Bulma, Sun Weiqiang looked down and noticed her predicament. In the sunlight it sparkled crystal clear. With eyes upon her, Bulma felt utterly humiliated. Stop looking. Hurry and help me up, she shouted at Sun Weiqiang. All right, he replied, rushing over by the time Bulma was rescued. Sun Wukong had already clambered up from below. Seeking refuge nearby, Bulma tended to her personal matters, retrieving a multifunctional capsule from her bag containing spare clothes, and changed into a fresh outfit. Resuming her ride on the white motorcycle, Bulma carried both Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong forward. What a sturdy motorcycle! It hasn't broken yet. Truly resilient, Sun Weiqiang mused. The white motorcycle faced the setting sun, vrooming away into the distance. Gazing at the rosy sky and earth, Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but reflect. The first episode of the Dragon Ball anime he had watched in his previous life had just concluded here. The ending theme played, long hair cascading naturally. In white attire, Bulma gazed out the window as the scene of rain unfolded in Sun Weiqiang's mind, the melody swirling around his ears. In that moment, he began to hum a familiar Chinese rendition. Wind, Loda, Fandali rain, 11 yo. Isha li isong nong, what shan na, 11 ku i, wxj, dl Weiqiang. What song are you singing? It sounds quite nice, Bulma praised from the driver's seat. Sounds great. Little Wukong, nestled behind Sun Weiqiang, chimed in merrily. I have no idea what song it is that I just learned it because it sounded good before. Sun Weiqiang casually offered. His thoughts were not on the two beside him, but rather on his childhood memories before the time travel, particularly those afternoons after school in rural areas, often visiting his grandparents to watch small television shows. His favorite was the Dragon Ball anime. The memories remained vivid, a testament to his lost, beautiful childhood. He recalled a day, though the exact date eluded him, when he and his sister set up a stall beside the market. Their joy immense upon purchasing the first Dragon Ball anime. The feelings of that day, the joy, the wonder, the beauty, remained unforgettable even after many years. Before that moment, he had been unable to watch the first installment of Dragon Ball in its entirety. In simple terms, it could be described as, there were days worth recalling, to add another phrase, and made deep affection endure until white-haired old age. Chapter 5. Matters in the bathroom, on the evening of their fateful encounter. Amidst a flat expanse, Bulma conjured a house from a multifunctional capsule. Wukong, what are you doing? Come here quickly, she called, noticing only Weiqiang by her side, as Wukong lingered behind. Bulma, are you truly not a magical creature? Sun Wukong hesitated before approaching her, wielding his Rui Bang in a mock pose of readiness. Fool, do you wish to sleep outside? Bulma retorted before entering the house. Sun Weiqiang followed her inside, waving to Sun Wukong. Wukong, come in. Okay, Sun Wukong replied. Bulma switched on the light, and upon entering, Sun Wukong was visibly astonished, peering around in wonderment, exclaiming, why is it just like daytime in here? As she placed her belongings on a table. Bulma remarked, Wukong, you don't even know what an electric light is? I can't believe you're this ignorant. Little Wukong really is that naive, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Sun Wukong explored the room, fascinated by the many things he had never seen before. Approaching the television, he was startled when it suddenly turned on. Bulma stood nearby with the remote, wearing a smug smile. Bulma, what are those little people doing inside? Sun Wukong inquired, his large eyes fixed on the screen. Bulma switched channels, and a program featuring guitar playing transitioned into a scene where a couple was about to kiss. Sun Weiqiang, unfazed, thought nothing of it. After all, before his time travel, he had seen countless romantic scenes. Sun Wukong, however, was entranced, noticing Bulma's rapt attention in the dark object in her hand. He grabbed it, muttering to himself, what is this? As the couple on screen leaned in closer. Bulma cheered, go, just a little closer. Suddenly the channel changed. A large black monster appeared, turning its back and unleashing flames. Bulma yelped, falling to the ground in fright. Huh? Sun Wukong laughed heartily at her. What are you doing? Bulma asked, to which Sun Wukong replied, are you hungry? You're drooling. Only then did Bulma realize, wiping her mouth, mind your own business. Rising from the floor, she glanced at Sun Wukong, then at Sun Weiqiang, and pinched her nose, declaring, you both reek. Dinner will have to wait until after a bath. Out a bath? What's that? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. Heavens, you don't even know what a bath is? Bulma exclaimed, her expression incredulous. Disgusting. Weiqiang, how about you? You don't know either. Do you? She queried. I know. I love to bathe and smell nice. Sun Weiqiang proudly patted his chest. Phew, Bulma sighed in relief. At least one of you is somewhat normal. Moments later, in the bathroom, Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang stood completely naked. By the edge of the tub, Bulma knelt, beckoning them. Come here, that I'll help you bathe. Hurry up. Is this what bathing is? Wukong, with his little legs, waddled toward the tub, tilting his head in confusion. Wukong, that's not bathing. That's the bathtub, the place where you bathe, Sun Wukong explained, pointing at the tub. Oh, I see. Little Wukong exclaimed, enlightened. You little rascals, can't you cover yourselves? Bulma thundered. Is it necessary? Little Wukong replied, holding his towel in front of his face. Exactly, Sun Wukong echoed, holding his towel in front of his chest. He understood perfectly what Bulma meant, but chose not to comply, defiantly behaving in a mischievous manner. Can I do what you can't? Later, Bulma personally bathed the two individuals, and only after she finished did she attend to her own cleansing. In the living room, Weiqiang exclaimed, just now, Bulma bathed us, and now it's our turn to wash her. Sun Wukong responded to Weiqiang. Indeed, Weiqiang nodded, feeling justified. You're right, Wukong. Let us go give Bulma a bath. We must ensure she emerges fragrant, especially since she wet her skirt during the day. True, I almost forgot about that. Little Wukong blinked his large, expressive eyes before long. The two appeared before Bulma, who was luxuriating in a foam-filled bathtub. Upon seeing them, Bulma froze momentarily, then quickly submerged herself, only to resurface a second later and boldly shout, "What are you two little rascals doing here?" Little Wukong, hands on his hips, retorted, "You just bathed us, and now it's our turn to bathe you." Exactly, Weiqiang chimed in, and oh need. Leave me alone. Bulma waved her hands dismissively, her face contorted in disdain. You two hurry up and get out. Women are truly peculiar, Little Wukong remarked, pointing to his own chest with curiosity. I never imagined a bottom would grow in this place. Weiqiang, standing to the right of Wukong, gestured with his hands in front of him. It's just a bit small. They had observed that although the foam covered much, the contours were still discernible. In reality, it wasn't too small, but Bulma's bosom certainly did not surpass her posterior. Who among normal people has a bosom larger than their backside? Weiqiang knew this well, but knowing and expressing it were two different matters. How foolish. That is not a bottom. That is my chest. Bulma exclaimed. Confused, Wukong inquired. Chest? Weiqiang thought to himself. I'm aware, just not showing it. This is the place that babies and men adore, Bulma said, her face reddening. But I don't like your backside, Little Wukong asserted. Shaking his head defiantly, Weiqiang mused, Oh, Little Wukong, this is where we differ. I certainly enjoy looking. As the saying goes, if you don't look, you miss out. Once you look, you want to see more. I've already told you. That is not a backside, Bulma retorted. For kids like you to be interested in a woman's bosom, you're far too young. Weiqiang countered, No. I'm interested right now, he thought, but did not vocalize. Little Wukong added, I'm not a kid. Weiqiang chimed in, I suppose I'm not a kid either. Oh, really? Then how old are you this year? Bulma asked nonchalantly. How old could you be? At such a short height, are you even 8, little ones? Weiqiang replied, I'm 12. Wukong added, I'm 14. Bulma gasped, 14. 12? Suddenly, the bathroom fell silent. Then in a flurry, she began hurling bottles of body wash, shampoo, and various containers at the two. Little Wukong and Weiqiang bolted from the bathroom. Bulma's furious voice echoed. How infuriating. One is 5 years younger, and the other 3. Both are peeping toms, perverts, scoundrels. Weiqiang wanted to say, Bulma, you're mistaken. We are both 12. Wukong thought 11 would make him 14 if he remembered correctly. Well, not counting the age before crossing over. 38 to 26, 12. I am indeed 12. During dinner, Bulma, Little Wukong, and Weiqiang were together. Since Wukong was unaccustomed to bread, he went out to find something to eat, and Weiqiang accompanied him. In the Dragon Ball world, Little Wukong was the future ally he wished to embrace. Although this ally was easily accessible, Weiqiang still yearned to get closer. After all, Little Wukong was his favorite character in Dragon Ball, without exception, especially since he was still Little Wukong. Chapter 6. Airplane, Big Bird, Fat Chicken Under the Moonlight. In the woods, the agile figures of Sun Wukong and Weiqiang leaped and darted among the branches, landing gracefully on the ground. Weiqiang, there's nothing here. After searching for so long, I only found a centipede, Little Wukong said, clutching a large centipede in his left hand. Then let us keep looking, Weiqiang replied, spreading his arms. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed above them. Sun Wukong looked up, his eyes lighting up as he spotted a large bird. Weiqiang, let us catch it. All right. Weiqiang knew it was an airplane, but that didn't deter him from following little Wukong's lead that, if you remember correctly, the airplane housed Pilaf's two underlings, Asu and Xiaowu. Soon, little Wukong's first encounter with them arose from this large bird. He didn't inform little Wukong that it was an airplane because if Wukong knew it couldn't be eaten, he wouldn't chase after this large bird. Thus, he inadvertently altered the course of the narrative, which Weiqiang had no intention of changing. The small airplane descended. Xiaowu and the yellow dog Asu emerged from within, each running ahead. Before long, the moonlight peeked through the clouds, and they saw, trod upon, and felt fear as they halted in their tracks. The ground and trees were littered with corpses of various shapes. Not far off, a red light flickered. Did you see that? Asu, clad in ninja attire, looked up at Xiaowu. Xiaowu replied, I think it might be a Dragon Ball. Let us go check it out. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Weiqiang stepped lightly on several thick branches, leaping high into the air and descending. Asu eyed the two children before him and questioned, What do you intend to do? Xiaowu scoffed, What a tacky outfit. These two are undoubtedly country bumpkins, standing before the large bird. Little Wukong pointed at the two individuals opposite them, striking a pose as he declared, I found this bird first. You're not allowed to take it. I love roasted little birds. Weiqiang found this to be the most refreshingly unconventional robbery, even though the involved parties were blissfully unaware. Wukong is right. We discovered this bird first. If you want to take it, you'll have to contend with our fists. Weiqiang and little Wukong formed a clueless duo, raising their fists, their expressions serious, matching little Wukong's fervor. What are these two little rascals babbling about? Asa stared bewildered. You two little boys, hurry home and go to bed, Xiaowu said casually. Just then, Xiaowu and Asu heard an unusual sound behind them. Turning around, they exclaimed in terror, It's a wolf. Little Wukong's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the wolf pack, his mouth moving. They looked delicious. The pack surrounded them. Bang, 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 bang. On their side, little Wukong and Weiqiang fought with fists and kicks. And not a single wolf could withstand their blows, falling to the ground in mere moments. Weiqiang, you're so strong. Are people outside this capable? Little Wukong asked amidst the chaos. That I guess so. There's surely many stronger than me, Weiqiang replied, though he left unsaid that many were weaker. For what outside referred to. It could be Earth, for instance. There are many. Little Wukong's eyes brimmed with longing as excitement surged through him. He kicked harder, each strike capable of breaking bones, or, worse, delivering a fatal blow. The wolves howled in agony. Weiqiang conveyed, This isn't my affair. I truly had no intention of this. The two of them leisurely bantered while fighting the wolves. Conversely, Asu and Xiaowu were not so fortunate. Help! Help! They cried as the wolf pack pursued them, wishing they had more legs to escape. After much toil, Asu and Xiaowu barely made it back to their airplane. The aircraft roared to life and took off. Oh no! My prey! Little Wukong exclaimed, glancing skyward, and immediately gave chase. Wolves leaped onto him, clinging to his body. Little Wukong, unafraid and entirely unfazed, possessed a body of steel. These wolves could only shatter their teeth in vain attempts to bite him. Thus, as he ran, with wolves clinging to him and wielding his Rui Bang, Sun Wukong shouted, Grow longer, Rui Bang. The staff elongated, one end bracing against the ground while the other shot skyward, lifting both Wukong and the wolves. However, in midair, the wolves clinging to little Wukong fell one by one. Sun Wukong soared upward, delivering a powerful kick to the fleeing large bird. With a resounding crash, the airplane shook violently. Inside, Asu and Xiaowu were filled with terror. What's happening? With that kick from Sun Wukong, the airplane nosedived toward the ground. Seconds later, boom, the aircraft plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a deafening explosion that illuminated the heavens in a dazzling blaze, while billowing smoke obscured the sun. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong hastened to the site of the crash. Little Wukong, wielding his Rui Bang, tapped at the wreckage, producing a resounding thud, only to discover it was not a bird. Ha ha! Sun Weiqiang could not contain his laughter. Weiqiang, what are you laughing at? Little Wukong inquired, gazing at him. I just remembered. It's an airplane. Later, Sun Weiqiang intended to elucidate the situation to little Wukong. Fat chicken, a glimmer of excitement appeared in little Wukong's eyes at the mention of food. Can we eat it? He prodded the hefty wreckage again with his Rui bang, pondering its toughness. I wonder if it's edible. How delicious could it be? Wukong, it's an airplane, not a fat chicken. The Fei in flying, not the Fei in fat. And the G in machine, not the G in chicken or duck. Sun Weiqiang exhaled, covering his forehead with his right hand, speechless. Why are you always thinking about food? Although he understood Wukong's nature, he still felt a slight exasperation. Oh, but can we eat it? No, we cannot. Upon hearing this, little Wukong's mood soured, and his head drooped. At Wukong, we have wolves too. We've defeated so many. It will be more than enough. Sun Weiqiang reminded him. Oh right. Little Wukong's spirits soared instantly. They departed from the crash site, with a fortunate Xiao Wu and a Xiao dangled from a tree. Looking rather pitiful. Inside, Bulma sat on a chair reading. When she heard Sun Wukong's voice calling, "We're back. You took so long." Bulma set her book down and rose to open the door. Creak. The door swung open to reveal Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang standing at the threshold. In no way. We caught a centipede and a wolf. You should roast them, little Wukong exclaimed joyfully, lifting the large centipede in his left hand, while a dazed wolf, still recovering from the beating, sat nearby, its large yellow eyes directly aligned with Bulma's, far too close for comfort. Startled, Bulma nearly dropped her eyes to the ground, letting out a scream. Bang! The door slammed shut as she retreated back inside. Ha! Sun Weiqiang laughed heartily beside Wukong, the sound echoing into the tranquil night. Chapter 7. The incident on the bed early in the morning. Nighttime, before sleep. This quilt is so soft and cozy. It feels wonderful. Little Wukong lay upon the plush quilt, bouncing joyfully. I haven't slept next to anyone in ages. Why does it feel so strange? Sun Weiqiang listened, observing the excited little Wukong beside him, quietly contemplating. In a way, aren't you going to sleep with us? Sun Wukong asked. Are you joking? I'll sleep on my own bed. The blanket is for you two on the floor, Bulma shot back, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. But can't we sleep together? Little Wukong asked, bewildered. Of course not. You're already 14. And Weiqiang is 12, Bulma asserted. Grandpa's thigh is so soft. It makes a great pillow. Little Wukong mused, cradling his head with his hands, reminiscing about his grandfather Sun Wufan. What, Wukong? You want to use my thigh as a pillow? Bulma exclaimed. Sun Weiqiang's eyes darted between the two, thinking, that is not a bad idea, but I should be included. Little Wukong fell into a deep sleep, while Sun Weiqiang, lying on the blanket beside him, found it impossible to doze off. That he had unexpectedly arrived in the Dragon Ball world. At 12 years old, he was scarcely taller than the stocky little Wukong. Most importantly, today marked the joyous occasion of his first encounter with both little Wukong and Bulma at Baozi Mountain, and he had joined them as a companion. This was the happiest moment since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. Sun Weiqiang kept his eyes wide open, his hands tucked behind his head, staring at the ceiling. What should he do next? Following his previous thoughts, aside from tightly embracing little Wukong, the future pillar of support, he could simply follow the storyline of Dragon Ball without attempting to alter anything. But was that truly sufficient? Sun Weiqiang questioned himself. What else could he change? Or did he need to change anything at all? Could he even accomplish such changes? And if he couldn't, what would happen? Sun Weiqiang remained uncertain, pondering for quite some time without arriving at any conclusions. Perhaps he should take things one step at a time. Now that he was here, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Merely following the plot of Dragon Ball might seem a tad lackluster. Lost in thought, Sun Weiqiang gradually drifted into a fragrant slumber. He slept late, but awoke early intentionally. For Sun Weiqiang distinctly remembered that this morning, little Wukong was up to something. Aren't we going to do this together? I feel remiss towards the green-hatted Prince Vegeta. At some point, little Wukong stirred from his slumber, and soon after he exclaimed, it really feels like Grandpa's thigh. He glanced to the side, observing Bulma's long, radiant legs peeking out from under the covers. Wukong, let us be realistic. Your grandfather's thighs are nowhere near as long as Bulma's. Sun Wukong mused internally, unable to comprehend how Bulma's alluring long legs could be compared to the short legs of old Sun Wukong. He envisioned a scene where Bulma and old Sun Wukong stood side by side. It looked rather comical. Yet little Wukong's thought process was indeed unusual, and Sun Wukong could understand. It has been so long since I've done this. Let us give it a try, little Wukong declared, already climbing onto Bulma's bed. Although little Wukong claimed he wanted to sleep on her thigh, he lay right between her legs, resting his head there. Bulma's legs were spread wide, an indecorous sight that inadvertently favored little Wukong's antics. Not long after settling down, little Wukong sensed something was amiss. Sat up and playfully patted Bulma a couple of times. How strange, he murmured, contemplating his next move. But before proceeding, he turned to Sun Wukong and said, Weiqiang, you should try this too. It's so soft and comfortable. Just what he was looking for. Sun Wukong had been itching to join in. Really? He asked little Wukong. Yes, you'll see for yourself. It's truly soft and comfortable, little Wukong insisted earnestly. All right, then. Sun Wukong nodded, and as little Wukong scooted aside, he swiftly climbed onto Bulma's bed, mirroring little Wukong's position with his head resting there. Isn't it comfy? Little Wukong inquired. It's comfortable, Sun Wukong replied. How could it not be? That spot was one of the aspirations of men. Before his transmigration, he had never had the opportunity to experience such a thing. However, with little Wukong encouraging him to try, Sun Wukong had not anticipated this scenario. He initially thought he would have to muster up the courage to wait for little Wukong to finish before taking his turn. Although, according to his original plan, by the time it was his turn to lay on Bulma, little Wukong had already removed her triangular panties. Little Wukong, you're so kind, not hogging it all for yourself. I appreciate you thinking of me. My desire to cling to your thigh has not been in vain. Sun Wukong silently expressed his gratitude to little Wukong. What transpired next was etched in Sun Wukong's memory. Bulma's white underwear did not escape the inevitable. Little Wukong swiftly tugged it down. Upon seeing this, little Wukong gasped, Wow, it's like I've seen something terrifying. Startled awake, Bulma sat up abruptly, glancing left and right, bewildered. What is happening? What is going on? At that moment, little Wukong, having jumped off the bed, raised his arms and exclaimed, It's gone! It's gone! The Dragon Ball is gone. Bulma hurriedly leapt from the bed to investigate. Sun Wukong turned away, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh that on the white round table. Bulma opened her small bag, discovering the Dragon Ball was still there, releasing a sigh of relief as she poured out. Holding the Dragon Ball, Bulma looked down and muttered, What's this? It's clearly right here. You scare me half to death. After her self-talk, Bulma shouted toward the bedroom. What are you doing? Wukong, are you still not awake? Little Wukong, Sun Wukong, keep suppressing that laughter. Afterward, little Wukong and Sun Wukong ventured outside to the expansive open space to train. Time flowed naturally. What was going on? A large sea turtle was being lifted from behind, its head retracting in surprise. Startled, little Wukong let it go, causing him to leap backward in fright. The large sea turtle, dripping with cold sweat, spoke human words through its mouth. Observing this, Sun Wukong approached for a closer look. Inside the house, Bulma, hearing the odd exchanges from outside, decided to investigate. As she opened the door, she found a large sea turtle at the threshold, alongside Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a glass of salt water? The great sea turtle made a request, if possible. Could you add some seaweed? What a delightful turtle, Bulma remarked softly. After all, it was the sea turtle of Master Roshi. A little indulgence was perfectly understandable, Sun Weiqiang mused. After enjoying a hearty meal, the sea turtle expressed its gratitude, saying, Thank you for your hospitality. I am quite full now. With that, it began to recount its tale. Chapter 8. A single punch to the ground, am I insane? Subsequently, after a round of conversation among the three and the turtle, little Goku suggested returning the lost sea turtle to the ocean. However, Bulma disagreed, insisting they should first seek the Dragon Balls. Naturally, Sun Weiqiang sided with Bulma. Thus, with her hands on her hips, Bulma declared to the two, If you leave my side now, you shall never appear before me again. Goku glanced at Bulma and then hoisted the sea turtle onto his back, clutching tightly. "I'm sorry." The sea turtle apologized. Goku chuckled. "No worries at all. We should return Mr. Turtle to the sea immediately." He turned to Sun Weiqiang and proposed, "If you get tired, I could take over carrying Mr. Turtle." Sun Weiqiang suggested first. "I won't tire so easily." Goku confidently replied, adding with a grin, "As long as there is food." Sun Weiqiang smiled and began to run alongside Goku. "You two fools, country bumpkins, never return," Bulma exclaimed, exasperated as she watched them depart. Yet, she quickly reminded herself, "All right, I forgot that Goku took the 4-star ball with him." This moment, a colossal dinosaur appeared not far from Bulma's right, causing the ground to tremble. In a hurry, Bulma gathered her belongings and drove after them. "Wait up, I'll join you," Bulma called as she caught up with Goku and Sun Weiqiang. "Didn't you just say you never wanted to see us again?" Goku questioned, bewildered by the sudden change in her stance. "Indeed, Bulma, you just said that," Sun Weiqiang chimed in. "You two are utterly unappealing," Bulma retorted as she pressed the accelerator, driving ahead. Goku ran forward, stating, "You're afraid of being alone, aren't you?" Bulma smirked. "Ridiculous. My aim is that Dragon Ball you possess." "Is that so? Then why didn't you mention it earlier? You just said you never want to see us again." Sun Weiqiang pointed out the logical inconsistency. "Ugh, you two brats are insufferable," Bulma scolded. "I'm sorry, I must feel heavy. I've gained a bit of weight." The sea turtle on Goku's back apologized. "Don't worry, it's no trouble at all," Goku assured with a smile. "I can walk on my own," the sea turtle added. "What a joke," Bulma exclaimed as she zipped past Goku on another white motorcycle, her green hair flowing in the wind, retorting, "If we let you walk, we'd be stuck here for a month." "Indeed," Sun Weiqiang agreed, unusually siding with Bulma. Goku turned to Bulma. "How far is it from here to the seaside?" The group came to a halt as Bulma checked. "About 2 kilometers. Then we'll see the ocean soon," Goku exclaimed. The sea turtle added, "I can already smell the ocean waves." Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, "That means we'll soon meet Master Roshi." Master Roshi, the mightiest on earth, would likely accept Goku as his disciple for martial arts training, and the thought filled him with anticipation. Yes, they continued on their journey. A short distance later, a formidable one-eyed tiger appeared, its massive form casting a shadow as it let out a triumphant laugh. "Hey, little brats, hand over that sea turtle. I love eating sea turtles." Saliva dripped from its mouth. Bulma was greatly frightened, her voice trembling as she gestured. Please, go ahead. Goku, quickly hand the turtle over." Goku stuck out his tongue in response that, "If you leave the turtle with me, I will spare your lives," the giant one-eyed tiger began, but before it could finish, the massive beast toppled backward, blood spraying from its mouth in a crimson burst. Boom! The earth shook with a resounding crash. Goku, Bulma, and the sea turtle all looked up at Sun Weiqiang, who had descended from the sky. He hadn't intended to alter the Dragon Ball narrative, but dealing with such inconsequential foes was a trivial matter. Sun Weiqiang landed steadily, hands in his pockets. "That was quite a blow," Bulma remarked. Awestruck, "Weiqiang, you're incredible. You knocked that big tiger down with a single punch." Goku praised that it was nothing. Goku, "You could have done it too," Sun Weiqiang replied with a smile. His statement held truth. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, Goku had indeed taken down the tiger with one punch, albeit after playing around with it for a while. Sun Weiqiang, however, had no intention of toying with the beast. He was no longer a child, having been nearly 26 years old before his journey began. "Little brother, you saved my life. Thank you." The sea turtle expressed its gratitude. It was a minor matter. Sun Weiqiang waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Turtle, are you really that delicious?" Goku inquired of the turtle on his back. "I am not delicious at all. In fact, I'm terribly unpalatable." "That's the word on the street," the sea turtle stammered, cold sweat forming on its face. "You don't look appetizing at all," Goku concurred, validating the sea turtle's statement. The turtle sighed in relief. The three continued onward. Before long, Sun Weiqiang suddenly thought, "Oh no," as they ran along the path. He realized that by saving the turtle's life, would Master Roshi bestow upon him the flying Nimbus. According to his knowledge, in the original Dragon Ball storyline, Master Roshi gifted the Nimbus to Goku after he saved the turtle. This raised a concern for Sun Wukong. He was well aware that he lacked the pure heart necessary to ride the Nimbus. Though he had remained single and inexperienced in battle before his journey, he was not naive. He had certainly learned a thing or two, and he could be considered somewhat knowledgeable. He had watched countless films in his youth, and by the time he turned 18, he had become quite familiar with certain affairs that, in short, Sun Wukong believed himself to be far from innocent. If you remember correctly, one must possess a pure heart to ride the Nimbus. This is troublesome. If I had thought of this sooner, I wouldn't have intervened. Damn it, I've dug my own grave. Am I insane? Sun Wukong silently chastised himself. 2 minutes later, the trio and the turtle arrived at their destination. Before them lay an endless sea, waves crashing against the shore, the sky a brilliant blue adorned with clouds of various shapes. Wow! Wow! Upon seeing the ocean, Goku exclaimed, his beautiful, bright eyes sparkling as he dashed forward, gazing at the sea without blinking. This is amazing! We finally made it. This is the ocean! The sea turtle exclaimed excitedly. Of course. This is Goku's first time seeing the ocean, and it's also Weiqiang's first time. Bulma stated. The two stood facing the sea, basking in the warmth of spring. Having lived for 26 years in his hometown without ever venturing out, Sun Wukong had never visited the seaside, despite being from Guangdong, a coastal region. As the sea turtle entered the water and faced Sun Wukong, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Thank you so much, little brother. You saved my life. And indeed, that dreadful feeling returned. Sun Wukong's mood shifted as he faced the ocean. Winter had arrived. Let us go home, he said, almost adding, don't come back. Take care, Mr. Turtle. Goku bid farewell. Bulma refrained from uttering a single kind word. It was a feat in itself that she didn't voice any complaints after the hours spent guiding the lost turtle to this point. Before swimming away, the turtle said, could you wait here for a moment? I'd like to gift you something. A gift? Goku murmured, wouldn't be the Dragon Palace treasure chest. Would it? Bulma asked, hands on her hips. What is meant to come will surely arrive, Sun Wukong thought to himself. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, the turtle emphasized. Wait. We don't have time to wait for you, Bulma declared just as the turtle swiftly swam away. Chapter 9. Master Roshi's gift. Thank you for your patience. When the sea turtle returned, it brought along a peculiar individual upon its back. This man, sporting sunglasses and a turtle shell, with a bald head adorned by flip-flops, was none other than Master Roshi. Good afternoon, everyone, he greeted the trio in front of him, including Sun Wukong. What a fashionable old gentleman, Bulma remarked, her curiosity piqued. Young Wukong inquired, Grandpa, who are you? I am known as Master Roshi, he replied as he leaped down from the sea turtle. Turning to the creature, he asked, who saved you? The sea turtle raised a flipper and pointed towards Sun Wukong. Consequently, Master Roshi approached Sun Wukong and expressed his gratitude. It is truly thanks to you, young brother. Allow me to present you with a splendid gift, Sun Wukong thought to himself. I cannot escape this calamity. A gift? Bulma questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Young Wukong gazed at Master Roshi with intrigue. Master Roshi turned away, facing the vast ocean, brandished his summoning staff, and called out loudly, come forth, Phoenix of Immortality. Phoenix of Immortality, Bulma exclaimed, astonished. What is a Phoenix of Immortality? Young Wukong asked. Bulma explained, it is a bird that never dies. Young Wukong inquired further, will such a bird come flying here? Sun Wukong replied, I have no idea. After a moment, Bulma, noticing no bird appeared in the sky, remarked, nothing has shown up. The sea turtle interjected, that Phoenix of Immortality perished last year due to food poisoning. Master Roshi replied, is that so? My apologies, I had completely forgotten. How could the Phoenix of Immortality die? Bulma pondered, perplexed. I named it the Phoenix of Immortality in the hope that it would never perish. Master Roshi explained, then snapped his fingers and declared, all right, let us use this instead. Come forth, Nimbus Cloud. Master Roshi looked skyward and waved his summoning staff a second time. Sun Wukong felt a sinking sensation. He envisioned himself jumping onto the Nimbus Cloud only to fall flat on his back, creating a scene of social embarrassment. No, I need not land on my backside. Sun Wukong suddenly conceived an idea. Decided I shall do it. Nimbus cloud? Young Wukong remained curious. Bulma, appearing confused, asked, "Is that like a golden funnel?" Soon enough, a whistling wind echoed as a tiny golden cloud soared from the distant sky, materializing before the group. "This is the Nimbus cloud, a gift for you," Master Roshi explained. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong leaped onto it. As expected, he did not crash down, but rather found his entire head enveloped by the low-hanging Nimbus cloud. Emerging from within, "Young brother, your six senses are muddled," Master Roshi remarked, observing Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong wished to retort to the old man, "I never claimed my senses were clear." He feigned confusion, asking, "Grandpa, what do you mean by that?" Though Sun Wukong understood the situation, he feigned ignorance for the sake of the moment. Bulma and young Wukong turned their gazes toward Master Roshi. He explained, "Only those with pure hearts can ride the Nimbus cloud and soar freely through the skies. In simpler terms, only well-behaved children can utilize it." "Then why can't Weiqiang?" Bulma pointed at him, questioning Master Roshi. "Bulma, you could simply state that I am not a well-behaved child," Sun Wukong thought, feeling somewhat vexed. "Ahem," Master Roshi coughed deliberately, indicating that the meaning was quite clear. "This child, though young in age, might have thoughts akin to mine, which is why he cannot ride the Nimbus cloud." Young Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You can fly with it? I thought it was something to eat. Why do you possess this cloud, Master Roshi? What connection do you have to it?" Bulma pressed with her questions. "Do not pry too deeply," Master Roshi replied, reluctant to divulge details, unless, of course, his gaze fell upon a stunning young woman clad in a pink dress, her figure captivating. Subsequently, following the original Dragon Ball plot, Master Roshi indeed gifted the Nimbus cloud to Sun Wukong. After all, throughout their journey, he primarily carried the sea turtle, only allowing Sun Wukong to shoulder the burden when he was too famished to continue. After bestowing the Nimbus cloud upon Sun Wukong, Master Roshi proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate for you." Sun Wukong felt a burning desire to ask, "Why didn't you demonstrate earlier?" However, he reconsidered, realizing perhaps Master Roshi had not yet had the chance before he leaped onto the Nimbus cloud. With that, Master Roshi jumped onto the Nimbus cloud, and, as Sun Wukong predicted, he landed with a thud. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Master Roshi cried out in pain, clutching his rear as he fell to the ground. "Huh!" Bulma laughed heartily, pointing at the fallen Master Roshi. "Are you all right?" the sea turtle inquired with concern. Young Wukong stared in astonishment. "Haha!" Sun Wukong joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Old pervert! You're just like me!" No, I have my wits about me." "You do not." He had stepped out of the Nimbus cloud, while Master Roshi had fallen flat, an undeniable testament. "What is happening?" The sea turtle wondered, beads of sweat trickling down its face. "How strange," Master Roshi mused. Leaning against the shell of the sea turtle, still unaware of his own shortcomings in this regard. "Let me give it a try," young Wukong said as he leapt onto the Nimbus cloud. Landing securely atop it, "I've made it! I've made it!" young Wukong exclaimed joyously, bouncing around with a beaming smile. "He's riding it." The sea turtle noted. "What could this mean?" Master Roshi pondered in disbelief. "N01 is perfect." Master Roshi's shortcomings in this matter were evident to Sun Wukong. Thus, young Wukong soared into the sky on the Nimbus cloud, riding the winds and waves. The three onlookers, along with the turtle, watched in awe. Moments later, Master Roshi turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Young brother, since you cannot use the Nimbus cloud, allow me to gift you something else." "What?" "Another gift," Sun Wukong thought excitedly. While the original Dragon Ball plot ultimately saw the Nimbus cloud gifted to Sun Wukong, the events had already shifted due to Sun Wukong's earlier unintentional defeat of a large tiger with a single punch. Master Roshi waved his summoning staff once more, calling out, "Come forth, flying turtle." "Oh, so you wish to give me the whirlwind turtle?" Sun Wukong understood. Shortly thereafter, peculiar sounds emanated from the sky as the flying turtle descended. It resembled a sea turtle in size, but its limbs were retracted into its shell, capable of spewing flames to propel itself into the air, albeit with limited capacity for carrying passengers and potentially causing dizziness. Chapter 10. Look! Young Wukong exclaimed, joyously riding the Nimbus cloud as he circled through the sky before swiftly returning. Incredible. Thank you. Young Wukong expressed his gratitude to Master Roshi, elated. Remarkable to have tamed the Nimbus cloud so swiftly, Master Roshi praised. Young Wukong laughed heartily, ready to take off in the Nimbus cloud once more. Sun Weiqiang had no intention of asking young Wukong to carry him on an aerial adventure. Even if he did, it was not the right moment, for what lay ahead was of utmost importance. As someone who considered himself a bit of a lecher, Sun Weiqiang was genuinely intrigued and determined not to miss out. Hey, Grandpa, why not give me a Nimbus cloud as well? Bulma pointed at herself. Here it comes, Sun Weiqiang thought eagerly. Does this girl have any chance? Master Roshi asked the sea turtle. Not at all. The sea turtle responded truthfully that I distinctly gifted you a bucket of salt water. Bulma chimed in. Unfortunately, there's but one Nimbus cloud. I shall offer you something else. Master Roshi stroked his beard thoughtfully. He then leaned closer to Bulma, whispering his proposition. You are a master. How can you even utter such a condition? The sea turtle could no longer bear to watch. And yet, you won't die. Even masters can have a fleeting interest in women's undergarments. Master Roshi rationalized himself. Now I understand why you cannot ride the Nimbus cloud. The sea turtle remarked disdainfully, glancing away. Silence, Master Roshi warned. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang had discreetly shifted allegiances. Initially, he had stood beside Bulma, but now he positioned himself closer to Master Roshi, eager to catch the highlights firsthand. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Bulma's long, piercing howl echoed as the submachine gun in her hand unleashed a relentless barrage without pause. Little Wukong dashed outside, with Bulma hot on his heels. Sun Weiqiang had already sensed the impending danger and took off ahead. While little Wukong could withstand the hail of bullets, Weiqiang was uncertain if he could endure such an assault, although his current strength could rival little Wukong's. In terms of sheer physical resilience, he was likely inferior. In other words, while being hit a few times by Bulma's submachine gun might not lead to his immediate demise, injury was almost inevitable. Stop right there, you pervert! Ouch! What kind of sorcery is this? The gunfire continued. Let us see if you dare to strip my underwear again next time. I'm gonna It hurts so much. It really hurts. Weiqiang, Bulma is hurting me. Wukong. It's all right. You can take it. Keep going. I believe in you. The cacophony of human voices and gunfire resounded through the air. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. The house transformed back into the multifunctional capsule. And Bulma, with a stern expression, warned Sun Wukong. Wukong, if you dare to sneakily strip my underwear again, I will end you. Ouch! Why are you hitting me? Little Wukong, still bewildered, rubbed the sore spots on his body. Before their departure, while examining little Wukong's flying nimbus, Bulma remarked, using your nimbus must be quite effortless, right? The old man said only good children can ride the nimbus. Little Wukong replied, oh, so you figured out that I'm not a good child? Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, gazing at him. What did you say? I am a kind and pure-hearted girl, Bulma insisted. Yes, Bulma, your heart is pure, yet you occasionally whip out your gun and shoot. If little Wukong were any ordinary person, he would have perished countless times, Sun Weiqiang mused inwardly. Little Wukong then suggested, why don't you try riding it? Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma jumped on. The outcome was starkly different from when Sun Weiqiang emerged unscathed from the nimbus. Nor was it akin to the turtle hermit's clumsy fall. Instead, she landed flat on her stomach, limbs sprawled out, colliding softly with the ground. I knew it. Little Wukong squatted down to assess the situation. Is it a sin to be too beautiful? Bulma fumed. I have never encountered someone so shameless, Sun Weiqiang commented, hands in his pockets, tilting his head to appraise Bulma. What did you say? Bulma turned her face away. Glaring at him, I don't have the habit of repeating myself, Sun Weiqiang retorted, spreading his hands in a dramatic gesture. How infuriating! Bulma glared at Sun Weiqiang, then at little Wukong, exclaiming, you two brats are truly insufferable. I can't stand it. Shortly after, the trio departed to seek the fifth Dragon Ball. In the low skies, Sun Wukong rode the nimbus ahead, while Bulma drove behind, with Sun Weiqiang embracing her in the back seat. You're so slow, Sun Wukong called back that it's against traffic regulations to speed, Bulma admonished. Little Wukong, a man shouldn't be too fast. It's better to go slow, Sun Weiqiang thought, feeling a bit whimsical at that moment. Especially as he listened to the two, one complaining about the slow driving and the other insisting it was speeding. While he held Bulma's waist, it was impossible not to entertain a few fleeting thoughts. Consequently, the small tin appeared for the fourth time that day. Well, aside from the two instances where Bulma lifted her skirt, there was also an unprovoked natural phenomenon in the morning, a little early for a 12-year-old. Sun Weiqiang quickly distanced himself from Bulma, albeit a moment too late. "What's that? Weiqiang, what are you pressing against me?" Bulma half turned her head to inquire. Suddenly realizing, Bulma snapped, "What could you possibly be pressing against me?" "You little pervert, get out of the car." Sun Weiqiang wanted to clarify that it was unintentional. It was beyond his control. What could he do? Subsequently, as they continued their journey, the man behind Bulma shifted to little Wukong's back. Sun Weiqiang silently mused, "Well, that's settled. Weiqiang, why doesn't Bulma let you sit anymore?" Little Wukong asked curiously. Chapter 12. The mix-up in the fifth Dragon Ball. 3 days later, the trio arrived at a village. Indeed, they were in the vicinity. Bulma held the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated the location of the fifth Dragon Ball. However, it was eerily quiet. There's no one living here. Bulma scanned the surroundings, puzzled by the absence of any human presence. This doesn't seem right. If no one lived here, it would appear dilapidated, Sun Weiqiang remarked, aware of the village's circumstances but keeping it to himself. "I sense human presence," Sun Wukong declared, flying low on the nimbus. Peering around. "Really?" Bulma questioned, her voice tinged with skepticism. "There's no mistake," little Wukong assured them confidently. The trio ventured deeper into the village to investigate. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Bulma called out loudly. "How strange," little Wukong mused. "There's no one here. Not even a shadow," Bulma noted. "Indeed," Sun Weiqiang echoed, glancing around. "No, there's several people here. I'm sure of it," little Wukong exclaimed. Having made a new discovery, he leaped off the nimbus and approached a large brown door. Knocking on it. "Hey, I know you're in there." The door seemed locked, Bulma speculated. Sun Weiqiang remained silent. "Watch this." Little Wukong swung his fist, smashing a hole through the door and pulling it open. "You're being reckless." Bulma shook her head disapprovingly. Sun Weiqiang nodded, noting the door must not have been locked. Otherwise, how could it have opened so easily? As he voiced this, little Wukong was the first to enter. The next moment, someone leaped out from the right, as if lying in wait, swinging an axe down onto little Wukong's head. Caught off guard, little Wukong had no time to react, and the axe struck him hard. "Ah, that hurts! That hurts! That really hurts!" Little Wukong clasped his head, swaying unsteadily, his feet jumping in place. A large bump formed on his head. "Ah!" Bulma screamed in fright. Little Wukong still couldn't dodge this blow. Sun Weiqiang observed. The attacker was a balding old man, who gaped in disbelief, muttering to himself, "It really is useless." The axe shattered upon striking little Wukong's head, slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. "What are you doing, you fiend?" Little Wukong, furious, drew his Rui Bang, ready to retaliate. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wulong. Whatever food or money you want, I'll give it to you. Please, just spare my daughter," the old man pleaded with his hands clasped together. Desperation in his voice. "Wulong?" Bulma interjected. "What do you mean? Who is Wulong?" Little Wukong asked, confused. "A lecherous pig," Sun Weiqiang informed him silently. Soon, many villagers arrived, drawn by the commotion. "What is going on? It's not Wulong, is it?" "Right. I thought Wulong had come early today." The old man's daughter, having soaked a cloth in cold water, placed it on the bump on little Wukong's head, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm very strong." Little Wukong replied, "That if you had hit me, I would have been dead long ago," Bulma remarked, turning her face away in discontent. The old man beside her looked uneasy, apologizing profusely. Little Wukong had a huge bump now. "If it were me, I'd be severely injured," Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Little Wukong turned his head to glance at the old man's daughter, who was smiling at him, unaware of what was about to transpire. Suddenly, this boy with a head as hard as steel raised his right hand and, turning around, slapped her 3 times on her private area. The girl's face instantly flushed red, frozen in place. Unsure of how to react, little Wukong then asked, "You are a girl, right?" Bulma couldn't bear to watch any longer and delivered a swift punch to little Wukong's head. Bulma, what are you doing? Little Wukong covered his head and inquired, I forbid you to act recklessly. Bulma and Sun Wukong faced each other and exclaimed loudly. Subsequently, Bulma turned around and asked, by the way, who is the oolong you mentioned earlier? The elderly balding man began to explain, and upon hearing, Bulma opened her bag and took out a Dragon Ball, asking, Grandpa, do you have one of these? Bulma presented it for him to see, and the bald elder scrutinized it, muttering, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful object. At the entrance, an elderly lady walked in and said, I have a ball that looks exactly like yours. Baozi, do you have one? The bald elder inquired. The old lady rummaged through her pants pocket and produced a yellow-red ball, asking, is this the one? Bulma, little Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang stepped forward. This is it, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. This is the 6-star ball. Little Wukong stated. Sun Weiqiang remarked, you've said everything. What should I say now? The elderly lady briefly recounted the origin of the ball in her hand. A long time ago, my grandmother found it outside. Dear lady, how about you give us this ball, and we will help you defeat that creature named Oolong? Bulma suggested. Most of the onlookers gazed at Bulma in astonishment, thinking they had misheard. The elderly lady replied, that's wonderful. Is it true? I'm so glad you have such intentions. But isn't it too difficult for a young girl like you to take down Oolong? Bulma clarified, it's not me. It's these two little rascals who will deal with Oolong, pointing at Weiqiang and Wukong. However, at this moment, little Wukong performed an astonishing act, delivering 4 rapid slaps to the old lady's private area, even more than the previous girl. Bulma was left stunned on the ground. While Sun Weiqiang, having anticipated this, was somewhat prepared, he thought to himself, little Wukong, why can't you leave the old lady alone? After assessing the situation, little Wukong pointed at her and laughed. You're a woman, right? His actions embarrassed the old lady, who muttered, little brother Bulma, swiftly retaliated with a punch to little Wukong's head, scolding, how outrageous. This is not the time to be touching a woman's thigh. Bulma knew that Wukong was not actually touching a woman's thigh, but had to say so regardless. Afterward, following their discussion, Bulma devised a rescue plan to retrieve the girls who had been abducted by Oolong from the village. Sun Wukong disguised himself as the bald elder's daughter, donning a pink patterned headscarf and a deep pink long dress. Why do I have to wear this? Little Wukong protested. Moments later, the ground trembled. Outside the village, a gigantic monster, several meters tall with 2 horns, donned in a white suit and holding a large bouquet of flowers, appeared. Oolong is here. Run, run. The villagers hurriedly sought refuge. Chapter 13. The rescue plan in progress. It's so annoying. Why not just take it down in one go? Little Wukong muttered to himself outside the bald elder's house. Standing with his back turned, Sun Weiqiang hid a short distance behind him. Using a nearby house as cover, Bulma's rescue plan was for little Wukong to impersonate the bald elder's daughter and return home with Oolong, thus locating the abducted girls. Sun Weiqiang knew that little Wukong could easily resolve the matter on his own, even though it was not according to Bulma's plan. His presence here was primarily to assist. Following little Wukong to Oolong's home, they would defeat Oolong and rescue the girls, provided Bulma's plan proceeded smoothly. Seconds passed, and a large monster appeared not far behind little Wukong, grinning wickedly. I've come to welcome you. Lovely young lady, that you're going to be a bride, but why are you only bringing a stick as your dowry? The monster noticed the object behind the little girl. Yes, hurry and take me away. Little Wukong stood motionless, his voice carrying. This fool, how can he be such a poor actor? That monster is bound to be suspicious. Bulma, inside the bald elder's house, observed the situation through the hole in the wooden door that Sun Wukong had broken with his punch. The monster sensed something was off in the little girl's tone, grinning widely with its pig-like face. Don't be angry. Why are you so upset? I'm a very considerate and gentle person. Sun Weiqiang remained still, thinking to himself as he heard Oolong refer to himself as a person. No, you're a pig, a little lecherous pig. Why are you trembling? The monster gazed at the little girl, inquiring further. Oh no. I really need to pee. I can't hold it any longer. I don't know why. At that moment, little Wukong suddenly felt an urgent need that I see, You're afraid of how I look, aren't you? The monster pointed to itself, understanding the situation. All right, I'll change. With a loud shout, the monster transformed in an instant. How about this, little girl? The monster morphed into a middle-aged, lecherous man resembling Moriarty, asking, or, do you prefer a younger lad? Inside, Bulma, who had been startled by the monster's intent to change, now acted like a lovesick girl, her demeanor inconsistent. Not only that, her eyes sparkling with affection, she pushed the door open and stepped out. Nice to meet you. I'm Bulma, 16 years old. Bulma gazed at the handsome middle-aged man before her, nearly drooling as she introduced herself. Little Wukong was knocked flat in disbelief. Wow. Bulma is acting like this too? Sun Wukong was astonished, struggling to recall. What's your bus eyes? The faux Moriarty inquired. Bulma, feeling bold, unzipped her outer jacket, exposing her alluring silhouette, and with a blooming smile, replied, 85. 85, the faux Moriarty gestured with his hands. Imagining, it must feel delightful to touch, so smooth. Images flashed through his mind, but then he thought, but she's already 16, older than me, though that's not too bad. Oolong, you're so handsome, Bulma exclaimed dreamily, completely enamored. Should I choose a younger girl? Or a more mature lady? This is a tough choice. Oolong found himself in a dilemma. Why not take both? He decided, but then realized his little girl had vanished. Looking around, he finally spotted her standing under a nearby tree, relieving herself. What a bold little girl. I've only heard of girls sneaking to stand while peeing during baths, but I never expected her to dare do so in broad daylight. Oolong approached, pondering, but how could this be? Upon seeing her, he was taken aback, exclaiming, You're not that girl from yesterday. Having resolved his urgent need, little Wukong curiously asked, How would you know if you didn't slap my thigh? How dare you try to deceive me? Oolong fumed, issuing a command, Transform. In an instant, he morphed into a large black bull with white horns. Hey, the consequences of angering me can be dire. Oolong threatened. I am incredibly strong. Bulma regained her composure. Blushing as she murmured, Oh no, I lost my mind after seeing a handsome man. She stepped back a few paces, slamming the door shut with a bang. You are quite a troublesome one inside, the bald elder reassured Bulma, quickly adding, This is not good. Not only has the rescue plan failed, but we've also angered that monster Oolong. Don't worry, my daughter, the bald elder comforted, placing a hand on her shoulder, explaining why she should feel at ease. You understood what that young lady's words meant. She will take your place and marry the Oolong monster. Thank you, Bulma. The girl expressed her gratitude. Please do not make decisions without consulting me. Who will want to marry that monster? I refuse. Bulma was furious. Her voice carried, Wukong, change the rescue plan. First, eliminate that monster. Wonderful. This is exactly what little Wukong wanted, he thought, swiftly discarding the headscarf and dress. Why didn't we do this from the start? However, Bulma emphasized, but you can't kill it. We need to leave it alive to find out where its lair is. What about me? How can I be forgotten in the change of the rescue plan? Sun Wukong listened intently to the conversation between Xiao Wukong and Bulma, his brows furrowing in thought. Although he was aware that he need not intervene, for Xiao Wukong alone could easily defeat Oolong. The knowledge of this was one thing, while the sensation of being forgotten was quite another. Particularly disheartening was the fact that he had once been one of the two principal rescuers. Moreover, it was not just one person who had forgotten him, but two. Both Bulma and Wukong had simultaneously overlooked his presence. Had he not known them well, he might have suspected they had conspired in advance. Do you wish to challenge me? Oolong scoffed, transformed into a formidable black bull. Save your efforts. Simply deliver that girl from yesterday to me, and I shall grant you my forgiveness. In no way. Xiao Wukong shifted his stance, sticking out his tongue and declaring, Do you look down upon me? I shall make you aware of the consequences of your disdain. Oolong continued his taunts. Fool! Come at me if you dare. Xiao Wukong stood resolute, undeterred. Sun Wukong stifled a yawn and muttered, Why all this fuss? Is there no end to your prattle? If I were to take down Oolong, it should not cause too much disruption, right? As he pondered, unable to endure the situation any longer, he summoned his strength. His petite frame darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Hurtling towards the adversary, I'll say it again, what noise is that? Wulong's words trailed off as he turned his head, startled by the sight that met his gaze, his large bull eyes nearly popping out in shock. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. Bang! Sun Weiqiang's fist connected with Wulong's neck, sending him sprawling to the ground. I altered the rescue plan and forgot to inform Weiqiang. Bulma, peering through a hole in the door to witness the battlefield, suddenly recalled. Sun Wukong stood in shock. Oh, my monster has been vanquished by Weiqiang. Who is this person, striking with such ferocity? Wulong lamented, feeling as if his entire body had disassembled. Had Sun Weiqiang been privy to his thoughts, he would surely have remarked, "Little color pig, I didn't even exert a fraction of my strength. You truly are far too easy to defeat. Oh no, this is bad." Wulong struggled to rise, his gaze fixated on a large clock suspended in the village, as 5 minutes approached since he had transformed upon entering the village. He realized he needed a minute to revert to his original form before he could transform again. Now, however, he was too battered and weak to even consider fleeing like a rocket. The villagers, having observed from the shadows, emerged in droves to witness the outcome, chattering excitedly. This child is remarkable. He has defeated Wulong in an instant. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. When I learned that those two children intended to confront Wulong, I had little hope and merely resorted to desperate measures that I never anticipated such prowess. Truly, a youthful prodigy, such an impressive young man, cheered a little girl, clapping enthusiastically as Wulong lay on the ground. Under the gaze of all, he reverted to his original form, a small white pig. Chapter 14. The explosive bread mountain and the bull demon king. Unbelievably, this small white pig was indeed Wulong's true form. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Who would have thought that the creature capable of transforming into those monsters would turn out to be such a diminutive pig? We were completely outwitted by a mere pig. It appears to be all show without substance. What an adorable little pig. Why would want to transform into those monsters and abduct those girls? A multitude of villagers gathered around, scrutinizing the small, white pig lying on the ground. Engaged in lively discussion. Quickly apologize to the villagers, and do not even think about transforming and fleeing, Sun Weiqiang admonished Wulong, placing a hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, announcing, "This is Sun Wukong. He is even more formidable than I. His cloud travels at remarkable speed. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, understand? Otherwise you shall face dire consequences." Understood. Given the circumstances, Wulong could only acquiesce for the moment. After a brief interval, he regained his composure, rising from the ground to apologize to the villagers. "I am terribly sorry. Looking at you like that, one cannot even muster the anger," remarked an elderly villager. "Those girls you abducted, are they unharmed?" asked an elderly woman who had been slapped on the thigh by Sun Wukong. "They're all quite well," Wulong replied. "Quite well?" Many villagers appeared skeptical. "In any case, you will lead us. We must rescue those girls. Do you understand?" Bulma instructed. After capturing Wulong, Bulma seemed to have suddenly found her courage. Sun Wukong tilted his head. Observing Bulma, with a rope binding Wulong, Sun Wukong tugged on one end while Sun Weiqiang, Bulma, and several villagers followed behind as they exited the village. Along the way, Sun Wukong issued a warning. "Hey, if you dare transform into an ant and escape, I will crush you on the spot." How infuriating. He saw through my ruse. Wulong muttered to himself, "Did I in this manner?" Wulong guided the group to his residence, declaring, "This is my home." Before them stood an opulent palace. "Why do you reside in such a grand house? It does not suit you at all." Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, "I built this with the money I pilfered." Wulong replied proudly. Sun Wukong retorted, "How dare you?" When the village adults rushed inside, they encountered a scene entirely at odds with their expectations. The girls were either engaging in gymnastics, sipping beverages, or indulging in snacks, appearing utterly relaxed and content. Among them, one girl, upon seeing her relatives, suggested, "Don't worry about us. Let us stay here. Living here is far better. We need not toil in the fields." Another girl chimed in. Wulong, "Why are you so tardy? Did you bring me the ring you promised?" A girl, still engaged in gymnastics, called out to Wulong regarding the matter. Wulong, feeling slightly vexed, explained, "That is why I desired a gentle girl. These individuals merely squander and waste. Please, take them back. With the situation resolved amicably, the elderly woman handed the Dragon Balls to Sun Wukong and his companions. They departed in search of the sixth Dragon Ball. Though Oolong was also reluctantly included in the group that on the river, Bulma piloted a speedboat conjured from a universal capsule, carrying Sun Wukong. Xiao Wukong, and Wulong, why must we bring Wulong along? Xiao Wukong inquired, glancing at the creature seated beside him, but I wish to clarify that as well. Wulong expressed his curiosity. Sun Wukong, situated to the left of Xiao Wukong, remained silent. I find Wulong's transformation abilities rather impressive. They may prove useful during our journey, Bulma remarked, her green hair fluttering in the wind as she smiled. I don't want to go. Wulong protested vehemently. I despise traveling. Although the breeze was refreshing, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, It's so hot. I might as well sleep in my underwear tonight. Sleep in my underwear tonight? Wulong, upon hearing this, hastily changed his tune. Actually, a trip now, and then I senti so bad. Oh, Wulong. I still prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor. Sun Wukong chuckled, finding it amusing how easily Bulma could manipulate him. Xiao Wukong glanced at Wulong and, in a moment of mischief, playfully slapped Wulong's thigh repeatedly. What are you doing? That's disgusting. What's wrong with you? Wulong exclaimed in fury. If a beautiful girl had slapped his private parts, perhaps he could have accepted it. But why was this boy doing it? Sun Wukong could not contain his laughter, ensuring he kept a safe distance from Xiao Wukong. He had always been wary of Xiao Wukong potentially pulling a similar stunt on him. Although he had informed Xiao Wukong that he was male, one could never predict what the innocent, endearing and unpredictable Xiao Wukong might do at any given moment. Turns out you're a man. Xiao Wukong pointed at Wulong. Isn't it obvious? Wulong retorted, nearly exasperated, that I adore women. I loathe men. You are not permitted to touch me again, he declared loudly, pushing Xiao Wukong away. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, Bulma piloted the speedboat along the river, turning east and west as they went. The sound of the boat echoed far and wide. Is it far? Are we there yet? Xiao Wukong asked, resting his hands behind his head. Not even close. I believe it will take another 3 days. Bulma replied. Hey, where exactly are you all headed? Wulong inquired, eager to know. Explosive Bread Mountain should be around here, Bulma stated, steering the speedboat while checking a map with her other hand. What? Explosive Bread Mountain. So that is where you intend to go? Wulong's eyes bulged in surprise. Oh, you know it. Xiao Wukong asked, intrigued. Don't you all know? The Bread Mountain is exceedingly terrifying. For there resides the Bull Demon King. Wulong was taken aback. The Bull Demon King? Little Wukong expressed his confusion. What is there to fear about such a creature? Weiqiang and Wukong will surely defeat him. Bulma remarked nonchalantly. You have no idea how terrifying the Bull Demon King truly is. In summary, he is frightfully powerful. He is known as the Emperor of Demons. Wulong, with a serious expression akin to a pig, insisted, I am not jesting with you. He gestured as if to cut his throat, indicating that anyone who approaches Bread Mountain is bound to be slain. Bulma turned partly to ask, were they all killed? Wulong nodded, quite interesting indeed. Little Wukong's eyes lit up upon hearing of the Bull Demon King's prowess, igniting his interest. With a cheerful grin, he turned to Sun Wukong and declared, Weiqiang, I shall handle the Bull Demon King. Very well, Wukong. I shan't steal your monster. Sun Wukong nodded, indicating he would refrain from intervening, merely playing the role of an observer. After all, with Oolong in the roadblock from 3 days prior, he had already claimed 2 of Wukong's monsters. I tell you, I absolutely will not go. I absolutely will not go. Oolong continued to protest, and in the next moment, transform. Oolong morphed into a red fish and bid farewell, diving into the water. Chapter 15. Sun Wukong's first time? On the river's surface, Bulma, piloting the speedboat, halted, while little Wukong leaped onto the deck, gazing at the spot where Oolong had vanished beneath the waves, exclaiming, There's nothing that can be done about him. I shall retrieve him at once. Wait. Bulma attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Little Wukong quickly shed his clothes and plunged into the water, intent on capturing Oolong. With a splash, he moved with remarkable agility. Little Wukong, if you displayed such prowess in the village, I would not have to steal your monsters. Sun Wukong mused. I in the river. Oolong thought to himself. I have no desire to accompany them to their doom. What are they thinking? As a red fish, Oolong felt a sense of indignation. Halt! The moment little Wukong entered the water, he spotted Oolong. Oolong soon realized Wukong was in pursuit. What a stubborn fellow! Weiqiang is not here. Yet he has come after me. Oolong decided it was best to flee. Little Wukong chased after him, but soon lost track. He surfaced beside the speedboat. Reporting, he got away. In truth, capturing Oolong need not be such a hassle. Bulma chuckled, her voice carrying over the water. She produced the pure, white, triangular underwear that Wukong had discarded 3 days prior, hooking it onto a fishing line, proclaiming, "Look at this!" "Huh, what is that?" Little Wukong climbed aboard the speedboat. Gazing at Bulma with a bare demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the events of 3 days past, freshly discarded underwear. Bulma smiled triumphantly, as if she had everything under control. Sun Wukong could attest. He bore witness to Bulma's freshly discarded underwear, having seen it with his own eyes, just moments before little Wukong leaped into the water. "Weiqiang, turn around. Do not peek," Bulma said directly to Sun Wukong. "Why?" Sun Wukong questioned, puzzled as to why he should turn away. "What does Bulma intend?" "Just turn around, will you?" Bulma insisted. "Then tell me why." Sun Wukong pressed for an explanation. In the water, Wukong is unlikely to catch Oolong. I've devised a simple and effective method." With that, a blush crept onto Bulma's cheeks. "What method?" Sun Wukong appeared genuinely puzzled, resembling the innocently curious little Wukong. However, he subtly sensed something, feeling he was on the verge of grasping the truth, yet just shy of fully understanding. Even with his knowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative, he had forgotten much. Eventually, Bulma shyly divulged her simple and effective method to Sun Wukong. Consequently, Sun Wukong followed Bulma's instructions, turning away from her. The two stood back to back as Bulma set her plan into motion, yet she remained skeptical of Weiqiang. After all, this little rascal had been present when Wukong had stripped her of her underwear 3 days ago. Observing without intervening, Bulma had later learned from Wukong that she had reason to suspect Weiqiang's intentions were not pure, believing he would seize the opportunity to gaze upon her private parts. Furthermore, he had once joined Master Roshi in watching her without any warning while she was undressed. Bulma began to remove her outer shorts. She glanced over her shoulder to check if Weiqiang was watching. He was not. Sun Wukong had indeed turned his back. Thus, Bulma hastened her actions, and as she half-squatted and removed her white triangular underwear, she called out, "Are you done? Why so slow?" Sun Wukong, having turned back with intent, had not seen Bulma undress. Yet he heard the unmistakable sounds of her actions. Then, seizing the moment, Sun Wukong took his chance unexpectedly. To his astonishment, the outcome exceeded his expectations. From his vantage point, Bulma's enticing figure captivated his gaze. As she half-squatted, her form appeared even more alluring and rounded. Moreover, the keen-eyed Sun Wukong noticed delightful details that were rarely seen. Who could resist such a sight? Suddenly, Bulma emitted a long gasp, quickly donning her underwear once more, standing before Sun Wukong, furious, and exclaimed, "How dare you peek?" "No, absolutely not." Sun Wukong shook his head and waved his hands, claiming that he merely looked openly and did not sneak a glance. "You think I didn't TC you?" Bulma, in a fit of rage, clenched her fists at her sides and shouted, "I was merely asking if you were done. Then you need not have turned around." Bulma's chest rose and fell with her anger. "But you never said I couldn't T. I meant for you to turn around, which implied this." "Yes, you told me to turn around, and I did, but you didn't specify for how long." "I simply turned back to ask if there was a problem." "Is there a problem?" "A significant one." Yet for a moment, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. The matter was left unresolved. Thereafter, Bulma repeatedly cautioned that the plan remained unchanged, and she proceeded to remove her underwear once more. Sun Wukong, this time, refrained from intentionally peeking. He felt quite cheerful. Firstly, he believed that persistence would eventually lead to the illustrious reputation of Vegeta, which would undoubtedly include his contributions. Secondly, if he had merely followed little Wukong in taking advantage of Bulma, disregarding certain facts, his body involuntarily responding and Bulma actively lifting her skirt, this time marked his first genuine proactive endeavor. Indeed, it was rather exhilarating, The recent scene, the posture, the allure, simply exquisite, white, large, rounded, perky, beautiful. Had he simply adhered to the Dragon Ball narrative, this incident would not have occurred, resulting in a rather dull experience. Sun Wukong thought to himself. Now that he was here, perhaps, based on his familiarity with the Dragon Ball storyline, he should pursue a more interesting, thrilling, and enriched life. For instance, becoming the strongest individual on Earth, surpassing the current strongest, Master Roshi. Surpassing the future strongest, Krillin, since his body in this new life possessed remarkable martial arts talent. It must not go to waste. Sun Wukong contemplated this, unaware that his future held far more than he could fathom. Returning to the main event, Bulma cast the fishing line baited with her fresh underwear into the water. The underwear sank, and soon after, Bulma sensed a fish had taken the bait. With a swift tug, she reeled Oolong from the depths. Oolong clung tightly to Bulma's fresh underwear, refusing to let go, and was caught by little Wukong. Oh no! Oolong emitted a fish-like cry, yet its mouth clung to the fresh underwear, as if it were its most cherished treasure. What on earth are you thinking? Little Wukong mused, gazing at the red fish that was once Oolong, bewildered. Bulma, how did you know Oolong would be drawn to your underwear? Sun Wukong, fully aware, feigned ignorance. This is quite simple. Ask no further. Bulma was about to explain, but was still irked by the earlier incident. Curious? I refuse to tell you. Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly, thinking, do you believe that by telling me to ask no further, I will comply? Naive. Oh, Bulma, that's impossible. I shall show you what it means to be a man with resolve. Therefore, Sun Wukong does not inquire. He refrains from asking too many questions. Humph, I shan't utter a single word. Sun Wukong's primary concern is the broader picture. He fears that Bulma might draw her gun and shoot him indiscriminately. Up to this moment, he has yet to be struck by Bulma's gunfire. But it is clear he cannot withstand bullets like little Wukong. Sun Wukong is somewhat uncertain. He merely knows that Bulma certainly cannot endure being shot by him. He possesses self-awareness, although his body exhibits the normal reactions of a typical 12-year-old boy. He is still quite young and would find it challenging to withstand Bulma, who at 17 has already developed quite well. Chapter 16. The bizarre candy and the upset stomach underneath the azure sky and white clouds. Bulma, having caught Oolong with fresh underwear, continued onward with the trio and the pig. On the speeding boat, little Wukong brandished a fork, threatening Oolong, if you escape again, I shall cook you for dinner. All right, I will accompany you. Oolong reluctantly complied, yet he added, but Bulma's fresh underwear must be given to me. By the way, here, take this tea. That moment, Bulma turned around and handed Oolong an object. Oolong received it, and with his pig-like snout, inquired, what is this? A candy ball. As he spoke, he promptly devoured the yellow round candy that Bulma had given him. Indeed, a candy ball. Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly, knowing that soon he would discover what it truly was. Once you establish your merit, I shall gift you a pair of my fresh underwear. Bulma drew a fragrant little cake. Really? You must not go back on your word. Oolong crossed his arms defiantly. Bulma, could you also give me a candy ball? Little Wukong leaned forward. Not for you, Bulma curtly replied. Hey, Wukong, I am more popular with women than you. Oolong boasted, wearing a pig's grin. Sun Wukong simply observed, saying nothing. Oolong, oh, soon you shall discover whether you are indeed more favored by women. Before long, the boat came to a halt. Oh no, we've run out of gasoline. Bulma exclaimed as she checked the fuel gauge. Gasoline? What sort of behind is gasoline? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Fool, gasoline is a form of energy, Bulma explained. And what is energy? Little Wukong queried further. Bulma had no time to entertain him. She turned to Oolong and asked, Oolong, can you transform into gasoline? I cannot. Oolong raised his voice. Subsequently, at Bulma's suggestion, Oolong transformed into a wooden paddle, which little Wukong used to row to a nearby shore. Upon reaching the shore, little Wukong began to relieve himself, while Sun Wukong and Bulma stood with Oolong. Hey, I've assisted you, so hurry and give me the fresh underwear. Oolong, hands in pockets, expressed his desire. Your naivety in seeking a girl's fresh underwear is astounding. Bulma dismissed him. How despicable. You promised me. Oolong retorted angrily. I only need one. Bulma patted herself down. But after searching frantically, she realized her capsule containing her items was missing. In the next instant, she dashed to the riverbank, exclaiming, "It must have fallen into the river." Then, Bulma hurried back, performing a familiar gesture in Sun Weiqiang's view. She crouched down and said to Oolong, "I will give you my underwear if you quickly transform into a fish to retrieve the capsule." Oolong's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed out the dilemma. "Such a large river. Don't put me in a difficult position." "Bulma, what is wrong with you?" Little Wukong asked, bewildered. Bulma rushed back to the riverbank, kneeling beside little Wukong, her face filled with despair. "If the capsule is lost, we won't be able to move the boat, have a place to stay, or even a vehicle for transportation. We won't be able to go anywhere." "Then just walk." Little Wukong leapt onto the Nimbus, responding that if you have Nimbus, then it matters not. "But what about me? We still have hundreds of kilometers to go." Bulma rose from the grass, shouting angrily at Sun Wukong. Sun Weiqiang watched Bulma and little Wukong while discreetly observing Oolong, who was attempting to escape. He refrained from intervening. It was unnecessary, as Oolong would return obediently. Sun Weiqiang recalled this moment vividly. Why not have Oolong transform into a car to carry you? Little Wukong, seated on Nimbus, offered a rare suggestion. "How clever! I hadn't thought of that." Bulma pointed at little Wukong, her expression shifting from sorrow to joy. Sun Weiqiang. "Thus Oolong," Bulma called, and no response came. She glanced around, wondering where Oolong had gone. "That rascal has run away again," little Wukong concluded. "Oolong, come out!" Little Wukong shouted into the high sky. "Come out, Oolong! Oolong, show yourself!" Oolong hid behind a rock, huffing, "I shall not go to that terrifying bread mountain. I won't even take the fresh underwear." "Come out, Oolong! Oolong!" Little Wukong circled in the sky, calling out repeatedly, and upon seeing no sign of him, returned to report, "No good, I cannot find him at all." Bulma wore an evil grin. "Very well, if that is the case." With that, Bulma positioned her hands beside her mouth and emitted strange sounds. "Bibi, Bibi, Bibi, Bibi." Caught in the midst of it, Sun Weiqiang felt something was amiss. "Bibi, Bibi." Hiding behind the rock, Oolong was preparing to flee when he suddenly heard Bulma's voice. His expression changing dramatically. He clasped his belly, beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. Following that, he squealed like a pig, switching to clutching his backside, hastily running into the nearby tall grass to relieve himself. "Look, Oolong, you have diarrhea, haven't you?" "The candy you just ate was made by me," Bulma's voice rang out. "That candy is called BB candy. If you consume BB candy and hear the BB sound, you will have diarrhea." How could this be? In the midst of his distress, Oolong had never expected to be so foolishly tricked. "If you don't hurry back, you'll have diarrhea for the rest of your life," Bulma proclaimed triumphantly. Little Wukong brandished his Rui Bang, distancing himself from Bulma, pointing at her with furrowed brows. "You truly are a monster who uses sorcery. What nonsense are you spouting?" "I am not." Bulma, caught off guard by Sun Wukong, laughed and clarified, "The effect of that BB candy lasts only a month, but is quite potent." Bulma swiftly dispelled Sun Wukong's wariness. "That I am sorry. I shall never run away again. Please spare me." Oolong returned in a hurry. "That if you disobey again, beware that I will employ the same method against you." Bulma crossed her arms, confidently in control. "All right." Oolong obediently acquiesced, but as he turned away, he muttered under his breath, "What a despicable trick! Such a dirty tactic." Little Wukong approached Oolong, saying, "Fortunately, I did not eat that candy. Otherwise, I would be finished." Oolong, hearing this, erupted in anger, shouting at Sun Wukong, "Do you want me to swap with you?" Little Wukong mimicked Bulma's earlier actions, shouting, "BB, BB." Upon hearing this, Oolong broke into a sweat and dashed back into the grass, crying out, "Spare me." "Ah!" Little Wukong laughed heartily. Upon witnessing this, Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but chuckle. Joining in with a "BB, BB," Oolong, overwhelmed, pleaded, "Please spare me. I shall never run away again, truly." "To stop the BB. It hurts my backside." "Ha ha ha ha." Little Wukong was in stitches, rolling on the grass, flailing about. Sun Weiqiang also succumbed to laughter for a moment, as the little lecherous pig found himself in a BB predicament, utterly clueless about the pain of his backside. Hee hee hee, Bulma chuckled wickedly. Let us see if you dare to run away again. Chapter 17. The Wilderness. Lepin and Puyalu after Oolong had relieved himself and rested for a while. Oolong, now transform into a motorcycle for me to ride, Bulma commanded. Understood. Transformation. Oolong replied that this a motorcycle. Your understanding is rather outdated. Bulma stepped forward, leaving a poor review to not nitpick. Just hurry up and get on. Oolong, now resembling an electric bike, urged. Fine, it's better than walking. Bulma plopped down. However, upon sitting down, she inadvertently flattened Oolong. You must hold yourself up. I do not permit you to lie down. Bulma spoke sternly. How heavy? Oolong let out an involuntary exclamation and replied. What can I do? I can only change my appearance. My strength remains the same as before. After finishing his words, Oolong transformed back into a small white pig and continued. Moreover, each transformation can only last for 5 minutes, after which I must rest for a minute, compared to a motorcycle. If I were to turn into a pair of underwear, I would have no problem at all. Oolong held up a finger confidently and declared, Just now, your underwear got soaked in the river. And since you have no underwear to wear, I am the most confident in transforming into a pair. Transform. With Oolong's command, he morphed into a pair of pink triangular panties, and on the front there was a face he had transformed into, which cheerfully said, Don't be shy. Go ahead and wear me. Bulma was furious. Can you even wear what you've transformed into? She slapped Oolong hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. I guess I'll have to walk, said the small Goku, peering down from his nimbus cloud at the beleaguered Oolong. Oolong is so weak that even Bulma can't handle him. What a feeble little pig. Sun Weiqiang offered an objective assessment. Under the scorching sun, Sun Weiqiang and his companions, along with Oolong, traversed a desolate wilderness, stopping to rest at a certain spot. Not too far away lay a cave, known as Qianshui Bailian. At the entrance of the cave, Puyalu spotted them through binoculars and hurried inside to report. Young Master Lepin, an opportunity to make money has arisen. Puyalu returned to the cave, taking a seat at a wooden chair around a round table, and recounted what he had seen. It's been a long time since any prey has passed by. Hearing this, Lepin's spirits lifted. Puyalu, let's go meet them. Yes, young Master Lepin. Puyalu nodded affirmatively. Outside the cave, 2 boys and a pig appeared to have little money. With his hair flowing in the wind, Lepin observed through his binoculars and remarked, but who knows, they might have universal capsules. Puyalu reminded him that on the other side. Oolong, patting his belly beneath his clothing, said, I'm hungry too. I'll go see if there's anything to eat. Goku stood up, volunteering, and added a question. Do you like pork? How could I possibly like that? Oolong jumped up in anger, glaring at Sun Wukong. Goku, you're going to make me die laughing. Sun Weiqiang chuckled heartily to tea that moment. A noise emanated from a distance, where dust was swirling. What is that? Oolong inquired. It's Lepin and Puyalu, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Before long, Lepin and Puyalu appeared before Sun Weiqiang and the others. Who are you? Goku asked. Lepin, with a sword at his waist, dismounted from his flying vehicle and replied, I am Lepin, the bandit who dominates this wasteland. I am Puyalu. Puyalu introduced himself as well. Since you are still children, I do not wish to bully the weak. If you want to live, hand over your money and universal capsules. Lepin gestured with his right hand. That aren't you the crybaby Puyalu? Oolong pointed at Puyalu. Puyalu recognized him too. You know each other? Lepin asked. Yes, it's that Oolong who used to bully me when we attended the southern kindergarten. Puyalu briefly explained it is unforgivable for a young pig to bully the weak. Puyalu, I will avenge you, Lepin declared confidently. Aren't you the one who is bullying the weak? Oolong retorted, hiding behind Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. Young Master Lepin, Oolong is the pig who was expelled from kindergarten for trying to steal the female teacher's underwear. Puyalu revealed. Then he is truly beyond redemption, Lepin remarked. Pervert, I despise you the most, Puyalu proclaimed loudly, sticking out his tongue at Oolong. That detestable fellow, you remind me of unpleasant memories, Oolong said, fists clenched, eyes wide with anger. I think you're just about the same as before. Goku turned his head and commented. Enough about the past. Hurry up and hand over your valuables and universal capsules. Lepin reiterated his demand. Hey, Goku, did Weiqiang say you were stronger than him? Is that true? Oolong asked. I don't know. I haven't fought Weiqiang, but I am very strong, Goku replied honestly. With that question, Oolong felt more assured and jumped out from behind the two suns, pointing at Lepin, and declared, we don't have any universal capsules to give you. I suggest you escape quickly while you still haven't been hurt. Oolong shook his finger with one hand on his hip. Do you want to take a trip to heaven? Lepin unsheathed his sword, the blinding light reflecting off the blade in the sunlight. Young Master Lepin, defeat them. Puiala cheered, bouncing around in excitement. Oolong had already taken off from the battlefield. Behind the cover of a rock, he whispered, Goku, the next part is up to you. Why must I defeat him? Is he a bad person? Goku pointed at Lepin and turned back to ask, did you not hear what we said? He wants to kill us, Oolong shouted. Why do you want to kill us? Goku asked directly. This person is a fool. Lepin was caught off guard by the question. Sun Wukong, who was familiar with Goku, felt that he too would be stumped if he were in the same position. Weiqiang, leave it to me to resolve, Goku said earnestly to Sun Wukong. All right, Sun Wukong replied, clasping his hands behind his head and sauntering away. He feared that if they continued to chatter, he might lose control and resort to violence, just as he did with Oolong. I said all right. Oolong asked nervously that it's fine, even if Goku can't handle it. Weiqiang is still here, he reassured himself. Remembering the time he was knocked down by Weiqiang, he felt much more at ease, his tense body relaxing. Oolong heard a faint sound. Turning around, in a somewhat shaded area where the sunlight did not reach, he saw Bulma lying on the ground asleep. How infuriating. She can still sleep. Sun Weiqiang approached and remarked, Bulma is sleeping soundly. Just look at that full and alluring chest, rising and falling rhythmically. She is clearly in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, a battle broke out between Goku and Lepin. Chapter 18. Lepin versus Little Goku. Prepare to face me. Lepin tossed his sword sheath into the air and quickly advanced, swinging his sword down. Goku dodged and jumped behind him. Lepin turned to pursue, delivering another strike. Goku evaded once more, and Lepin was just in time to halt his sword, or he would have struck Puialu's small frame, who was shielded by Goku. Puialu fainted from fright. Ah! Lepin shouted, gathering his strength for another attack. Yeah! Goku pulled out his power pole and struck down. Clang! Lepin's sword blocked the descending blow from Goku's pole. After a direct collision, they both retreated. Power pole extend! Goku exclaimed. And the pole he held gleamed, rapidly elongating, faster than Lepin could react. Although they had created some distance, it was only a few meters. Caught off guard, Lepin was struck in the abdomen by the extended power pole. Clang, 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 as the sword slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground. Lepin was sent flying. Upon landing, bang! Lepin's body hit the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The awakened Puialu worriedly called out. Young Master Lepin, incredible, that kid is really strong. Oolong exclaimed, astonished. Did I not mention it before? Goku is stronger than me. Sun Weiqiang remarked calmly that in truth, he too was unsure of how an actual fight between him and Goku would turn out. Who would be stronger or weaker? Nonetheless, Goku was undoubtedly Sun Weiqiang's favorite character in the Dragon Ball world, a cherished memory from his childhood before he traversed into this realm, in this world. Goku was the future he wished to embrace tightly. Hey little one, where did you get your pole? Lepin, clutching his abdomen, stood before Goku and inquired. It was left to me by my late grandfather. Goku answered candidly. What? Lepin was astonished, realizing that there was only one person in the world who possessed a pole that could extend and retract. What is your grandfather's name? Lepin asked. My grandfather's name. Little Wukong recited a verse and informed Lepin. My grandfather's name is Sun Wukong. Lepin replied, Indeed, it is he that I have heard that Sun Wukong is an unparalleled master in martial arts. Unmatched by anyone so. You are the grandson of that illustrious Sun Wukong. No wonder you possess such strength. I had underestimated you. I have heard of his fame, but I never anticipated that his grandson would be so formidable. Oolong remarked, I have not only heard of him, I have seen him several times. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Sun Wukong, with his right hand gripping the Rui stick and his left hand resting on his belly, murmured, I am quite hungry. Lepin assumed an aggressive stance, his gaze fixed, having not encountered an equally matched opponent in a long time. Swiftly, he charged forward, shouting, Wolf Fong Gale Fist. As Lepin approached with ferocity, little Wukong remained momentarily dazed. With a resounding thud, a kick sent Sun Wukong flying, while Lepin unleashed a barrage of clawed strikes upon him. For a fleeting moment, little Wukong was utterly defenseless. In a brief span, Lepin unleashed a flurry of attacks, culminating in a staggering blow that sent little Wukong hurtling away, crashing into several stone pillars behind him. Boom! 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 The sound of destruction echoed as the natural cover supported by the stone pillars crumbled, burying little Wukong beneath a heap of rubble, his fate uncertain. Dust billowed into the sky, and the ground trembled. Sun Weiqiang observed calmly. Unfazed, he recalled that little Wukong had succumbed to defeat here due to his hunger. However, it was not a significant issue. He need not intervene, for once Bulma awakened, the matter would be resolved. Glancing at the still slumbering Bulma, Sun Weiqiang pondered. Oolong, in shock, exclaimed loudly, seemingly anxious that Lepin might not hear. Young Master Lepin, you truly are the strongest in the world. I am thoroughly convinced. Lepin turned to Oolong that didn't come any closer. Oolong raised his hands in a panic, fearful for his life. Transform. Oolong morphed into a fly and fled. If even Wukong had been bested by Lepin, he believed that Weiqiang, who considered himself weaker than Wukong, was also unreliable, prompting his escape to, "Don't let him get away. Pursue." Lepin commanded, pointing at Oolong, addressing Puyalu beside him. Yes, Puyalu transformed into a fly swatter and caught up with Oolong, striking him down with precision. "That hurts." Oolong cried in pain, plummeting to the ground and reverting to his original form as a small white pig. "How dare you go to such extremes?" Oolong seethed while sitting on the ground, glaring fiercely at Puyalu, who had also reverted to his original form, hovering nearby. "This is the retribution for how you used to bully me." Puyalu declared triumphantly. "Enough. If you wish to avoid further pain, hand over the money and the universal capsule," Lepin demanded, standing before Oolong. "I understand." Oolong acquiesced reluctantly, rising from the ground and turning to rummage through his pockets. Muttering, "How infuriating! This is my special treasure." Oolong produced a capsule of size M, exclaiming, "This is an extravagant capsule for a little brat to travel with. It could fetch a good price," just as Lepin spoke. The ruins began to stir, and soon little Wukong emerged from the debris. "I am so hungry," he lamented, clutching his belly with a woeful expression. "You scoundrel! That blow earlier was truly severe." Little Wukong approached Lepin menacingly. "You are still alive?" Lepin questioned, incredulous. "Do you wish to receive another taste of my Wolf Fong Gale Fist? I've decided to challenge you to a game of rock, paper, scissors," little Wukong declared, striking a combat pose. In an instant, the two collided, fists meeting fists, a clash of might. However, the one claiming to play rock, paper, scissors, little Wukong, disregarded martial ethics, thrusting his empty right hand like scissors directly into Lepin's eyes, striking true. Seizing the opportunity, he followed up with a powerful slap from his left hand, sending Lepin flying. "Damn it!" Lepin shouted as he fell to the ground, covering his eyes, and once more dashed forward, executing the Wolf Fong Gale Fist. "I am so hungry. I lack the strength to fight." Little Wukong thought momentarily before a surge of power erupted within him, only to quickly fade, cowering behind another stone pillar. Oolong whispered in fear. "You are only provoking him further." Sun Weiqiang continued to observe quietly, anticipating that Bulma would awaken momentarily, should unforeseen circumstances arise and she fail to awaken. Then he would take action, as for any subsequent ramifications. That could be dealt with later. Sun Weiqiang shifted his gaze to Bulma, noticing her eyelashes fluttering slightly. With a smile, he realized he would not need to intervene, as Lepin advanced menacingly toward little Wukong, preparing to unleash a fierce assault. At that critical moment, Bulma finally stirred awake, sitting up and rubbing her eyes, exclaiming, "How noisy! It's so raucous! How can anyone sleep?" Lepin halted his advance, fortuitously finding himself face to face with Bulma. Stalemated, Lepin's face flushed crimson as he collapsed to the ground. "Young Master Lepin." Puyalu rushed over. "Pupilu, we must withdraw for now," Lepin instructed. "Yes," Puyalu complied, As they piloted the flying vehicle away, Lepin's voice echoed, "Mark my words. I will acquire that capsule." What happened? Why did he suddenly change like that? Oolong emerged from behind the pillar, confusion evident on his face. Meeting Lepin's gaze for a moment, Bulma stood up, pointing in a certain direction, cheerfully asking, "Hey, who was that person just now?" He was quite handsome. Chapter 19. The matters inside and outside the RV. Lepin and Puyalu returned to the forge and fire cave. How infuriating! I had no idea there was a woman among us. Young Master Lepin, are you truly afraid of women? Lepin slammed his fist on the round table, exclaiming vehemently, "This cannot continue. I become anxious whenever I see a woman that I do not dislike them. Yet, no, even with a woman present, I shall seize that capsule. Inside the RV created from a universal capsule. Why haven't you taken out the universal capsule for the RV you have? How stingy," Bulma complained, lounging on the long sofa. Oolong remarked, looking at Wukong and Weiqiang, "Why are you two eating so ravenously?" "I am hungry," little Wukong replied, gnawing on a large meat leg. "Same here," Sun Wukong echoed. Bulma, fiddling with her hair, remarked after traversing such dusty places, "My hair is nearly dried out. Is there a bathroom here?" she inquired, looking at Oolong. "Over there," Oolong directed her. "It's so small," Bulma criticized, realizing she could only shower with a handheld showerhead. "Still complaining. Thanks to me. There's a place to bathe," Oolong's pig-like head retorted. "Does this room supply hot water?" Bulma asked. "Of course. Not only hot water, but there's also soap and shampoo," Oolong replied angrily. "What do you take me for? Do you think I can't afford hot water?" "Ah," Oolong, noticing Bulma with her hands on her hips, questioned, "What are you looking for?" "A peeping hole," Bulma admitted without hesitation. "How could there be such a thing?" Oolong asserted firmly, "Yes, that's so. You must not peek. Understand?" Bulma turned around, hands on hips, finger pointing at Oolong, her expression becoming stern. "Yes," Oolong replied, chuckling. "Peeking? My ambitions are not so small." That night, Lord Pilaf, we have located them. Xiaowu and Ashu were each operating machines near the RV where Sun Wukong and his companions were. Xiaowu was on a call with Pilaf. "All right, commence the operation plan. Failure is not an option," Pilaf instructed. "Understood." Xiaowu concluded the call. "Let's go." She and Ashu exited the machines, moving closer to the RV, soon arriving at the side of the vehicle. Ashu retrieved a time bomb, set the timer, peeled off the outer layer of the special tape, crouched down, and prepared to install the bomb under the car. After a few seconds, thud, thud, thud. Xiaowu heard approaching footsteps and whispered, "Someone is coming." She tapped Ashu on the back, urging him, "Are you almost done?" "What are you doing?" Ashu turned to face Xiaowu, saying, "Look, the bomb is stuck to my hand. You need to remove it quickly." Xiaowu exclaimed in alarm, "I can't get it off." Axiu sought to detach the time bomb from his left hand, yet it was firmly affixed. How frustrating. "I took my leave first." Xiaowu opted for self-preservation in the face of calamity. The moment the words left her lips, she slipped away. "Wait a moment." Axiu pursued her. Meanwhile, Lepin and Puyalu had arrived beneath a certain large tree. It resembled a caravan. It turned out that the versatile capsule was indeed for the caravan. Lepin pondered, "This would make it difficult to seize." Puyalu remarked, "In any case, according to the plan, you will enter shortly, locate that woman, and lure her out to as long as she is absent. Victory is assured," Lepin stated confidently. Inside the caravan, Wulong, Sun Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang were seated together on a long sofa. "I wonder if that thief will come tonight." Wulong inquired, "I am not afraid of him. Having satisfied my hunger and fatigue, I am certain I would not lose in a confrontation." Sun Wukong rested his hands behind his head. "Indeed, I believe a well-fed Wukong can triumph over Lepin." Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement. You truly wish to venture to Bread Mountain? It is a rather fearsome place. What exactly do you intend to do there?" Wulong pressed further. "There are Dragon Balls there," Sun Wukong replied. Dragon Balls? What are those?" Wulong asked curiously. "I possess a Dragon Ball. Allow me to show you." Sun Wukong said, producing the Dragon Ball he carried with him. Is this truly a Dragon Ball?" Wulong scrutinized it with his pig-like eyes at that moment. Sun Weiqiang was lost in thought. Bulma is taking a shower. And now that Lepin is not her boyfriend, he is in for a visual treat. To be honest, Sun Weiqiang also wished to sneak a peek, fully embodying his motto, "If you can see it, why not? If you have seen it, you will want to see it again." Had he not been distracted by the alluring peaks of the mountain scenery, he might have encountered Lepin and gotten into a scuffle. Instead, he had long sought an opportunity to slip out and peek through the bathroom window. Bulma, fully exposed, he had scrutinized every detail, leaving nothing unseen, or perhaps he could boldly repeat his earlier antics and help Bulma with her shower. But alas, the bathroom door was locked. What a pity such a splendid opportunity wasted, Sun Weiqiang mused. Inside the steamy bathroom, the showerhead sprayed hot water over Bulma. In good spirits, she hummed a tune, thoroughly enjoying her bath. Outside the caravan, Lepin and Puyalu had arrived at the side of the vehicle. It seemed as if they heard a woman's voice. Lepin discerned faintly. If the other two are asleep, it would be considerably easier to draw her out. Puyalu suggested, "Let me take a look." Standing up from his crouch position, Lepin happened to glance at the exact moment Bulma turned around, her figure fully exposed before him. In an instant, Lepin was left dumbstruck. His senses overwhelmed, as if confronted with the most terrifying sight imaginable. Completely paralyzed by shock, he trembled uncontrollably. "Lepin, what is the matter with you?" Puyalu inquired anxiously upon witnessing Lepin's reaction. Inside the bathroom, Bulma, lowering her chin while washing her lathered hair, sensed something and lifted her head to gaze toward the bathroom window. What was that sound? Lepin and Puyalu covered their mouths tightly. Moments passed. This is truly a nightmare. I have witnessed the most magnificent sight in the world. Lepin's eyebrows shot up, his eyes wide, his body curled tightly, fists clenched. What? Lepin, what did you see? Puyalu asked, curiosity piqued. Just then, another voice echoed from within the caravan. It was the voice of the little ghost. Lepin and Puyalu shifted their positions to eavesdrop on the conversation. "That's so. If we collect all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Shenron, any wish we make will be granted." "Isn't that wonderful? Any wish at all?" "Yes, Bulma said so." "How many have you collected so far?" 5. Thus, the 6th must be at Bread Mountain. "Puyalu," Lepin whispered, signaling to go that way. Yes, they approached a large tree not far away. "Lepin, you heard everything they just said, right?" Puyalu. "Indeed," Lepin, filled with excitement, exclaimed. "They said any wish could be fulfilled." Puyalu. "Exactly. All right, I want to ask Shenron for a physique that allows me to meet women without feeling shy." Lepin's eyes sparkled with ambition. Puyalu collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Inside the caravan, Wulong and Sun Wukong continued their conversation. "As of now, I'm not particularly interested in the Dragon Balls." "Why?" "Because I'm only interested in women. Other things are inconsequential." "Then why not simply ask Shenron to deliver women to you?" "Oh, right. How could I forget that approach?" Wulong chuckled at Sun Wukong's reminder, secretly thinking, "I could ask Shenron to send me the cutest girl in the world." "No, the freshest underwear of the cutest girl. Why are you so fond of girls?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled at a mere child. Wulong's pig-like eyes revealed disdain. "Women are not like that, you know?" Sun Wukong attempted to explain further. But just then, clad in a towel, Bulma emerged from the bathroom, playfully smacking Sun Wukong on the head. "What nonsense are you talking about? The absence of that is not a secret." Sun Wukong rubbed his head where Bulma had struck him. Sun Weiqiang, nearby, tried to stifle laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is no longer a secret. Ui, the flying turtle, the sea turtle came Sanin, Lepin. We have all seen it. Who knows if there were others, non-human, who have seen it before?" Chapter 20. Matters inside and outside the caravan. 2. How about it? "Having just finished bathing, would you like a glass of ice juice?" Wulong asked Bulma, retrieving something from the fridge, aside from being lecherous. "You seem to be quite a decent person," Bulma commended him. The remark about being lecherous should be omitted. Wulong said, handing Bulma a glass of ice juice. "Thank you." Bulma accepted it and began to drink. Wulong watched Bulma, savoring the juice, secretly smiling, as half of his plan had succeeded. Sun Wukong also took a glass of ice juice from Wulong, and upon taking a sip, he exclaimed, "This is quite sweet." Sticking out his tongue, Wulong similarly prepared a glass for Sun Weiqiang. Although Sun Weiqiang was aware that Wulong had laced the juice with drugs, he could not recall the specifics of what it was. But he knew it would induce sleep on the surface. Sun Weiqiang pretended to sip, but in reality, he discreetly turned away and spat the juice into a small plastic bag he had prepared earlier, ensuring he would not inform Bulma and Sun Wukong before they consumed the drug juice. Sun Weiqiang had contemplated this decision carefully, for he knew that informing them would likely result in Wulong facing a barrage of anger and a beating, and he could not predict what changes might ensue. After all, tonight's visitors included not only Lepin and Puyalu, but also Axiu and Xiao. Conversely, could Sun Weiqiang seize the opportunity to do something outrageous? That was what he longed to witness. His gaze fell upon Bulma's alluring form enveloped in a towel, and he was filled with anticipation. Wulong could see her, and now that Lepin is not Bulma's boyfriend, I can see her too. As Sun Weiqiang's thoughts swirled, Wulong was telling Sun Wukong, after drinking this juice, your strength will increase. Really? Sun Wukong downed it in one go. He then asked, Wulong, why aren't you drinking? Wulong replied, I already had some earlier. Bulma yawned and said, suddenly, I feel sleepy. Where is the bed? She looked toward Wulong. Wulong, just climb up the stairs and you'll find it. Bulma, is that so? She ascended the stairs, reminding the two and the pig below, you all must sleep down here. Wulong, if you try anything while I'm asleep, I'll make you have an upset stomach again. Wulong, I understand. Also, the clothes I need for tomorrow must be washed clean by morning. Wulong again confirmed. Understood. With that, Bulma finally made her way upstairs. What a shame. With such a perfect figure, she possesses such a foul temper. I wonder how her parents raised her. Wulong jested to himself. Not long after, Sun Wukong, seated on the long sofa, succumbed to slumber, and Sun Weiqiang, sitting beside him, fell asleep as well. The sedative hidden within their fruit juice had begun to take effect. Once they were deep in sleep, I planned to indulge myself thoroughly with this woman, Bulma. Wulong chuckled to himself. Outside the RV, in another area, Xiao Wu and Xiao were in a state of agitation akin to ants on a hot pan. Xiao Wu inquired, is it not yet ready? Xiao replied, no, it cannot be stopped. In 1 more minute, it will explode. What to do? What should we do now? The dreadful news nearly petrified Xiao Wu, who kept her distance from Xiao, hiding behind a tree. You ask me, but whom shall I ask? Xiao's right hand clung tightly to the timer for the bomb, pressing buttons here and there in a desperate attempt to avert disaster. After a flurry of operations, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. What happened? Are you all right? Xiao Wu peered out from behind the tree. I have reset the explosion timer. It will not detonate before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Xiao stated, gazing at the timer in his hands. Inside the RV, upon witnessing the state of the two on the sofa, Wulong thought to himself, it appears the drug has fully taken effect. With a mischievous expression, he approached the staircase. Eyeing the entrance above, he stealthily ascended the stairs, chuckling to himself. Through a transparent window of the RV, Lu Ping and Puyalu observed the scene inside. Puyalu, transform into a key. All right, transformation. Lu Ping inserted the key that Puyalu had morphed into the RV door, turning it to unlock. And they entered on the upper level of the RV. Wulong had just pulled back the thin blanket covering Bulma, who lay on her side, blissfully unaware. The beauty lay before him, but he had no time to admire. Suddenly, he heard a noise. What is that sound? Downstairs, Lu Ping stood before the two sleeping figures, exclaiming, what useless creatures! They've fallen asleep. He glanced at the staircase, asking, is that woman and the pig upstairs? Puyalu replied. It is possible that Lu Ping pointed at Sun Wukong and swiftly adjusted the plan, saying, Puyalu, take on the appearance of that little brat and lure the woman and that pig outside. Understood. Transformation. Puyalu morphed into a likeness of Sun Wukong. The development was still quite similar to the original Dragon Ball plot. Sun Weiqiang feigned sleep, listening intently to Lu Ping and Puyalu's conversation, contemplating his next move that he merely needed to bide his time until the opportune moment arose. Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but imagine Bulma sleeping naked right beneath his eyelids. Haha, Vegeta. Oh, Vegeta, if in the future you still manage to roll in a bed with Bulma, I shall have played a significant role in it. Sun Weiqiang's thoughts drifted to the Scion Prince, Vegeta. Although he harbored thoughts about Bulma, they were merely fleeting glances, devoid of aspirations for deeper connections. Little did Sun Weiqiang know that soon he would not merely be a spectator. He had not envisioned any profound interactions, yet beyond mere observation, he could engage in other activities. After hearing a sound, Yulong pondered, could they be waking up? In a panic, he crouched at the top of the stairs. Peering down to his astonishment, he saw Sun Wukong ascending the stairs. How can this be? I administered the strongest sedative. Yulong was incredulous. What should I do? If Wukong reveals what I am doing here to Bulma, I will surely meet a terrible fate. Yulong panicked. Then, an idea struck him. He hurriedly covered Bulma with the blanket. Transformation. Yulong morphed into Bulma's form, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. His height had diminished significantly, rendering him a rather matronly version of Bulma. Wukong, you're still awake, he said, looking at the approaching Sun Wukong. Where's Yulong? The Sun Wukong, transformed by Pu Yalu, looked around but could not find Yulong. Yulong just went for a walk. The faux Bulma claimed that, yes, that's so. The faux Sun Wukong responded, by the way, I have something very important to discuss with you. Shall we go outside? Very well, the faux Bulma acquiesced. Little did Yulong know that as he descended the stairs, the real Bulma, sleeping on her side beneath the blanket, had turned over at IC. Yulong went out for a walk. Why must you make such a racket? The faux Bulma and faux Sun Wukong descended the stairs. Heading outside, the pig went out for a walk as well, but something seems amiss. That woman really so short. Never mind, let us find the Dragon Balls first. Ping, hiding with the slumbering Sun Wukong beneath the staircase, thought to himself as he ascended the stairs. Sun Wukong was carelessly left on the floor. Sun Weiqiang, who had been asleep on the long sofa, opened his eyes, revealing a grin akin to that of a dragon king. Go on, Ping, blind yourself with the sight. After you're done, it will be my turn. Chapter 21. Events inside and outside the RV. Ping reached the upper level, his attention immediately drawn to a particular spot on the bed. What is that bulging thing? He approached for a closer look. Did you think no one would notice? I shall take the Dragon Ball. Leaning down, Ping reached for the bulging Dragon Ball, only to find it squishy to the touch. Why is it so soft? He wondered, pulling back the blanket. What met his gaze left him reeling. Ping screamed in terror. Meanwhile, outside the RV, what do you want from me? We've been walking for so long. Just speak, the faux Bulma inquired. We should be about there, fine. I will tell you that the faux Wukong has turned back into Pu Yalu. The faux Bulma's eyes bulged in disbelief, utterly taken aback that it was Pu Yalu who had transformed into Sun Wukong to deceive her. I'm sorry, you were tricked, Pu Yalu apologized. The faux Bulma transformed back into Yulong, pointing at Pu Yalu. You dare to cause trouble. Yulong? Pu Yalu's eyes widened in shock, never expecting the woman he had lured out would be Yulong in disguise. At that moment, Pu Yalu suddenly heard a familiar voice from inside the RV. Young Master Ping. He quickly flew over to investigate what was happening and why Ping had screamed so loudly. Upon arriving at the RV, he found Ping collapsed on the floor. Pu Yalu was startled by Ping's appearance. Young Master Ping. Ping's mouth drooled, his eyes glazed over, mumbling, one big round ball. Two big round balls, so soft, so soft. I grabbed one big round ball. Young Master Ping, pull yourself together, Pu Yalu urged with concern. Hey, don't run. Yulong chased after them. At a turn, he spotted Ping. Pu Yalu was leading Ping away, who continued to mutter, one big round ball, two big round balls, so soft, so soft. I grabbed one big round ball, appearing utterly dazed. What are they up to? Yulong watched as they gradually moved away. Not daring to intervene, Ping exited the RV. Sun Weiqiang, filled with excitement, rushed upstairs. Finally my turn has come. Upon reaching the upper level, Sun Weiqiang's eyes widened in delight. There lay Bulma, reclining on the bed, her upper body completely exposed to the air. Sun Weiqiang stood frozen in disbelief. Although he had barged into the bathroom a week prior to help Bulma bathe, she had been submerged in bubbles, rendering her tantalizing form obscured. The stark contrast now was undeniable. Bulma lay before him, naked and unguarded, a sight he had not yet beheld. Weiqiang, oh Weiqiang, you have seized and observed, yet after your gaze you do not cover Bulma. Truly, Sun Weiqiang shakes his head as he approaches the slumbering Bulma, scrutinizing her with great attention. To speak candidly, the sight before him is overwhelmingly impactful, igniting a fervent heat within Sun Wukong, leaving his throat parched. He swallows hard, moistening his throat. With a deliberate motion, he lifts the quilt aside, fully revealing Bulma to his eyes. Although he has glimpsed portions of her form on several occasions, the allure remains irresistible. Long legs, a slender waist, ample bosom, delicate shoulders, striking features, and azure hair. Sun Wukong scans from left to right, and then from right to left again, and oh wonder, even the future Vegeta falls for Bulma. Her allure is indeed undeniable, and at merely 17, she is already extraordinarily captivating. Point 1, can only imagine how much more enticing she could become with maturity. Sun Wukong muses. Goku has touched her, Weiqiang has seized her. And surely, I too can. He finds a self-justifying rationale for his forthcoming actions. Afterward, he did not anticipate the extent of his actions toward Bulma, despite having engaged in numerous escapades prior. Arriving in the Dragon Ball world, it feels as though the demons within his heart have been unleashed. Sun Wukong opens his eyes, a youthful visage revealing a playful grin, showcasing a set of pearly whites. Meanwhile, Oolong returns to the RV, his pig-like eyes scanning the surroundings, yet failing to find Weiqiang. Where is Weiqiang? Why is he missing? He only spots Goku sprawled on the floor beneath the staircase. How peculiar. Where could he possibly be? Has he awakened? Could it be? Oolong glances toward the staircase. Soon, Sun Wukong, with his back turned, speaks to Oolong. You're back. Weiqiang, you truly have awakened? Oolong exclaims, astonished. Upon ascending the stairs, he unexpectedly discovers Weiqiang and the sight of Bulma, completely exposed on the bed, albeit partially obscured by Weiqiang. What do you think? Sun Wukong responds to Oolong's inquiry. Oolong feels a twinge of guilt, wondering if Weiqiang has uncovered his clandestine actions. Approaching cautiously, he probes, do you know? Sun Wukong glances at him, smiling and nodding. Since you asked, I shall tell you that, oh no. Oolong feels a chill run through him. Please do not mention this to Bulma. Rest assured I shall not. Oolong gazes into Weiqiang's face, attempting to decipher the truth in his words. Moments later, he expresses his gratitude. Thank you. Naturally, Sun Wukong has no intention of revealing anything to Bulma. How could I explain? I am aware that Oolong slipped something into the fruit juice. But I want to disclose that it resulted in the slumbering Bulma being forcefully grasped by Weiqiang. However, Sun Wukong ponders that if Bulma were to discover Weiqiang's actions, she might actually find joy in it. Considering this from Bulma's perspective, the tall and handsome Weiqiang's firm grasp on her bosom could indeed elicit a feeling of shyness. Perhaps she might contemplate how to sneakily touch him while he sleeps. Not just one bosom, but the other as well. Or, Bulma might declare, now that you're here, why not stay the night? I have more than just one pair of ample bosoms to offer. Even more audaciously, she might exclaim, look, I shall reveal everything to you. As dawn breaks, Bulma, wrapped in a thin quilt, descends, murmuring, how strange, I feel rather foggy-headed. She turns to Oolong and asks, have you washed my clothes? Now is not the time for such trivial matters. Oolong replies from the driver's seat of the RV. What? You consider that trivial? What do you mean? I have no clothes to wear, Bulma retorts in anger. Oolong counters, last night, Weiqiang and his companions ambushed us, did you know? Weiqiang, the tall and handsome one. What are you saying? We should be welcoming him. Bulma's demeanor shifts instantly, her face lighting up with infatuation. I was not mistaken last night. Absolutely not. Sun Wukong's previous thoughts are further confirmed. You are truly naive. Oolong feels hopeless. What do you mean by that? Bulma glares at Oolong. The newly awakened Goku appears less than energetic, silent alongside Sun Wukong as they observe the tension between the man and the pig. Outside, Ashu reattaches a timed bomb beneath the RV before departing with Xiaowu. What? We haven't acquired it yet. Wasn't the plan to secure it by 10 last night? Yes, I apologize. This morning at 8, we will definitely obtain it. 8. There must be no further mistakes. Understood. Xiaowu and Ashu remain nearby, observing the situation as she concludes a call with King Pilaf. Chapter 22. Goku versus Weiqiang. Oolong. What is this outfit? Wearing such attire makes you look utterly foolish. Bulma appears before Sun Wukong and the others, clad in the bunny girl costume Oolong prepared for her. What can I do? It's the only outfit I've left, Oolong responds irritably, adding, you complain endlessly. Yet you seem rather pleased with it. Honestly, I cannot fathom how you were raised. Only a middle-aged man could rival your lewdness. Bulma crosses her arms defiantly, that you're not much better. Oolong stands his ground against Bulma's accusations. Emboldened by his previous encounters, I'm so full, so very full, Goku exclaims, seated on the long purple sofa, thoroughly satisfied. Sun Wukong does not indulge as Goku does, having only a small portion. Shortly thereafter, Oolong drives the RV forward. Along the way, they discuss Weiqiang, and as if conjured by name, he appears. What is that? Goku suddenly points out the window from the passenger seat. Weiqiang, he is back. Oolong turns to look. Sun Wukong glances out another window to see Weiqiang and his companions in their vehicle. With Puyalu at the wheel. Why have they returned? Sun Wukong cannot recall the events of the previous night, only that Oolong's RV encountered an issue on the road. The specifics escape him. That handsome guy is back? Bulma exclaims, her excitement evident as she covers her flushed face with her hands. Weiqiang crouches atop his vehicle, a rocket launcher slung over his shoulder, aiming at his target. Ready to fire. Where is he? Bulma eagerly leans against the window, searching for Weiqiang, but instead facing an incoming projectile, it's a missile. Boom! The missile strikes precisely. Oolong struggles to maintain control of the RV, bringing it to a halt alongside Sun Wukong and Goku as they disembark. What do you want? You fiend! Goku demands fiercely. Sun Wukong first surveys the wrecked vehicle, then addresses Weiqiang, declaring, are you itching for trouble? Young Master Weiqiang, it seems that woman has fainted. Puyalu, wearing black-framed glasses, informs him. Weiqiang nods, leveling his rocket launcher at Sun Wukong and the others, threateningly stating, you three better hand over the Dragon Balls. How does he know about the Dragon Balls? Oolong wonders. Fool, didn't he come last night? He must have been eavesdropping on your conversation with Goku. Sun Wukong shoots a glare at Oolong that if you don't comply, I'll make you taste pain. Weiqiang threatens once more that I refuse to give it to you. Goku taunts, pulling his lips back and sticking out his tongue playfully. The next moment, Goku charges at Weiqiang. Idiot, do you wish to be killed by Weiqiang? Oolong attempts to intervene. Don't worry. Goku is not so easily defeated. Sun Wukong assures calmly. It seems that little brat wants to exchange blows with me again. Weiqiang observes, handing his rocket launcher to Puyalu. Kid, do you wish to experience my Wolfang fist? Weiqiang shouts, I lost yesterday because I was too hungry, but now I'm full. Goku replies, his spirits soaring. Bang! The two engage in combat, exchanging blows, yet within mere exchanges. Weiqiang is knocked down by Goku's kick. We won! Oolong exclaims joyfully. Sun Wukong remains silent, aware that a well-fed Goku is no match for Weiqiang. How about it? Do you wish to continue? Goku inquires. Curse it! Weiqiang rose from the ground, his right hand brushing against the corner of his mouth, which had been struck, gradually feeling the pain. Young Master Weiqiang, Puyalu rushed over, witnessing Weiqiang's condition, and transformed. He morphed into a mirror. Upon gazing into it, Weiqiang not only discovered his right cheek swollen, but also realized he had lost a white tooth. My tooth is gone. My handsome face is ruined, Weiqiang exclaimed in dismay. He pointed at Sun Wukong and declared, remember this. He then hopped into his vehicle, starting it up and speeding away. Little Wukong stared in bewilderment. What? Is he just leaving like this? Wukong, you truly are extraordinary. I shall regard you with newfound respect. Oolong praised as he approached little Wukong. Oh, it's nothing, little Wukong replied, then added, but the vehicle is broken. Oolong sighed helplessly. We'll have to walk then. Sun Wukong nodded silently, as he had nothing to say. Weiqiang, having fled in his vehicle, had to abandon his original plan due to this failure. They must retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls, mustn't they? Let us wait until they find all 7 Dragon Balls, and then seize them in one swift motion. Truly, young Master Weiqiang possesses a brilliant mind. Ha ha! Weiqiang's triumphant laughter echoed, though the swelling at the corner of his mouth made it somewhat painful. Ouch! How it hurts! As Sun Wukong and the others made their way towards the bread explosion mountain, Xiaowu and Ashu stood before Oolong's dilapidated RV. The explosion we heard earlier must have been from time bomb. Xiaowu remarked, strange, but it's not even 8 o'clock yet. Ashu noted, pulling out his pocket watch to check. Perhaps the timer on the bomb malfunctioned. Regardless, we should hurry and find the Dragon Balls, Xiao exclaimed. Rushing into the RV to search, with Ashu following closely behind. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang and Yulong walked separately, while little Wukong carried the unconscious Bulma on his back. Suddenly, the sound of approaching vehicles reached them. Sun Weiqiang and the others turned around to see Weiqiang returning. Yulong pointed, "Here comes Weiqiang." Weiqiang drove up to them. Disembarking with Puyalid, he scratched the back of his head and smiled. "I truly apologize for earlier. I have reflected on my actions, and it was all my fault. So, please accept this universal capsule as a token of my contrition." Weiqiang produced a universal capsule and tossed it, transforming it into a small red car. "Farewell, drive safely. I'm off now. Goodbye." Weiqiang waved his hand in farewell, leaving as swiftly as the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance. Why has he changed his mind? Yulong questioned in confusion. "It seems he is a good person after all." Little Wukong said, presenting Weiqiang with a good person card. Sun Weiqiang smiled faintly, saying nothing. The current Weiqiang was no benevolent soul. His ulterior motive was to provide them with transportation to hasten their efforts in collecting the 7 Dragon Balls for his own gain. Otherwise, relying solely on their feet, it would take an eternity to gather them. This situation was too good to be true. Yulong doubted Weiqiang's sincerity, wondering if there might be a bomb hidden in the car. Weiqiang wouldn't do that. "You should trust him," the innocent little Wukong insisted. Yet Yulong remained skeptical. Moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted across the wilderness. "Why has it turned out like this?" "I do not know," Ashu replied as he and Xiaowu emerged, looking disheveled from the bomb they had inadvertently triggered. Thankfully, just like last time, their limbs were intact, albeit they appeared quite miserable. Sun Weiqiang and the others climbed into the red car and started the engine. With Weiqiang and Puyalu trailing behind. 2 days later, a red car came to a halt. "Look, that is the bread explosion mountain," Yulong, the driver, announced. Before them loomed the mountain, engulfed in raging flames. The 3 men and 1 pig disembarked from the vehicle. "No wonder it's so hot," Bulma remarked. "Perhaps we should avoid going there. The Bull Demon King resides nearby." Yulong suggested that you've mentioned the Bull Demon King several times. "Is he truly that formidable?" Bulma inquired. "You genuinely do not know?" In short, the Bull Demon King is exceedingly fearsome. Otherwise, he would not be known as the King of Demons. Yulong elaborated animatedly. "Do you see that castle atop the mountain? That is the Bull Demon King's fortress, where he keeps the treasures he has plundered. Many have attempted to steal from it, yet none have ever succeeded. That means the 6th Dragon Ball must be inside." Bulma gazed at the castle. The Bull Demon King also within that castle. Little Wukong wanted to know. "No, he guards the castle on the mountain path." Yulong shook his piggy head. "I've heard that while he was out with the child for a picnic, the entire mountain caught fire, and he was unable to return to the castle due to the fierce flames." "How do you know such details?" Bulma was curious. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong shared the same sentiment. Their gazes fixated on Yulong. "Of course, it's all in the high school textbooks," Yulong asserted. "That so? Weren't you expelled from kindergarten for stealing your female teacheress underwear?" Sun Weiqiang expressed his skepticism. "Let us not discuss that. What does that have to do with my knowledge of high school textbooks?" Yulong retorted, wishing to elaborate further, but recalling how Weiqiang had covered for him the previous night. So he let it slide, muttering silently, "Despicable. He the one who so lecherous, having seen Bulma in her entirety, yet I'm the only one who knows. Well, you're all aware of the situation now. I advise you to return home," Yulong concluded, promptly retreating into the car. "What nonsense. Now that we've come this far, there's no reason to give up." Bulma was furious. "You wish to court death?" Yulong warned, "And no matter how strong Wukong and Weiqiang are, they could never possibly rival the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King truly that powerful." "I want to meet him," little Wukong said casually. Sitting on the ground with his head tilted, "I will not accompany you. You are simply seeking death," Yulong exclaimed before driving away. Upon hearing the engine, little Wukong stood up and shouted, fleeing again. "Wait, Yulong!" Bulma cried out, but Yulong did not return. "Beep, beep!" Bulma employed her secret weapon. Sun Weiqiang shook his head with a smile. Yulong, Yulong, why don't you learn from your mistakes? Not far away, Yulong had jumped out of the car. Rushing to the roadside to relieve himself, I've decided. I'll go with you, he shouted, to stop with the nagging. Ouch, there's no saving him, Sun Weiqiang sighed in exasperation. Yulong truly did not learn from his mistakes. And still nagging, do you not find it sufficient? Fine, I'll help you then, Sun Weiqiang raised his voice. Don't. Yulong cried out in distress. Huh. Little Wukong laughed heartily. Beep, beep, he echoed, joining in point one and all. Stop yelling, Yulong screamed in pain. Once he had finished, he took a moment to compose himself before driving the red car closer to the bread explosion mountain. That a minute later, they arrived at a nearby village at the foot of the bread explosion mountain. The 3 men and 1 pig stepped out of the vehicle. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that the Dragon Ball was indeed within the castle. I believe that if we can fly in, obtaining the Dragon Ball should be no trouble, she mused. Hey, Wukong, can you go into the castle and retrieve the Dragon Ball? Bulma inquired. Little Wukong, playing with a skull he had picked up from the ground, responded, I'll have to try to see if I can. Then I'll leave it to you, Bulma smiled. Little Wukong was indeed easy to persuade. He would leap into a volcano without a second thought. Sun Weiqiang mused, setting the skull down. Little Wukong shouted towards the sky. Ninja Cloud! You fool! I've told you many times not to shout. Yulong was furious, fearing that they might attract the Bull Demon King. The Ninja Cloud flew in from afar, and little Wukong leaped onto it. I'm going to check things out now. With a whoosh, the Ninja Cloud soared into the sky. Make sure to find it, Bulma called out, gazing up at the direction Wukong had flown. Yulong added, hurry back. And you're not the one yelling. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, what a hypocritical little it's so hot. Little Wukong soared above the castle. Gazing down, is this the place? Perhaps it might work after all. He dove down. How hot? So hot. Yikes, it's scorching. Little Wukong flew out from the bread mountain, eventually leaping into a clear water pool. Truly, there's not an ounce of perseverance. Bulma said, disappointment evident in her voice. I told you. Let us just go home and get some sleep. Oolong the pig remarked sarcastically. Damn it, I really want to toss both that person and that pig into the fire. What kind of nonsense is this? Especially Bulma. No perseverance at all. If you can do better, then go ahead. Sun Weiqiang shot a sinister glance at the pair. Weiqiang, what s with that look? What do you intend to do? Bulma observed Sun Weiqiang before her, noticing something unusual in his eyes. Weiqiang, what s wrong with you? Oolong felt a twinge of fear. Just then, a towering figure emerged behind Bulma and the others, hurling a massive axe. Boom! The axe whizzed past Bulma, crashing into a wall. The tremendous force, accompanied by a gust of wind, sent Bulma's naturally flowing green hair swirling. Bulma and Oolong turned around, their faces etched with terror. What are you doing here? The formidable Bull Demon King, reclaiming his axe, demanded sternly. You're the Bull Demon King? Bulma trembled in fear, her voice quaking. Oolong was equally terrified. Sun Weiqiang, however, seemed unfazed, though he couldn't quite fathom why. Perhaps it was because the Bull Demon King didn't seem all that intimidating. Aren't you here to steal my treasures? Answer me. The Bull Demon King interrogated. We wouldn't dare. We were merely passing by. Bulma hastily lied. Yes. Oolong stammered, so frightened he could hardly appear as a pig. Really? The Bull Demon King leaned in, his large head nearly touching Bulma's. Bulma was on the verge of tears, her fright overwhelming. Weiqiang, Wukong! Bulma took a few steps back, shouting as she ran behind Sun Weiqiang. Oolong mimicked her, scurrying behind Weiqiang as well. As the Bull Demon King and Sun Weiqiang exchanged glances, little Wukong, cooling off in the water, heard Bulma calling him. The Rui Stick monk emerged, one end resting in the clear pool, while the other lifted little Wukong out, tracing a long arc through the sky to return to Sun Weiqiang and the others. Were you calling for me? Little Wukong inquired as he landed, casually recounting the previous events. The bread mountain was too hot. There was no way to enter. Bulma tightened her legs in frustration. Cursing fool, Oolong remarked. So you really are here to steal something, aren't you? The Bull Demon King pressed. Uncle, who are you? Little Wukong asked innocently. Stop pretending. I'm going to kill you all. The Bull Demon King brandished his massive axe, ready to strike. Chapter 24. The first encounter of Wukong and Chi-Chi, though there were some twists and turns. Once the Bull Demon King spotted Sun Wukong's nimbus cloud, the battle was effectively over. After conversing with little Wukong, the Bull Demon King leaped for joy, his enormous mouth cheering. Wow, this is fantastic. I can return to the castle now. By the way, this isn't the time for nostalgia. I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to help me? The Bull Demon King said to Sun Wukong, riding the nimbus cloud. What is it? Little Wukong asked. It's like this. The Bull Demon King elaborated. If you could fetch the banana fan from Master Wu Tian, it would extinguish the great fire on the mountain. Would you be willing to ride the nimbus cloud to help me borrow the fan? All right, but you must give me a Dragon Ball in return. Little Wukong chuckled. What? A Dragon Ball? The Bull Demon King queried, puzzled. This kind of thing. There should be some in the castle, little Wukong replied, producing the Dragon Ball he carried. The Bull Demon King examined it closely. Ah, I remember this. I've seen this orb before. Fine. If you want it, you can have it, no problem. Wonderful, little Wukong rejoiced. Bulma rushed towards him, exclaiming, Hooray, I can finally return alive. Oolong rubbed his pig eyes, his racing heart finally easing. What's the matter? Sun Weiqiang raised an eyebrow and remarked, This pig is rather cowardly. I senti it? Oolong looked up at Weiqiang, feeling quite aggrieved. Nodding his pig head. Wow, Sun Weiqiang exclaimed. Meanwhile, Lu Ping and Pu Yalu secretly observed from behind a wall. This is my first time seeing it. Dragon Balls are so small. They really are quite tiny, yet rather beautiful. Yes, Master Lu Ping, I'll head out now, little Wukong declared, preparing to set off. Wait a moment. The Bull Demon King had more to say, since I need the banana fan and lack suitable candidates. I have no choice but to send my only daughter, Chi-Chi, to find Master Wu Tian by herself. I believe she isn't gone far. You can find her and bring her along. Chi-Chi? Little Wukong repeated the name. The Bull Demon King spread his hands. Though she could be a bit stingy, she's a good girl. By the way, she could also be your bride. Bride? Little Wukong was taken aback, unsure what that meant. Oolong stifled a laugh, already imagining what the Bull Demon King's daughter might look like. Oolong, you're laughing too soon. Chi-Chi is not what you think, Sun Weiqiang remarked, knowing what Oolong was imagining. The next moment, the Bull Demon King pulled out a photograph. Look, this is her picture. In any case, I can take her along. Little Wukong affirmed. Wow, awesome. She is so cute. Oolong couldn't help but exclaim. Perverted pig. Bulma crossed her arms, turning her face away, refusing to let this lecherous pig enter her line of sight, behind the wall. Isn't that the girl who was kicked down by Master Lu Ping earlier? She turns out to be the Bull Demon King's only daughter? Pu Yalu and Lu Ping were stunned, their hearts racing. Little Wukong bid farewell to everyone and set off on the nimbus cloud. A few minutes later, Is your name, Chi-Chi? Little Wukong inquired as he hovered on the nimbus cloud. Below him, a girl clad in a bikini and a cloak helmet replied, Yes, my name is Chi-Chi. Who are you? So many people know my name today. I see. You've fallen for me. Haven't you? Chi-Chi pointed at him, proclaiming loudly, You're the Bull Demon King's daughter, aren't you? Little Wukong asked. Somewhat foolishly, Chi-Chi responded, How do you know my father? The Bull Demon King asked me to borrow the banana fan. I was just looking for you on the way, little Wukong explained. What? Are you serious? Chi-Chi clasped her hands in delight. I'll take you on the nimbus cloud. Hop on, little Wukong directed as he landed before Chi-Chi, gesturing to the golden cloud beneath them. Can this cotton-like thing carry people? Chi-Chi asked. Only those with pure hearts can ride it, little Wukong recounted. Then there's no problem. My heart is as clean as a flushing toilet, Chi-Chi declared confidently. She attempted to climb onto the nimbus cloud, but struggled just a bit. Hurry up, little Wukong urged. Finally, Chi-Chi sees Sun Wukong's tail. Pulling herself up, I'm up, but Sun Wukong fell down. Bang, he tumbled to the ground. What happened to you? Chi-Chi asked, puzzled. Don't grab my tail. Little Wukong stood up to explain. When my tail is grabbed, I lose all my strength. How strange. Why does her bottom have a tail? So that's where his weakness lies. On that tail? Yes, Master Lu Ping. I heard that too. Lu Ping and Pu Yalu arrived earlier than little Wukong. Earlier, when Lu Ping had kicked Chi-Chi to the ground, he hadn't realized she was the Bull Demon King's daughter. Once he found out, he rushed over, waking the unconscious Chi-Chi, only to see Sun Wukong arriving. Lu Ping and Pu Yalu took advantage of Chi-Chi's moment of distraction to hide nearby, in the air. Little Wukong rode the Nimbus cloud, taking Chi-Chi to borrow the banana FANT1 point. He resumed his old antics. The difference this time was that he used his feet. Slap, slap. His 2 feet landed precisely on Chi-Chi's triangular blue underwear, right in the center. With hair flying, little Wukong turned back and said, "You truly don't have that. You're a girl, aren't you?" "Ah!" Chi-Chi cried out loudly, "Stop kicking your feet and go away." As she spoke, she directly pushed little Wukong off the flying Nimbus. Naturally, little Wukong fell. Thud. Chi-Chi couldn't control the Nimbus, and it crashed headfirst into a tree. Thud. When little Wukong climbed back onto the Nimbus, he exclaimed, "What is going on? Why are you suddenly so angry?" "What are you talking about? It's you who shouldn't be so outrageous." Chi-Chi appeared quite furious. Yet, in her heart, she thought, having been touched, it was inevitable that she would have to marry this young man before her. Little Wukong carried Chi-Chi back to the vast ocean he had seen before. The sea was so expansive that it was impossible to find Master Rashi. Perhaps they should ask someone for directions. "Yes, husband," Chi-Chi said joyfully. "What did you say, husband?" Little Wukong turned his head to inquire. "Nothing, I'm so sorry." Chi-Chi laughed shyly, covering her face with her hands, suddenly feeling a bit warm. Soon, on the surface of the sea, little Wukong asked the dolphin, "Excuse me, do you know where Master Rashi lives?" "I do, just swim straight that way. His house is on that small island." The dolphin pointed in a direction. "Thank you." Following the dolphin's directions, little Wukong and Chi-Chi arrived at a small island. Chapter 25. The easily learned Kamehameha. The small island beneath little Wukong and Chi-Chi's feet was none other than Kame's house, where Master Rashi resided. Master Rashi was on the island, and little Wukong explained their situation to him. However, since the fan had previously been discarded by Master Rashi, he had to go help extinguish the fire himself. Taking Chi-Chi, they rode the Nimbus back to the Bread Mountain, where little Wukong reported the situation to the others. "What? The fan was thrown away, so Master Rashi has to come extinguish the fire himself." "What did you say?" "Look, he is coming." Following the direction pointed by little Wukong, Master Rashi descended from his flying turtle shell, wearing a purple turtle shell on his back, black sunglasses, and holding a summoning staff. Thud! He landed firmly on the ground. "Master Wu Tian, it's been a long time." The Bull Demon King exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to kneel. Dizzy from the spin of the flying turtle, Master Rashi was knocked backward by the immense weight of the Bull Demon King. "Thud! What is wrong, Master Wu Tian?" The Bull Demon King inquired, looking up. "Just a moment that I see. So this is the enormous fire at Bread Mountain." Master Rashi observed the blazing volcano ahead, preparing to extinguish the fire. However, before doing so, he pulled little Wukong behind a wall to discuss the conditions they had just talked about. Almost forgot? Little Wukong scratched his head and went to call Bulma. Sun Weiqiang, who understood the situation, followed along to join the excitement. Lepin and Puyalu returned to eavesdrop from the other side of the wall. "Little brother, you speak for me," Master Rashi instructed little Wukong. "The old man wants to see your figure." Little Wukong relayed. "What? Are you joking? Why should I do him a special service?" Bulma was furious. "But if you don't extinguish the fire, you will never get that Dragon Ball." Master Rashi grasped Bulma's weakness. "That damn Wukong, talking too much." Bulma glared fiercely at Sun Wukong. "Just a glance won't cost you anything." Little Wukong remained unaffected. "Exactly. It's nothing to just take a look," Sun Weiqiang chimed in. "Bulma, just give in. Look." Even Weiqiang agrees, little Wukong said, appearing nonchalant. "You all shut up." Bulma shouted angrily at the two. "I think I'd better go back," Master Rashi added casually to achieve his goal. "Fine, I understand." Bulma conceded, "But if you want to see my figure, you must extinguish the fire first." "All right, it's a deal. You can't go back on your word. You must keep your promise," Master Rashi emphasized. They made a pinky promise, saying, "Pinky swear 100 years without changing, or we'll see each other every day in bed." Perverted old man. Who wants to see you in bed every day? Bulma fumed. hands on her hips, glaring at Master Rashi. Truly, Master Rashi, a model for us all, Sun Weiqiang silently affirmed. Little Wukong. After settling the conditions, Master Rashi prepared to extinguish the fire. He set down the large turtle shell on his back and the summoning staff in his hand. Removing his yellow shirt, now clad only in trousers and shoes, along with stylish sunglasses, that he declared, "All right, I'm about to begin. Time to show off," Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, adding 3 more words in his mind. Under the gaze of all except for Sun Weiqiang, everyone anticipated how Master Rashi would extinguish the fire. Even the Bull Demon King wanted to see his master in action. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Master Rashi turned his head and said, "Aren't I sexy?" "I senti it?" "Yes," Bulma nodded, speechless. "You perverted old man, with your back plastered or cupped, and you call that sexy? How can you even say it?" Sun Weiqiang was stunned. "There is this too?" Behind him, Master Rashi seemed to struggle to climb the front wall. "Are you all right?" Little Wukong lent a hand. "That I don't think he can do it." "How will he extinguish the fire?" Oolong voiced his opinion. "Can he really extinguish the fire in that state?" Bulma also expressed doubt. "Everyone should trust Master Wu Tian," the Bull Demon King insisted. Sun Weiqiang suspected that the perverted old man was merely setting the stage for future showboating. How could he not climb over such a low wall? Not to mention climbing, he could easily jump over it. "Master Rashi, oh Master Rashi, you certainly know how to show off." Then they witnessed Master Rashi's frail body swell, instantly transforming from a feeble old man into a muscular powerhouse, astonishing most of those present. But that was the end in front of Sun Weiqiang and the others. Master Rashi's muscles bulged even further, becoming even more formidable. "Here it comes, Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha," the Bull Demon King exclaimed excitedly. Blue energy gathered in his hands as Master Rashi unleashed it. Ha! A tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him, shooting forcefully toward the volcano ahead. After a blinding flash of light, Master Rashi sat on the wall, his body returning to its original state. The fire on Bread Mountain was entirely extinguished. "This master, though the fire is out," the Bull Demon King pointed out, speaking in a stuttering manner. "The castle and the entire mountain have been leveled." Everyone, "Gondot, I must have used too much force." Master Rashi scratched his head apologetically. Everyone fainted. "Old man, that move you just did was amazing. Can you teach me, please?" Little Wukong asked eagerly. "To learn the Kamehameha, you need at least 50 years of training." Master Rashi held out his left hand to emphasize. 50 years. Little Wukong was stunned. He imitated Master Rashi's earlier stance to perform the Kamehameha. Blue energy gathered in his hands, and he launched it at the red car in front of him, directly knocking a tire off the vehicle. "I did it, but it's not as good as Master Rashi's." Little Wukong looked down at his hands, murmuring, "Incredible, you truly are the grandson of Gohan." The Bull Demon King praised. "What? Gohan?" Sun Wukong, Master Rashi asked. "Master, you didn't know?" Just as Master Rashi and the Bull Demon King were discussing Sun Wukong, another burst of blue energy appeared. "Ha!" Sun Weiqiang imitated, aiming at the red car, just like Little Wukong. Boom! The door of the red car was directly penetrated by Sun Weiqiang's strike, creating a hole the size of an adult's head. "Am I really that powerful?" Sun Weiqiang was astonished. He was aware of his exceptional training talent, but hadn't he expected it to be this formidable. This body originally possessed great martial arts talent. And after his crossing, he didn't know what changes occurred, but it was even better than before. Sun Weiqiang understood this and knew that he could master any martial arts technique at a glance. He wasn't surprised that he could perform the Kamehameha, but its effectiveness far exceeded that of Little Wukong, which he hadn't anticipated. In other words, I know I'm strong, but I didn't expect to be this strong. Moreover, at that very moment, he had yet to unleash the full might of the Kamehameha. Not only was Sun Weiqiang astonished by his own prowess, but everyone present was equally taken aback. "Weiqiang, you are truly remarkable." "You pierced through the car," exclaimed Little Wukong, dumbfounded. "Weiqiang, is this what you meant when you said Wukong is even more formidable than you?" Wulong, shaking his head in disbelief, could hardly contain his shock, nearly inscribing the words, "I believe you." Not on his forehead. "Incredible," Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. More powerful than Wukong. Chi-Chi was equally stunned. Were it not for her prior encounter with Wukong, this short-haired youth, who bore a striking resemblance to him, could have easily been considered a suitable match. Oh dear. Chi-Chi, how could you think like that? You are destined for your future husband, she admonished herself, blushing profusely, her gaze falling on little Wukong. My future husband is quite splendid as well. Sun Weiqiang then remarked, Little Wukong, I share your admiration for the green Vegeta, but I never intended to surpass you. Nyoemo Wang, Master Roshi, Flying Turtle, and even the hidden Puyalu and Lepin were all wide-eyed, their jaws dropping in astonishment. The existence of one Sun Wukong was already astonishing. The emergence of a second Sun Weiqiang was simply preposterous. Chapter 26. Invitation, wish, agreement. Butterfly, would you like to visit my home? With a bit of training, you might even surpass me. Master Roshi extended an invitation to Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. Really? Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, I will definitely come to see you. Grandpa, little Wukong exclaimed excitedly. I will join him, Sun Weiqiang added with a grin. He had already contemplated this. If Master Roshi invited little Wukong to train, he would likely extend the same invitation to him. After all, his current training aptitude seemed to surpass that of little Wukong. Despite the fact that Sun Wukong had a late grandfather named Sun Wufan, hearing Master Roshi directly invite both of them filled Sun Weiqiang with immense excitement. Over the past few days, during the quiet of night, he had often pondered his future. What path should he take? What did he truly desire in this life? What should he pursue? What was the significance of his arrival in the Dragon Ball world? Initially, his thought was to cling tightly to Sun Wukong's promising future. However, that notion had begun to waver. The reason lay in his previous oversight. He could wish upon the Dragon Balls by collecting all 7. He could make a wish to Shenlong, potentially bridging the innate gap between him and little Wukong, that he could elevate his martial arts prowess. In the distant future, he might even stand toe-to-toe with Sun Wukong. Rather than simply clinging to Sun Wukong's coattails, wouldn't it be even better if he too became a pillar of strength? In recent days, the mere thought of this made Sun Weiqiang overflow with enthusiasm. His longing for the Dragon Balls soaring, he crafted a solid rationale for himself. After all, it was likely that the last wish on the Dragon Balls would be something trivial, like a pair of underpants. Given that, why not let Wulong have it? As for how to make a wish first, Sun Weiqiang had considered this deeply on multiple occasions. With his newfound mastery of the Kamehameha, if he followed the plot and acted at the right moment, wouldn't success be inevitable? He began to conceive a fresh plan for making an early wish to Shenlong. And no rush. I will think it over and see if there is a better approach. He pondered quietly. If he disregarded everything else, Sun Weiqiang could find an opportunity to stealthily seize Bulma's and Wukong's 6 Dragon Balls. If he could then acquire the last one from Pilaf, he could summon Shenlong in a secluded spot and secretly make his wish. This plan seemed viable, primarily because Sun Weiqiang did not wish to fracture his relationship with little Wukong and the others, especially not with little Wukong. Even though he believed that a heartfelt apology could mend any rift post factum, he still hesitated to proceed with such actions. This did not align with his true desires. He wished to train alongside little Wukong under Master Roshi, to grow, to improve, and to become stronger together. This was a tribute to his cherished childhood memories and a fitting homage to the past. Sun Weiqiang eagerly anticipated this prospect. Bulma utilized the Dragon Radar to locate Nyoemo Wang's Dragon Ball amidst the ruins of the Bread Mountain explosion. She and Sun Weiqiang prepared to depart in the flying car gifted by Nyoemo Wang. Master Roshi reminded her that she had yet to fulfill her promise. Bulma forced a smile. You remember, huh? Just a moment. She then pulled Wulong aside to a nearby wall and explained, that's the deal. I promised that if Master Roshi extinguished the fire on Bread Mountain, I would let him see my figure. You need to help me. Transform into my likeness for a bit. You can't be serious. This has nothing to do with me. Letting a man see my figure is utterly disgusting. I absolutely refuse. Wulong retorted defiantly. Oh, really? You don't want to be in trouble, do you? Bulma responded lightly. You're going to regret this, Wulong lamented, but ultimately complied. Transforming. How do I look? Wulong inquired. What? I am not that short or ugly. Bulma fumed, glaring at Wulong, who had morphed in her, yet stood a mere half her height, sporting an unflattering round face. Stop being so tedious and transform. Wulong snapped irritably. How about now? Perfect, Wulong asked again. Bulma feigned shock. You startled me. I almost thought a celebrity was standing before me. Don't be ridiculous. The now converted Wulong, who bore a striking resemblance to Bulma, pouted. Meanwhile, the real Bulma hid behind another wall, while the faux Bulma waved to summon Master Roshi. Hey! Master Roshi tossed aside his staff and hurried over. Sun Weiqiang realized that Wulong had transformed into Bulma to entice Master Roshi. But even if the interest was minimal, he found a spot to observe closely. Little did he know that such a powerful elder could be even more lecherous than himself, the fake Bulma. I'm the martial arts master. Couldn't he help but scoff internally? Hurry up and let me see. Let us get started, commanded the faux Bulma, pulling down her bunny girl outfit. Master Roshi began to bleed profusely from his nose. The mere act of burying his face in her chest was blissful enough, but he never anticipated the additional clothing removal. Oh dear, who can withstand this? Sun Weiqiang, while aware that Bulma had asked Wulong to transform to show Master Roshi her figure, had largely forgotten the specifics, only to realize Wulong's antics were quite audacious. Truly, only a man could understand another man's desires. He couldn't help but wonder how Master Roshi would react if he discovered the truth. Surely his expression would be quite the spectacle. Afterward, Master Roshi remained exhilarated, muttering to himself, I'm so fortunate. Being a man is delightful. Meanwhile, Bulma and the reverted Wulong regrouped. You idiot! That was utterly excessive. You look like a perverse girl. Bulma scolded, hands on her hips, delivering a punch to Wulong that I put in so much effort, and you didn't even compliment me. That's unfair. Don't call me again next time. Wulong pouted in indignation. What do you mean next time? What kind of girl do you think I am? Bulma fumed, unleashing her wrath on Wulong that don't come any closer. Help! They're going to slaughter a pig. Someone is trying to kill a pig. Wulong yelled in panic as he hurriedly fled, with Bulma in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, little Weiqiang and Chi-Chi were enjoying a much warmer exchange. Weiqiang, when I grow up, you must come and marry me. Marry? What are you talking about? Oh, come on. You know perfectly well. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. All right then. If you wish it, I shall marry you. Little Weiqiang declared from his seat in the car that I'm so embarrassed. Chi-Chi shyly covered her face. Sun Weiqiang walked over to little Weiqiang, and both Chi-Chi and he overheard their conversation. Weiqiang, this time I will ensure that you achieve a more comprehensive victory. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. He had some understanding of why Chi-Chi, after marrying Sun Wukong in the future, transformed into the person she became. However, it was not entirely her fault. Wukong bore some responsibility as well. Under normal circumstances, perhaps things would have still unfolded that way. But now that I have arrived, everything in the future will change because of me. Yet, I wonder how altering Chi-Chi might affect their son, Sun Wukong. Would he continue on the path of a scholar, or follow in Wukong's footsteps? If Wukong were to become such a person, it would indeed be something to look forward to. Or perhaps, Sun Weiqiang's thoughts swirled. This matter was still far off, so he decided to take it slow. The flutter of his butterfly wings might genuinely reshape everything. Goodbye. Take care, everyone. Farewell, he bid adieu to Master Roshi, the Ox King, Chi-Chi, and the Flying Turtle. Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, Bulma, and Oolong boarded the flying car gifted by the Ox King and set off towards the final Dragon Ball. This time, Sun Weiqiang had no intention of bringing along the flying turtle that Master Roshi had given him. It was a joke. Master Roshi himself had arrived in such a dizzy state that bringing the turtle along would only worsen his condition. Moreover, Master Roshi needed to ride the flying turtle back to Kame House. Lepin and Puar continued to follow closely behind Sun Weiqiang and the others. Chapter 27. The chatter in the sky having left the once majestic bread mountain. Now reduced to ruins, Bulma piloted the light green flying car into the skies. Only the final Dragon Ball remained. I can't wait to see what the eternal dragon looks like, Bulma exclaimed to little Wukong. While Sun Weiqiang mused, you will soon see, Wukong. His thoughts drifted to the significant moment when the 7 Dragon Balls would gather, and they would make wishes to the eternal dragon that let's proceed with that plan. After some contemplation, Sun Wukong solidified his intentions. His gaze fell upon little Wukong, whose innocent and joyful face was animated as he chatted merrily with Bulma. If all went smoothly, Wukong, I might become your lifelong rival in the future. Just thinking about it fills me with anticipation. Little Wukong, the character Sun Wukong cherished most in the Dragon Ball world, could potentially be his lifelong adversary, challenging him, restraining him, and perhaps even overcoming him. That would be the greatest form of admiration for Sun Wukong. But will that day ever come? Sun Wukong yearned for that moment, believing that even if it were just for a single day, it would undoubtedly be incredibly interesting. As his thoughts flowed, a smile crept upon Sun Wukong's lips. Weiqiang, what are you laughing about? Little Wukong asked curiously. Sitting beside him, Sun Wukong casually replied, Oh, it's nothing, just something amusing crossed my mind. What was so funny? Little Wukong's big, curious eyes sparkled. Bulma perked up to listen, while Oolong dozed off. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered as he casually remarked, Wukong, what if we made some noise, and Oolong heard us? Wouldn't he panic, wanting to jump down to relieve himself, only to find that Bulma is flying the car so high? What do you think would happen? Little Wukong tilted his head in contemplation, then shook it and said, I don't know, but is that funny? Let me try. Boo, boo. Little Wukong leaned over to Oolong's ear and made the sounds. There was no response, so he raised his voice. Boo, boo, boo. Oolong's large ears twitched, and his eyes flew open as he suddenly woke up, feeling an urgent need. Bulma, stop. I need to go. Who was calling just now? Can I get a moment's peace to sleep? You better hold it in. We're in the sky. If you dare to go here, I'll kick you out, Bulma exclaimed fiercely, leaving no doubt that she would indeed do it. Then hurry and take us down. Quickly, Oolong's pig face turned red with urgency. I got it. Just be quiet. Bulma steered the vehicle towards the ground. Haha. Little Wukong laughed heartily, pointing at Oolong. Wukong, was that you just now? You always laugh the loudest. How infuriating. Oolong retorted swiftly. Yes, I made those noises and you didn't hear them, but when I shouted, you woke up? Little Wukong spoke the truth, while Oolong's face turned as red as a roast pig. Wukong, are you saying I can't hold it in? His eyes brimmed with tears. I shouldn't have asked that idiot. Hurry up, Bulma. Oolong felt he was at his limit. Huh. Little Wukong couldn't stop laughing, reclining in his seat, clutching his stomach and kicking his short legs playfully. Sun Wukong had initially not laughed much, but seeing little Wukong so joyful, he too burst into hearty laughter on their quest for the final Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong and his companions encountered a rabbit army and, after a fierce battle, managed to defeat them. With little Wukong using his power pole to send them to the moon, they continued on their journey. Oolong piloted the flying car at low altitude, when suddenly he asked, Bulma, I've been wondering, once you gather the 7 Dragon Balls, what wish do you intend to make? Bulma paused for a moment, covering her face as she replied. Aside from you, I've already told Wukong and Weiqiang that I want to find a lover, the best lover in the world. What? A lover? Oolong could hardly believe it. Bulma was gathering the Dragon Balls just to find a lover. Compared to his grand aspirations, this was utterly trivial. That's right, Bulma affirmed, we risked our lives to help you find the Dragon Balls, and this is the wish you want to make. Oolong exclaimed in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Bulma was irate. What do you mean it's not a proper wish? Can't you speak human language, you perverted pig? Anyway, a little brat like you wouldn't understand. Bulma added, Who are you calling a brat? Oolong turned his head, glaring at Bulma with his piggy eyes. Oolong, pay attention to the road. Up ahead, little Wukong, who had been watching the scene with Sun Wukong, noticed that Oolong was about to crash into a mushroom tree and hurriedly warned him. Oolong turned back, relying on his seasoned driving skills to skillfully maneuver, narrowly avoiding the towering mushroom trees. He breathed a sigh of relief. Drive more carefully, Bulma shouted angrily. It's not all your fault. Oolong retorted, his spirit unyielding. Oolong, ever since that night you took advantage of Bulma, you've become increasingly bold, Sun Wukong recalled. That night, he had seen Oolong take liberties with Bulma, far more shamelessly than himself. Oolong had touched everything. It was as if Bulma had been thoroughly explored, even her most private parts had not been spared. Under his watch, Oolong had flipped Bulma over and shamelessly groped her in all places, showing no restraint. With Sun Weiqiang present, Oolong had gone so far, it was chilling to think what might have happened had he not been there. Meanwhile, in the direction Sun Weiqiang and his group were headed, within a grand and majestic castle, is at the Dragon Ball. Pilaf gazed at the golden dot displayed on the screen. Yes, we could begin calculating the location now. Xiao Wu replied. The machine emitted sounds. Step south 5 steps, step east 7 steps. Xiao Wu accurately locked onto the Dragon Ball's location on the display. Pilaf listened intently, while Axiu followed Xiao Wu's directions, moving around the room. Step south 3 steps, west 4 steps, north 6 steps, then west 3 steps, and finally north 5 steps. Xiao Wu detailed. Right here, Axiu exclaimed upon spotting a green box on the table. He reached for it, but before he could open it. You idiot! Pilaf jumped up, angrily striking Axiu on the head. The box fell from Axiu's hands, and the Dragon Ball rolled across the floor several times. Pilaf picked it up, scolding his 2 subordinates. This is my 1-star ball. You useless twits! Just then, their spy, a mechanical bird, flew in with a discovery. Chapter 28. Will Sun Weiqiang allow the Dragon Ball to be stolen? Based on the discovery from the mechanical bird, Xiao Wu climbed atop a mushroom tree to observe. She looked down at the vehicles passing below and reported via her walkie-talkie, their vehicle just passed the 10th location and is getting closer. All right, proceed with the battle plan, Pilaf commanded. Understood. Xiao Wu hung up and called another number. Axiu, do you see the vehicle? I see it. Axiu's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Then act according to the plan, Xiao Wu instructed. Got it, leave it to me. On another mushroom tree's crown, the intercom was abruptly silenced. Within the robot, Ashu immediately targeted the vehicle approaching below and launched a projectile. Boom! The shell struck with precision. Sun Wukong, Sun Weiqiang, Wulong, and Bulma were hurled away by the force. Boom! The flying car belonging to Sun Weiqiang crashed into a mushroom tree, resulting in an explosion. What the hell? Sun Weiqiang was bewildered, unable to recall such an event. What on earth just happened? Wulong, taken aback, stared in shock. This gave me quite a scare. Little Wukong sat on the ground, dazed. What just occurred? Bulma lay flat on the ground at a short distance away. Lu Ping, who had been following closely, called out, Puyalu, go investigate the situation. Yes, young Master Lu Ping. Puyalu responded and flew off. Who is that? Little Wukong noticed a peculiar figure appearing ahead of them. Oh, it turned out to be them. Is it Xiao Wu or Ashu? Sun Weiqiang instantly understood upon seeing the machine. However, he refrained from intervening, allowing the individual within the machine, with their back turned to them, to search for Dragon Balls on the abandoned flying car. Although Sun Weiqiang had forgotten this part and let the Dragon Balls be taken, he remained unfazed. This was because he could not escape his prior plan of making wishes with the dragon. This was the remarkable advantage of being a time-traveling prophet. Go ahead, take them. Sun Weiqiang thought that I found it. Ashu, piloting the machine, opened a bag with its mechanical arm, revealing 5 exquisite Dragon Balls that caught its attention. I'm terribly sorry, but I'll be taking these Dragon Balls. Farewell. Ashu, facing Sun Weiqiang and the others, politely bid them goodbye. The machine ignited flames beneath it and shot off like a rocket. Ashu flying away. Why Dragon Balls are gone? All gone. Bulma was in a foul mood. What a strange person. Little Wukong gazed at the figure that had just ascended into the sky. That's a robot. Wulong, well versed in such matters, stated, Wukong, Weiqiang, hurry and catch it back. It stole the Dragon Balls, coming back to his senses. Bulma urged the two. It's fine. Sun Weiqiang remained calm. Little Wukong and Wulong looked at him in disbelief. The Dragon Balls have been stolen, and it's fine. What are you talking about? Have you figured out the situation? Bulma shouted at Sun Weiqiang. With his left hand in his pocket and remaining silent, Sun Weiqiang gently pointed to the gray bag at little Wukong's waist, which contained a Dragon Ball. Oh, right. There's still one Dragon Ball with Wukong. Bulma's face instantly lit up with joy. Wulong had a sudden realization. In that case, even if that robot had the last Dragon Ball, it would only have 6 in total. Without Wukong's Dragon Ball, it couldn't make a wish. Exactly. If it indeed had a Dragon Ball, we could follow the Dragon Ball radar to find it and still gather 7 if it doesn't. We just reclaimed the 5 lost Dragon Balls. Bulma sighed in relief. That's right. Sun Weiqiang nodded, pleased to see the young ones learning. Weiqiang, you're much more composed, Bulma praised, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Although Weiqiang was a bit younger, shorter, and slightly more mischievous, he wasn't too bad that if he grows taller in the future, judging by his current looks, he will definitely be a handsome lad. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Why am I interested in a 12-year-old boy? Bulma shook herself back to reality and refrained from further thoughts. Sun Weiqiang, you're right about what you said earlier, but I'm not bad. Am I? Bulma, are you serious? Setting aside certain past events, if you only knew what happened that night, you wouldn't think so. Also, do you fancy Vegeta? You really know how to play. Unfortunately, I have no interest in deeper exchanges with you. Wah! Bulma placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily, calling him foolish for not realizing a Dragon Ball was missing. In the next moment, Bulma embraced Wukong and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Wukong, it's fortunate that you kept the Dragon Ball on you instead of with the others. Bulma's south face was close to Wukong's, and as she leaned in, she even rubbed against him. Don't do that. Don't do that, little Wukong protested. Wulong, with his piggish mouth, pointed to himself and said, Let me take your place, Wukong. That night he had touched Bulma multiple times, making the most of it. But can active and passive be compared? Furthermore, the former had to be secretive, while the latter was entirely above board. There was no comparison. Wulong envied him, nearly drooling. Bang! Bulma kicked Wulong's pig face. Then she pointed ahead, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Let us go. I shall be the one to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. I'll use the Dragon Ball radar to locate them and reclaim them. Find. How do we find them? Our vehicle is already broken. Wulong posed the question, covering his injured face. Bulma shook her finger and replied with a smile. Have you forgotten? When we encountered the rabbit army in the town, I bought many capsules. Yet just as Bulma was about to elaborate, she suddenly remembered I left all the capsules in the bag with the Dragon Balls. Bulma's mood plummeted once again, and she began to weep. Sun Weiqiang, speechless, thought, Young lady, can you stabilize your emotions a bit? Lu Ping had already grasped the situation, fuming. How dare they steal my Dragon Balls? What should we do? Puyalu asked at Lu Ping. There's no other choice. I'll just have to help them once more. Puyalu, but with that woman around, aren't you afraid? I'm gradually getting used to it. Lu Ping blushed and lowered his head, then resolutely stated, I must change my fearful personality towards women. It is a must. It's too noisy. Can't we just walk? Little Wukong suggested. You make it sound easy. Bulma is still crying that if only Bulma could ride the flying Nimbus. Wulong said with his hands in his pockets. You're in no better position, Bulma retorted that moment. Lu Ping appeared before them, carrying Puyalu de Lu Ping. Bulma instantly turned into a lovesick girl. What are you doing standing there? Lu Ping asked deliberately. Unexpectedly, Bulma jumped onto his flying car, blushing, and said, Mr. Lu Ping, you arrived just in time. You can help us. Simultaneously, she tossed Puyalu into the back seat. Let us hitch a ride, please. Bulma winked at Lu Ping charmingly, making it impossible for him to refuse. Who could withstand that? Wulong and Sun Weiqiang hopped into the vehicle, while little Wukong rode his flying Nimbus to follow, because they had been saved by Lu Ping and Puyalu when Bulma was turned into a carrot by the rabbit army in town. The dynamics among the group improved significantly, at least on the surface. Soon after, Bulma said to Lu Ping, Mr. Lu Ping, would you please close your eyes? Chapter 29. Entering Pilaf's castle, Lu Ping thought he misheard. His expression one of astonishment, his thoughts jumbled. Bulma wants me to close my eyes. Both eyes closed. Huh. Bulma's tone was laced with seduction. Could it be that she wants to kiss me? What should I do? Panic surged through Lu Ping as he discreetly glanced at Bulma. Hurry up. Don't you want to? Bulma intensified her approach. Oh no. I might just die. Lu Ping forced himself to shut his eyes. Upon seeing this, Bulma said to Puyalu, You too. Puyalu and Lu Ping closed their eyes, and Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar to check. Bulma, oh Bulma, your words can easily lead to misunderstandings. Can't they? If you don't want them to see, can't you just look secretly? Women. Sun Weiqiang slightly shook his head, quietly mocking. After gathering his courage and preparing himself, Lu Ping waited with his eyes closed. But Bulma did not kiss him for a long time, causing him to grow anxious. Is it not ready yet? All done. Bulma smiled brightly. Urban women have deep tricks. Fortunately, I come from the countryside. Wulong commented, Bulma, shut up. Do you want to have an upset stomach? Wulong instantly fell silent. Has it ended? Lu Ping asked, realizing it only afterward. Puyalu. Mr. Lu Ping, please proceed west at your fastest speed for 25 kilometers. Bulma repeated what she had done with Wukong, but with another individual. Please. Her face rubbed against Lu Ping's. With his face like a peach blossom, Lu Ping pressed the accelerator, and with a whoosh, the flying car shot off into the air. Bulma, how can you call Lu Ping like that? Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but think. What a peculiar Bulma. In a fleeting moment, the small Sun Wukong, left behind by Lepin, murmured a phrase as he piloted the Nimbus cloud in pursuit. Inside the castle, Pilaf gazed at the several Dragon Balls before him, his eyes sparkling with delight as he spread his hands upward, overwhelmed with excitement. I have collected 7 Dragon Balls, at last. I have gathered all 7. He embraced the globe and began to dance joyfully. Beside him, Little Dance pointed out, King Pilaf, the count seems incorrect. Ashu completed her statement. There are only 6. We are missing 1. Pilaf appeared oblivious to the remarks of his 2 subordinates, lost in his own world, exclaiming, I can finally fulfill my wish. We only have 6. We are still short 1. Little Dance and Ashu reiterated. This world is mine. Pilaf remained enthralled, playing with the globe, blissfully unaware. Weiqiang, we are still missing 1 Dragon Ball. Little Dance and Ashu chorused, with the combined efforts of 1 person and 1 dog. Pilaf ultimately regained his senses. What? He counted the Dragon Balls 1 by 1 and realized he was indeed missing the 4-star ball. Little Dance and Ashu rummaged through the stolen bag, but found no sign of the missing 4-star ball. You useless fools, Pilaf bellowed. Subsequently, the trio observed the monitor screen. Is this Dragon Ball detector truly functioning? Pilaf inquired. Rest assured, my king, Little Dance confidently replied. The screen displayed the positions of the 6 Dragon Balls. And at that moment, a light point was rapidly approaching. Pilaf joyfully declared, the last 4-star ball is coming right to us. Wahaha! Soon, I will have all the Dragon Balls in my grasp, and this world will be mine. Little Dance and Ashu chimed in. Indeed, my king, Sun Weiqiang and his companions arrived before a grand, vintage castle. This Pilaf's castle. Sun Weiqiang pondered, feeling a stirring in his heart. It's enormous, Little Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the colossal structure. It's even larger than my palace. Who lives here? Oolong remarked, feeling a sense of imbalance. It doesn't matter who lives here. Whoever dares to steal my Dragon Ball shall face my wrath, Bulma said, arms crossed, her eyes gleaming with ferocity as she flicked her ponytail. Young Master Lepin, are you all right? Puyalu inquired with concern. Lepin, still seated in the flying car, bore an expression of someone on the verge of succumbing to some impact. Raising his fist, Puyalu, I swear, I must acquire the 7 Dragon Balls. Yes, Puyalu affirmed. Inside the castle, in the monitoring room, Little Dance remarked, King Pilaf, that group has arrived. They came quickly. It seems they also possess Dragon Ball detectors. Pilaf surmised, issuing orders. Lure them in as planned. Little Dance and Ashu replied, Understood. Outside the castle, Sun Weiqiang silently thought, my plan to make a wish first is nearing completion. Clenching his fists, his heart surged with anticipation. Blood coursing through his veins, his powerful heart pounding rapidly. As long as I can make my wish to the dragon, the future will be boundless. I shall break through the limits of martial arts. I will surpass the ceiling of earthling combat power. The strongest earthling? No, absolutely more than that. The stars and the seas, the vast universe. This shall be my journey. Even beyond the infinite cosmos, in the depths of Sun Weiqiang's gaze lay a fervent desire. Little Wukong pushed open a door to the castle. Let us go, he urged, and the group ventured inside. They had not gone far when a multitude of bats flew out from above the entrance. Bulma, startled, clung to Lepin, who pushed her away. Falling to the ground, Bulma exclaimed, What are you doing? Lepin replied, Stay back, it's terrifying. Bulma retorted, What? After the bats vanished, Sun Weiqiang and the others pressed on in the dark corridor. Puyalu timidly said, Young Master Lepin, I feel like there might be ghosts. Bulma responded, please don't scare us. Puyalu, you coward, Oolong said, though he was also frightened. Puyala countered, Oolong, if you're so brave, why don't you lead the way? Me lead? You dream. Oolong scoffed, wrinkling his snout. Sun Wukong thought to himself. As long as there are no unexpected occurrences, my plan is sure to succeed. He treaded carefully, attentive to the sound around him. Sun Wukong was uncertain whether his presence would bring about unforeseen changes. That was not what he desired. According to the original Dragon Ball storyline, Pilaf's trio seized the 4-star ball from Little Wukong, summoning the dragon. This was the key to Sun Wukong's plan to make a wish first. He hoped no variables would arise midway, although that did not mean he would lose his opportunity. Nonetheless, the advantage of being a time traveler was undeniably safer. After all, Oolong managed to make his wish ahead of Pilaf's trio, so there was no reason he should fare worse than a small white pig. Especially since he was already prepared that Pilaf's group would find it even easier to miss their chance to wish to the dragon, that I hope things unfold as I envision. But if unexpected events do arise, I will give it my all. Sun Wukong resolved, steadfast in his determination. Chapter 30. The Crisis of the Stone Pillars. Imprisoned Little Wukong led the way, with Sun Wukong and the others following closely. The dark corridor echoed only with their footsteps and occasional conversations. Through the monitor, Pilaf wore a triumphant expression, relishing the unfolding drama. He pressed a button to activate a mechanism. Suddenly, as Sun Wukong and his companions walked, they felt a tremor. Columns of stone erupted from the walls around them, intersecting in all directions. What is happening? The group dodged the stone pillars to avoid being crushed at Puyala was alarmed by a stone pillar that rose from the ground without warning. Narrowly escaping, hiss! Oolong was equally startled, his pig face contorted. Lepin, Sun Wukong, and Little Wukong managed to evade with relative ease. Just as Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, inexplicably, more stone pillars continued to compress their space. One moment, they were safe. The next, chaos ensued. Help! A stone pillar appeared right beneath Bulma, pushing her towards the ceiling. Just as Bulma seemed destined to be crushed, Lepin, closest to her, kicked the pillar in half. Bang! Bulma fell from the air, and Sun Wukong caught her. Why is it so soft? Sun Wukong focused his gaze, realizing he had inadvertently pressed against Bulma's left chest. Lepin landed gracefully, striking a pose, but his stone pillars encroached around him. He was forced to abandon his stylish demeanor and take action. A horizontal stone pillar grazed his body, and Lepin braced himself, leaning back to narrowly escape disaster. Extend, Nimbus Rod. Little Wukong struck the stone pillar above Lepin, shattering it. However, the broken pillar fell onto Lepin. Ouch! That hurts! That hurts! Little Wukong continued to spring into action as Sun Wukong accidentally pressed against Bulma's ample chest. He let her down, sliding his hand along the way. This was different from his previous surreptitious encounters. This time, he feigned ignorance while taking advantage. Thank you, Weiqiang. Bulma expressed her gratitude, as without his support, she would have fallen. Sun Wukong nodded, using his bare hands to destroy the surrounding stone pillars. Once the dust settled, apart from himself and Little Wukong, the rest of the group appeared rather worse for wear, looking rather pitiful. Little Wukong stared blankly at them. Sun Wukong observed them in silence. Wukong, you are truly despicable, Lepin exclaimed, pushing aside the stone pillar that had pinned him down, glaring at Little Wukong. Bulma rushed towards Lepin. Say, Mr. Lepin, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Had it not been for him, she would have Lepin, feeling Bulma cling to him, trembled, utterly overwhelmed. I can't take it anymore. He dashed to the side. Puyalu flew over, young Master Lepin. Are you all right? How strange, Little Wukong remarked, visibly confused. Bulma, let me help you. I'll let you cling to me however you like. Oolong made a gesture as if to embrace her, his face filled with lewd glee. Get lost, you perverted pig. What is happening right now? Why are you acting so inappropriately? Bulma shot Oolong a glare. If you're any different, a retort dripping with disdain from Oolong. What did you say? You wish to relieve yourself, perhaps? A threat from Bulma. No. Oolong the pig shook his head vigorously, his hands gesturing in front of him. To do so here would cost me my very life. These fellows certainly have an extraordinary resilience. Not a single one can be dispatched. Pilaf, observing the surveillance footage, muttered under his breath, "Who created that mechanism?" Pointing at the screen, Pilaf was visibly infuriated. "With only Xiaowu available to respond in the absence of Ash," she replied. "It was King Pilaf." Pilaf turned his face away, as if acknowledging that it was indeed his handiwork. This mechanism is rather impressive. If it could eliminate these individuals in one fell swoop, how would the game proceed afterward? "I am truly a genius." Pilaf blushed and amended his statement. Xiao remarked, "I have never encountered someone so audaciously shameless." In the surveillance footage, having departed from the area of the shattered stone pillars, Sun Weiqiang and the others entered another dark passage, proceeding cautiously along the walls. "Everyone be vigilant. The enemy is unlike any we have faced before," Lu Ping advised. "What Mr. Lu Ping says is correct," Bulma concurred. "Are they truly formidable?" Little Wukong inquired. "They are competent," Sun Weiqiang replied. The others stared in confusion. Oolong suggested, "Puyalu, shall we negotiate a truce for the time being?" "Very well," Puyalu acquiesced. After walking a while, little Wukong, curious, observed an object on the ground. "What is this?" "It's an arrow, but its direction remains a mystery." Lu Ping offered his insight that, "If we follow its direction, we have no idea what we might encounter." Bulma contemplated. Sun Weiqiang was uncertain of the plot at this juncture. Analyzing solely based on the arrow's indicated direction, it was clear that if the enemy wanted them to see it, following its path could likely lead to a trap, though it could also be otherwise. The situation was ambiguous. Perhaps it was a ploy to draw their attention, allowing the enemy some time to prepare. However, Sun Weiqiang felt that his rational analysis perhaps overestimated Pilaf's trio, as their intentions were likely less convoluted. The arrow might very well be an obvious trap. If that were the case, considering it from another angle might be a display of profound wisdom disguised as folly. Then, Wukong dashed to the other side, spotting a second arrow. "Let us go and take a look," Lu Ping said. The group proceeded with utmost caution, their senses heightened, listening and observing. Sun Weiqiang followed the team, led by little Wukong, heading towards the direction of the arrow. "What nonsense is this? Following the arrow is exceedingly perilous." Oolong expressed his thoughts that he shared Sun Weiqiang's sentiment but refrained from voicing it, not wishing to intervene and alter the course of events. An arrow appeared every so often along their path. As little Wukong led the way, he assured, "Understood." They remained silent for a time, the atmosphere thick with tension, the only sound being their footsteps, eerily quiet. Sun Weiqiang felt an ominous sense that something was bound to transpire at any moment. Then, they reached a dead end. Little Wukong led the group into a corner with no path ahead. "Be careful. The walls may move," Lu Ping cautioned, maintaining his vigilance. Suddenly, a wall crashed down from above, enclosing Sun Weiqiang and the others in a confined space surrounded by walls. "This is bad," Lu Ping exclaimed. "We are trapped," Bulma cried in panic. "I told you all it was too risky, yet none would heed my warnings. Now what do we do?" Oolong lamented, his voice tinged with resentment. "That we can't escape. Are we destined to starve to death here?" Puyalu spoke with a pessimistic tone. Little Wukong patted his belly. "Surely not. I still have an abundance of delicious food I have yet to try." Setting little Wukong aside, the teammates were filled with anxiety, yet Sun Weiqiang remained calm. "This place is reminiscent of my memories. It's rather pleasant." Observing the surveillance screen, Xiao reported, "King Pilaf, I have confined them successfully." Caught in such a foolish trap, Pilaf found it hard to believe. His expression quickly returned to normal, and he proclaimed, "No matter the method, as long as I obtain the 4-star ball, it matters not. Now, the world shall be mine." His laughter echoed with arrogance. Chapter 31. Pilaf versus Bulma. "A narrow defeat this place is stifling," Bulma remarked, peering cautiously. "I warned you it was too perilous," Oolong reiterated. "Oolong, enough of that. Let us focus on how to escape," Puyalu urged. "How would I know how to escape?" Oolong retorted. "Wasn't it you who was supposed to think of a way?" Puyalu shot back. "Humph. Is thinking something that can resolve this predicament?" Oolong scoffed. Hands in pockets, seeing the escalating tension, Lu Ping intervened, Puyalu, don't argue with Oolong. Yes, young Master Leping, Puyalu conceded, sticking his tongue out at Oolong. Wretched Puyalu, devoid of any credibility, Oolong disparaged him. Their newfound friendship had unraveled in an instant. Sun Weiqiang shook his head internally, thinking they've already fallen into the enemy's hands, and yet they still bicker. They truly are bold. Bulma, what is the situation? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Bulma explained, we have fallen into the enemy's trap. A trap? What is that? Something edible. Little Wukong inquired innocently. Oolong, aware of Wukong's ignorance, was astounded at the depth of his naivety. Fool! We have been captured by the enemy. Bulma scolded. Oh, is that so? Little Wukong chuckled. This is infuriating. Had I known, I would not have followed the direction of the arrow, and thus would not have fallen into the enemy's trap, Bulma grumbled. In the monitoring room, Pilaf reveled in his impending dominion over the world. Ash and Xiao returned from outside. Xiao reported, King Pilaf, we searched their vehicle thoroughly and did not find the last Dragon Ball. What? So the final Dragon Ball must be on one of them. Pilaf mused, his gaze fixed on the surveillance footage. Who could it possibly belong to? He pondered aloud. Perhaps the Dragon Ball lies between that man's legs, Xiao speculated. Ash and Pilaf turned to her, their expressions mirroring disbelief. How could you think that? You should know I detest tasteless jokes. Pilaf responded curtly. Yes, I acknowledge my error, Xiao said, lowering her head in contrition on the surveillance screen. Leping unleashed a signature move against a wall, Wolf Fong fist. Little Wukong followed suit, striking another wall. Sun Weiqiang did the same. Their punches had no effect. The wall remained intact. Leping, panting, exclaimed, This wall is too thick. I cannot break through with my fists either, little Wukong admitted. Nor can I, Sun Weiqiang echoed. Above one wall, Pilaf's head appeared on the display, declaring, Foolish creatures, my sturdy walls cannot be shattered by your feeble punches. Who are you? Bulma stepped forward and asked, I am King Pilaf. He declared, You're the one who stole my Dragon Ball, are you not? Bulma demanded, fists clenched in anger. Indeed, I did take it, but I'm still missing one, Pilaf retorted. Shall we break the window and climb out? Little Wukong suggested, pointing. You dolt. That's a television. Leping explained, Do you not possess the 4-star Dragon Ball? Hand it over obediently, or you shall regret it, Pilaf threatened, directing his gaze at the woman. Bulma, defiant, declared, I shall not give it to you. Fool! Idiot! Dolt! She pulled the corners of her mouth wide, sticking out her tongue, making a face. Pilaf, incensed, remarked, It seems you are determined not to comply. Then I shall not hold back my ruthlessness. That he activated a mechanism, causing the ceiling above Sun Weiqiang and the others to open, revealing a mechanical arm that reached out to seize Bulma. Bang! The opening swiftly closed. Leping lamented, This is terrible. Bulma is doomed. What does that person want to do to Bulma? Little Goku asked curiously. How thrilling, how exhilarating. Oolong could already envision what was about to transpire with Bulma. Lacking any semblance of conscience, Poor looked at Oolong with disdain. Very good, just as I remember. Sun Wukong was well aware of the situation and felt no concern for Bulma. What do you want? Let go of me. Bulma was seized by the mechanical hand and brought before the Pilaf gang. Pilaf chuckled wickedly. Now tell me, where's the last Dragon Ball? Hurry up. Bulma defiantly raised her middle finger. Taunting, you narcissist. I will never tell you. So you are so reckless. Fine, I will grant your wish. Pilaf revealed a sinister grin. What does he intend to do to me? Bulma thought, her face paling in fear as she imagined being pinned beneath him. Mercilessly ravaged. Through the television on the wall, Sun Wukong and the others were watching. Don't bully her. Please don't bully her. Lepin prayed. Oolong, with his pig face, was immensely excited, picturing a scene in his mind. Bulma weeping and crying out, with no response from heaven or earth, while Pilaf bound her alluring figure with a tortoise shell and spread her long white legs apart. Oolong's eyes remained fixed on the screen, afraid to miss a moment of beauty. Puar felt a pang of concern for Bulma. Unlike them, Sun Wukong understood what was about to happen and merely observed silently. Little Goku was bewildered. Pilaf, do you truly intend to frighten Aishio into clinging to Xiao Wu? Please don't do that. Xiao Wu couldn't bear to watch any longer. Pilaf cackled. ignoring his subordinates as he approached Bulma. Bulma, in terror, closed her eyes. Pilaf blew a kiss at Bulma. Xiao Wu and Aishio lowered their heads. Their faces flushed. "What do you think? Now do you want to say something?" Pilaf inquired. "What just happened?" Bulma asked in confusion. "That I just gave you a flying kiss," Pilaf said, blushing with embarrassment. "What a lecher!" Xiao Wu and Aishio covered their faces. Unable to watch any longer, Bulma nonchalantly replied, "I'm not afraid of your kiss." "What?" Pilaf was taken aback. "I thought you were either going to kill me or strip me bare, licking my body with your tongue, or groping me." Bulma said this with ease. "What a vulgar woman! Such a pervert!" The Pilaf gang was utterly shocked. "I never expected your mind to harbor such lewd thoughts." Pilaf, surprised by this turn of events, manipulated a mechanism to send her back. Chapter 32. The Dragon Balls gathered. The Shenron appears. Oolong watched as Bulma returned, then glanced at the so-called Pilaf on the screen. "Is that it? What a pathetic creature. Are you even a man? With such a seductive woman in your grasp, you should at least make the most of it." Pilaf's first plan had failed, and he quickly resorted to a second one. As yellow gas filled the confined space where Sun Wukong and the others were held, they soon fell unconscious. Excellent, just like before. This was the last thought of Sun Wukong before he lost consciousness. A wall opened, and Pilaf appeared before them. Everyone is sound asleep. Hurry and find the Dragon Balls." But before he could finish speaking, Pilaf, who was without a gas mask, collapsed unconscious. Aishio called out from behind him. "King Pilaf." "King Pilaf. Aishio. I'm here for the Dragon Balls. You help the king back." Xiao Wu instructed. Aishio muttered. How troublesome. He helped Pilaf back while Xiao Wu searched, and soon found a last Dragon Ball. That night, when Pilaf awoke, he was told by Xiao Wu, "King Pilaf, the 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered." Pilaf, lying in bed, hastily got up. "Look, it's right here." Xiao Wu opened a long box on the table in front of her. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated, emitting a dazzling golden light. "So beautiful." Pilaf approached, examining the 7 Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others began to awaken, realizing that little Goku's Dragon Ball had been stolen. "Ah, my grandpa has been stolen," little Goku exclaimed. "What should we do? Those villains might have already made their wish to Shenron." "What now?" Bulma cried. "And oh way." Oolong couldn't he believe it. "What about my wish? The freshest panties of the cutest girl in the world." "Damn it." Lepin gritted his teeth. "Poor. The wall has opened." Thus, Sun Wukong and the others dashed through the newly opened wall. Soon, they encountered Pilaf and his gang around a corner. "Your wish has been granted." "Hasn't he it?" Bulma pointed at Pilaf. Pilaf shook his head. "Return my grandpa. Hurry." Little Goku assumed a fighting stance, pointing at Pilaf with a fierce demeanor. The Pilaf gang immediately fled. Sun Wukong and the others pursued them. Utilizing their familiarity with the territory and the layout of the internal mechanisms, the Pilaf gang effortlessly shook off Sun Wukong and the others. Later, Pilaf manipulated the mechanisms, using a large stone ball, and after some time, once again trapped Sun Wukong and the others in their original confinement. Bang! The wall that had just opened fell, producing a tremendous noise. "We're trapped again," Bulma said dejectedly. "Haha." Pilaf appeared on the television. "UVE allowed me to enjoy myself. Everything I just did was merely a prelude to summoning Shenron. Now, I am about to call forth Shenron and fulfill my long-held wish goodbye." The screen went black, and Pilaf vanished from the television, leaving with Xiao Wu and Aishio stepping out of the castle. "This world is finally going to be under my rule." Pilaf laughed maniacally, spreading his arms wide as he approached the pinnacle of his life. "No, we cannot be trapped here. What should we do?" Bulma pounded her fists against the wall, uncertain of how to escape. "We must stop Pilaf from making a wish to Shenron. Goku, Wukong, quickly use the Kamehameha." Lepin finally recalled this and urged the 2-right. Little Goku suddenly realized. "But how do you know about that day?" Sun Wukong also looked at Lepin, though he understood in his heart. "You don't need to worry about that. There is no time left. Hurry up." Lepin shouted loudly. Little Goku hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, I understand it. I'll go first." Sun Wukong declared, intending to make a wish to Shenron, wanting to beat Pilaf to it and get ahead of along, thus fulfilling his wish. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong gathered his energy and unleashed it. A blue energy erupted from his hands. Boom! The wall shattered, creating a small hole, but it was not enough for Sun Wukong to crawl through. Not enough? One more time. The main reason was that he had not used all his strength in the Kamehameha, considering that if he made the hole too large and allowed Lepin to escape first, it would disrupt his plans and T least after him. When little Goku unleashed the Kamehameha, everyone could get out, but by then he no longer had to worry about Lepin affecting his plans, as the saying goes. A step ahead, a step ahead. Boom! Sun Wukong unleashed another Kamehameha. This time it was sufficient for him to crawl out, peeking outside. Excellent. He had chosen the right wall. Beyond it lay the castle exterior, and Pilaf had yet to summon Shenron. ILL go stop Pilaf from making a wish. Leaving those words, Sun Wukong swiftly crawled out of the hole. Wukong, this hole isn't big enough for us to get out. Bulma panicked, and no response. Lepin looked outside the hole, transform into a bat, and help Wukong snatch the Dragon Balls from them. Yes, transformation. Sprouted wings and flew out of the wall hole. Bulma, seeing Oolong beside her with his hands behind his head, lounging leisurely, was infuriated. What are you doing standing there? You need to go too. Oolong replied, me too. You should occasionally exert some effort. Do you want to have an upset stomach? Bulma said angrily, no. No, I'll go. I'll go, is that okay? Transformation. Oolong panicked and transformed into a flying pig, soaring out of the wall. Goku, you need to hurry up and use the Kamehameha. Lepin urged. A little Goku was momentarily stunned. Kamehameha? Boom! Lepin urged the little Wukong to venture outside and assess the situation beyond the wall. Upon discovering a suitable foothold, the three of them crawled through the hole in the wall one after another. Prior to this, 7 Dragon Balls had been placed in a clearing outside the castle. Come forth, Shenlong. Arise and fulfill my wishes. Pilaf called out to summon the dragon. The radiant glow of the 7 Dragon Balls intensified, becoming blindingly brilliant, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky. Shenlong had appeared. It's too late. Shenlong has been summoned. What shall we do? Puyalu halted midair, alongside Oolong, as they beheld Shenlong. Weiqiang, who had just emerged from the hole, exclaimed, "This is dire. Shenlong has already been summoned. What now? We're finished." Bulma was equally a loss. That really Shenlong. Little Wukong pondered. At last, the moment to make his wish had arrived. Pilaf gazed at the towering and majestic Shenlong, envisioning a world under its dominion, the pinnacle of his aspirations tantalizingly close at hand. Chapter 33. 2 individuals and a pig make wishes to Shenlong. Were you the one who summoned me? Shenlong inquired. Prepared for this moment, Sun Wukong had anticipated it eagerly. He had already arrived on the scene, unnoticed by Pilaf and his companions, who were captivated by Shenlong in Weiqiang's mind. This was the optimal outcome. Conversely, had Pilaf's group discovered him, his plans would have been thwarted, and his actions would have been deemed forceful. This moment, Weiqiang was overwhelmed with excitement. Before Shenlong could complete its first sentence, he dashed towards it, and within less than a second, he leaped high into the air, appearing before Shenlong, and declared his wish. Yes, it is I. My wish is to maximize my martial arts talent. Sun Weiqiang proclaimed loudly. He had contemplated this wish on numerous occasions. Initially, he had desired the strongest Scion bloodline within Shenlong's capabilities. However, opting to enhance his martial arts talent to the greatest extent seemed equally compelling. Regardless, it was still within the realm of Shenlong's power to grant the most formidable wish. Even if he could not possess the unique combat prowess of a Scion, he would surely excel in other areas. As a human from Earth, after much deliberation, Weiqiang resolved to choose the latter. Voicing his wish, he gazed at Shenlong with hopeful anticipation as he descended from the sky. How did that little brat escape? Pilaf seethed, furious and taken aback that someone had preempted his wish at such a crucial moment. A short distance behind him, Ashu and Xiaowu wore bewildered expressions, questioning how he had ended up there. Not far off, Oolong and Puyalu transformed back into their original forms, standing on the ground, witnessing Weiqiang's successful preemptive wish. "I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill your wish," Shenlong stated. Upon landing, Weiqiang was left in disbelief, exclaiming, "Why not?" He thought he must have misheard. How could it be unachievable? What was happening? This shouldn't be possible, Shenlong continued. Your martial arts talent far exceeds that of my creator. I am unable to fulfill your wish. This was something Weiqiang had never considered. Why martial arts talent surpasses old Bic and the heavenly god combined. Pilaf had initially thought he was out of luck, but this sudden turn of events revitalized his hopes. He hastily made his wish to Shenlong. Shenlong, I wish to rule the entire world. But a pig trampled him to the ground, interrupting Pilaf's wish and loudly declaring, I want the freshest underwear of the cutest girl in the world. Just moments ago, upon witnessing Weiqiang's failed wish, Yulong rushed over. If Weiqiang could wish first, so could he. Shenlong's red eyes gleamed. Suddenly, a pure white pair of triangular underwear with a hint of yellow descended from the sky, perfectly landing atop Yulong's piggy head. Is this truly the freshest underwear of the cutest girl in the world? Yulong sniffed, instantly feeling rejuvenated. A contented pig grin spread across his face. Damn it, Pilaf shouted as he rose from the ground. His face contorted with rage. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shenlong radiated with golden light, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which soared into the sky, each darting off in different directions, outside the castle. At the hole in the wall, little Wukong curiously inquired, why did the Dragon Balls scatter? The night was serene, making their voices carry far. First, there was Weiqiang's failed wish, then Pilaf's wish was disrupted by Yulong, followed by Yulong's successful wish, all of which reached the ears of little Wukong and his companions. That I know the reason. The 7 Dragon Balls scatter across the globe after Shenlong grants a wish. Bulma explained, so, does that mean my grandfather's relics are lost? What should we do? Little Wukong's face fell at the realization. Yulong, donning the fresh underwear of the cutest girl in the world atop his head, had not savored his victory for long. Capture that pig-like creature! Pilaf commanded. Oh no! Yulong hastily fled. Don't run. Xiaowu and Ashu pursued. Pilaf glanced at the individual who had wished first, then back at the castle, realizing that everyone else had escaped, prompting him to issue another order. Capture them all. Take them all. Puyalu, run. Yulong dashed past Puyalu, dragging him along in flight. Weiqiang had not anticipated his wish would go ungranted. Beyond that, another unexpected event unfolded. Little Wukong inadvertently caught sight of the full moon hanging in the sky. Wukong, hurry and escape. What are you waiting for? Weiqiang urged. Wukong, what's wrong? Bulma observed his eyes glazing over. As Weiqiang moved to pull Sun Wukong along, his foot faltered. Little Wukong's body began to transform, his clothes ripping apart as he morphed into a massive gorilla. In an instant, Weiqiang and Bulma were left dumbfounded. Oh, what manner of beast is this? How infuriating! My castle, which I painstakingly built over decades with sweat and tears, has been so carelessly destroyed. This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Pilaf fumed as he witnessed this monstrous creature wreaking havoc on his castle. Hastily summoning Xiaowu and Ashu back 2 minutes later, outside the castle, Weiqiang gasped for breath, muttering, he finally escaped. Indeed, you can set me down now, right? Bulma, cradled in Weiqiang's right arm, shyly suggested. Realizing his actions, Weiqiang abruptly tossed Bulma forward. In a moment of desperation, he had carried her to safety from the clutches of the transformed gorilla. Though tossed aside, Bulma paid it no mind. Instead, she blushed, gazing affectionately at Weiqiang. I was holding a girl? I didn't even faint. Weiqiang was in disbelief. Weiqiang, Bulma, what are you doing here? Sun Wukong called from several meters away. He, along with Yulong and Puyalu, rushed towards them upon seeing the two moments prior, after Yulong had dragged Puyalu to safety. He remembered Weiqiang and ran back to regroup with him. What? That enormous gorilla is Wukong transformed. Learning this news left Weiqiang, Puyalu, and Yulong astonished. Weiqiang was merely feigning ignorance. To act otherwise would raise suspicions among Bulma and the others, making them wonder if he knew Wukong could transform into a gorilla. How could he possibly know? Had Wukong confided in him? Or, not acting might expose too many questions. This is impossible, Yulong exclaimed in disbelief. We find it difficult to believe as well, but Wukong transformed into this ferocious gorilla before our very eyes, Bulma recounted. Moreover, after Wukong transformed, he forgot about both me and Bulma. Had we not fled quickly, He nearly harmed us without a second thought. Weiqiang added. In a way. Puyalu's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Bulma nodded. Well, at least it's a relief that nothing serious happened, that we should consider what to do next. Weiqiang suggested. Chapter 34. One wave subsides. Another rises after being summoned back by Pilaf. Xiaowu and Ashu obeyed his orders, daringly returning to the castle and piloting a fighter jet. Pilaf also boarded the aircraft, personally commanding the assault. Attack with all your might, Pilaf roared. Understood, Xiaowu replied as she piloted the jet. Everything is fine inside the plane, Ashu chimed in. What orders are you following? You aren't even piloting the plane. Useless fool, Pilaf glared at Ashu, berating him. You're not piloting either. Yelling like that. I could do that too. And you dare criticize me? Should I refrain from saying at your command? Might you trouble me again? In silence, Ashu inwardly criticized Pilaf, daring not to meet his gaze for fear of being discovered. Rat-a-tat. 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 A relentless barrage of firepower rained upon the gorilla. Upon witnessing this, Weiqiang grew anxious for Sun Wukong. His expression fraught with worry as he cried out, Wukong, such fierce assaults. One could only wonder if Wukong was unharmed. Oolong expressed his concern. Wukong should be fine, right? Bulma voiced her uncertainty, recalling the time she had fired at him. Yet the most potent weapon had merely been a submachine gun. Wukong had withstood that, but it paled in comparison to the destructive fire from the aircraft ahead. Wukong, Puyalu clasped his hands in prayer before him. Only Sun Weiqiang remained unperturbed, jesting, the ones who should be worried are Pilaf and his trio. Trust in Wukong. He shall be unharmed. Attack, attack, attack. Increase the firepower. Strike down this monstrous beast. Bring it to its end. Pilaf snarled menacingly. Yes, Xiaowu affirmed. Why aren't you responding to me? Pilaf glared at Ashu. Your Majesty, you mentioned earlier that I needn't reply since I'm piloting the aircraft, Ashu replied, harboring a foreboding feeling. That was then. This is now. Foolish creature. Pilaf retorted with a scowl. Ashu lamented in silence, his face betraying none of his inner turmoil for fear of reprisal. Rat-a-tat. 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 Xiaowu's continuous fire finally provoked the gorilla. The gorilla confronted the fighter jet piloted by Xiaowu, yet she deftly maneuvered, eluding its grasp. However, this display terrified Pilaf within the cockpit, who anxiously inquired, is this beast going berserk a problem? No problem at all. Xiaowu responded confidently. But this creature is absurdly resilient. Despite our relentless shooting, it appears utterly unfazed. Pilaf seethed. How infuriating. It resorts to its final gambit. Launch the Pilaf special missiles. Xiaowu complied. Yes. 3, 2, 1 launch. Whoosh. Xiaowu fired a specially designed missile. Ashu thought to himself, finally, some peace. Wukong, Weiqiang shouted. Wukong, Bulma screamed. Wukong. Oolong squealed. Wukong, Puyalu murmured in prayer. Wukong, echoed Sun Weiqiang. Boom, a thunderous explosion resounded. Direct hit. Ashu and Xiaowu exclaimed in excitement. Ha! Pilaf cackled triumphantly. Rumble, the gorilla collapsed. Bulma, Weiqiang, Puyalu, Oolong, and Sun Weiqiang. Oh. The last expression was feigned. Sun Weiqiang was aware of what would follow, yet he maintained a pretense. Xiaowu piloted the aircraft above the fallen beast. Ha ha ha! Pilaf laughed heartily, gazing at the motionless giant, declaring his victory. Now you know my terror. After the shock, Bulma cried, Has Wukong perished? Sun Weiqiang, uncertain, replied, Surely not. Weiqiang, Puyalu, and Oolong shared Bulma's confusion regarding Wukong's condition. Was he alive or dead? Half alive. Yet he lay still, which seemed rather ominous. Xiaowu circled the aircraft above the behemoth before landing, and the Pilaf trio approached the colossal creature. Good riddance. It deserved it, Pilaf spat. Your Majesty, where did this monstrous beast come from? Ashu inquired. You ask me? Who should I inquire? Pilaf, equally curious, continued. One thing is certain. I am far stronger than this beast. However, Pilaf's expression turned pained as he shed bitter tears. It has destroyed my painstakingly built castle. How infuriating. I am not resigned to this. I am filled with hatred. Such hatred. In utter despair, Pilaf ran to the giant's finger. kicking it repeatedly to vent his frustration. But it was not enough. He even leaped upon the creature's tail, shouting, "I stomp! I stomp! I stomp! Let out my anger!" Ah! Both Xiaowu and Ashu screamed in unison, terrified and clinging to one another. "Pilaf the Great," Xiaowu warned, her eyes fixed on the behemoth, observing its eyelids, nostrils, and fingers twitching. How infuriating! Pilaf continued to bounce on the tail, insisting, "I stomp! I stomp! I stomp!" Ah! Xiaowu and Ashu shrieked once more as the giant stirred. Pilaf turned, only to be met with a sight of sheer terror. Ah! His soul seemed to flee in that instant. The next moment, the Pilaf trio fled in panic. "Help!" The gorilla rose, and Bulma beamed with joy. Lepin, Puelu, Oolong, and Sun Weiqiang also brightened. They returned to the fighter jet. "Pilaf, fire all the Pilaf special missiles." Xiao responded, "At your command," but before they could succeed, disaster struck. Boom! The gorilla hurled a piece of the destroyed castle, striking the Pilaf trio's aircraft with pinpoint accuracy. Debris and fragments plummeted from the sky, some hurtling towards Sun Weiqiang and his group. "Run!" On the other side, the bewildered Pilaf, Ashu, and Xiaowu appeared disheveled from their narrow escape. What was that monstrous creature? Pilaf was about to speak when a piece of metal debris fell from the sky, striking him on the head and rendering him unconscious. "I cannot breathe." Sun Weiqiang lay on the ground. Feigning struggle, Bulma, atop him, had moved aside to evade the wreckage, inadvertently pinning him down, her ample bosom pressed tightly against his face, leaving no room to breathe. Blushing, Bulma rose. Sun Weiqiang, feigning helplessness, could have easily shifted away but deemed it unnecessary. Remarkably, Bulma's sudden landing startled him, prompting him to adjust his position. Sun Weiqiang and Bulma regrouped with Lepin, Puyalu, and Oolong, who had separated to avoid the falling debris. "That was a close call," Lepin exclaimed. "That rascal Wukong." Oolong murmured. "Nothing could be done about Wukong now," Lepin remarked. "Indeed, Master Lepin speaks true," Puyalu concurred. Soon after, Sun Weiqiang and Bulma reunited with Lepin and the others. "Oh no! Wukong is approaching from this direction," Oolong shouted. His eyes filled with dread. The gorilla charged towards Sun Weiqiang and his companions, causing the ground to tremble. "Run!" Lepin yelled. The group fled, but the gorilla pursued relentlessly, closing the distance rapidly. "We're doomed," Oolong cried, nearly losing his composure. "What now?" Lepin fretted. "Are we all to be slain by Wukong?" Bulma lamented. "Surely not." Sun Weiqiang feigned a sense of calm, asserting, "At least 4 of us have a good chance of survival. At least 4 of us have a good chance of survival." Bulma wept, convinced she would be the one to perish. Oolong and Puyalu could transform and flee, while Lepin and Weiqiang possessed skills. Only she remained vulnerable. Overwhelmed with despair, Bulma's tears flowed freely, lamenting her misfortune. Fortunately, Puyalu's words offered her some solace. "To be by the way, Master Lepin, isn't Wukong's sole weakness his tail?" Puyalu suddenly recalled. "Indeed." Lepin's eyes gleamed as he glanced at the gorilla's thick tail. "Finally, it dawns on me. I feared I might have to intervene myself." Sun Weiqiang mused internally. Given the circumstances, with the original trajectory of the Dragon Ball universe altered, he resolved that if necessary, he must take action, lest unforeseen events unfold. "Puyalu, transform into a giant pair of scissors. If you sever Wukong's tail, he may faint or revert to his original form," Lepin instructed. "Yes, Master Lepin, transforming now." Puyalu promptly transformed. Lepin exclaimed, "Find an opportunity to sever Wukong's tail." "Hurry up," Bulma shouted. "Wukong is fast approaching." Oolong the pig added, "Indeed. If we don't hurry, we're all doomed." "Action, Puyalu," commanded Lepin. "Yes, young Master Lepin," Puyalu replied, detaching the large scissors from the group, soaring at low altitude, while the gorilla ignored it. Puyalu circled around behind Wukong. "Help!" Bulma cried, glancing back and nearly wetting herself at the sight of Wukong drawing ever closer, the situation perilous. Without a second thought, she leapt onto Weiqiang's back. "Goodness! Is it really necessary to be this frightened?" Weiqiang mused, his arms tightly encircling Bulma's long legs, resting against her softness, their bodies pressed together. "Weiqiang, let go of Bulma." "Allow me." Oolong, envious and resentful, wished to express this sentiment. Fortunately, Bulma had leapt onto Wukong's back. Had she chosen him, both would have met their demise. Lepin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Moments later, with a snap, Puyalu's transformed scissors cleanly severed Wukong's tail. The gorilla halted its charge, rapidly shrinking in place. The ground remained devoid of any thundering footsteps. Could it be? Sun Wukong and the others halted, turning to look. Puyalu! Well done, Lepin praised with a smile, returning to his original form. Puyalu flew back, holding Wukong's severed tail. Wukong has reverted, Oolong exclaimed. Bulma dismounted Weiqiang, both surveying the naked son. Wukong sprawled on the ground, in the distance. The Pilaf trio observed from the shadows. Pilaf grumbled angrily. So it was that little brat who caused all this. How infuriating! Had I known, I would have eliminated him in broad daylight. Xiao nodded, expressing another concern. The castle is beyond repair. We must rebuild it. What? We can't fix it, Pilaf lamented, tears streaming down his face as he stomped his feet, exclaiming, I refuse! I refuse! I refuse! This castle took me years to construct. Amidst his cries, Pilaf noticed 2 handguns nearby. Picking them up, with these he handed one to Xiaowu and one to Ashu, stating, You two listen carefully. Yes, they replied. Pilaf, with a confident grin, said they think the issue is resolved and have let their guard down. We cannot miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are we going to kill them? Ashu inquired. I hope that giant monster doesn't reappear. Xiao added, Go. Eliminate them all, Pilaf commanded, pointing forward. Yes, Xiaowu and Ashu rushed ahead. However, a man and a dog halted at the sound of footsteps behind them. Turning to look, Pilaf, where are you going? Ashu shouted. Are you trying to flee, King? Xiaowu asked. Fool. This isn't fleeing. It's a tactical retreat. You two will handle them. Pilaf explained while running, glancing back to clarify his strategy that I no longer wish to be entangled with that lot. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Without looking back, Pilaf sprinted away. Xiaowu and Ashu exchanged bewildered glances before dashing after him. King Pilaf, wait for us. Afterward, Sun Wukong pondered 2 unexpected events from the night. First, the dragon's wish was unfulfilled. His martial arts talent seemingly surpassed that of old Bick and the god of earth combined. This must be a significant change since his soul had crossed over. But why such a change? Sun Wukong could not fathom. Yet he couldn't help but contemplate, ultimately deciding to set it aside as further thought would be futile. Second, little Wukong saw the full moon outside the castle. This had never happened in the original Dragon Ball world. Why did it occur tonight? While his presence could explain it, he had not been near little Wukong at the time. Nor had he said, Wukong, look, a full moon, from Lepin and Bulma. He learned that they too had not mentioned it to little Wukong. Thus, it meant little Wukong had seen the full moon on his own. This was crucial for Sun Wukong. For throughout his journey in the Dragon Ball narrative, every event had mirrored his memories. Yet the incident of little Wukong's transformation tonight indicated otherwise. This implied that the future developments in the Dragon Ball world he understood might diverge from what he was familiar with. This was unknown territory, possibly existing, and had occurred tonight. Sun Wukong contemplated for a considerable time that if that were the case, he would need to make corresponding adjustments. At the very least, he could no longer treat those around him and his circumstances merely as a time traveler with foreknowledge. For instance, had Bulma not clung to him so tightly tonight, if she had fallen to the ground, she might have been trampled by the pursuing Wukong the gorilla. However, how should he proceed? It was quite the conundrum. Sun Wukong seemed to grasp the essence of his thoughts, yet the specifics eluded him. After all, in the original Dragon Ball world, he did not remember everything. Now, beyond his influence, there existed variables like little Wukong's transformation into a gorilla tonight. How could he navigate this? It was complicated, exceedingly complicated. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Sun Wukong decided to cease his musings that a new day dawned. Everyone had awakened except for little Wukong. The others surrounded the peacefully slumbering little Wukong. Oolong, wearing the freshest pair of girl's underwear atop his head, hands in pockets, gazed at little Wukong and lamented, Honestly, we've all been severely affected by him, yet he sleeps so soundly. Indeed, without Wukong's transformation, we likely wouldn't have escaped. Lepin recalled the fierce battles from Pilaf's aircraft. That's true, Bulma concurred, again wondering, but how could Wukong transform into a gorilla? The novel can be downloaded via the open-source, Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through alternative downloads and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com, authors QQ, 201-759-3710 official QQ group, 149050832 official TG group, https, t.me/fqtool, chapter 36, Parting Ways. Puala said, when Wukong wakes, we can ask him, Fool, how could Wukong possibly tell us such a terrifying thing? Oolong scorned Puyalu, dunce, do you not understand subtle hints? Perhaps Wukong would reveal it himself, Puyalu retorted. Sun Wukong observed quietly, saying nothing and doing nothing. Before long, little Wukong rolled over and awoke, raising his chubby little hands. Yawning widely, Oolong, standing beside him with hands in pockets, greeted him, Good morning to Hai. Little Wukong replied cheerfully, likely in high spirits after a good night's sleep. Oolong the pig grumbled, What do you mean, Hai? Annoying little brat. Little Wukong stood up, glancing around his bare body. Why am I not wearing clothes? Do you truly not remember anything? Lepin asked, arms crossed. What? Little Wukong looked up at Lepin. In the ensuing conversation, Sun Wukong cooperated with Bulma and the others, subtly probing little Wukong's mind to uncover the reason behind his transformation into a gorilla last night. After a while, donning Oolong's discarded suspenders, little Wukong stood and patted his backside, exclaiming, It's gone. It's gone. My tail is gone. Where did my tail go? Lying back and patting his rear, he lamented, It's gone. It's gone. My tail is gone. He tried various positions, finally resting his hand behind his head, saying, Oh well, oh well. This left everyone in disbelief. Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile. This was little Wukong. Little Wukong dashed off to Pilaf's dilapidated castle in search of the magic staff, occasionally stumbling as his balance was severely affected by the loss of his tail. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others discussed a matter. If we cannot retrieve the Dragon Balls within a year, I suppose we must temporarily disband. That it seems so. As the young Wukong retrieved the Rui Bang and mounted the Nimbus. Sun Weiqiang carried the Rui Bang while embracing the back of little Wukong. Bulma and her companions sat aboard an aircraft conjured from a universal capsule by Lepin. Whoosh! The Nimbus soared into the azure sky alongside the airplane. Bulma, Lepin, Puar, and Oolong bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. Goodbye. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong waved their hands in return. Farewell. Each had their own destination. Bulma was headed to the city, while Wukong was off to train with Master Roshi. Some separations are but temporary, while others may span a lifetime. Time passes swiftly, often leaving one with a lingering sense of nostalgia. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the departing airplane, lost in thought. Thus, little Wukong rode the Nimbus, weaving through the high clouds towards Kame House. Their journey to train under Master Roshi was a promise made before departing from the Bread Mountain. Along the way, they stopped by Baozi Mountain, where little Wukong collected blankets and other items. At Kame House, the Nimbus landed gently on the island. Old man, we're here, little Wukong exclaimed joyfully as he leaped off the Nimbus, clutching the neatly folded blankets and dashing towards the Kame House. Sun Weiqiang followed closely behind him. Receiving no response, little Wukong asked in confusion, Is anyone home? Perhaps he's inside and didn't hear us. Sun Weiqiang suggested, pointing to an open window through which a woman's voice was emanating. Sun Weiqiang approached first, setting down their belongings at the entrance while little Wukong trailed behind, peering through the open window. Sun Weiqiang spotted a television program featuring beautiful women engaged in exercise routines. 1, 2, 3, go. Lift your legs high, point 1, 2, 3, go. Squeeze your glutes and lower your waist. Alongside the television sounds, Master Roshi echoed. 1, 2, 3, go. Lift your legs high. 1, 2, 3, go. Squeeze your glutes and lower your waist. What on earth? It turned out that as little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang leaned against the window, he climbed onto the outer sill, seemingly understanding the situation. Master Rashi's attention was entirely captivated by the television, fixated on the alluring thighs and enticing curves of the women on screen, not even noticing little Wukong's loud proclamation of their arrival. He was utterly absorbed. "Old man," little Wukong exclaimed as he entered through the window. Point 1, 2, 3, lift your heads and tuck in your stomachs. 1, 2, 3, spread your legs. Master Rashi continued to chant along with the program. What does it mean to be focused? This is focus. Sun Weiqiang was astounded, joining him through the window. Observing Master Rashi's complete lack of reaction, little Wukong approached him, clenched his fists, and with all his might, shouted, "Old man!" Little Wukong burst into laughter as he saw Master Rashi startled, leaning precariously to one side. Sun Weiqiang chuckled and walked over. "What's going on?" "Oh, it's you too," Master Rashi said, clutching his left ear while sitting on the floor. "We've come here to train, old man," little Wukong stated. "Indeed," Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement. "Just wait a moment, just a moment," Master Rashi replied, his focus still glued to the television as he followed along with the next set of instructions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One leg up and save energy. He swayed rhythmically, quite in tune with the program. "Old man, I'm hungry," little Wukong said, patting his belly. "There's a refrigerator in the kitchen. Feel free to find something to eat." Master Rashi gestured with his right hand. Little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang made their way towards the indicated direction. That it was undeniable that although Sun Weiqiang also had a penchant for aesthetics, he found little interest in the outdated program before him, that he recalled that prior to his adventures, he had watched far more stimulating and engaging content. Gradually, his enthusiasm waned, and he stopped watching unless something particularly captivating caught his attention. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, don't move. Master Rashi was lost in his own delightful world, even adding his own flair to the routine. Don't move. I won't move. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This time I'll be the driver. While Master Rashi reveled in his joy, Sun Weiqiang and little Wukong were already preparing to feast. The refrigerator door swung open, releasing a rush of cold air. "Wow, it's freezing in here," little Wukong exclaimed. This is what the old man referred to as a refrigerator. Sun Weiqiang explained that, "Oh, so this is a refrigerator? How magical." Little Wukong's eyes widened in wonder before he began to indulge. "Wow, this is delicious. Weiqiang, you should try this." "Sure." "Wow, this one is even better. Weiqiang, have a taste. Isn't it delicious?" It is indeed. Chapter 37. The Perfect Girl? Once Master Rashi finished watching his program and approached the kitchen, he was taken aback. Leaning against the refrigerator, little Wukong's belly had swollen from overeating, exposing his round stomach, and he was patting it with a look of utter satisfaction. Nearby, Sun Weiqiang observed him, his expression almost conveying the thought, "Wukong, you truly can eat. Why is the refrigerator empty?" Master Rashi exclaimed. Shocked, "Did you too consume all the food?" Little Wukong chuckled mischievously. "While that was true, I hardly ate a tenth of it," Sun Weiqiang thought quietly. "This is outrageous. That was my food for an entire week." Afterward, Master Rashi began to speak to the two about his rigorous training regimen. "You know, my training is quite strict. That's fine. I want to become stronger than old Master Rashi," little Wukong declared, standing proudly beside him. "Me too," Sun Weiqiang concurred. Master Rashi chuckled. "Oh ho ho ho, so you wish to surpass me?" Little Wukong imitated Master Rashi's laughter. "Oh ho 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 ho." Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but laugh at his antics. "However, I won't allow you to train for free. Bring me a perfect girl, and then I shall agree to teach you martial arts. How does that sound?" Master Rashi set forth his modern-day requirement for initiation. With both chubby hands pressed against the table, little Wukong gazed at Master Rashi, puzzled. "What does perfect mean?" "Wukong, a perfect girl is one who is fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs and ample bosom, a slim waist, and a curvaceous figure. Any girl who possesses 2 or 3 of these traits, as long as her personality is decent, can be considered perfect. Of course, the more traits she has, the better, the more perfect she becomes, like Bulma, who embodies all 6 traits." Sun Weiqiang kept this thought to himself, internalizing it. Master Rashi elaborated. "A perfect girl is one who is lively, adorable, and pure. So if I bring one over, you'll teach us martial arts?" Little Wukong inquired eagerly. "Of course." Master Rashi signaled with enthusiasm. "That sounds simple enough." Little Wukong responded confidently. Weiqiang, I could bring back a perfect girl all by myself. Just wait here for my good news. All right, Sun Weiqiang replied, feeling indifferent about whether to accompany Little Wukong or not. After 2 round trips on the Nimbus, the women Little Wukong brought back failed to satisfy Master Rashi on the 3rd attempt. Master Rashi asked Weiqiang to join him to help evaluate. Just as Little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang were preparing to work together to find a girl, Little Wukong pointed at the sea outside Kame House, exclaiming, "Old man, what is that coming this way? That doesn't seem like an old turtle," Master Rashi mused, glancing over. "That's a small boat, and there are people on it." With keen eyesight, Sun Weiqiang recognized the bald little monk aboard the boat as Krillin, who resembled the one from his memories. As Krillin maneuvered the boat, he picked up a bundle placed on it. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the air, performing several flips, and successfully landed on Kame Island. Burying himself in the ground, the 3 approached. Master Rashi regarded the newcomer. "Wukong, pull him out." "All right," Little Wukong exclaimed, using his chubby hands to extract the person from the earth. Krillin dusted off his bald head and said, "Thank you." He smiled at the elderly man before him, asking, "You must be Master Rashi, right?" "Indeed," Master Rashi affirmed. Standing tall, Krillin introduced himself. "My name is Krillin, and I have come from far-off Tokyo. I humbly request that you take me as your disciple and guide me in my training. If you please. Thank you very much." Having spoken, he bowed as a gesture of respect. The turtle sage elucidated. To travel such a long distance to this place is indeed a laborious endeavor. However, I regret to inform you that I do not easily accept disciples. You might as well give up and return. Clearin, with his small eyes fixed on Master Wu Tian, declared, "I am well prepared." He promptly retrieved a book from his bundle, its pink cover adorned with the enticing image of a sensuous, naked woman, a token of my esteem. "Please accept it, Master," Clearin offered, presenting it with both hands. The turtle sage took it eagerly, immediately engrossed in its contents. "Oh my, this is quite captivating." His gaze swept to the lower part of the book, and he found it rather unique. Upon flipping the first page, the turtle sage retracted his earlier words to Clearin and instead remarked, "I shall consider this." Whether the turtle sage was genuinely contemplating the matter, Sun Weiqiang could not ascertain, but it was evident that he was thoroughly engrossed, his face buried in the book. Clearly, Clearin had done his homework on the turtle sage, presenting a carefully chosen book that effectively opened the door to the sage's tutelage. By the way, who are you? Are you also a disciple of the master?" Clearin turned to address the 2 others. "Yes, I am Sun Wukong." The young Wukong pointed to himself. Sun Weiqiang introduced himself as well. "I am Sun Weiqiang." Clearin squinted skeptically at the 2, saying, "You don't appear to be martial arts practitioners." "I truly enjoy practicing martial arts," young Wukong replied, sidestepping the question. "What? Do you wish to challenge me?" Sun Weiqiang raised a fist, irritated. The Dragon Ball world-esque Sun Wukong was the character he admired most, and Clearin paled in comparison to that moment. Witnessing Clearin's annoying demeanor, Sun Weiqiang felt an overwhelming urge to teach him a lesson. Clearin spread his hands wide, eyeing Sun Weiqiang defiantly. "Are you jesting with me?" Sun Weiqiang, with one hand in his pocket and the other brushing back his now slightly longer black hair, tilted his head and smirked. "Do you think I need to joke with you? Who do you think you are? Little, bald. Your head resembles a billiard ball." Young Wukong chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "What are you talking about? I am someone with aspirations in martial arts, hence the shaved head." Clearin retorted, his brows furrowing in frustration, his mouth flapping wildly. He pointed out, "Look, Master Wu Tian is also bald." "Are you talking about me?" "I am naturally bald," the turtle sage interjected, glancing up from his reading. This created an awkward moment. Soon, the turtle sage had finished the book and spoke. "Your name is Clearin, is it not?" Clearin responded with delight. "Yes." The turtle sage continued, "If you wish to train under me, there is one condition. You must bring a beautiful girl for me." He inquired, "Are you aware of my preferences?" Clearin, brimming with confidence, leaned in and whispered to him, "You are quite impressive and knowledgeable." The turtle sage remarked, "Thank you for the compliment, Master." Clearin bowed in gratitude. "You old lecher. You have no idea of my hidden talents that, if I were to reveal a fraction of my skills, humph." Sun Weiqiang dismissed the turtle sage's praise. All right, you Wukong and Weiqiang set off on the flying nimbus to seek her out, commanded the turtle sage, instructing them to depart immediately. Flying nimbus? Clearin wondered what this could be. Come on, Clearin, young Wukong said as he carried Sun Weiqiang on his back, appearing behind Clearin atop the nimbus. You can stand on the clouds. Clearin turned to see that it's quite comfortable, young Wukong assured. Unfortunately, he was unable to sit upon it. Sun Weiqiang was well aware of this. Moments later, with a loud bang, Clearin plummeted from a nimbus. Climbing back to his feet in confusion, he exclaimed, "Why can't I ride this nimbus?" The turtle sage approached, saying, "Only those of pure heart can ride it. I suspect you came here with impure intentions for your training." Faced with the advancing master, Clearin panicked. "How could I dare? I merely wish to attain formidable martial arts skills to win the admiration of girls." The turtle sage replied, "That is precisely what I mean by impure intentions. I beg you, Master Wu Tian, please accept me as your disciple, and I shall offer you all these." Clearin opened his bundle, presenting his collection of inappropriate books, hoping to fulfill his desire. Among them, the first book caught the turtle sage's eye. Its cover featuring a strikingly bare-chested beauty. The turtle sage squatted down, flipping through it, his eyes gleaming behind his sunglasses, murmuring, "Excellent. Simply excellent." Thus, Clearin was once again included in the duo atop the nimbus, flanked by young Wukong. Upon their return, they brought with them a woman named Lanchi. Chapter 38, Moving Islands and the 100-meter dash. Turtle Island. Splendid. You all did marvelously. Upon seeing the girl they had brought back, the turtle sage exclaimed with excitement, announcing his acceptance of the three as disciples. Success! Sun Wukong and Clearin were elated, and even the somewhat aloof Sun Weiqiang shared in their joy. "Welcome, fair maiden, to my humble abode." The turtle sage greeted the newly arrived beauty. "Hello, sir, I am Lanchi." She introduced herself, her long dark blue hair framing her gentle demeanor. After a brief chat with her, the turtle sage, along with Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Clearin, donned the turtle school's attire, preparing for a collective training session. However, the sudden appearance of a fly caused Lanchi to sneeze. Instantly, she transformed, her deep blue hair shifting to a striking golden hue. "Where is this place? It certainly doesn't resemble a prison," Lanchi exclaimed, glancing around. Then, unexpectedly, she produced a submachine gun, pointing it at the four and opened fire. "You perverts! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat! Ah, wow! Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" The four ducked for cover, all struck by bullets. Sun Weiqiang, eager to test his resilience, had already slipped away at the first sign of trouble. After all, he was confident that he wouldn't be felled by mere bullets. He was merely curious about how much it would hurt to be hit. Rat-a-tat-tat! The wild, golden-haired Lanchi unleashed another round of fire. A gust of wind swept across Turtle Island, her hair brushing against her face. Achoo! Lanchi transformed back to her gentle blue-haired self, apologizing. "I'm so sorry. My personality changes when I sneeze." She chuckled, scratching the back of her head. The turtle sage, Sun Wukong, Clearin, and Sun Weiqiang exchanged bewildered glances. "That I see," they all thought. Subsequently, the turtle sage transformed the turtle house back into a universal capsule, retrieving another capsule to manifest an airboat. The five of them boarded the vessel and departed Turtle Island to facilitate the future training of his three disciples. The turtle sage took them to a larger island. On this vast isle, he summoned the turtle house from his capsule, stating, "Before dinner, let us engage in some light training." Sun Weiqiang, feeling casual, responded, "All right, Grandpa. Please guide us, Master." Clearin bowed respectfully. "Where's Wukong? Where has he gone?" The turtle sage looked around, noticing Wukong was missing. "That little boy just jumped onto a cloud and flew away," Lanchi replied. Young Wukong had gone off to explore the expansive island, while Sun Weiqiang chose not to follow, his interest waning. Before long, young Wukong returned, brimming with excitement at the prospect of training. Clearin crossed his arms, glancing sideways at Wukong, thinking, "What a brainless fellow. I will use this opportunity to show you just how outmatched you are." Young Wukong stood in the center, with Sun Weiqiang to his left. "Ah, Lan Qi appeared to be on the verge of another sneeze. Alarmed, the turtle sage, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Clearin quickly dashed behind a large rock to hide. Sun Weiqiang was keen to avoid the bullets. While he knew they wouldn't kill him, they would certainly hurt. No wonder young Wukong had cried out in pain when attacked by Bulma. It was indeed painful. The four peered out from behind the rock, discovering it was merely a false alarm. Gentle blue-haired Lan Qi had not transformed into wild golden-haired Lan Qi after all. What a relief. It was just a yawn. Young Wukong exclaimed, I thought she was about to transform again. Sun Weiqiang remarked. You gave me quite the scare, Clearin added. The turtle sage looked at Clearin and scolded, Fool, to be frightened by a woman like that. How will you ever become a master? Kellen bowed and apologized, saying, I am sorry. Master Rashi, it seems you two are a hypocrite. Sun Weiqiang raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Master Rashi inquired, Kellen, have you ever studied martial arts before? Kellen replied, I have spent 8 years training at Shaolin Temple. Master Rashi then asked, what about Weiqiang? Sun Weiqiang truthfully responded, I attended a martial arts class at the orphanage for a few years. Master Rashi refrained from questioning Wukong, knowing that the late Sun Wukong had taught him some martial arts during his lifetime. It appears that the three of you possess a foundational skill set. However, I must first assess your abilities. Are you ready? Master Rashi concluded his statement with a question. Always prepared, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Master Rashi continued, the distance from this rock to that tree is precisely 100 meters. You three will run there at your fastest speed, and I shall see how long it takes. Speed alone does not guarantee mastery in martial arts, but possessing good core and leg strength is paramount. Kellen confidently placed his hands on his hips and declared, Let me show you what my legs, worthy of Olympic glory, can achieve. Sun Weiqiang pondered secretly, wondering if he could outrun Kellen and Wukong. Master Rashi retrieved a pre-prepared stopwatch and made his way to the tree. Kellen positioned himself at the rock, preparing for the race. Little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang sat beside the rock, eager to watch. Master Rashi's voice rang out, Get ready to run. Kellen summoned all his strength and sprinted forward, completing the 100 meters in a flash. Impressive. You clocked in at 10.4 seconds. You truly are talented. Master Rashi remarked, observing the stopwatch. Kellen stood proudly before him, hands on hips, boasting, Master, 10.4 seconds is nothing. My personal best is 10.1. Kellen chuckled heartily. Old man, can I start running now? Little Wukong asked eagerly, raising his chubby hand to signal. Master Rashi turned his head in response. All right, let me announce it. That fool doesn't even know how to start properly. Kellen internally scoffed at Wukong's starting position. Sun Weiqiang encouraged. Wukong, go for it. Little Wukong replied. Okay. Master Rashi called out. Get ready. Start. Little Wukong took off swiftly, covering the 100 meters in a blink. Exactly 11 seconds, Master Rashi announced, noting Wukong's result, which was commendable but still lagged behind Kellen. Comparing myself to Wukong would be unfair. He did well in his own right, Kellen thought, feeling quite pleased. Old man, can I change my shoes and run again? Little Wukong inquired. What? Are you attempting to blame your failure on your footwear? Take a good look. My shoes are not specialized for track either, Kellen replied, lifting his foot. Little Wukong insisted, but my shoes are already worn out. After switching shoes, Little Wukong raced again, this time achieving a remarkable time of 8.5 seconds. Is this fast? He asked, puzzled. How did you develop such leg strength? Kellen asked, astonished. Little Wukong replied, I used to live in the mountains, and my only means of transportation was these legs. Master Rashi commented, that speed is somewhat absurd. Hey, old man, can I begin my run now? Sun Weiqiang's voice called out. Master Rashi responded, Are you ready to start? Sun Weiqiang affirmed, I am ready. Master Rashi replied, Then let's begin. Get set, run. Chapter 39. Each searching for stones differently? Weiqiang could never be faster than me. Absolutely impossible. This was Kellen's thought before Sun Weiqiang began his run. However, once Sun Weiqiang took off, Kellen began to waver, pondering, could he actually be faster than me? Then, Kellen was astounded. Although Weiqiang could not surpass Wukong, his time for the 100 meters was an impressive 9.1 seconds. Sun Weiqiang felt satisfied with this performance, recalling that before his time travel, it would have broken a world record and lasted for a century or so. You three are remarkable, yet you have not surpassed the limits of human capability. To become a successful martial artist, one must transcend the physical limits of humanity, which may prove to be quite challenging, Master Rashi stated, removing the maroon shell from his back. In that moment, Sun Wukong mentally stepped into Master Rashi's shoes. Step back. I'm about to show off. He recalled that Master Rashi was also going to attempt a 100-meter sprint. The specific result was forgotten, but he was determined to put on a good show. Kellen, help me with this. Master Rashi handed the stopwatch to Kellen. Teacher, are you really going to run? Kellen asked. Well, I've been a bit inactive lately, so I might be slower, Master Rashi replied, stretching his limbs. Sun Wukong chimed in. Here he comes, here he comes. Master Rashi's time for the 100 meters turned out to be 5.6 seconds. Kellen, utterly shocked, announced this result. That performance is still quite commendable, Master Rashi remarked as he returned the shell to his back. Old man, you truly are impressive, little Wukong exclaimed, his large eyes sparkling. Now that is what I call surpassing the limits of the human body, Master Rashi stated. You three are still young, with some rigorous training. You should be able to clock in under 5 seconds. Sun Wukong secretly commended. That old coot has quite the promising future. Later, feeling thirsty, Master Rashi asked Kellen to fetch him a beer from the turtle hermit's house. Suddenly, achoo! What was that sneeze? Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong all turned to the direction of the turtle hermit's dwelling. They saw Kellen rushing out in a panic, chased by the wild-haired Lanchi, brandishing a kitchen knife. You little bald head! Stop right there! Do you hear me? Are you tired of living? Wild Lanchi shouted as she pursued him. Sun Wukong and the others quickly hid in the nearby bushes, sensing trouble. Interestingly, Master Rashi was timing Kellen, who had covered 100 meters in 8.8 seconds. Kellen's speed was nearing the physical limits of human capability. I will chop you into pieces and eat you for dinner. Wild Lanchi continued to chase Kellen. Achoo! What am I doing here? The gentle Lanchi, now with deep blue hair, looked at herself in confusion. At her feet lay a sharp kitchen knife, nearly striking Kellen in a most delicate area. Though he narrowly escaped, Kellen's face turned pale, trembling in fear as he sat on the ground, contemplating. That was close. I almost ceased to be a man. Just before dusk, Master Rashi casually found a stone, inscribed a character for turtle on it, and forcefully tossed it away, instructing Sun Wukong and the others to search for it. Only the one who finds the stone with the turtle inscription would be able to have dinner that evening. This meant that at most, only one of them could eat, while the other two would go hungry. What? No dinner. Upon hearing the rules of the stone-finding challenge, Kellen and Sun Wukong panicked. It's just a meal. Besides, this meal might be poisoned, Sun Wukong thought to himself, deciding it was better to lose than to eat it. How could he explain that he knew about this? Thus, he kept quiet. Additionally, Master Rashi added, if none of you finds the stone within 30 minutes, all 3 of you will go without dinner. With that, Kellen and little Wukong dashed off to search, while Sun Wukong smirked and followed closely behind. The trio raced toward the direction where Master Rashi had thrown the stone, only to soon encounter a steep cliff ahead. Little Wukong glanced at it, then leapt off without hesitation, and away. Wukong, are you trying to die? Kellen exclaimed in shock. I often climb mountains when I live in the hills. This little slope is nothing to me, came little Wukong's voice. Kellen, you should jump too? I bet your thick skull wouldn't suffer any harm even if you jump straight down. Sun Wukong encouraged him with a grin. Don't be ridiculous, Kellen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Weiqiang, as if to say, do you think I'm foolish? Stone, where are you? Little Wukong's voice echoed again. You jump if you want. I'll take the long way around, Kellen retorted, turning to run, realizing that if Wukong found the stone first, dinner would be lost for him. Observing Kellen's rapidly disappearing figure, Sun Wukong felt no rush. Thinking to himself, let them search. I'll pass. He gazed at the setting sun, perched upon the edge of a precipice, idly observing the glowing clouds. The sun was on the verge of descending, and there, at the horizon, painted in hues of crimson and white, peculiar clouds formed the shape of 4 flying dragons, each dragon's mouth aimed at the sun from different directions, a breathtaking and atmospheric sight. Sun Wukong watched in awe, his pupils dilating. Just then, 2 birds flitted across the shimmering surface of the distant river, illuminated by the sunset glow. The setting sun and solitary wild goose soared together. The autumn waters blended seamlessly with the vast sky. Unable to contain himself, Sun Wukong recited this timeless, well-known maxim. How beautiful! Meanwhile, halfway through his journey, Clint had changed his mind. It was utterly impossible to find that stone in such a vast jungle within 30 minutes. As Clint pondered, a cunning smile crept across his face. He had a plan. He then sought out a stone of similar size to the one Master Wu Tian had discarded, borrowed a pen from a nearby resident, and inscribed the character for turtle upon it, using the same style of black ink. Clint triumphantly wrote the character for turtle on the stone. Task accomplished. Clint raced back to Turtle Hermit's house. The remaining task was to feign the appearance of someone who had endured great hardship. Clint, feeling quite pleased with himself, was aware of his own cunning. Inside Turtle Hermit's abode, the gentle Lan Chi hummed a tune while cooking. Turtle Hermit stood at the kitchen door, peering in, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, fixated on Lan Chi's swaying figure beneath her miniskirt. "What delectable dish have you prepared tonight?" Turtle Hermit inquired, his gaze never straying from Lan Chi's ample posterior. "We're having hot pot. I bought a fresh fish from the market." Lan Chi replied cheerfully, That's so. I can hardly contain my excitement." Turtle Hermit approached her from behind, closing in on her form, his hands poised as if to grasp in need. However, at that critical moment, Clint burst through the door of Turtle Hermit's house, exclaiming, "Master Wu Tian!" Upon seeing the living room empty, Clint quickly understood and dashed to the kitchen doorway, deliberately appearing breathless. Hearing Clint's voice, Lan Chi turned with a kitchen knife in hand. Had it not been for Turtle Hermit's swift evasion, she would have plunged the knife straight into his face. Startled, Turtle Hermit stumbled backward, crashing into the table. Lan Chi glanced at the knife in her hand and muttered, "I'm so sorry. I truly apologize that no harm done." Turtle Hermit chuckled, patting his head, pretending nothing had occurred. "Clint, what's the matter?" Turtle Hermit asked as they stepped out of the kitchen. Clint feigned exhaustion, sticking out his tongue and panting, presenting the stone. "Master, I finally found it." "Oh, let me see," Turtle Hermit said as he took the stone. A second later, he smashed the stone onto Clint's bald head. "You rascal. How dare you take advantage of the situation? This is clearly not my writing." "I'm sorry," Clint exclaimed, slipping away from Turtle Hermit's house. Obediently setting off to search again, I found it, Clint called out, arriving at the same jungle, following the voice of Sun Wukong. When Clint appeared, Sun Wukong held up a stone for him to see. Grinning widely, "Now I can have dinner. You really have a knack for this," Clint said, utterly astonished. Little Wukong pointed, "It's because the stone bears the scent of the old man." Clint retorted, "Even so, how can you be sure it's the right one?" Sun Wukong replied, "The stone has the old man's writing on it." "Look," Clint countered, "the writing could easily be forged. I just got caught in that trap myself." Sun Wukong innocently asked, "Is that true?" "Let me take a look." Clint took the stone from Wukong's hands and burst into laughter. "You fool," he exclaimed, turning to flee. "You scoundrel, give it back," little Wukong cried, pursuing him. Clint called back, "The world of winning and losing is a cruel one." "Stop right there," little Wukong shouted. The sound echoed up to the precipice. It seemed it was time for Sun Wukong to descend. He took one last glance at the mesmerizing sunset and leaped. The cliff face was dotted with numerous protruding stones, which served as footholds for Sun Wukong. This was also the reason for his confident jump. On the other side, Clint dashed across the rickety wooden bridge, snapping the ropes that secured it with swift strikes of his hand. "Stop!" Little Wukong fell from the air. Clint wore a triumphant expression, thinking dinner was secured. Yet once little Wukong climbed back up, he relentlessly pursued him. After a scuffle with Wukong, Clint, unable to overpower him, resorted to his last trick, tossing away the fake stone to deceive Wukong into searching anew, thus managing to escape that night at Turtle Hermit's house. Turtle Hermit, Lan Chi, and Clint sat at the dining table, relishing their meal. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong stood nearby, the former salivating with desire. "Wukong, are you hungry?" Sun Wukong asked, fully aware of Wukong's hunger, but deliberately adding salt to his wounds. "I am so hungry," little Wukong lamented, patting his growling stomach, sounding utterly dispirited. Then let us go find some game to eat later, Sun Wukong suggested. Yay, little Wukong suddenly perked up. By the way, what is the name of this fish? Turtle Hermit inquired mid-bite. Lan Shi replied, honestly, the fishmonger told me it's called pufferfish. Clin froze in shock. Turtle Hermit's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, widened in disbelief. In that brief moment, the room fell eerily silent, save for the bubbling sound of the hot pot. Then Clin groaned. My stomach feels a bit off, clutching his belly as he collapsed. Me too. Turtle Hermit weakened and fell to the ground, and I think I'm feeling it as well. Lan Shi echoed without exception. Weiqiang, what's wrong with Grandpa and the others? Little Wukong asked, confused. Sun Weiqiang explained, they've been poisoned. After several days of recuperation, Turtle Hermit, Lan Shi, and Clin finally regained their health. One morning at 4:30, Turtle Hermit woke up Clin and Sun Weiqiang, who had been sleeping beside him. After rousing them, he went to awaken Sun Wukong, who had been sleeping next to Lan Shi. Outside Turtle Hermit's house, Turtle Hermit announced, next, we are about to commence the training of our Turtle School martial arts. Before we begin, I want you to understand what martial arts truly entails, standing with hands clasped behind his back. He began to explain. Before him, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Clin listened attentively. Turtle Hermit continued, learning martial arts is not about winning fights, nor is it to earn the admiration of beautiful girls who might say, hero, you are so strong. Here us a kiss. Let us have children together. Such thoughts are quite absurd. The purpose of martial arts is to cultivate a healthy mind and body and to lead a meaningful life. That is the essence of martial arts. Do you understand? Clin nodded. Little Wukong listened with a dazed expression, unsure if he grasped even a fraction of it. Old man, stop rambling and let us get started. Sun Weiqiang felt a sense of urgency, having awaited this day for so long. Turtle Hermit knew what their training would entail, yet being part of it filled Sun Weiqiang with anticipation. The thought of training alongside little Wukong, progressing and striving together, was a beautiful prospect, one worth reminiscing about for years to come. Am I leaving? Clin exclaimed. Am I leaving too? Turtle Hermit replied. However, one thing to note, if you ever witness martial artists bullying common folk, those individuals are your enemies. You must ensure to deal with them appropriately. Turtle Hermit continued to express his impassioned sentiments about training, becoming so animated that he punched the air. I'll leave it at that. You all understand my meaning, right? Clin shouted. Understood. Sun Weiqiang nodded. Got it. Little Wukong remained bewildered, saying, I still don't quite get it. Turtle Hermit replied. In summary, just strive diligently in your training and lead a joyful life. Do you understand? Wukong. Little Wukong's eyes lit up with realization as he placed his hands on his hips, cheerfully exclaiming, Oh, I see. Now I understand. Clin shot him a disdainful look. Are you an idiot? Sun Weiqiang secretly shook his head. Such was little Wukong. Though he was his favorite character from the Dragon Ball world, it had to be said that he did possess a certain quality. As they proceeded, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin followed Master Roshi in a spirited run to 1-2-1-2. Chapter 41. The three delivering milk before reaching the summit to 1-2-1-2. Sun Weiqiang and his companions trailed behind Master Roshi as they jogged. What's this? I heard that Master Matato's training is exceedingly rigorous, but appears to be rather trivial, Krillin remarked with an air of nonchalance, pondering the inaccuracies of the rumors. This it? Just this? A mere trifle. Oh. Little Wukong was devoid of thoughts, his mind a blank slate, focused solely on the act of running. Surely, we must be off to deliver milk next, Sun Weiqiang mused. Delivering milk as a form of training is quite simple. Yet he felt a flicker of anticipation, eager to discover just how exhausting it would be. He longed to experience the essence of Master Roshi's training. Envisioning the sensation of his body drenched in sweat, Sun Weiqiang observed the small figure of Wukong in front of him, feeling a sense of contentment. Indeed, Master Roshi led the trio toward their milk delivery. Master Roshi took the lead, followed by Krillin, little Wukong, and finally, Sun Weiqiang. Hey, jump! Run! Master Roshi called out, wielding his cane as he ran while humming a tune. Jump! Run! Krillin, little Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang each carried a small crate of milk, chanting in unison, jump and run. Initially, Sun Wukong felt a bit perplexed, but as he joined in, it became rather enjoyable. The atmosphere was delightful, and he naturally blended into the rhythm. The four chanted, "Jump! Run!" Yet as they continued, Krillin fell from second place to the rear. "Jump! Run!" Little Wukong was overjoyed. Sun Wukong, trailing behind Little Wukong, could not see his face, but from his cheerful tone, he could easily imagine his beaming expression. Unlike Krillin, who, while chanting jump and run, began to feel a slight fatigue. Time flowed naturally, and they delivered milk from one house to another. Eventually, Master Roshi waved his cane, announcing a new addition to their training regimen. Henceforth, they were to run around these 2 rows of trees while shouting, "Round and round." What? Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. How many kilometers must we run? Little Wukong, somewhat bewildered, murmured, "Round and round? Let us go." Sun Wukong reveled in the experience. He was growing fond of the joy of Master Roshi's training. "Off we go," with Master Roshi's command. They took off. Round and round, round and round. As Sun Wukong ran, he glanced back and noticed, just like in the original Dragon Ball world, Krillin was slacking off. "Round and round," Krillin shouted, but he was merely jogging along the path. Not circling the trees at all, he was enjoying himself. But such bliss was fleeting that if you voluntarily give up, "I won't stop you," Master Roshi remarked, having been surpassed by Krillin without notice, "that I'll never do it again." Krillin's face turned pale as he hurried back, obediently circling the trees. Master Roshi chuckled. Afterward, Sun Wukong and the others needed to deliver milk to the mountain summit. This segment of the mountain path required no running or shouting. A leisurely walk sufficed. Yet, Krillin still lagged behind. By this point, all thoughts he had at the beginning of their training had vanished. Master Matato's training is indeed extraordinary. It lives up to its reputation. Krillin panted heavily, clutching the milk crate, utterly exhausted, and why stamina still cannot compare to little Wukong's. I reckon that if we were to spar, as long as Wukong isn't starving and the battle drags on, I might very well be the one to lose, but I won't concede defeat so easily. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, his sweat-drenched eyes fixed on little Wukong ahead. Failing to make a wish to the dragon made him aware of the extraordinary martial arts talent of this body. In a distant future, who has to say I cannot match Wukong in prowess? Previously, Sun Wukong believed that his martial arts talent was formidable among Earthlings, capable of contending for the title of Earth's strongest. Even then, while he contemplated relying on little Wukong in the future, he never relinquished his struggle. At the very least, during the early days before Wukong ventured beyond Earth, Sun Wukong felt he had a chance to engage him in a contest of strength. Moreover, now, Sun Wukong desired not merely to grapple with Wukong to see who was stronger. He aspired to transcend him. This ambition is daunting, indeed, yet it is precisely what Sun Wukong yearns to achieve. As the character he admired most in the Dragon Ball world, if he could truly surpass Wukong, it would be the utmost expression of his respect. A fervent thought surged within his mind, and Sun Wukong felt a surge of strength erupting from his weary body, propelling him to quicken his pace and close the gap with the small figure ahead. Tap, 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 tap. Little Wukong, clutching the milk crate, hastily walked forward, noticing that without realizing it, Weiqiang was rapidly catching up, merely a few steps behind him on his right. Weiqiang is impressive. He can still accelerate. I can too. Little Wukong mustered his determination, gritting his teeth and charging ahead. Once more, he left Sun Wukong in his wake. Sun Wukong endeavored to catch up, but his fatigued body could no longer summon the strength. His heavy footsteps, longing to hasten, only slowed him down further. "There's nothing I can do. This is already my limit, Wukong. We have plenty of time ahead to compete." Sun Wukong gazed at the ever-distant figure of little Wukong, a smile tugging at his lips, vowing to return for another challenge. At the mountainside, Master Roshi squatted beside the stone steps, smoking a cigarette. Before long, he saw Wukong arrive first. Even Wukong is beginning to struggle. "Old man, can't we use the flying nimbus to deliver the milk?" Little Wukong, fatigued and somewhat listless, approached and inquired. "Isn't this too easy for training?" Master Roshi replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. "That's true," little Wukong agreed, though his voice lacked strength. How nostalgic it is. It was just like this last time, delivering milk here with Sun Gohan and the Ox King. Master Roshi reminisced. His eyes hidden behind sunglasses, lost in thought. Did my grandfather once do this? So that is how it is. Little Wukong felt invigorated. He glanced at the open milk crate in his hands, noticing there were still 2 bottles left to deliver. Old man, I'm off. Little Wukong continued his ascent to deliver the milk. Sun Weiqiang trailed behind. Having just arrived, he was far too exhausted and needed a moment to rest. Old man, I'm off too. After greeting Master Roshi, Sun Weiqiang also set off toward the summit. Weiqiang did well, only slightly slower than Wukong, Master Roshi remarked, observing Sun Weiqiang's retreating figure. What about Krillin? Why hasn't he come up yet? Master Roshi waited a while longer but still did not see Krillin's silhouette. Surely he's gone slacking off again. If I find out about this lazy little rascal, little did Master Roshi know. Had it not been for Sun Weiqiang's earlier pursuit, causing little Wukong to pick up the pace, Krillin would have already ascended. Finally, after 7 or 8 seconds, he arrived. Master Roshi heard Krillin's footsteps approaching, though he looked utterly worn out. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Krillin gasped for breath. Krillin, why are you so slow? Wukong and Weiqiang have been up for quite a while. Hurry up, there is still half the distance left. Master Roshi urged. Half left? Upon hearing this disheartening news, Krillin nearly fainted. He glanced up to see his face darkened, as if splashed with ink, an unsightly sight indeed. Yet he could only proceed step by step. Continuing his ascent, Chapter 42. The goal 8 months later, at the summit. Little Wukong, Sun Weiqiang, and Krillin sequentially delivered the milk, with Master Roshi arriving last. You all have worked hard that a plump monk appeared before the 4. Good morning. Little Wukong waved at the man. However, he was met with a thump on the head from Master Roshi's cane. Ouch! Little Wukong rubbed his head, looking at Master Roshi in confusion. You can't just say good morning. You must say good morning and hello, Master Roshi corrected. What kind of logic is that? Sun Weiqiang questioned, while Krillin stifled a laugh. Good morning, hello, little Wukong obediently replied. Master Mateto, it's been a while, the plump monk greeted kindly. Indeed, it has been a long time, Master Roshi replied, his left hand behind his back, the right hand holding the cane upright. You look quite well. The plump monk continued. How has your disciples' training been? We just started today, so I'm not sure yet. However, I believe these 3 have great potential, Master Roshi remarked. Master Mateto says we have potential, Krillin exclaimed, looking at Weiqiang and Wukong, thrilled by this good news. Little Wukong was elated, and Sun Weiqiang felt good too. Who wouldn't he want to be praised? The subject is none other than Master Roshi. The 3 of them, hand in hand, were filled with exuberance, their faces beaming with joy. Master Roshi addressed the plump monk, saying, if you train diligently, you should be able to compete in about 8 months. Are you referring to the World Martial Arts Tournament? The plump monk inquired. The World Martial Arts Tournament, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What is that? Little Goku asked, his curiosity piqued. You truly do not know about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin leaned closer to Goku, his small eyes looking down at him in disdain. Little Goku nodded. The World Martial Arts Tournament gathers the finest martial artists from across the nation to determine who is the greatest of all. Krillin excitedly elaborated. The greatest of all? Little Goku displayed a keen interest. Krillin tightened his fists in excitement. The tournament is held once every 5 years in the southern region, and only 8 individuals are allowed to compete in front of the audience. Each time, many participants from various places around the globe come to compete, and those who succeed in the preliminaries to reach the top 8 are already quite remarkable. Sun Weiqiang remained silent. Knowing that Krillin would take the lead in the conversation, he pondered whether he could defeat Goku in this upcoming tournament, or even overcome Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chan in his memories of the Dragon Ball world. Master Roshi, while impersonating Jackie Chan, had struggled mightily to defeat Goku. If he could indeed defeat Goku, perhaps he would stand a chance against Master Roshi. Yes, he would strive toward that goal. If he failed. He failed, but what if he succeeded? He needed to dare to dream and dare to act. Fear of failure should not deter him. If it came to it, he could always try again next time. Sun Weiqiang set a new objective for himself and encouraged his spirit. After listening to Krillin's account, little Goku exclaimed, I really want to compete. Can we really participate, Master? Krillin's eyes widened in surprise. Master Roshi replied, "If you do not slack off in your training, I will allow you to participate." "That is truly something to look forward to," the plump monk remarked. "Wow, that's amazing." Sun Wukong, little Goku, and Krillin were overjoyed. Master Roshi cautioned, "However, one thing I must clarify. I do not expect you to win the championship. The world is not as easy as you imagine. I agreed to let you participate because having a goal will motivate you to train more earnestly. Do you understand? Master, it's not solely your decision. You better be careful, or you might end up regretting it." "I am not joking." Sun Wukong gazed intently at Master Roshi, deep in thought. Krillin added, "As long as we can make it to the semi-finals in the World Martial Arts Tournament. That would be great." Little Goku was eager to try it. "We need to continue delivering milk now. Monk, farewell." Master Roshi bid farewell to the plump monk, and together with Sun Wukong and the others, they descended the mountain. It wasn't until they finished delivering the milk that the four returned to the outside of Master Roshi's abode. Little Goku, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. This is incredibly tiring. At that moment, Sun Wukong merely wished for a good rest, a chance to recuperate. What enjoyment could be found in the pleasure of training? Whose ridiculous notion was that? In the next 8 months, you will be delivering milk every day. This is your morning training, Master Roshi announced. He continued, "All right, let us resume the morning training." Sun Wukong, little Goku, and Krillin were all taken aback. There's more. Sun Wukong had assumed that after finishing the milk delivery, they could at least get a bit of rest, but he did not expect to begin the next phase of training so soon that he couldn't help but wonder, is this level of intensity even bearable for a person? And Master Roshi's post-milk delivery training plan was helping farmers plow the fields. Master Roshi pointed his summoning staff in a certain direction, where farmers were laboring not far away. Little Goku, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Plowing the fields? No way. We're actually going to plow the fields?" Sun Wukong inwardly exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at the direction Master Roshi indicated. Krillin lowered his head, looking as if he had no desire to participate. Master Roshi approached a farmer to negotiate, then turned to Sun Wukong and the others, calling out loudly, "Come over here, hurry up, or you'll miss breakfast." Whether it was delivering milk or farming, this kind of training had never been encountered during his time at the Shaolin Temple. Krillin muttered to himself as he followed Goku and Weiqiang toward Master Roshi. Little Goku spat into his hands twice and, alongside Krillin, picked up a hoe to start working, while Sun Weiqiang feigned enthusiasm and also took up a hoe. Before long, Master Roshi's voice rang out. "You cannot use the hoe. You must plow by hand, do you understand? With your hands, this training is not just about strengthening your waist and wrist, it also builds hand strength that we have to plow such a large field with our hands." Krillin gasped in horror. Sun Weiqiang, who had been aware of this all along, felt relatively unfazed. After all, he had not been required to plow fields with his bare hands before his previous life. It could have been life-threatening. However, given the current circumstances, he felt it was manageable, especially since little Goku and Krillin were able to do it. There was no reason he couldn't. The three of them began to work the fields by hand. Before long, Krillin looked at his hands in despair. "My nails are almost worn down to nothing." Master Roshi, smoking a cigarette, remarked, "Krillin, you're slow." Yes, Krillin had no choice but to bury his head in the dirt. Working diligently, his fingers felt somewhat sore, but Sun Weiqiang pressed on without a moment's hesitation, determined to keep going. Little Goku, too, did not pause. How could he stop? In 8 months, he intended to defeat little Goku at the World Martial Arts Tournament. He could not afford to stop. He had to work even harder. Sun Weiqiang envisioned the fertile field as a ripe woman he needed to conquer, and at the moment he finished plowing, it would signify his complete conquest of her. "I will take you down." At this moment, Sun Weiqiang's mind was consumed by a singular, powerful thought. Thus, he became faster, stronger, more ferocious. If the field he was plowing were truly a ripe woman, who could withstand such intensity? Who could endure it, to withstand it? It might just ruin him. Chapter 43. Training, reading, eating, afternoon naps. These 3 children were practically human plowing machines. The farmers assisting in the plowing were utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Master Roshi remained unfazed, calmly smoking a cigarette. "Old man, we're done plowing. Little Goku said weakly as he, Krillin, and Sun Wukong approached Master Rashi. On my hands, Krillin looked down at his hands. Ouch! That hurts! Sun Wukong gently clenched his fists. Master Rashi glanced at the fields and remarked, after spending so much time, you won't even make it in time for breakfast. Tomorrow, the fields you will plow will be even larger than today's. From now on, you need to find ways to work faster, understood? I'm so hungry. Little Goku rubbed his belly, appearing listless. I feel like I'm on the verge of starving to death, Krillin lamented. His condition equally dire. Same here, Sun Wukong echoed, not faring much better. The three of them, covered in dirt from head to toe, looked rather pitiful. After finishing the plowing, the four finally returned to Master Rashi's abode for breakfast. During the meal, Master Rashi noticed Krillin pouring excessive pepper into his bowl and quickly interjected, Krillin, don't sprinkle too much pepper. Realizing the situation was escalating, Sun Wukong swiftly made his escape. Sneeze. Lan Ki, with her deep blue hair, caught a whiff of pepper and sneezed, transforming into her wild golden-haired persona. She glared at the remaining three in the room. You lot. Lan Ki drew a submachine gun and opened fire. Tat, 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 tat. Oh my gosh. It hurts. It hurts. Master Rashi and the others dashed out of the house. Stop right there. Lan Ki charged out, shooting as she went. Tat, 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 tat. Sun Wukong followed the others, and under Master Rashi's suggestion, they headed to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Just as they were enjoying their meal, sneeze, little Goku sneezed, startling Krillin and Master Rashi into retreating to a corner of the restaurant. Little Goku stood there, bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, his mind filled with big question marks. Sun Wukong found it amusing, as Master Rashi and Krillin had been scared into a state of shock by Lan Ki. The atmosphere grew strange, with patrons in the restaurant casting curious glances at the two bald heads. Puzzled by their antics, once the four had finished their meal, they returned home. This period, leading up to lunch, was designated as study time for Sun Wukong, little Goku, and Krillin. Outside Master Rashi's abode, a small blackboard hung from a tree, and Master Rashi addressed the students in front of it. Merely exercising the body without nurturing the mind does not qualify one as a true martial artist. A martial artist must be well-rounded in both physical and intellectual pursuits. As the conversation drew to a close, Master Rashi pointed to his own head. In front of him sat Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Krillin on a log. Sun Wukong, well aware that while one may forego formal education, one must never neglect reading, found himself somewhat intrigued. With a pen in one hand and a textbook in the other, he engaged with the material. Little Wukong, however, could not contain himself and exclaimed, I despise studying. Krillin, brimming with confidence, shot back, Wukong, I assure you, I will outdo you in this. All right, let us commence with our language lesson, Master Rashi declared, initiating the class. Wukong, turn to page 12 and give it a read. Little Wukong began to read aloud. How itchy. No, my mother is about to return. Margaret verbally rebuffs Paul, yet Paul, with a brazen attitude, intends to make several more attempts, as he has many tricks yet to try. Krillin, sensing something amiss, glanced at his own textbook. Sun Wukong had opened his book at the same moment Master Rashi instructed Wukong to read this passage. This book is quite risque. It features such vividly provocative illustrations. Which publisher released this? The review board must be slacking off. How can this be published? Sun Wukong's eyes widened as his mind raced. He cast a glance at Master Rashi, seated comfortably in his chair. Old man, your choice of literature is remarkable. I truly mean it. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 12:30 p.m., marking the beginning of the nap time for Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, lasting from 12:30 to 1:30. Beneath the trees outside the turtle hermit's abode, the four had set up sleeping nets, resting upon them with matching pink pillows under their heads. Master Rashi muttered, practice diligently, read well, eat until you are 80 full, and take an afternoon nap. This is our cultivation. Grandpa, little Wukong piped up, is it true that the world's greatest martial arts tournament will attract formidable opponents? Krillin and Sun Wukong turned their attention to him. Master Rashi affirmed, absolutely. Masters from all corners of the globe will converge here, including ourselves. For many martial artists, Breaking into the top 8 of the tournament is the pinnacle of their aspirations. Little Wukong remarked. While we rest here, there might be a multitude of individuals undergoing intense training. That is likely, Sun Weiqiang replied. Closing his eyes, he contemplated the prospect of defeating little Wukong, perhaps even Master Roshi, at the tournament in 8 months' time. Merely training at the same intensity as Wukong would not suffice. He must push himself further. Yet, one must not overlook the importance of balance. Without adequate rest, one's body would suffer. I must find the right equilibrium. Carve out time and consider how to intensify my training. Only then can I hope to triumph over Wukong and Master Roshi at the tournament. This ambition was not just a fleeting thought for Sun Weiqiang. He was determined to strive for it. Knowledge and action must be unified. I will endeavor to accomplish this. After their nap, Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin followed Master Roshi to a construction site on the island. Their next training endeavor would involve laboring here. Master Roshi optimistically proclaimed, "This will allow you to sweat as you strengthen your muscles, and you will earn a handsome wage in the process." Are these 3 little rascals really cut out for this? This isn't child's play, the foreman, a hefty man, commented. Master Roshi leaned in a whisper, "I would like to discuss something with you." "What are you joking about? Giving them each a wage is already too generous," the foreman retorted, taken aback. "You want to increase their pay? That's preposterous. Let us not jump to conclusions," Master Roshi replied to the foreman, then turned to his 3 disciples. "Get to work." "Master, do we have to dig with our bare hands again?" Krillin asked, frowning. Sun Weiqiang remembered that was not the case, but he could not speak up. Master Roshi responded, "This time, I shall grant you permission to use tools." "That is fantastic," little Wukong exclaimed. Soon, Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin donned bright orange hard hats and armed themselves with tools, eager to begin. The other workers of the site observed their diligent efforts in no time. They were astounded by the trio's remarkable efficiency. "Incredible," the foreman exclaimed, utterly impressed. Master Roshi added fuel to the fire. "Hey, if you don't pick up the pace, I won't let you participate in the tournament." Upon hearing this, Sun Weiqiang and his companions redoubled their efforts, working fervently, spurred on by the thought of competing in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. I must grow stronger and showcase my abilities. Krillin, recalling his past to the Shaolin Temple, gritted his teeth and immersed himself in training that I will defeat Wukong and Master Roshi at the tournament. Fueled by this resolute thought, Sun Weiqiang focused intently on the task at hand. Little Wukong also put forth a commendable effort. Observing the situation, the foreman relented and agreed to increase their pay. "I'll give you wages equivalent to 9 people." Master Roshi laughed heartily at this development. Chapter 44. Sun Weiqiang's Advantage, the key to overcoming little Wukong. That afternoon, after leaving the construction site, their daytime training was far from over. The next activity was swimming by the lakeside. Krillin expressed his astonishment upon hearing from Master Weiqiang that the training was not yet complete. "Of course," Master Roshi replied. Little Wukong earnestly urged, "Grandpa, stop making us do menial tasks and teach us some martial arts." Master Roshi retorted loudly, "What do children know? Speaking such thoughtless words, if you haven't built a solid foundation of physical strength. Learning martial arts will be futile. If you want me to teach you, you must first prove you can move this enormous rock." He pointed to a boulder nearby that was taller than him. "Master, that's impossible. Such a massive rock cannot be moved by human strength," Krillin protested, pointing at it. "Who says it can't?" Master Roshi set down his staff, placed both hands on the boulder, and exerted himself, pushing it about half a meter before breathing heavily. "You see, if you follow my training regimen daily, one day you too will be able to push this rock," Master Roshi demonstrated. Krillin stood at attention. "Understood." Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement. Little Wukong dashed to another rock of similar size as Master Roshi's, gathering his strength to push it. "Wukong, this cannot be achieved without diligent training," Master Roshi warned. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, little Wukong charged forward, demonstrating the power of sheer determination. "I did it, Grandpa!" Little Wukong beamed, a smile that warmed Master Roshi's heart. Both Master Roshi and Krillin were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Sun Weiqiang remained composed. Aware that this was a trivial feat for little Wukong, that he decided to try as well to his expectation. He too managed to push the rock, albeit with greater effort than Wukong. Wukong and Weiqiang moved it even further than you did. Master Wu Tian, Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Master Roshi chuckled. What a grand failure. How could I misjudge the size of the rock? Such a small stone can be moved by any ordinary person. With that, Master Roshi scanned the vicinity and spotted a much larger boulder, akin to a small mountain. This is more like it, he said, rushing over to indicate. If you can move this stone, your strength training will be complete. Such a massive rock. Little Wukong gasped, sprinting over to give it a try, but despite his best efforts, it wouldn't budge an inch that he appeared helpless against it. Sun Wukong also attempted to push it. Fully aware that if Wukong couldn't do it, he certainly wouldn't succeed, but he tried nonetheless, as expected. The mountain remained immovable. Krillin refrained from trying, knowing he could scarcely budge the smaller rock, let alone this colossal one. This is due to your insufficient training, Master Roshi explained in response to little Wukong. Grandpa, can you do it? Little Wukong inquired. Out of course, Master Roshi replied, giving a thumbs up. This is no challenge. Impressive. Please show us how it's done. Master, Kellen excitedly made a suggestion. I too wish to see. Sun Weiqiang nodded repeatedly, expressing his eagerness to know as well that he understood that Master Roshi would likely not be able to budge this small hill. Yet that did not deter his desire to join in. Master Roshi glanced at the hill before him, but merely observed without further action. Such matters are of little importance. Your primary focus should be on your training. Master Roshi abruptly turned, employing a masterful diversion of conversation. Now, let us commence. This is neither the time for idle chatter. Sun Weiqiang quietly murmured to himself. I knew it. Kellen squinted at Master Roshi, appearing to disdain him in the eyes of others. Little Wukong stood there in a daze. Soon after, the three of them stripped off their clothing and leapt into the lake, swimming while being pursued by sharks. Run for your lives. Help! Kellen exclaimed in a panic. Damn, this is exhilarating, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Wow. Little Wukong shouted in excitement. Once their harrowing swim concluded, Sun Weiqiang and the others emerged on shore, dressed once more, ready to undertake their next training exercise. 3 ropes were tied to a tree, with the other end securing Sun Weiqiang, Kellen, and little Wukong at the waist. It's done. I'm going to suffer greatly. Sun Weiqiang knew what fate awaited him next. His heart racing, but recognizing that there was no turning back, he steeled himself for the challenge. Listen carefully. This is a training exercise for your reflexes, Master Roshi said with a hint of amusement. What do you need the ropes for? Little Wukong asked, puzzled to effectively evade the enemy's myriad needle attacks within the rope's range. Understand. Now, I shall begin my assault. Having said that, Master Roshi lightly approached the tree and struck a wasp nest with his summoning staff, promptly fleeing to a nearby thicket. Hurry, you must take cover, or you shall be stung, Master Roshi kindly warned. Yet dozens, if not hundreds, of bees had already emerged from the nest, launching an attack on the 3 beneath the tree. Help! Help! It hurts! How do we escape? We're tied up. Hey, why aren't you running yet? Master Roshi encouraged. Run. Where can we run to? We're all tied up. Sun Weiqiang fumed internally, thinking that while training was one thing, who would willingly seek out such torment? Before his transmigration, this would have been tantamount to courting death. As was expected, all 3 suffered from numerous bee stings, each developing swollen welts. Fortunately, today's training concluded there. Sun Weiqiang, Kellen, and Master Roshi, all sporting large welts on their heads, returned to Master Roshi's abode. Outside, Kellen lamented, Master, will our training always be like today? What nonsense are you spouting? Today's training was relatively easy. From tomorrow onward for several months, you will not only repeat today's training, but also carry this turtle shell on your back. Then you shall understand why I am called Master Roshi. With a flick of his wrist, Master Roshi produced a small, purple turtle shell for the 3 to behold. That evening, after dinner, Sun Weiqiang stepped out of Master Roshi's house for a walk. Although he called it a stroll, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Originally, he intended to squeeze in extra training time, gearing up for the ultimate martial arts competition in 8 months, where he aimed to defeat little Wukong and Master Roshi. However, having endured Master Roshi's grueling training during the day, He realized that undertaking additional physical training that night would surely exhaust him, impacting his performance the following day. Thus, he reluctantly set aside his plans for supplementary physical training. Of course, this did not imply that he was entirely inactive in comparison to little Wukong. He possessed a distinct advantage in certain aspects. As the saying goes, utilize one's strengths to exploit another's weaknesses. Sun Weiqiang understood this principle and was determined to leverage his advantages. Indeed, this advantage might well be the key to triumphing over little Wukong in a martial arts competition, should he get the opportunity to face him. Chapter 45. Calm the mind. Since the Qi master the Qi amplify, the Q.I.as Sun Weiqiang strolled along. He arrived at the lake where they had trained while being pursued earlier. What is Qi? He pondered. Sun Weiqiang recognized his advantage over little Wukong. The Kamehameha technique. While both could perform it, the power of his Kamehameha was superior. The technique was the result of energy condensed from within. But what exactly was this energy? Sun Weiqiang sought to comprehend this question. He recalled the original description of Qi from the Dragon Ball world. As tranquil as the sky, as swift as lightning. Yet, for merely these two phrases, it was challenging to grasp the true essence of Qi. Sun Weiqiang concluded that since the Kamehameha was born from the energy within, if he could amplify this internal energy, the potency of his Kamehameha would similarly increase. Defeating little Wukong was not a mere fantasy. To amplify the Qi within, he first needed to understand what Qi truly was. What is its nature? What are its characteristics? Only then could he learn to control it, utilize it, and wield it with precision. Building on this foundation, he could contemplate how to amplify it. Sun Weiqiang reasoned that understanding Qi must precede mastering it, which in turn must precede amplifying it. Unlike him and little Wukong, who had learned the Kamehameha simply by observing Master Roshi, relying solely on talent without a hint of technique, Sun Weiqiang believed that neither had fully unleashed the energy contained within their Qi. They needed to return to the fundamental question: what is Qi? Recognizing and mastering it would enable them to unleash their inner energy to its fullest potential. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the rippling waters of the lake, contemplating whether to seek guidance from Master Roshi, but ultimately decided against it. He suspected Master Roshi might deem him overly ambitious and urge him to focus on physical training first. Sun Weiqiang was not afraid of such criticism. Rather, he hesitated to consult Master Roshi because he feared the Master's understanding of Qi might be limited. After all, it was unlikely that someone who could not even fly physically would possess a profound grasp of Qi manipulation. He would have to rely on himself. Sun Weiqiang sat cross-legged on the grass by the lake, placing his hands on his knees, closing his eyes to calm his mind and empty his thoughts, seeking to feel the so-called Qi within. Yet he found it difficult to attain tranquility. His thoughts were restless, seemingly uncontrollable. Calm down, think of nothing, focus on nothing. But Sun Weiqiang discovered that the more he tried not to think, the more thoughts emerged. This was quite vexing. If he could not even achieve a calm mind, filled with distracting thoughts, how could he hope to perceive the existence of Qi? This was Sun Weiqiang's understanding. Thus, he realized he must first calm his mind, then sense the Qi, taking it step by step without haste. Inside Master Roshi's abode, little Wukong asked, "Kellen, where did Weiqiang go?" Sitting on the sofa, little Wukong rubbed his pleasantly plump belly. "Oh, he mentioned he was going for a walk," Kellen replied. "A walk," little Wukong murmured, then added, "I ate too much." Both he and Kellen had utilized a special, effective potion prepared by Master Roshi, which had alleviated the swelling from their numerous bee stings. In the kitchen, the gentle Lanchi, with her deep blue hair, tidied up the dishes while humming a tune. Master Roshi, sneaking up behind her, was entranced by the sway of her ample figure in a yellow bodycon dress. Just as he was about to reach out, she suddenly felt an itch beneath her nose. Rubbing it with the back of her hand only exacerbated the itch, leading her to sneeze. Achoo! In an instant, she transformed into a wild-haired blonde version of herself. How could this happen? Master Roshi wondered in confusion. Lanchi turned around, swiftly drawing a submachine gun, exclaiming, "You old pervert! Tut 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 tut! Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Master Roshi yelped as he fled the kitchen. "Help! Run!" The chaos extended beyond him, as little Wukong and Kellen were also caught in Lanchi's barrage, hastily exiting the house. Boom! With a resounding explosion, it was Lan Qi who had hurled a grenade. She navigated through the smoke, persistently pursuing her target, yet was momentarily choked by the very fog she traversed at Hachu. Lan Qi reverted to her original state, bewildered, muttering, "What has happened to me?" A short distance away, Master Roshi, Goku, and Krillin collectively exhaled in relief. At the moment the grenade detonated, Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes by the lakeside. "What is going on?" The familiar sound of gunfire was from the blonde Lan Qi, armed with a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage. But what was the source of that explosion? Sun Weiqiang rose to investigate. Was there yet another change he was unaware of? Much like when Goku transformed into a gorilla outside the Pilaf castle. Subsequently, every evening after dinner, Sun Weiqiang would visit the lakeside to sense the presence of Qi, seeking tranquility in his own manner. Within a few days, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Goku had all become aware of his endeavors. Sun Weiqiang, having no intention of concealing his actions, was transparent about his pursuits. Although his goal was to defeat Goku in a fair confrontation, he was aware of the challenges that lay ahead. One night by the lakeside, Master Roshi learned from Weiqiang about his nightly endeavors to sense Qi and comprehend its essence. He did not deter him, allowing the exploration of martial arts to unfold. Such a rare talent like Weiqiang, having witnessed him execute the Kamehameha technique just once, not only mastered it on the spot, but also demonstrated formidable power, defying ordinary expectations, despite Master Roshi's belief that Weiqiang's desire to make breakthroughs in Qi would require substantial time and effort. Perhaps yielding only a minuscule chance of success, he refrained from dissuading him. If it were an ordinary individual, perhaps it would suffice, but for a martial arts prodigy like Weiqiang, he ought to boldly pursue his attempts. Provided he exercise caution to avoid errors. I do not possess extensive knowledge about Qi, but allow me to share my rudimentary insights with you, Master Roshi began, acknowledging that his rival, Crane Hermit, had a more profound understanding of the subject. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Sun Weiqiang expressed his gratitude. Master Roshi not only refrained from discouraging him, but also offered advice, which elevated Weiqiang's esteem for him even further. "Explore at your own pace. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out, though I cannot guarantee my ability to provide answers. Farewell." With those words, Master Roshi, staff in hand and adorned with his maroon turtle shell, strode away from the lakeside. "Thank you, Master." Sun Weiqiang stood at attention, bowing respectfully. Chapter 46. As tranquil as the sky, as swift as lightning Goku, let us depart. Even Master has limited knowledge about Qi, and Weiqiang is merely groping in the dark. Krillin remarked. Goku glanced at Weiqiang and Krillin, momentarily taken aback, and replied, "All right. Weiqiang, are you staying here?" "Yes, you all may return. I wish to remain here for a while longer," Sun Weiqiang replied with a smile. He was not certain whether he could achieve anything substantial in regards to Qi within these 8 months. After all, in the original Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong seemed to have spent 3 years in the Sacred Land before truly mastering Qi, aided by Mr. Popo's guidance and the assistance of a certain artifact from time long past. What was the name of that artifact? Sun Weiqiang could not recall. Can I really accomplish this in 8 months? After Krillin and Goku departed, Sun Weiqiang stood alone by the lakeside, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky, quietly questioning himself. Regardless of whether I can or cannot, I must give it a try. I shall not be deterred by the fear of failure. Moreover, it was evident that my innate talent for Qi surpasses that of Goku. He required 3 years to fully master the Qi within himself that I in these 8 months. While I do not expect to achieve the same results as Goku's 3 years of training in the Sacred Land, I shall not underestimate the possibility of discovering something valuable. A spark of determination ignited in Sun Weiqiang's eyes, a glimmer of confidence. Then, Kamehameha, he positioned his hands at his waist, channeling the Qi within himself. Directing it towards the surface of a lake, that a pale blue energy surged forth, causing the waters on either side to rise in opposing arcs. Upon executing the Kamehameha, he could distinctly sense the Qi converging in his hands. Yet, without utilizing the Kamehameha, he could not detect the existence of Qi within him. What could this mean? Sun Weiqiang looked down at his hands, unable to unravel the mystery that I in the past few nights. He had not only attempted to calm his mind and sense chi, but had also frequently performed the Kamehameha to directly perceive the flow of chi within himself, as tranquil as the sky, as swift as lightning. He pondered the meaning of these phrases. Once more, he executed the Kamehameha again, focusing on the sensation of chi gathering in his hands. The lake water surged in response to the impact of the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong seated himself on the ground, closing his eyes, striving to calm his mind and sense chi, attempting to uncover the answers he sought. However, after several days, he still struggled to find tranquility, as a myriad of thoughts danced in his mind, including vivid images. That day at Baozi Mountain in Goku's home, where Bulma, in a bid to obtain Goku's 4-star Dragon Ball, playfully lifted her pink skirt, revealing her white floral panties. That night, when Bulma first bathed him and Goku, and afterward, how he and Goku insisted on bathing Bulma in return. The numerous images and distractions made it challenging for Sun Wukong to find stillness. Could it be that my method is flawed? He contemplated. No, it is too early to declare a mistake. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, recognizing the turbulence within. Not rush. Take your time. That he understood the principle. Yet sometimes comprehension alone was insufficient. Knowing and executing were two distinct matters. As time passed, nearly 3 months later, the night echoed with the sounds of chirping insects by the lakeside. Sun Wukong opened his eyes while seated on the ground, a smile gracing his face. What a journey! After 3 months, I can finally achieve tranquility at will. It turns out that entering stillness is quite simple. Sun Wukong had mastered the state of tranquility, realizing that it was not as arduous as he once thought. It was straightforward. To enter a state of calm, one need only banish any thoughts of attempting to achieve this state, allowing oneself to naturally fall into tranquility that if one's mind was cluttered with numerous obsessions. The solution was to disregard them. In fact, Sun Wukong had successfully managed to eliminate even the thought of attempting to disregard. Otherwise, the more one thought, the more difficult it became to find stillness. Conversely, by remaining unaffected, undisturbed, and with a clear heart, tranquility would naturally follow. It was remarkably simple. Yet, achieving such simplicity took him 3 months of effort, and he wondered whether he would be able to make any progress in chi over the next 5 months. Sun Wukong's thoughts drifted. It is worth mentioning that during these 3 months, due to Master Roshi's rigorous training regimen, Sun Wukong's initial physical conditioning plan had been indefinitely postponed and remained unrealized. He lacked the time and energy to pursue physical conditioning. Forcing himself to adhere to the schedule, much like at the beginning, would lead to insufficient rest at night, affecting his daytime training, resulting in a counterproductive situation. Thus, Sun Wukong dedicated his evenings entirely to focusing on achieving tranquility and sensing chi. During this period, he discovered several errors in his previous understanding. Initially, Sun Wukong's basic approach to studying chi was as follows. Enter tranquility, sense chi, master chi, strengthen chi. He realized that entering tranquility and sensing chi could occur simultaneously. There was no need to first achieve tranquility before sensing chi, as he could directly perceive chi when executing the Kamehameha. Mastering chi, or controlling chi, became increasingly proficient as he executed the Kamehameha more frequently as for strengthening chi. With the enhancement resulting from his diligent training over the past 3 months, the chi within him naturally grew stronger. This aspect became most apparent to Sun Wukong as he executed the Kamehameha, feeling its power had increased at least 2 to 3 times compared to before. With these newfound insights, Sun Wukong's understanding of chi soared. He believed he was on the cusp of grasping chi, convinced that it would not be long before he comprehended what it meant to be as tranquil as the sky, as swift as lightning. However, days turned into weeks. Weeks into months. 4 months had passed, and Sun Wukong found himself still stuck at the final step, feeling tantalizingly close to chi, merely a fraction away from touching its essence. Yet perpetually unable to bridge that it was akin to lying on a bed beside a temptingly beautiful and unclad woman who allowed you to take your pick. You had done everything you could, yet the final step eluded you, and your inexperience left you fumbling, unable to find the entrance. Where is the entry point? Where could it possibly be? Why can I not find it? Is it truly that difficult? Sun Weiqiang lamented his predicament. Sun Weiqiang was still searching. This search, unbeknownst to him, had already lasted for another half a month. Night fell by the lakeside. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes and gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring, as tranquil as the heavens, as swift as lightning. Could it be that I misremembered? Wasn't this phrase meant to describe qi? Surely not. But if I haven't misremembered, why can't I comprehend it? Closing his eyes, Sun Weiqiang once again entered a state of tranquility. This time, he descended into a depth of calmness unprecedented in his experience. His awareness of everything around him became strikingly clear. It seemed as though he could even see the ripples of the lake. Though his eyes remained shut, this, however, was inconsequential. What mattered was that, without employing the turtle school's energy technique, Sun Weiqiang finally sensed the presence of qi within himself, as tranquil as the heavens, as swift as lightning. It turned out to refer to the static and dynamic aspects of qi. The static qi, akin to the serene sky, explained why it had taken him so long to perceive its existence. The dynamic qi, on the other hand, was easily felt, its build-up and eruption akin to lightning. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance dancing within them. Rising, he lifted his right hand, condensing a radiant blue energy in his palm, and unleashed it. "Ha! I understand now. I truly understand," he exclaimed joyfully. With a thought, Sun Weiqiang commanded the qi within him, and his entire being slowly ascended into the air. This was well within his expectations. Just over 7 months, merely 7 months, I am indeed a genius. Hovering low, Sun Weiqiang could not help but praise himself. His body and mind brimming with exhilaration, he gazed toward the direction of the turtle hermit's abode, eagerly anticipating the upcoming encounter at the World Martial Arts Tournament, where he would match skills with little Wukong and Master Turtle Hermit. In the remaining days, he resolved to familiarize himself thoroughly, aiming to surprise them all. Chapter 47. The similarities and differences between Sun Weiqiang and Master Turtle Hermit time flowed silently. One evening, within the Turtle Hermit's residence, Sun Weiqiang and his companions were enjoying dinner. A beef meatball that Master Turtle Hermit was attempting to pick up with his chopsticks fell to the ground. Rolling beneath the table, he crouched down to retrieve the meatball, only to catch sight of the two slender, white legs of Lanchi, who sat across from him, tightly pressed together beneath her ultra-short skirt. This sight was obscured. Master Turtle Hermit felt a stirring curiosity. He raised his right hand, intending to lift Lanchi's skirt for a glimpse. The old master, chuckled to himself, just as his chopsticks grasped the hem of Lanchi's skirt, ready to unveil what lay beneath. Unexpectedly, Lanchi stood up at that moment to serve rice to little Wukong and the others. "Cursed brats," muttered Master Turtle Hermit, silently cursing the trio for ruining his opportunity. "Where's the teacher?" Krillin inquired, noticing Master Roshi's absence. Little Wukong replied, "Probably in the bathroom." Sun Weiqiang stifled a laugh. Were they all solely focused on food? Master Turtle Hermit was right beneath the table. "Is he really in the bathroom?" "Little Wukong, you're making me want to laugh to death." Unlike the others who were eating and drinking with abandon, Sun Weiqiang had just witnessed Master Turtle Hermit's meatball drop, and he had crawled under the table. But was he truly retrieving the meatball, or was he taking the opportunity to engage in some unspeakable act with Lanchi? It was uncertain. However, given Master Turtle Hermit's nature, Sun Weiqiang believed he was indeed picking up the meatball, but also possibly having ulterior motives with Lanchi. "Thank you for waiting," Lanchi returned, carrying a large bowl of rice. Master Turtle Hermit remained under the table, awaiting Lanchi's return to continue his unfinished business regarding her enticing skirt. Lanchi placed the hefty bowl of rice on the table and sat down, her legs still pressed tightly together. Master Turtle Hermit once again raised his chopsticks, attempting to lift the hem of Lanchi's skirt for a second time, just as he was about to unveil it. A loud crash, the dining table collapsed under the weight of the excessively heavy bowl of rice, crashing down on a Master Turtle Hermit. "What's wrong with you, teacher?" Krillin exclaimed. "Old man, the bathroom is over there," little Wukong added. Sun Weiqiang observed in silence. Master Turtle Hermit lifted his head to scrutinize the situation, as Lanchi's legs had now parted as the World Martial Arts Tournament drew closer. One afternoon, Master Turtle Hermit accompanied little Wukong to a massive stone. This enormous rock was the same one he had mentioned over 7 months ago, stating that if they could move it, their strength training would be complete. Master, we can already move this rock. Krillin eagerly announced to Master Turtle Hermit. You must see this. Little Wukong pressed both hands against the boulder, just as he had done over 7 months prior. Sun Weiqiang stood with his hands in his pockets. The three of them had just proven their ability to move it, prompting little Wukong to fetch Master Turtle Hermit. How is this possible? Master Turtle Hermit could hardly believe it. Little Wukong gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to push against the rock. This is incredible. Master Turtle Hermit was astonished. After little Wukong's success, he gasped for breath beside them. Now it's my turn, Krillin said, stepping forward and placing both hands on the massive stone, exerting every ounce of strength he had. And to his astonishment, he too pushed it. Krillin did it too. Master Turtle Hermit was once again astounded. Finally, it was Sun Weiqiang's turn. He moved the colossal rock, slightly further than Krillin, but less than little Wukong. Sun Weiqiang was sweating, panting heavily, and his gaze fell upon little Wukong. That it was undeniable that, as before, there remained a discernible gap in strength between him and little Wukong, one that was persistently difficult to bridge, let alone surpass. Master Turtle Hermit was still in a state of shock. Old man, can you teach us some martial arts now? Little Wukong eagerly clenched his fists. Krillin and Sun Weiqiang turned to their master. Sun Weiqiang understood that Master Turtle Hermit had no plans to teach them any martial arts techniques. IT should be fine, Master Turtle Hermit replied. He thought to himself, 7 months ago, when training first began, he had jokingly mentioned moving the large stone, never expecting that the three of them would take it seriously and actually accomplish it. Remarkable, truly unexpected. Finally, they could learn martial arts. How wonderful. Krillin was equally excited. I will definitely master the martial arts. Little Wukong declared earnestly with a smile that there's really not much martial arts to teach. In truth, I have very little left to impart to you, Master Turtle Hermit proclaimed. How could this be? No way. Little Wukong and Krillin were dumbfounded, eagerly anticipating some powerful techniques from Master Turtle Hermit. Sun Weiqiang feigned ignorance, unable to help but feel a bit perplexed. Wasn't it evident that there was something amiss? He couldn't explain his inability to perform this task. As Master Turtle Hermit walked, he explained, the essence of Turtle School martial arts has already been distilled over these past 7 months. Within the training you three have undertaken daily, you may not have realized it, but your eyes, hands, feet, and even your entire body and mind have been trained. The application of martial arts is merely a matter of whether you can utilize it or not. Upon hearing this, little Wukong asked, Old man, without any secret techniques, how can we defeat others? Master Turtle Hermit replied, the focus of martial arts training is not about how to defeat others. The important thing is to surpass oneself. You must learn to apply what you have learned and create your own unique martial arts. The key lies in surpassing oneself. Sun Weiqiang resonated with Master Turtle Hermit's sentiments. Yet he believed that possessing a strong desire to conquer was equally vital, just as he wished to defeat little Wukong and Master Turtle Hermit at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. Without that intense desire to win, he might have struggled to persevere through the arduous journey, through wind and rain, those countless nights of attempting to find tranquility, the relentless failures, the lack of achievements, the solitary exploration with no hope of success. How unbearable it was. If not for that fervent desire, how could he have given his all during these past 7 months, striving with all his might, unafraid of failure, and pressing forward, enduring repeated defeats, eventually leading to his profound understanding and application of Qi. Thus, Sun Weiqiang firmly believed that possessing a desire to conquer was indeed crucial. It enables individuals to overcome numerous obstacles, tackle various issues, and ultimately surpass themselves. How one interprets this is a matter of personal perspective. Chapter 48. Registering for the Martial Arts Tournament. An encounter with acquaintances upon hearing Master Turtle Hermit's words. Krillin inquired, but isn't the purpose of training to secure the first place at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Master Turtle Hermit replied, No, I harbor no expectations that you will secure the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament. For such an outcome is utterly implausible. Your participation is merely intended to illuminate the boundaries of your capabilities, thereby inspiring you to ascend to greater heights. Is it truly impossible? I beg to differ. Sun Wukong gazed at his master, the turtle hermit, yearning to articulate this sentiment. However, he lacked the conviction that he could triumph over his master. Even the young Wukong, he dared not claim absolute assurance of victory. He could only assert that he had the potential to defeat him. Yet such a claim could only be substantiated through actual combat to determine who is superior. Sun Wukong's anticipation grew ever stronger. Hoping that in the near future at the World Martial Arts Tournament, he would confront both young Wukong and the Turtle Hermit head-on. The Turtle Hermit continued, in the month leading up to the tournament. I do not intend to teach you any fighting techniques. You shall persist in your previous training, but you must don a heavier turtle shell. Removing the large, dark purple turtle shell from his back and holding it before him. The Turtle Hermit added, you are to replace it with this shell weighing 40 kilograms. Thud! As the Turtle Hermit released the shell, it struck the ground with a dull thud. Night enveloped the surroundings. Accompanied by the chirping of insects, the evening breeze caressed the rippling surface of the lake. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in a low position, having completed his training for the night. The World Martial Arts Tournament would commence the day after tomorrow. And with his current overall strength, he believed he should surpass young Wukong by a slight margin. This conviction stemmed from his understanding and application of qi, as well as his ability to release a stronger qi than that of young Wukong. Presently, in terms of qi mastery, he might still fall short compared to Wukong after 3 years of training in the temple, yet defeating the current young Wukong would not be easy, although he felt somewhat confident. He hoped that the World Martial Arts Tournament, he could indeed face young Wukong and the Turtle Hermit, a day he had long awaited. If victory were to be his, that would be splendid. However, if defeat awaited him, it would not matter. Sun Wukong wished to conquer young Wukong and the Turtle Hermit, yet more than anything, he yearned for a fierce battle, a battle with all his might. On the day of their departure, this is a gift I wish to present to you. The gentle Lanky, with her flowing dark blue hair, opened a large box revealing 3 sets of clothing. Wow, new clothes, exclaimed Krillin. Did you make these by hand, Lanky? Yes, Lanky replied bashfully. Thank you, Lanky, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Lanky smiled softly. Hurry and try them on. This is my first time wearing such clothes, young Wukong declared. Holding a set gifted by Lanky, being pulled inside by Krillin to try it on. Otherwise, knowing young Wukong's nature, he would have stripped off his clothes right there and donned the new attire without hesitation. Once Sun Weiqiang, young Wukong, and Krillin had adorned the outfits Lanky provided, they dashed out of the Turtle Hermit's abode. They fit perfectly. Lanky clasped her hands together, beaming with joy. You all look rather peculiar, she remarked. You too. You are peculiar, retorted Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and young Wukong, each teasing the others. The trio donned matching blue outfits, complete with blue ties, white dress shirts, and large blue hats. Thank goodness it's not green hats. Sun Weiqiang mused. You all better hurry, or you'll miss the flight. Get on board, urged the Turtle Hermit. Work hard. Lanky and Krillin shook hands. All right, Krillin dashed over to the Turtle Hermit. Make sure to give it your all. Lanky shook hands with young Wukong. MHM. Young Wukong also hurried over to the Turtle Hermit. Do your best. Lanky shook hands with Sun Weiqiang. Definitely. Sun Weiqiang was the last to join the Turtle Hermit. Lanky, I'll leave the house in your care. Inside the car, the Turtle Hermit waved goodbye to Lanky as he drove away with the 3 companions. Goodbye. Lanky waved out on the plane that Sun Weiqiang and his companions boarded. A stunning flight attendant approached. Would anyone like some juice? Or perhaps some plain water? Unable to resist, the Turtle Hermit reached out, affectionately groping the flight attendant's voluptuous reared ah. The flight attendant exclaimed, her tray clattering to the floor. Striking the Turtle Hermit's face, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. She quickly apologized, unaware that it was the lecherous old man who had just touched her. Master, you truly dare to act so boldly. Taking advantage of the situation without regard for the context. How audacious, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Krillin shot a disdainful glance at Master Wu Tian, his small eyes reflecting his contempt. Meanwhile, young Wukong was fast asleep. When the plane finally descended, the four stepped out of the airport, hailing a taxi to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the night having already fallen. Upon arrival at the venue, they found a throng of people clad in various attires. The Turtle Hermit led Sun Weiqiang, young Wukong, and Krillin to the registration desk. Moments later, Wukong, Weiqiang. "It's been a while," Lu Ping exclaimed as he approached them. Young Wukong blinked, staring blankly at the newcomer. "Who are you?" "Wukong. This is Lu Ping." Sun Weiqiang interjected with a smile that, "Oh, you're Lu Ping," young Wukong exclaimed, recognizing him and expressing his delight. "What happened to you? I almost didn't recognize you with that new hairstyle." "Someone said that having long hair in the city is too outdated," Lu Ping remarked, patting his head. "Weiqiang, Wukong. Who is he?" Krillin inquired. "He is our friend." "Lu Ping," young Wukong replied, introducing Krillin. "This is Krillin, who trained with us at the old master's place." "Hello," Lu Ping greeted to hi. Krillin reciprocated. "You three should hurry and register," the Turtle Hermit urged, only to catch sight of familiar faces. "Bulma! Oolong! Poir!" young Wukong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. "Wukong, it's been ages." Oolong and young Wukong clasped hands. "Indeed," young Wukong laughed heartily. "Hello," Sun Weiqiang waved to Bulma and the others. "Wukong, Weiqiang, what brings you here?" Bulma asked, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing familiar faces. "Hello," the Turtle Hermit interjected as he approached Bulma. "Turtle Hermit," Bulma appeared somewhat apprehensive at his presence, perhaps recalling a certain day. "Look, just look closely." Chapter 49. Plans after the tournament? Preliminaries. Bulma clenched her fists, questioning the Turtle Hermit. "Where on earth do you live now?" "I went to Turtle Island to find Wukong and Weiqiang, only to discover that even the Turtle House has vanished," the Turtle Hermit explained. "The original island was too small for training, so we relocated. It has indeed been a while. Would you care to play some games with me?" As he spoke, he raised his hands before him, demonstrating with a distance of about 20 centimeters between them, mimicking a grasping motion, his intentions unmistakable, especially with his sunglasses aimed directly at Bulma's ample bosom. "Have you forgotten that time at Bread Mountain? It was all about touching and squeezing, burying your head and pushing forward," the Turtle Hermit began, but before he could finish, Bulma produced a wooden mallet from seemingly nowhere, delivering a furious blow to the lecherous old man. "Master, are you trying to help Bulma remember?" Sun Weiqiang silently shook his head. Before her boyfriend Lu Ping, such blatant behavior was utterly shameless. Those unaware might think he was simply being lecherous, while those in the know would realize he was just an ignorant fool. "That old man hasn't changed a bit," Oolong remarked, offering his assessment of the Turtle Hermit. Poir, hovering nearby, nodded in agreement. "Wukong, Weiqiang, are you both here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Lu Ping asked. Though he assumed that was the case, surely they weren't merely spectators. "How could that be?" Young Wukong laughed heartily. Sun Weiqiang nodded in affirmation. "What a headache. You all coming to compete makes it difficult for me to feel genuinely happy." Weiqiang calmly expressed his innermost thoughts to him. The former Wukong had always been a formidable adversary, but now, after rigorous training under Master Wu Tian, he must have made significant progress. Likewise, Weiqiang, although Weiqiang had never faced him in combat, had demonstrated his prowess during the explosive Bread Mountain incident, where it was evident that his Kamehameha was even more potent than Wukong's. Furthermore, having gleaned insights into Weiqiang's past battles from Bulma, Weiqiang realized that at the World Martial Arts Tournament, encountering either Weiqiang or Wukong would pose a considerable challenge. Yet despite the daunting prospects, Weiqiang remained undaunted. "Starting tomorrow, we may very well become rivals in the arena. Let us give it our all when the preliminaries advance to the semi-finals tomorrow. Aren't we competing today?" Little Wukong inquired, perplexed. Bulma, arms crossed, interjected. "What are you talking about? Today marks the last day for registration, and the competition begins tomorrow morning." "What a letdown," little Wukong pouted, clearly discontented. "Don't fret. It will come quickly," Sun Weiqiang reassured him, patting his shoulder. Krillin cast a sidelong glance at Wukong, his eyes seemingly conveying, "What is there to be disappointed about?" That night, in the bedroom, Master Roshi, Krillin, little Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang all shared a large bed. While the other three had succumbed to slumber, Sun Weiqiang remained awake, staring at the ceiling. lost in thought. What transformations would his presence bring to the World Martial Arts Tournament? In the original Dragon Ball world, who would emerge in the top 8, and who might falter in the preliminaries? After advancing, would he have the opportunity to battle little Wukong? Would the champion still be Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chan? Furthermore, what path lay before him after the tournament concluded? This was not the first time such musings occupied Sun Weiqiang's mind. One thing was certain. He would not embark on a perilous training journey alongside little Wukong. It would be detrimental for both, as there were few on this earth capable of challenging them. Together, they would be virtually invincible. This was not arrogance. For their mutual benefit, parting ways to pursue individual training was the wisest choice. Indeed, if all goes well, my first destination after the tournament will be there. Sun Weiqiang pondered, momentarily reaching a decision that he recalled that after the tournament, in search of the Dragon Balls, little Wukong would clash with the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Weiqiang had no intention of intervening. He cherished this as one of little Wukong's growth experiences. If circumstances remained unchanged, the Red Ribbon Army would ultimately fall to little Wukong's solitary might. At that juncture, he hoped to join Master Roshi and the others. As it pertained to his future plans, so many matters to consider, to whom much is given, much is expected. Sun Weiqiang silently commended himself before dismissing further thoughts. The most pressing concern at present was to get a good night's rest in preparation for the next day's preliminaries that dawn. Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, Master Roshi, little Wukong, Weiqiang, Bulma, Puya, and Oolong once again arrived at the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Despite the early hour, the place was already teeming with people. Bulma exclaimed, "It's astonishing how crowded it is so early. Are there many competitors inside?" Little Wukong gazed toward the tournament hall and responded. Krillin added, "I imagine there are quite a few." "Indeed," Sun Weiqiang concurred. Master Roshi declared, "All right, let us proceed to the preliminaries." Outside the preliminaries venue, a staff member with a loudspeaker repeatedly announced, "Participants in the tournament must pass the preliminaries. Please report to the competition hall." At the entrance of the competition hall, Master Roshi addressed Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and little Wukong. "I can only accompany you this far. The rest depends on your own efforts." In unison, the three replied, "Yes, I almost forgot." Master Roshi suddenly recalled, opening a box he carried. "This outfit you're wearing is not suitable for combat. Here, a set for each of you." Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and little Wukong donned the orange Kame House martial arts uniforms gifted by Master Roshi. "Wow, this looks amazing," little Wukong exclaimed with delight. "Indeed," Sun Weiqiang agreed. Krillin remarked, "It would be quite embarrassing to lose." The 8 individuals who successfully passed the preliminaries would duel before the audience, and he too would be watching from the stands, hoping to witness their performance. Master Roshi imparted this to his 3 disciples. Little Wukong nodded. "I'll remember." Sun Weiqiang replied, "Understood, Master." Krillin added, "We'll give it our all." Nearby, Bulma encouraged her boyfriend, "You must win, Weiqiang." Weiqiang nodded, declaring, "For this day, I have trained tirelessly. I will not easily concede." "Master Weiqiang, you are sure to triumph in the preliminaries." Puya encouraged him, flying nearby. "Not necessarily. If Weiqiang faces either Weiqiang or Wukong in the preliminaries, he will undoubtedly lose." Oolong scoffed, hands in pockets, shaking his head emphatically. "Oolong." Puya glared at him, "But I'm merely stating the truth." Oolong replied, hands raised in feigned innocence. Puya. He appeared as a pig begging for a beating. Chapter 50. The top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament revealed before the preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Bulma stood outside the competition hall, frustrated. "Why are the windows so high?" she lamented, gazing upward. Turning to the little white pig behind her, she said, "Oolong, crouch down so I can step on you. You could just ask that old man for help." Oolong retorted, unwilling to comply. Master Wu Tian said he had to use the restroom and wouldn't be here. Puya interjected. Bulma pointed to the ground. "Hurry up and do as I say." "Come on, why must it be me?" Oolong grumbled, his face darkening as he attempted to resist. "Stop your whining and get moving." Bulma glared at him fiercely. "This is animal abuse," Oolong thought indignantly. Yet he had no choice but to comply. He reluctantly lay down. "Go ahead." With a smirk, Bulma replied, "That's the spirit." Oolong's anger dissipated as he lifted his head, only to find Bulma's short skirt raising as she prepared to step on him. The allure of her white underwear extinguishing any remaining frustration to go higher, quicker, Bulma commanded. While the underwear was indeed appealing, Bulma was also quite heavy. Oolong's mood soured again. Hold still. Don't move, Bulma instructed. Oolong, you're so heavy. Oolong grumbled as he supported Bulma with his shoulders. Damn it, I can't see anything. Puya flew to the window, joining Bulma in peering inside. Before long, Bulma and Puya spotted Weiqiang preparing to enter the arena. How infuriating. So close, just a little closer, Oolong thought, wishing to catch a glimpse beneath Bulma's skirt, but it proved difficult. Stop shaking, Bulma snapped, looking down at him. Just a bit more, and I could see. Oolong persisted. Finally, he succeeded. Bulma's skirt fell from his view, and he was elated. Victory! I did it! Bulma felt joy at Weiqiang's effortless defeat of his opponent. That you're so heavy. Can you please stay still? Oolong reminded her. Bulma, sensing something amiss, looked down and asked, How do you know Weiqiang won? Oolong remained silent. Just then, Puya spoke up. I see Master Weiqiang. Where? Bulma inquired. Over at Ring 2, Puya pointed excitedly. Indeed, it's Weiqiang. Weiqiang! Bulma waved her hands, cheering enthusiastically. However, a large wild man suddenly appeared before Bulma in the competition hall, startling her greatly and causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. That I can't see. I can't see, Bulma exclaimed, sitting on the grass, her face being caught by Puya. Oolong felt blissful, lying in front of Bulma and unabashedly staring at her parted legs, thinking, I see it all so clearly. Little did he know, he wasn't the only one watching Bulma. When he turned around, he noticed a throng of spectators had gathered. Help! I can't see, Bulma cried, still in shock. Don't look. Oolong stood up, attempting to shield her white underwear. Puya, what are you doing? Bulma finally regained her composure and pushed Puyalu away from her face. I am sorry, I was startled, Puyalu exclaimed. It was only then that Bulma noticed Oolong and a large crowd were staring at her pure white underwear beneath her skirt. Embarrassed, she hastily discarded Puyalu and quickly covered herself, attempting to shield her revealing mini-skirt. Prior to this, within the confines of the combat pavilion, having secured victory in the first match, the young Goku was conversing with Sun Wukong and Krillin. However, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of two monks. Oh, Ison, that Krillin. A plump monk and a slender monk approached. Senior brother, Krillin said, fear evident in his gaze. The slender monk remarked, It's been a long time since you left Shaolin Temple in tears. What brings you here? The plump monk, hands on his hips, laughed. You're not here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, are you? The slender monk playfully patted Krillin's bald head. Yes, I'm going to participate. Krillin stammered, Don't joke about it. You stand no chance of winning. Heed my advice. The slender monk chuckled. This is arena number 3. Which number are you? I'm number 93. Krillin mumbled, his head downcast. That is quite unfortunate. The slender monk laughed heartily. Shall I tell you who your opponent is? Krillin looked up at his former senior brother. T.S. me. The slender monk teased. Pointing his thumb at himself, Krillin's face turned pale. I can hardly wait to see if you've improved, the plump monk mocked, gazing at Krillin. With a sharp clap on Krillin's head, the slender monk said, Krillin, please go easy on him. They departed, laughing heartily. Their attitude is truly appalling, young Goku remarked disapprovingly. Indeed, Sun Wukong concurred, knowing the situation well. These former senior brothers of Krillin were merely foolish jesters. Soon enough, Krillin would teach them a lesson. They used to bully me at Shaolin. I am doomed. They're incredibly strong that I think I'll forfeit, Krillin said, his confidence shattered. What did you say? Just unleash your full strength against them. Young Goku urged, fists clenched defiantly. Exactly, Krillin, after Master Roshi's rigorous training. They are not as formidable as you think, Sun Wukong added. Less than half an hour later, within the combat pavilion, a referee announced, Next, we have contestant number 93 against contestant number 94. Please step onto the stage. It's my turn, Krillin said, fear evident as he approached arena number 3. Go for it, Krillin, young Goku encouraged. Defeat him. You can do it, Krillin, Sun Wukong cheered. Facing the top fighter from Shaolin Temple, Krillin felt despair. The plump monk floated with an air of superiority, as if he were the one fighting Krillin. The slender monk said before stepping on a stage, "I'll make sure to take good care of him. That guy isn't tough at all. Krillin, take him down with one punch." Young Goku imitated Sun Weiqiang's usual stance, hands in pockets, and encouraged, "Don't say such things." Krillin stuttered, trembling with fear. Sun Weiqiang remained silent. The outcome would speak for itself. On the stage, Krillin and the slender monk faced each other, and escape. That's commendable courage. You've come to a realization. Haven to you? The slender monk said, arms crossed, confidence radiating. Krillin was petrified, his heart racing. "Let the match begin," the referee declared. "Then I won't hold back." The slender monk grinned, assuming a fighting stance, and threw a punch. Krillin effortlessly dodged, leaping into the air, and as he descended, delivered a kick that sent the slender monk flying. He crashed out of the arena, breaking through the wall of the combat pavilion, still airborne. Krillin was astonished by his own power. Contestant number 93 wins, the referee announced, equally shocked. I end the preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament. 4 arenas simultaneously hosted matches, each determining winners within a minute's time, culminating in the announcement of the top 8 today. Chapter 51. The battle for the top 8. Sun Weiqiang vs. Lan Fong. Within the combat pavilion, Sun Weiqiang ascended arena number 4. He breezed through one opponent after another, and now, with only one more challenger to defeat, he would secure his place among the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament. "We'll be waiting for you in the top 8. Young Goku and Krillin cheered from below. "I will," Sun Weiqiang replied confidently. This tournament, aside from young Goku and Master Roshi, posed no threat to his advancement. They had yet to cross paths in the preliminaries. Sun Weiqiang watched as his opponent approached the stage. "It was a girl named Lan Fong. If it weren't for my presence, she would have undoubtedly secured a spot in the top 8. Sun Weiqiang recalled. "Indeed, this charming little brother has caught my attention," Lan Fong thought. Having observed his previous matches and recognized him as a formidable adversary, she could not confront head dash on to defeat this little brother. "I must employ a clever tactic," Lan Fong pondered as she sized him up. Surrounding arena number 4, spectators gathered. Initially, some had underestimated Sun Weiqiang, but now, none dared to dismiss his prowess. "Do you think Miss Lan Fong will win? Or will it be Sun Weiqiang? Both are quite strong. It may take the match to reveal the victor," they debated. Dressed in black, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, had just concluded his last preliminary match and rushed to this arena, eager to observe a certain individual. Not his disciple Sun Weiqiang, but rather Miss Lan Fong. That rascal. I wish I could fight in place of my disciple, and if only the battleground could shift from the arena to the bed. That would be even better. "Let the match commence," the referee announced for arena number 4. "Little brother, please go easy on me. I'm afraid of pain," Lan Fong cooed sweetly, blowing a kiss to her opponent. Sun Weiqiang remained unfazed. "If you wish to converse with me in bed, that is acceptable. But on stage, you must be dreaming." As Lan Fong delivered her kiss, she swiftly closed the distance, launching a powerful kick. "Umph!" Sun Weiqiang's gaze sharpened. He stood his ground, seizing Lan Fong's right leg with his left hand and forcefully flinging her off the stage. "Ah!" she shrieked, attempting to adjust her position mid-air to avoid falling. But the overwhelming force thwarted her attempts. Bang! Lan Fong crashed down beneath the arena. Contestant Sun Weiqiang wins, the referee declared. "It hurts so much. I'm in agony." Lan Fong sat on the ground, feigning tears that flowed freely, as if genuine. While her body indeed ached, for someone who had trained in martial arts since childhood, it was hardly insurmountable. Her ploy was to elicit sympathy from the boy who had bested her. When he approaches, "I'll strike," she thought. "Little brother, you're so unkind. You've hurt me, and I'm only 16, not that much older than you, just a bit more developed." Before competing against Sun Weiqiang, Lan Fong had observed him and concluded he was her most likely rival for a spot in the top 8. She had learned he was 13. Returning to the matter at hand, Lan Fong continued her act. "How could you treat a girl so roughly? Boo-hoo." Sun Weiqiang glanced at her and began to walk away from the arena. "You think I'm falling for that?" He recalled the original Dragon Ball world, where Lan Fong had used tears to deceive her opponent during the top 4 matches against Nam. She had even removed her clothes. leaving only a pink bra and matching panties. Sun Weiqiang gave Lan Fang a fleeting glance. If he wished, he could have prolonged the battle, potentially provoking her to unveil her clothing trick against him, thus gaining some visual entertainment. However, for Sun Weiqiang, standing on the arena meant there was only one objective: to determine the victor. Everything else was secondary. To resolve the match with a single move was preferable. 2 moves were superfluous. Sun Weiqiang acknowledged his own nature as a lecherous person, while I acknowledge that Lan Fang possesses remarkable facial features and an exquisite physique. What of it? Sun Weiqiang remains unaffected by Lan Fang. Yet others are influenced. Sun Weiqiang, how can you, you scoundrel, bring tears to the eyes of such a charming girl? The turtle hermit, disguised as Jackie Chan, could hardly bear to witness it. However, he quickly regained his composure and hastily covered his mouth. Sun Weiqiang glanced at his master, the turtle hermit masquerading as Jackie Chan, and thought to himself, "Master, because of my presence, you won't even be able to touch Lan Fang's dairy re." In his memories of the original Dragon Ball world, after Lan Fang shed her outer garments, she was still defeated by Nan Wu, collapsing in the arena. Under the gaze of the multitude, Master Turtle Hermit seized the opportunity to grope Lan Fang's pert posterior clad in pink bikini briefs. Little Goku looked towards Jackie Chan a few meters away and murmured, "That sounds like an old man's voice." Krillin nodded in agreement. Ahem, the Turtle Hermit feigned a cough, pretending as if nothing were amiss. He did not leave. Departing now would only draw attention. Sun Weiqiang stepped down from the arena. "Weiqiang, congratulations. You have also made it to the top 8, just like us." Little Goku's attention shifted to him, beaming with joy as if he himself were the victor. "Thank you." Sun Weiqiang smiled as he clasped hands with little Goku, feeling somewhat passive. Little Goku was so delighted that he held onto his hands, bouncing about. Witnessing that her tears had no effect, Lan Fang ceased her weeping. Rising from the ground, she swiftly approached Sun Weiqiang, glaring fiercely at him, and declared, "I will remember you, little brother." The words little brother were articulated distinctly. One by one throughout her life. When had she ever been treated so rudely by a man? Never. Never before. Unfazed by her beauty, Lan Fang understood that this young man was simply too immature to appreciate the allure of a charming and voluptuous girl. What was particularly hard for her to accept was how effortlessly he had defeated her, as if she were mere refuse. This was her first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the final round of the preliminaries, she faced Sun Weiqiang, knowing her strength was insufficient and resorting to her beauty for the first time. Who would have thought he would remain unaffected? Most importantly, this individual who had so easily bested her was a boy 3 years her junior. She had never lost her peers before, let alone to someone younger. She felt utterly powerless. "This is not over between us," Lan Fang emphatically declared before turning to leave. Sun Weiqiang chuckled. "Not over? What else do you desire? Do you wish to cling to me? Beware, I might toss you onto the bed for some real fun. Allow you to witness the myriad wonders of Su." Over the past 8 months, Sun Weiqiang's physical development had inexplicably accelerated. T13, he had grown half a head taller, though still quite short. It was not just his lower anatomy that had matured, he could barely manage, and the other party might not be entirely displeased. Sun Weiqiang remained oblivious, having never engaged in such matters, let alone inquiring about the feelings of others. Furthermore, one cannot dismiss the possibility that some women might prefer his current dimensions. After all, the world is vast and full of wonders, with varied preferences for intimacy. Even if it is an awkward fit. Chapter 52, Wulong and Puyalu. Is this Bulma? Apart from Jackie Chan, Sun Wukong, Sun Weiqiang, and Krillin, the other 4 competitors who secured places in the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament are Lu Ping, Nan Wu, Kirin, and the Barbarian. After the draw, the matchups for the semifinals were determined. Match 1. Krillin versus the Barbarian. Match 2. Jackie Chan versus Lu Ping. Match 3. Sun Weiqiang versus Nan Wu. Match 4. Sun Wukong versus Kirin. Within the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, reactions to the match schedule varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Excellent. Sun Weiqiang felt a surge of excitement. If he could triumph over Nan Wu, he would face little Goku. This was indeed his heart's desire. Should he conquer little Goku, he would contend for the championship alongside Master Turtle Hermit disguised as Jackie Chan. What a splendid turn of events. Elation filled Sun Wukong. While Krillin wore a frown, he gazed at the towering barbarian a distance away, his expression heavy with worry. The chief referee overseeing the public matches among the top 8 was as Sun Wukong remembered. Clad in a black suit and sunglasses, with a shock of blonde hair, he began announcing the new match rules. The competition is unrestricted. It continues until a victor is declared. Simply put, if you fall off the stage or concede, you lose. However, one rule stands: striking the eyes or the genitals constitutes a foul. What are genitals? Little Goku inquired. The area where you usually urinate, the chief referee explained, looking down at Sun Wukong as the match was about to commence. Please wait here to prepare for your entrance. The chief referee addressed the crowd before departing. Wait. What about lunch? Little Goku tugged at the chief referee's clothing. Little brother, the match is commencing. Do you still wish to eat? Can it wait until after the competition? The chief referee turned and bent down to speak. I want to eat now. Little Goku raised his hand in protest. Then please prepare a lunch for him. The chief referee instructed a nearby monk. Understood. Please follow me. The monk gestured in a direction. Little Goku asked Krillin, Weiqiang, and Liu Ping if they wished to join him, but when they declined, he followed the monk alone. Sun Wukong was not hungry. The match was about to begin, and he wanted to witness the battle between Krillin and the barbarian. Though he already knew the outcome, the experience of witnessing it live would surely be distinct. The chief referee exited the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The main entrance led directly to the competition area that he approached, microphone in hand, along with a match schedule, and began to host the event. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the wait that we now commence the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The first match features Mr. Barbarian versus Mr. Krillin. The second match features Mr. Jackie Chan versus Mr. Liu Ping. The third match features Mr. Sun Wukong versus Mr. Nan Wu. The fourth match features Mr. Sun Wukong versus Mr. Kirin. Shortly thereafter, the first match between the Barbarian and Krillin was about to begin. Additionally, the champion of this tournament will receive a substantial prize of 500,000 yuan. Before the first match begins, let us welcome the director of the World Martial Arts Academy to address the audience. Director, please take the floor. As the chief referee finished speaking, he stepped aside, gesturing for the director to approach. The director was a Shar-Pei dog, expressionless, as it took the microphone from the chief referee and stepped forward. Before it, the audience was filled with spectators in all directions, eagerly anticipating the match to begin. The noise in the venue gradually subsided, becoming somewhat quieter, likely because many wished to hear what the director had to say. The Shar-Pei director scanned the crowd and delivered a brief remark. Woof! Some audience members were left speechless. Is that it? Others were stunned. Woof? Some wondered, is that all? Thank you, director. The chief referee reclaimed the microphone. Now, I declare the first match to commence. Contestants, please prepare to take the stage. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Within the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the chief referee's voice resonated. Krillin, you will surely win. Go for it. Little Goku encouraged, clenching his fist. Go for it. Sun Wukong raised his fist in solidarity. Jackie Chan, Liu Ping, and others surrounded them. Krillin stepped out of the venue, appearing somewhat anxious before the audience. The barbarian followed suit. The chief referee walked between them, holding a handkerchief to his nose with one hand while the other held the microphone, quickly introducing them to the audience. On the left, we have the 13-year-old contestant, Mr. Krillin. On the right, emanating a foul odor, is the barbarian contestant, who has never bathed a single day in his life. In the front row of the audience, someone remarked in disbelief, I can't believe it's Krillin's first time on stage. Wulong pinched his large, pig-like nose. How could anyone smell this bad? Bulma also pinched her nose. Puyalu echoed her sentiments. It truly reeked. To their right, two spectators remarked, even little kids are allowed to compete. This tournament has lost all hope. Who would have thought? Only 13. Has he weaned off milk? He could win the preliminaries? Entering the top 8? I suspect foul play. Indeed, if it weren't for the director being a Shar-Pei dog, I would suspect that this Krillin is the director's son. What are you saying? Bulma turned her head and angrily scolded them. Although she had only met Krillin the night before, he was a friend of both Vegeta and Goku, and therefore he was her friend too. To say such things about her friend was utterly unacceptable. Oolong cast a sidelong glance at the two men who spoke ill of Krillin, whispering, 13 years without milk. Are you talking about your son? Poir silently observed, refraining from voicing any opinion. What? Do you have something to say? One of the men lifted his chin, crossing his arms defiantly as he looked at Bulma. Are we wrong? The other man interjected. Hands on his hips, right? Bulma brandished a handgun, glaring at them as she inquired. Wrong. Wrong. Put it down. Let's talk this out. We were wrong, can't we? Bulma aimed the gun at the other man. And you? The previously arrogant man raised his hands in fear, shouting, wrong, wrong. Put it down. Be careful not to shoot. Now that's more like it. Listen well, if I hear you spouting nonsense again, I'll blow you both away. We won't. We won't. We promise we won't. The two men forced smiles, bowing in supplication. Only then did Bulma holster her gun and gaze towards the arena. Oolong was stunned. How could this fiery-tempered Bulma be so loyal? Why hadn't he known this? Poir was equally astonished. This was quite different from the Bulma he knew. What had changed? Chapter 53. The Barbarian defeats Krillin. In the public arena, the chief referee introduced the two competitors for the first match and announced a few regulations. Listen carefully. Anyone who falls off the stage loses. Anyone who is down for more than 10 seconds also loses. And if you surrender, that counts as a loss too. There is no time limit for the first match. Let the contest begin. Ding! A staff member at the martial arts hall had already prepared to strike the gong, and at the appropriate moment, he struck a large gong, producing a deafening sound. The audience erupted in even greater cheers. Barbarian, take down that little brat. Little brat, defeat this filthy guy who doesn't bathe. Both contestants had supporters among the audience. Sun Wukong stood outside the World Martial Arts Tournament Hall, watching the arena from the left wall. Little Goku leaned against a wall. The Barbarian launched an attack on Krillin with a hearty laugh. Krillin easily dodged the strike. How effortlessly he evaded that. The Barbarian turned back in surprise. Good lad. If that's the case, then prepare for my stinking breath tornado. The Barbarian intended to unleash this move. He opened his mouth wide, fists clenched at his sides, and with all his might, blew a massive gust of foul air towards Krillin. What a stench! What is that odor? Lacking experience, Krillin was caught off guard, his legs unsteady and his mind spinning. But wait, the Barbarian launched another attack. He grasped the only black underwear he was wearing with his left hand and rubbed it vigorously with his right hand. What the heck? Is this really happening? In the original Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong remembered that Krillin had defeated the Barbarian, but the details had faded over the years. Krillin was in for a rough time. Sun Wukong's gaze shifted to the dazed Krillin. Was the Barbarian going to rub a ball of filth to feed him? Sun Wukong quickly realized what the Barbarian intended to do to Krillin. Krillin, Krillin! Little Goku shouted in concern for his friend. The Barbarian finished rubbing, withdrew his right hand from his underwear, and then the ball of stench he had gathered on his finger was propelled towards Krillin using a force technique. Caught off guard again, Krillin was unable to dodge this attack and was hit once more. It stinks so badly. Krillin felt he was on the brink of collapse. With a thud, he fell onto the stage. Krillin! What happened? Krillin! Little Goku shouted. Who could withstand that? Sun Wukong mourned for Krillin for 3 minutes. To tease some point, the chief referee, now wearing a gas mask, took the microphone to commentate. Krillin has barely entered the arena when he has fallen. After the stinking breath, combined with the foul odor from his private parts, the Barbarian has unleashed 2 consecutive foul attacks. No one could endure that. Point 1, 2, 3. The referee's assistant, also wearing a gas mask, had arrived unnoticed by most of the audience until he began the countdown. What a perverse move! Bulma pinched her nose, looking down on such tactics. Oolong held his pig nose with one hand and waved the other. Krillin. Get up! Poir pinched his nose, astonished by the Barbarian's bizarre technique. Hey, come on, little guy. Get up, Krillin. The 2 men who had earlier dismissed Krillin were now cheering for him. Come on. Get up. Defeat that Barbarian. Other spectators joined in a cheer for Krillin. You can do it, little brat. Stand up. Among the audience were martial arts enthusiasts and practitioners. Just moments ago, Krillin had deftly dodged the Barbarian's attack, showcasing his remarkable skills. And no wonder he made it to the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament at such a young age. One must possess genuine talent to achieve that. As the countdown reached 7, Krillin finally stood up, though he still felt a bit unwell. Just then, the barbarian seized the opportunity, grabbing Krillin by the neck and lifting him high. In no time, Krillin's face turned red. "I'm going to choke you to death," the barbarian proclaimed, glaring at the little guy in his grasp. The chief referee commented, "It seems the barbarian's strength lies not only in his foul odor. His massive hands are choking Krillin, who appears to be in considerable pain. Of course. Who wouldn't be in pain with their neck being choked?" Krillin thought to himself upon hearing the commentary. "Quick! Break his grip! Krillin, hurry!" Little Goku urged Sun Wukong. It seemed that little Goku was even more anxious than Krillin. Krillin, too, did not wish to be choked out by the barbarian and lose the match that he gathered his strength. Summoning all his might, in a moment of determination, he finally broke free from the barbarian's grasp and counterattacked. The barbarian was utterly unprepared. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as Krillin kicked the barbarian to the ground. "Well done, Krillin. That's the way. Good job, little brat." Seeing this, many spectators erupted in cheers. 1, 2, 3. As the count reached 3, the barbarian rose from the ground. "You annoying little brat," he strode towards Krillin. Soon, Krillin found himself cornered against the edge of the stage, with no way to retreat. The barbarian rejoiced. "Let us see how you escape this." The barbarian laughed heartily, believing victory was already his. Krillin observed the arena and spotted a gap beneath the barbarian. Thus, he purposefully dashed towards it. The barbarian, realizing Krillin's intention, sat down heavily, inadvertently landing right on top of Krillin. He let out a cry of despair. "How foolish!" Sun Wukong face-bombed. "Is he really throwing himself into the trap?" Telling his opponent, "I'm coming over. Catch me if you can." "Krillin," little Goku shouted loudly. Sun Wukong shook his head, looking at little Goku, then back at Krillin. "Krillin, how many times has little Goku worried for you during this match? Please show some effort." The barbarian was overjoyed. He leapt up and sat down again. Krillin cried out once more. The barbarian, thrilled, kept jumping up and down, his large backside continuously crashing down. Krillin's cries echoed without pause. He thought to himself, "I can't let it go on like this." Enduring the pain, Krillin rolled over, pressing against the barbarian's massive rear. "Incredible. Krillin has managed to support the barbarian's enormous backside," announced the chief referee through the microphone. "You're done for," the barbarian sneered. Turning back with a malicious grin, he clenched his fists tightly, straining with all his might. Puffed. He released a tremendous foul fart. The chief referee declared, "The barbarian has let out a foul fart. This can be deemed the king of all stinks." Hiss! Sun Wukong inhaled sharply, staring in disbelief as the barbarian rubbed his enormous backside against Krillin's face, as if giving him a close massage. The scene was too outrageous. Who could possibly endure such a thing? Sun Weiqiang spoke aloud. Little Wukong glanced down at Weiqiang. The barbarian tormented Klin with his ample backside, turning around and stepping on him with heavy feet. "Ha ha ha!" the barbarian bellowed with laughter. Alas, contestant Klin was subjected to the barbarian's forceful stomps, leaving him with no chance to retaliate, appearing as if he could succumb at any moment. The chief referee passionately narrated the unfolding match. The barbarian continued to stomp on Klin relentlessly. Perhaps dissatisfied with this alone, he pressed his right foot onto Klin, rubbing and grinding it into the arena floor, step by step, like the march of a devil. The barbarian's footfalls echoed ominously. Klin was reduced to frothing at the mouth. "I've won." The barbarian raised his fist to the sky and shouted triumphantly. 1, 2, 3. The chief referee's assistant rushed over to count down. Bulma, Poir, Oolong, and several spectators cheered for Klin. "Come on, Klin, get up. You can do it. You mustn't lose to this foul creature. Fight back," little Wukong shouted. "Klin, stand up. You absolutely cannot lose to that guy. Think calmly. The stench you perceive is merely an illusion. Completely undetectable. You don't lack a nose, do you?" "Right." The word struck Klin like a bolt of lightning. Upon hearing Wukong, he gained clarity and stood up just as the countdown reached 9. "Thank you, Wukong," he expressed his gratitude. Redirecting his focus back to the barbarian, "I shall retaliate." Klin assumed a fighting stance. The barbarian, taken aback by his opponent's resurgence, seethed with rage. "You little brat, I will annihilate you. The barbarian opened his mouth wide, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. It was said that even elephants would flee in terror at the sight of his spit. Would contestant Clint manage to evade it? The chief referee's microphone crackled with tension. Many spectators held their breath, sensing the impending dread in the gaze of the crowd. The barbarian spat out a large, yellow gob of phlegm. The projectile flew forth with astonishing speed. However, Clint evaded it, leaping while delivering a swift kick that struck the barbarian squarely in the face. Bang! In this match, the barbarian was knocked down for the second time. Clint descended and approached the fallen barbarian, glaring down at him with fury. Following this, Clint turned his back, bent over, and dropped his pants, exposing a small white backside to the barbarian's face, releasing a pungent little fart. The stench is unbearable, was all that remained in the barbarian's mind before he succumbed to the odor. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. The assistant referee's countdown concluded. It was truly a miraculous comeback. The barbarian failed to rise within 10 seconds, indicating he had likely lost consciousness. In the first match, I declare contestant Clint the victor, the chief referee announced. Many spectators erupted in jubilant cheers for Clint's triumph. Their excitement palpable. Little Wukong and Clint joined hands, bouncing with joy. We won! We won! Hooray! Hooray! Congratulations, Clint. Thank you, Wukong. Sun Wukong remained apart, feeling somewhat out of place, as he was no longer a youthful boy that he merely approached to congratulate. Saying, Clint, congratulations. Yet internally he mused, without little Wukong's reminder, Clint might have faced defeat. The chief referee continued with the microphone. It seems the barbarian, like any ordinary person, cannot withstand the foul stench of others. Staff members began cleaning the arena, and, after tidying up, the second match would commence shortly. Little Wukong remarked, I wonder if Master Roshi is watching. Where is Master Mateto? Clint inquired, noting only Bulma, Oolong, and Poir in the audience. Maybe he went to the restroom again. Sun Weiqiang teased. He refrained from mentioning that Master Roshi was disguised as Jackie Chan to compete. Unwilling to reveal how he figured it out, he believed the significance of silence outweighed that of speech. Besides, what if Master Roshi was defeated? That would be quite embarrassing. Sun Weiqiang and the others approached the arena where Bulma and the others were seated. Bulma, where did Master Roshi go? Little Wukong asked her. Bulma replied, I don't know. He probably went for a stroll. Poir added, he disappeared right before the match began. Oolong chimed in. Maybe after using the restroom, he saw a pretty girl and couldn't move on. Little Wukong said to Clint, what a shame. The old man missed your match. Clint pouted and shook his head, but I could still smell his presence. Little Wukong countered. Little Wukong, your nose is truly keen. Sun Weiqiang thought, giving him mental praise. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, searched for the person he sought. Miss Lan Fong. To his surprise, she was right at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. The third match is your turn. Little brother, I can't wait to see how you lose. Lan Fong fixated on Sun Weiqiang in the arena, wishing she could personally defeat him on stage. Unfortunately, she was already eliminated long ago. What is wrong with this woman? Why is she staring at me? Sun Weiqiang thought, glancing at Lan Fong. Could she be plotting against me? When she said it wasn't over, could it have been a slip of the tongue? Does she truly wish to trouble me? If so, she ought to be wary. I might just toss her onto the bed. I hope it isn't the case. Otherwise, even if I have to force it, she won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Excuse me, miss, what is your name? Master Roshi approached Lan Fong, feigning ignorance to go away. Lan Fong snapped, her mood sour, unwilling to engage with an old man. Unlike her previous excitement in the original Dragon Ball world when she reached the top 8, Lan Fong had changed due to Sun Weiqiang's arrival. Previously, she would have greeted him with a smile, saying, I'm Lan Fong. Please take care of me. Now, it had devolved into, go away. Before long, the arena was thoroughly cleaned, eradicating the barbarian's lingering odor, and he was swiftly taken away by medical personnel in the public arena. The chief referee announced, Dear spectators, the second match is about to begin. Please welcome the 2 contestants to the stage. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, many discussing. The first match was thrilling. I wonder how the second will unfold. We'll find out soon. No kidding, I already know that. Chapter 55. Sun Weiqiang faces Nanwa's Sky Cross Punch. The second match progressed swiftly, as Master Rashi only needed a slight maneuver to send Lepin flying off the stage, resulting in his defeat. Next, we invite the contestants for the third match, Mr. Nanwu and Mr. Sun Weiqiang. The chief referee proclaimed to the audience, "Weiqiang, go for it." Little Wukong raised his fist in encouragement. "You got this." "Weiqiang," Clin echoed. Lepin cautioned, "Weiqiang, don't lose like I did." "Don't worry, I will definitely win this match," Sun Weiqiang replied confidently, striding onto the arena. His opponent, Nanwu, also entered the stage. "Mom, little brother, and everyone in the village, I must win this match and claim the championship. I will earn 500,000 in prize money to bring back water for you all." Nanwu gazed at his opponent, his heart brimming with determination to win. "Nanwu, I know you are eager to win. But so am I. If I defeat you, I can battle little Wukong in the semifinals. As for your water problem, Master Rashi will handle that for you," Sun Weiqiang thought, eyeing Nanwu from several meters away. "Weiqiang, you must win," from the audience, Oolong squealed. "You have to win. I want to see you fight Wukong," Bulma shouted enthusiastically. "Go! Go!" Poor cheered. Even those unaware of the situation were cheering for both him and Nanwu, eager for them to clash. Nanwu appeared to be a formidable opponent. "Little brother, I'm curious to see how you'll cry after being beaten. Will you shout for your mom?" "Mommy, I want to go home." Lan Fong stood at the edge of the venue, watching from the wall, eagerly anticipating the sight of Sun Weiqiang being pummeled, reveling in the impending match's excitement. The chief referee declared, "Who will emerge victorious, Mr. Nanwu or Mr. Sun Weiqiang?" Stay tuned. The third match commenced. With a resounding clang, the sound of a gong echoed throughout the venue. On the stage, Nanwu assumed his stance. Sun Weiqiang clenched his fists, one foot forward and the other back, slightly crouching his legs. He believed he could defeat Nanwu, yet he was cautious in his memory. The process of little Wukong vanquishing Nanwu was rather arduous, not at all effortless. "Let the battle commence." Sun Weiqiang sprinted towards Nanwu, closing the distance rapidly, and unleashed a punch. Nanwu retaliated with a strike of his own, their fists colliding head-on. Bang! A mighty fist met a smaller one. The clash of strength erupted in an instant. Whoosh! 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 It sounded as if the wind was howling. In reality, it was Nanwu retracting his fists, delivering a flurry of punches, the force of which roared like a tempest. Sun Weiqiang chose to stand firm. His strength was not inferior to Nanwa's, rendering evasion unnecessary. "Engage!" As their fists collided in close proximity, Sun Weiqiang planted his left foot firmly on the ground and delivered a powerful kick with his right leg. It was too close. Nanwu was caught off guard and received Sun Weiqiang's kick. However, just before being struck, he also aimed a kick at his opponent. Sun Weiqiang managed to block the kick with his forearms, but this diminished the force of his own strike, preventing him from delivering a full blow to Nanwa's abdomen. The two fighters momentarily separated, with Sun Weiqiang standing firm while Nanwu remained upright, not having fallen. Truly impressive. It's no wonder little Wukong found it challenging to defeat him. If Clin faced him, it would likely be an even match. As Sun Weiqiang's thoughts raced, he once again took the initiative to attack. Encountering a worthy adversary like Nanwu, he wished to conceal his trump card, saving the surprise for little Wukong. Undoubtedly, he intended to win this match through sheer physical combat. How formidable! Nanwu mused silently, clutching his abdomen where he had been kicked, swiftly regaining his composure. Seeing his opponent charge at him, he did not retreat. He would meet him head-on. This match was one he had to win, if he could not even secure a place in the top 4. How could he hope to claim victory? Without the 500,000 prize money, how would he buy water? His heart raced, pounding fiercely, blood surging through his limbs. "Nanwu, you must win. It is imperative," armed with an unwavering belief in his victory. Nanwu engaged fiercely with Sun Weiqiang. It was astonishing. The moment Sun Weiqiang and Nanwu clashed, a torrent of rapid-fire attacks ensued. The gusts of punch winds whipped against my face. It was overwhelming. I must distance myself. This is too powerful. The chief referee provided commentary on the match. Lan Fong had not anticipated that Sun Weiqiang, this younger brother, would be so strong. He likely matched her father in prowess. Incredible. I would not feel wronged if I lost to him. Lan Fang's enchanting eyes remained fixed, unconsciously reflecting on this thought. But how infuriating! This was not the outcome she wished to witness. In her frustration, she struck the wall beside her with a punch, producing a resounding thud. Cheng Long, Clin, Lu Ping, and little Wukong observed from several meters away on Lan Fang's right side. Cheng Long glanced in Lan Fang's direction, having attempted to converse with her several times, only to be rebuffed. So he chose not to pursue her further. Sun Weiqiang exclaimed, "Master, no need to thank me. It's all my credit." Wow, what an exciting match. I didn't expect this little rascal to be so strong. Indeed, the power, the speed, the impact. Hiss, which woman could withstand such force? Exactly. A mere move against a woman would surely elicit cries of discomfort. Are you two discussing the match? Why does it feel so peculiar? The audience below engaged in various conversations. Weiqiang, bring him down, take him down, Bulma shouted excitedly, raising her right hand high and swinging a punch, while her left elbow jabbed at Oolong's side. That hurts! Bulma, be careful! Oolong glared at Bulma in anger. Puyalu chuckled. Puyalu! Oolong shot a glare at Puyalu. However, Puyalu soon lost its mirth, not out of fear of Oolong, but because it too had been struck by Bulma. Oolong fared worse, receiving another blow. Bulma appeared oblivious to Oolong's protests, continuing her fervent cheers for Weiqiang. Give it your all, Weiqiang! Did you hear me? As she shouted, she struck a pose, lowering her right fist while raising her left hand, swinging her fists outward. Consequently, Puyalu and Oolong's faces collided head-on. On the stage, after an intense exchange of blows, Sun Weiqiang and Nanwu once again found themselves at a standstill, locking eyes. How formidable! Where did this child emerge from? I cannot defeat him, and I am indeed at a disadvantage. Nanwu, entirely focused, had eyes and heart only for his opponent, Sun Weiqiang. Thus, he resolved to unleash that particular move. It seems that relying solely on physical combat to defeat Nanwu would require more time. If this were a life-or-death battle, it could conclude more swiftly. Attack his eyes and lower body. Strike with all your might, relentlessly assaulting the body's weak points. He surely cannot endure, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. In his confrontation with Nanwu, he had endured some of his strikes, yet remained unscathed. His physical resilience could not compare to little Wukong's, but he was certainly tough enough at this juncture. Nanwu, you must unleash that move. Sun Weiqiang recalled Nanwu's ultimate technique. In the next moment, as if responding to his inner thoughts, Nanwu soared into the sky. What a remarkable display! Nanwu leapt forcefully, rising high into the air. The chief referee gazed up at him, narrating the match. All eyes in the arena turned skyward. What was Nanwu about to do? This was the prevailing thought among the spectators. Super Sky Cross Punch. Nanwu exerted all his strength, ascending to the highest point, crossing his arms before diving toward the ground, launching his most powerful strike against his opponent. Chapter 56. A transformation for Lan Fang, Bulma's unpleasant past. Sun Weiqiang looked up at Nanwu, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, thinking he would mirror little Wukong. With that thought, he planted his feet firmly, eschewing energy, and propelled himself skyward with sheer physical strength. As Nanwu descended, Sun Weiqiang ascended, yet they did not collide. While soaring higher, Sun Weiqiang passed a stunned Nanwu and swiftly delivered a hand chop to the back of his neck. Oh no! Nanwu realized too late. By the time he could react, he had already been struck. Plummeting downward, just as the chief referee was announcing, Nanwu never anticipated that Sun Weiqiang would also take flight. Disaster struck. Sun Weiqiang had delivered a hand chop to Nanwu, and now Nanwu was falling from the sky. Bang! Nanwu crashed onto the stage, creating a deep crater upon impact. Sun Weiqiang descended naturally, returning to the stage. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. I declare, the victor of the third match is Sun Weiqiang. The chief referee counted down and announced the result of the match. I won. Weiqiang has triumphed. Bulma, elated, scooped up Oolong and buried him against her chest, utterly beside herself with joy. This is sheer bliss. Truly, this is happiness. Oolong's pig face was squished by Bulma's ample bosom, reshaping it. Again, Again, but as she regained her senses, Bulma quickly tossed him back. Oolong wiped his face with his right hand, pinching his pig nose, inhaling deeply. That milky scent was delightful. Incredible. This little rascal is truly formidable. Indeed, Namwa was also a master, but unfortunately he encountered an even stronger opponent. The audience buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere vibrant. We won. We won. Little Wukong, Lu Ping, and Klin were equally thrilled for Weiqiang, rushing towards him. This, Lan Fang was at a loss for words. Unable to articulate her thoughts, her beautiful eyes fixated on Sun Weiqiang's diminutive figure. She was utterly captivated, such a powerful Sun Weiqiang. And yet, previously, she had said to him, "This isn't over." What exactly did she intend to achieve with that statement? When the disparity in strength between two individuals reaches a considerable level, Lan Fang could no longer muster the desire to resist. All that remained was admiration. This little man had surpassed her father, whom she had idolized since childhood. At this moment, Sun Weiqiang's figure was etched into Lan Fang's heart. Alas, he is a bit small. Lan Fang mused, gazing at Sun Weiqiang, her thoughts involuntarily drifting. What am I thinking? Why do I have such thoughts? As Lan Fang regained her composure, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. Her face flushed. However, when she glanced at Sun Weiqiang again, her eyes sparkled, and she found herself contemplating. He may be a bit smaller, but he is only 3 years my junior. Once he fully matures, with his current charming and adorable appearance, combined with such strength, it is not inconceivable at all. Lan Fang admitted to herself that she had developed a slight infatuation for the young man who had previously declared. This isn't over, though just a little. As Sun Weiqiang passed by her, Lan Fang instinctively stepped aside, though she was not obstructing the path. "Little brother," Lan Fang called to him. "What is it?" Sun Weiqiang turned to her, pondering what this woman was up to. In nothing. Lan Fang shook her head, wishing to say something to him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Sun Weiqiang gazed at Lan Fang, who was accompanied by the trio of little Wukong, Klin, and Lepin, as they entered the venue, laughing and chatting. In the corner, Jackie Chan observed his 3 disciples, feeling a sense of pressure from the strength exhibited by Sun Weiqiang in this battle. He thought to himself, "He is formidable. If I were to face this young man, I might indeed find myself at a disadvantage." After keeping everyone waiting, the arena's tiles had been hastily laid down, and the chief judge addressed the audience. "Now, let us welcome the 2 contestants for the 4th match, Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Kirin." "Who exactly is Kirin?" Bulma inquired from the audience, but no one responded. "Wukong is about to take the stage. I am eager to see just how formidable he truly is." "Could he possibly be even stronger than Weiqiang?" Puyalu remarked. "Who knows?" Bulma pondered, shaking her head. Who is stronger, Wukong or Weiqiang? In the past, she could not articulate her thoughts, and even now, it eluded her. This is wonderful. Finally, it is Wukong's turn to compete. Oolong exclaimed with delight. He was eager to witness Wukong's match, particularly because there was a possibility that if Wukong won, Bulma might, in her excitement, squeeze his face tightly against her chest once more. That would be pure bliss. Oolong cast a sidelong glance at Bulma's ample bosom. Although he had touched them before, there was a distinct difference between passive and forceful contact. He preferred the latter. And if it could be like that night again, when she was completely unclothed, it would be even better. Oolong was aware that such thoughts were mere fantasies, impossible to realize unless he made a wish to the dragon. Just like the time he wished for the freshest panties of the most adorable girl in the world, this day. He kept that white triangular pair meticulously, reluctant to bring them out except when necessary. Only then could he indulge in their scent. To preserve the alluring aroma that attracted pigs, Oolong had sprinkled a potent preservative. From that moment on, for a century, the scent of those fresh panties would never fade. Kirin was the first to stride out of the venue, his steps causing the arena to tremble at the sight of him. Bulma was flooded with memories of a regrettable past. It took her back to the day she first encountered Wukong and Weiqiang on Baozi Mountain when she had urgently dashed behind a large rock to relieve herself, only to be caught by that winged dinosaur, which had caused her to wet her skirt. The resemblance was uncanny. Kirin's gaping maw on the arena filled Bulma with dread. She immediately shook her head, dismissing the thought. Little Wukong also approached the arena, beaming as he greeted the audience, introducing himself. "Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sun Wukong." "Wukong, bring him down. Thoroughly defeat him," Bulma shouted angrily. The two contestants prepared themselves, and the chief judge glanced at Kirin and Sun Wukong before raising the microphone, announcing, "The fourth match begins." In the audience, Bulma was stunned, her lips moving in disbelief. How can he be so weak? Oolong, Puyalu, and several spectators shared her incredulity. Yet, amidst their astonishment, little Wukong pushed himself up and sprang back to his feet. It is truly unbelievable. The walls built of bricks have cracked, yet Sun Wukong has managed to stand again. Though he must be disoriented and unable to retaliate, the chief judge marveled. The judge's commentary irked little Wukong. "I'm not dazed. It just hurts a bit." Kirin was equally astonished at his opponent's resilience. Clin remarked, "Weiqiang was right. Wukong wouldn't fall just from a single blow." Jackie Chan and Lepin nodded in agreement, observing the spirited little Wukong on the arena. How curious. Why hasn't it rained yet? Sun Weiqiang recalled that a downpour had occurred prior to the match between little Wukong and Kirin. Even if his presence had altered the timing, the rain should have come by now. Rather than remaining absent, he reasoned that without his interference, the match between Nanwu and Lan Fang would have concluded sooner, sparing them the prolonged contest. Yet, Sun Weiqiang did not dwell on it. Whether it rained or not was inconsequential. On the arena, little Wukong launched an attack against Kirin. A clash ensued, with the two combatants exchanging blows. After a few exchanges, little Wukong landed a punch on Kirin's belly. Kirin cried out, his expression shifting in pain. As he clutched his injured abdomen, little Wukong seized his tail and hurled him skyward. The audience collectively gazed upwards. The chief judge exclaimed, "What incredible strength! This diminutive figure, Sun Wukong, has managed to throw the significantly larger Kirin out of the arena. Is this the beginning of a grand counterattack? Will Kirin concede defeat?" Kirin, through his actions, would soon affirm to the chief judge, "Not a chance." It regained its composure and soared into the air. "Rest assured, I shall never fall out of the ring." Kirin spoke in a human tongue as he flew back towards the arena. "Listen to me. There is no mistake, according to the rules of the competition. The one who falls outside the ring is deemed the loser. Yet if Kirin does not touch the ground, he cannot be considered defeated." The chief referee clarified this to prevent any misunderstanding among the audience. Is there such a twisted rationale? Little Wukong was bewildered, believing that tossing his opponent out of the ring would secure victory. Bang! Kirin landed on the platform, facing little Wukong just a few meters apart. Little Wukong assumed an offensive stance, his expression grave, declaring his path to victory. "It seems I must make you plead for mercy." However, Kirin suddenly smiled, exhaling a mass of purple substance that caught the unsuspecting little Wukong off guard. Little Wukong looked down, puzzled by the strange mass enveloping him. "What is this?" he inquired. "You have been ensnared by my rubber band," Kirin informed his opponent. Little Wukong struggled fiercely to break free, but the rubber band held him fast. "There is no need to waste your energy in futile struggles. No one can escape my rubber band," Kirin proclaimed with utmost confidence this moment. "You are like a rag doll, completely at my mercy." He approached Sun Wukong with a deliberate stride, lifting him high. "What are you doing?" little Wukong asked. "What do you think? I intend to return the favor for what you just did," Kirin replied candidly. "Please let us engage in a fair duel," little Wukong pleaded, hoping to negotiate with Kirin. The chief referee narrated the unfolding events. "This is dire. The contestant Sun Wukong is immobilized. Should he be thrown out of the ring, he will be declared the loser. After all, he has no wings, and Sun Wukong has no hope of victory now. You are destined to lose," Kirin declared. And with that, he hurled Sun Wukong high into the air. Out of the ring, Krillin observed the trajectory of Wukong being thrown, exclaiming, "It's over. This is the end." Lu Ping expressed his concern, shouting, "Wukong!" Jackie Chan and Sun Weiqiang remained silent. Wow! Many spectators gasped in astonishment, including Bulma, Oolong, and Puyalu. Chapter 58. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nimbus, I beseech you, come quickly. As he plummeted towards the ground, little Wukong shouted, just as he was about to hit the ground and lose the match. Nimbus appeared precisely beneath him. Little Wukong exclaimed, "Saved! Thank you, Nimbus. I thought you wouldn't show up after such a long time." Thus, a similar scene unfolded once more. Previously, Kirin had flown back to the ring using his wings. This time, little Wukong relied on Nimbus to return to the arena. What? How could he possess such a flying golden cloud? Kirin's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Most of the audience was equally astonished. Unable to fathom that Sun Wukong could return in such an unusual manner, that he asked back. Krillin and Liu Ping cheered. Jackie Chan remarked, "The crisis is not yet averted." Just like before, little Wukong was thrown out by Kirin's rubber band, only to return on Nimbus. Sun Weiqiang pondered to himself. Nimbus hovered low above the ring, and little Wukong jumped down, facing Kirin from a distance of several meters. "Hey, how is this fair? Using a tool is against the rules of the competition," Kirin protested, pointing an accusatory finger at his opponent while glancing at the chief referee below the stage, lodging a complaint. Little Wukong retorted, "Yet you flew back from the sky, and what about this strange loop on me? I flew back on my own wings. The rubber band you expelled from your mouth is not the same as using an external tool." Kirin argued vehemently. Shortly thereafter, the chief referee announced, "After a thorough discussion between the judges and the director, it has been decided that the use of the golden cloud by contestant Sun Wukong is not considered a violation of the rules." "What?" Kirin gasped in disbelief. However, this exception is only valid once. If Sun Wukong uses that cloud again, he will be immediately disqualified. The chief referee declared, "Do you understand? Contestant Sun Wukong." Little Wukong's earlier joy at riding Nimbus faded. He could no longer feel happy. "You are finished. Aside from delaying your expulsion from the ring, you will still lose," Kirin proclaimed. Krillin remarked, "If he gets thrown out again, it's all over." Liu Ping added, "This is bad. Don't worry, if all goes well, little Wukong's tail should grow back, and when he gets thrown out, he will use his tail to fly back." Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, remembering how things worked in the original Dragon Ball world. Yet, unexpected circumstances could arise. Who knows? In this new Dragon Ball world, certain events had diverged from the original narrative because of him. If Wukong gets thrown out again, wouldn't that mean he loses? Bulma questioned. Indeed, Oolong also lost hope for Wukong. Puya Lu was at a loss for words in their line of sight. Kirin advanced towards Sun Wukong. Little Wukong gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to break free from the infernal loop. "You absolutely have a second chance." Kirin swung his fist, aiming to strike his opponent. As he delivered the blow, he wondered, "Where is he? Where did he disappear to?" Kirin looked left and right, perplexed as to where his opponent had vanished. The audience, however, could see that Sun Wukong was clinging to Kirin's left forearm. My tail. "It's back!" Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Wukong's tail. Liu Ping recalled that night at Pilaf's castle when he transformed. Krillin was bewildered. "A tail? Wukong has a tail? This is certainly timely," Jackie Chan thought quietly. Sun Weiqiang mused. "It has grown back. That means this match is coming to an end. But was little Wukong thrown out by Kirin again? Then returned using his tail like a helicopter rotor? Did I remember wrong? Or has something changed?" Wukong's tail. That night, Wukong's transformation was terrifying, a memory etched in Oolong's mind. Once more, it has returned. Bulma found it hard to forget that fateful night. So, he saved. Little Wukong landed back on the platform. But unless he broke free, he had no chance of winning. He strained once more to escape the confines of the rubber band. "Are you not human?" Kirin was still in shock. "Quack, quack, 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 quack." Little Wukong summoned all his might, emitting quacking sounds. Finally, he broke free from the rubber band. "Impossible! This cannot be happening!" Kirin stood frozen, dumbfounded that his rubber band had been forcefully broken. This has never happened before. Finally free, little Wukong rejoiced, using his tail to support himself, swaying as he said, "Having my tail back is the most powerful." Bang! He delivered a flying kick that smashed through the opposite wall of the arena. "Now in peak condition, I shall begin my counterattack," little Wukong declared, clenching his fists and gazing at his opponent. However, Kirin produced a small white flag from seemingly nowhere, declaring, "I concede." The audience erupted in cheers. The chief referee announced, "Contestant Kirin concedes." Thus, this thrilling match is won by contestant Sun Wukong. Yet the revelation of his tale remains astonishing. As the match concluded, a medical staff member approached Jackie Chan, inquiring about a matter he had discussed with him. Chapter 59. Affairs inside and outside the arena. Jackie Chan had instructed the male nurse regarding Nan Wu, who had been knocked unconscious by Sun Weiqiang. After being examined by a doctor, it was determined he was not severely harmed. Jackie informed the nurse that once Nan Wu regained consciousness, he should be told that Jackie had matters to discuss with him. In a hospital room within the first martial arts tournament venue, Jackie Chan entered to find Nan Wu had already packed his belongings in a haphazard manner. "Nan Wu, are you going home?" Jackie asked. Nan Wu turned his head and nodded. "Yes." Jackie, hands behind his back, said, "Aren't you going to watch the end of the match?" "I have no time to watch the competition," Nan Wu replied, lowering his head as he contemplated his defeat, missing out on the championship, and losing the 50,000 prize money, leaving him unable to buy water. "I am truly sorry, dear villagers. I have let your hopes down." Nan Wu felt a wave of shame wash over him. "By the way, old sir, a nurse mentioned you wanted to speak with me." In a moment of recollection, Nan Wu raised his head to ask. "This is for you." Jackie tossed a prepared universal capsule to him. Nan Wu raised his hand to catch it. "Is this not a universal capsule? Why are you giving this to me? It contains nothing, yet it has the capacity to hold a great deal of water, making it easy to carry back," Jackie Chan remarked, gesturing towards a multifunctional capsule he tossed to Nameless. "How did you know about the water?" Nameless exclaimed in surprise, for he had not disclosed this matter to anyone outside. How could Jackie Chan possibly know? "I am Master Wu Tian. I can perceive the affairs of your village simply by observing your thoughts," Jackie candidly replied. Previously, he had sought to engage in conversation with the charming Miss Lan Fong, and upon noticing Nameless' unique qualities, he pondered what was on his mind. Thus, he gleaned from Nameless' thoughts that he intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Championship, vying for the championship title, with the goal of securing the 50,000 prize money to provide water for his severely water-scarce hometown. "Are you truly Master Wu Tian?" Nameless exclaimed in shock. "Shoo!" Jackie raised his right index finger to his lips and admonished. "Fool! Don't let others overhear." He glanced around as they exited the hospital room, moving towards a secluded area while conversing. "Why did you change your name to participate in the tournament?" Nameless inquired curiously. "My 3 disciples are also competing in this martial arts tournament," Jackie indicated with 3 fingers, referring to Wukong, Weiqiang, and Clin. He continued, "Under my training, their growth has exceeded my expectations, particularly Sun Wukong, whose strength is astonishingly formidable." "What? Did I hear correctly? Sun Wukong, not Sun Weiqiang?" Nameless questioned. "Indeed, Mr. Nameless, you heard correctly. Sun Weiqiang, who defeated you, cannot match Sun Wukong's strength," Jackie affirmed with an "So impressive." Nameless expressed his astonishment. "That is why I have allowed my 3 disciples to participate in the tournament, to test their abilities. However, they are truly too strong. Including myself, the top 4 positions in the World Martial Arts Championship are dominated by the 4 of us. If I do not compete, the championship will be decided between Weiqiang and Wukong, with Wukong having a slightly higher chance of victory. You see, they are still immature children. If one of them were to win the championship now, they would undoubtedly become overly proud. How would they face the various trials and challenges life has in store for them? I hope they can mature into accomplished martial artists." Thus, after much contemplation, I resolved to enter the competition myself, disguised as another, to defeat them and teach them that there are greater heights beyond their own. "It is an honor to converse with you, Master Wu Tian. However, I wish to return the multifunctional capsule you bestowed upon me," Nameless stated. Jackie asked, puzzled. Nameless confessed, "I truly apologize. I do not have the money to buy water, so I have no need for this capsule." "Come with me, Mr. Nameless," Jackie said, leading the way, pondering what the matter could be. He had anticipated this, but to his surprise, Nameless was unaware. Following Jackie, they soon arrived at their destination. Jackie said, "Look at that well. The water source in this area is extremely abundant, and it is free to use regardless of the amount. If you were to buy water, people would mock you." "Is that so?" Nameless thought to himself, feeling disheartened that he had only just learned this. Just then, an announcement echoed. "The semifinals are about to begin. Contestants Jackie Chan and Clin, please make your entrance." Jackie walked slowly toward the small door leading into the venue. Nameless clasped his palms together and knelt, watching his retreating figure, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Master Wuqiang, Mr. Jackie, your immense kindness will forever remain etched in my heart. I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the entire village. I am truly grateful. Forget about it. Farewell. Jackie waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned back. Excuse me, could I ask you for a favor? Jackie stood once more before Nameless. Nameless paused and replied, Master Wuqiang, please go ahead. Jackie helped Nameless to his feet. Time rewound to when young Wukong triumphed over Kirin, and Jackie entered the venue upon being informed by a male nurse. Sun Weiqiang observed Jackie's figure, acknowledging that although his presence had caused some changes, certain events still followed the same trajectory. When Nameless was knocked unconscious and carried away by the nurses, Sun Weiqiang was present and had overheard Jackie's conversation with the male nurse. On the arena, the chief referee announced, contestant Sun Wukong, despite his small stature, possesses incredible strength that even Kirin could not withstand. The audience observed that contestants Sun Wukong, Clin, and Sun Weiqiang were all attired in matching turtle-style martial arts uniforms. Such formidable individuals not only reached the top 8 of the tournament, but also secured spots in the top 4. Where did they come from? Before commencing the semifinals, we would like to conduct a brief interview with these 3 contestants. What is this nonsensical host doing? Wukong's tail has sprouted. Shouldn't he hurry up? Bulma, from the audience, admonished anxiously, if the moon appears and Wukong sees it, he will transform into a giant gorilla, and the martial arts tournament will descend into chaos. Poor added fearfully. Oolong interjected, we can only pray that the moon does not rise too soon. Sun Weiqiang and Clin stepped onto the arena, aligning themselves alongside the still-present Sun Wukong. Clin observed Wukong's tail and remarked, Wukong, I didn't know you used to have a tail. Young Wukong nodded, yes, it was pulled out once before. And it just suddenly grew back. Clin, you have no idea. When Wukong has a tail and sees the moon, he turns into a giant gorilla, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. The chief referee, holding the microphone, addressed the 3 contestants. Congratulations to all 3 of you for defeating strong opponents and advancing to the semifinals. It is truly remarkable to see such strength at your young ages. Understand that contestants Clin and Sun Weiqiang are both 13 years old. May I ask how old you are, Sun Wukong? Having parted ways with Bulma and the others outside Pilaf's castle over 9 months ago, Sun Weiqiang was aware of the birthday of the soul that had inhabited this body. Therefore, he was already 13. The chief referee held the microphone before Sun Wukong, who pointed and asked, What is this? Is it food? Laughter erupted as Sun Weiqiang chuckled. Is there such a scene in the original Dragon Ball world? Clin corrected him. Fool! That is a microphone. Young Wukong exclaimed. Wheat? Clin, exasperated, explained. Microphone. It's a device that amplifies sound. Many in the audience burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Does he genuinely not know? Or is he pretending? Who knows? Regardless, it's utterly amusing. So adorable. I just want to give him a kiss, pinch his chubby cheeks, and rub his round little belly. He is simply too cute. Chapter 60. Have Weiqiang and Bulma already? The chief referee directed the microphone towards himself. Your joke, contestant Sun Wukong, seems to be quite popular among the audience. He once more extended the microphone in front of Sun Wukong. Clin, hands on his hips, admonished Wukong, don't embarrass me any further. Just answer the questions properly. What questions? Young Wukong replied, bewildered. Sun Weiqiang refrained from speaking. I can't hold it in anymore. Family. In the next moment, young Wukong suddenly realized. Ah, my age. He raised his chubby hands and began counting. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. Got it. I'm 12 years old. Clint interjected, but you said you were 14 before? Laughter erupted as young Wukong joyfully replied. Didn't Grandpa teach us how to count? 11 comes before 12. I always thought 11 was followed by 14. Young Wukong stated this, yet Sun Weiqiang suspected he might be 12, or perhaps even 13. Kakarot was sent to Earth from planet Vegeta. Who among Earthlings knows Wukong's exact birth date? Given the current parallel universe's technological limitations, even the most advanced techniques could not ascertain an exact birth date without prior knowledge. They could only approximate an accurate age. Consequently, Young Wukong could be either 12 or already 13. Bulma crossed her arms and frowned. 12. No wonder he looks so childish. He hasn't matured like Weiqiang. Oolong, raising his pig head, muttered to himself, contemplating what an overwhelming amount of information. Just like Weiqiang. He isn't matured. Bulma meant. Lowering his head, Oolong glanced beneath himself and gasped. How did she know that Weiqiang and Wukong were not hairy? Wait, let me think. Outside the Pilaf castle, after Wukong transformed into a gorilla, his tail was cut off, and when he reverted to his original form, we all saw that the smooth-skinned Wukong had no hair. But what about Weiqiang? Since parting ways outside the Pilaf castle for more than 9 months, Bulma had not been with Weiqiang until the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This implies that prior to encountering me, Bulma must have had some sort of interaction with Weiqiang, which explains why she saw him without hair. What could have transpired between Bulma and Weiqiang that would allow her to know he was hairless? Surely, it necessitates undressing. Only then would she know, indicating that there is something amiss between the two, a significant issue. If Weiqiang undressed, what about Bulma? Did she undress as well? If she did, wouldn't that imply they have already engaged in something intimate? At that moment, Oolong transformed into a logical pig. Krillin remarked, Wukong, it turns out you are younger than I am. Little Wukong smiled and patted Krillin's bald head, saying, but in terms of height, Krillin, you are still shorter than me. Krillin's mood instantly soured, his entire face drooping. Sun Wukong also patted Krillin's bald head. Ha, Krillin is even shorter than I am. You two rascals. At that moment, the center stage Krillin was not at all pleased. Utterly frustrated, the chief judge announced, so it is the youngest participant in this tournament is none other than contestant Sun Wukong. Contestant Sun Wukong, may I ask, is your tale real? I too find it curious. It just grew out of nowhere, which is rather strange, isn't it? Krillin interjected. Moreover, I have never heard of anyone's backside sprouting a tail. Little Wukong earnestly replied, this is a real tail. Watch closely. Could it be? Sun Weiqiang was pondering, and indeed, little Wukong directly removed his pants, presenting his bare backside to the audience in front of the arena, manipulating his tail, swishing it back and forth. The audience erupted in laughter, once again amused by Sun Wukong's antics. How embarrassing, Krillin reminded from the side. Little Wukong turned around, facing the audience, humorously asking Krillin, is that true? His pants still unbuttoned. Everyone present saw the featherless little bird. Only then did little Wukong fasten his pants. You three aren't intentionally up here to tell jokes, are you? The chief judge was utterly bewildered, wondering whom he had interviewed. Sun Weiqiang wanted to retort. No, at least I am not. Oolong expressed his opinion. That Wukong kid is strong, but his shameless personality has not changed. Indeed, Bulma agreed on this point. Puyala nodded in affirmation. The chief judge redirected the conversation, returning to the main topic. The three of you are wearing the same martial arts uniform. At which dojo did you learn your martial arts together? He handed the microphone to Sun Weiqiang, who replied earnestly, no, our master who teaches us is Master Wu Tian. What did you say? Master Wu Tian. The chief judge was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out from behind his sunglasses. Many spectators were equally astonished. Master Wu Tian. The one who taught these three how to cultivate was actually Master Wu Tian. No wonder they are all so strong. It all makes sense. So it is. No wonder they are disciples of Master Wu Tian. All three have made it to the top 4. Simply remarkable. Is the one guiding your training indeed the god of martial arts? Master Wu Tian. The chief judge sought confirmation. Krillin responded, yes. Master said he initially did not wish to take on disciples, but later made an exception for us. The chief judge exclaimed, so these three are indeed youths trained under Master Wu Tian's guidance. No wonder they are ridiculously strong that I never expected Master Wu Tian to still be alive in this world like an ancient being. All right, that concludes the interview. Subsequently, the chief judge announced the commencement of the first semi-final, Krillin vs. Jackie Chan, Chapter 61. Am I capable? Do you dare to try? Jackie Chan returned to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, heading towards the public arena outside. Lepin approached Jackie Chan, arms crossed in front, stating, if you lose to your disciple, that would be quite embarrassing. After careful observation, he concluded that Jackie Chan resembled Master Roshi. Jackie Chan halted, turning his head to look at him. I told you. I'm not Master Wu Tian. You truly do not understand. And no matter how much you pretend, I'm already well aware. Lepin confidently smiled. Just in time, Jackie Chan thought to himself as he took a few steps forward. Arriving at the entrance of the venue, gazing at the audience seats in front of the arena, then turning back to Lepin, saying, "Look over there. Isn't that Master Wu Tian?" Hearing this, Lepin stepped forward to see if what he said was indeed true. After the interview concluded and exiting the arena, Sun Wukong and little Weiqiang, who were preparing to watch the match from Lepin's side, turned their gaze towards the direction Jackie Chan pointed out. "I am ready to join your performance at any moment," Sun Wukong thought to himself. How could this be? It truly is Master Wu Tian. Lepin was dumbfounded. He spotted Master Wu Tian among the audience and said to Jackie Chan, "So you really aren't Master Wu Tian? I never claimed to be Master Wu Tian." Jackie Chan replied nonchalantly. He had just requested Namo to impersonate him in the front row of the audience, while Jackie Chan and Lepin were conversing. "Wow, it really is the old grandpa," little Wukong exclaimed in surprise, pointing. "Indeed, it is Master." It turns out that the esteemed Jackie Chan is not the old grandpa after all. Sun Wukong was too immersed in the role. "Master, I am putting in such effort to cooperate with your performance. What will you do to thank me? Shouldn't you gift me a few sets of limited edition all-nude real-life beauty magazines?" Sun Wukong thought to himself, "Indeed, I previously detected an elderly scent on Master Jackie Chan. It seems I was mistaken." Little Wukong brought up this matter again, this moment. On the arena, the chief judge noticed Jackie Chan had yet to arrive and first addressed Krillin. "Krillin, what are your thoughts about contestant Jackie Chan?" Bowing, he held the microphone up to Krillin's mouth. Krillin replied, "I think he is a formidable opponent." The chief judge remarked, "But you are a prized disciple of Master Wu Tian. You shouldn't be afraid of him, right?" The microphone passed back and forth between the two. Krillin, "Yes, you are correct, and besides, he is an old and as Jackie Chan stepped onto the arena, the chief judge promptly announced, "Contestant Jackie Chan has arrived. Let the match begin." Jackie Chan approached the chief judge and said, "Wait, why wasn't I interviewed?" The chief judge responded, "That is a valid point. Hand it over." Jackie Chan snatched the microphone from the chief judge's hand and, facing the audience, performed an exaggerated self-introduction. "Hi, my name is Jackie Chan 1234223. Jackie Chan took the microphone and began to dance. "Such adorable girls. Hee. Hey, look over here, although you have a big chest. You still lack a little bird. No little bird." Jackie Chan entertained himself, dancing upon the arena. "Master, the social butterfly syndrome truly applies to you. Furthermore, I must say, your lyrics are somewhat noteworthy," Sun Wukong thought in astonishment, wondering if such a scene existed in the Dragon Ball world. Why didn't he recall it? Almost everyone present was utterly bewildered. What was happening? To Sun Wukong's surprise, little Wukong actually joined in, dancing alongside his master. Jackie Chan sang and danced. "Adorable girl, come over, come over. Get in my car, sit on my lap, wrap your arms around my neck, and kiss my lips, oh kiss my lips. We are off. Honk, honk, honk. Your hands can touch, but make sure not to touch inappropriately. For the sake of traffic safety, it relies on you, me, and him that I've said not to touch inappropriately. Don't touch inappropriately. Listen closely. Next time be careful. Don't mistake good words for flatulence, or I'll spank your big butt. Big butt. I tend to be careless with my strength, and that big butt becomes a red butt." Little Wukong danced joyfully, and remarkably, he was able to keep up with Jackie Chan's rhythm and moves. "How come Wukong appears so adept?" Sun Wukong questioned. Lepin replied, "You don't know. I know even less." After all, since parting ways outside the Pilaf Castle for more than 9 months, he had not gathered with Wukong. Finally, the two finished their singing and dancing. "Here you go." Jackie Chan returned the microphone to the chief judge. Little Wukong then exited the arena, yet the atmosphere grew eerily quiet, until the chief judge regained his composure and loudly announced, "The first semi-final begins." Ding! The audience has just resumed their cheers in the arena. Jackie Chan and Krillin stand a few meters apart. Krillin fixates on his opponent and initiates the attack with a sprint that a flurry of punches follows, but Jackie deftly evades each strike. Krillin unleashes a series of kicks. Yet not a single one connects with Jackie. They come perilously close, but ultimately miss. Krillin throws another punch, and Jackie blocks it with his left hand, the forces of their blows clashing in a contest of strength. Jackie remarks, "To force me to make a move is quite impressive. This old man is indeed formidable." Krillin silently acknowledges this. The brief exchange of attacks concludes as they both step back, regaining their composure. Jackie assumes a stance and follows up with a rapid strike. Krillin is struck squarely, his body propelled backward, landing on the arena floor. In the audience, Bulma asserts, "That old man is certainly no ordinary individual." Poor concurs indeed. It's obvious. He has reached the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He can't be an ordinary person. Oolong the pig scoffs at their remarks, his thoughts unvoiced. This old man is truly impressive. He has swiftly defeated Master Wu Tian's disciple. Indeed, though this old fellow may be a bit unorthodox, his martial prowess is undeniably strong. The audience buzzes with discussion. Moments later, Krillin rises from the arena floor. Muttering to himself, "I couldn't see his punch trajectory at all. Such a remarkable speed." Little Goku, perched on the wall, interjects, "Krillin, why are you spacing out? Pay attention. I can see his punch trajectory clearly, and you've trained too." Krillin stands, looking at Goku with skepticism. "Really?" Little Goku clenches his fist. "Absolutely." Goku speaks the truth. By the wall, Sun Wukong asserts, "You're right." Just as he finishes speaking, Lan Fong approaches him, their faces mere inches apart. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lan Fong." With a smile that captivates, she bends slightly and raises her right hand. Having returned from her stroll, she has made her decision. A man like Sun Wukong, one can easily surmise, is not worth much. Yet since they have encountered each other, she is determined to give it a try. Though he is still young, there are merits to youth if it proves suitable. What is there to prevent it? The enticing allure between her 2 ample curves captures Sun Wukong's attention. What does this woman intend? His focus is initially drawn to Lan Fong's prominent features. Yet Sun Wukong does not easily succumb. He raises his gaze. Meeting Lan Fong's eyes, which are so close, Sun Wukong, he reciprocates the introduction, their right hands clasped together. Regardless of this woman's intentions, he feels no fear. As long as he remains cautious, he need not worry about mishaps. Very well. Sun Wukong does not resist her, which brings a flicker of joy to Lan Fong. She has successfully taken the first step. Or rather, the second step? "What do you want?" Sun Wukong asks directly. Their hands remain intertwined, the enticing allure still vivid in Sun Wukong's sight. Is it not permissible to get to know each other? Lan Fong winks playfully, leaning in closer, whispering into Sun Wukong's left ear, and even blowing softly. "Woman, are you playing with fire?" Sun Wukong murmurs. Their clasped hands eventually part. Lan Fong, bending slightly, gazes down at Sun Wukong once more. Smiling as she leans in closer, whispering again into his left ear, "Can you handle it?" Sun Wukong tilts his head slightly, and Lan Fong nearly brushes her lips against his left cheek, with a confident smirk. Sun Wukong looks at Lan Fong, his demeanor unyielding. "Can I handle it? Are you daring enough to find out?" Dare you? Chapter 62. What about those matters between Weiqiang and Lan Fong? What is there to fear? Lan Fong believes Weiqiang is merely jesting. After all, at such a young age, how could he possibly? Yet she overlooks one crucial point. While the vast majority of ordinary individuals may falter, Sun Weiqiang is far from ordinary. With a crooked smile, Sun Weiqiang declares, "Come, follow me." With that, he strides toward the association's venue, glancing back briefly, but upon hearing Lan Fong's footsteps behind him, he continues onward. Sun Weiqiang thinks to himself, "You dare to follow? Excellent. Soon you shall witness my prowess." "Humph. Do you think you can intimidate me? Little brother, you are still too inexperienced. I am eager to see how you intend to proceed, pretending to be so serious." I want to be easily frightened. Lan Fong is brimming with confidence. Believing she holds the advantage, she concludes that Sun Weiqiang is incapable. "Where are you taking me?" Lan Fong inquires with curiosity. Sun Weiqiang informs her. "To a hotel." He halts, not turning his head, and remarks, "What? Are you afraid?" "Not willing to go." "Who says I'm afraid?" "I'm more than willing to go." "Lead the way." Lan Fong retorts boldly. I intermind. She thinks, "Have you revealed your true self? Not being able means not being able. You think you can intimidate me? Not a chance. I hope you can maintain this bravado. Sun Weiqiang speaks casually, raising his right hand and extending his index finger. Let me clarify one thing. Once we reach the hotel, if you wish to back out, it will be too late, understand? I, Sun, am not someone you can manipulate at will. Furthermore, even if you want to back out now, it is too late. Got it? Humph, still trying to frighten me? I want to fall for it. Lanfang firmly believes this. Therefore, she crosses her arms defiantly and asserts, "Lead the way. Enough with the nonsense. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Surely you have more than this little trick, right? Little brother." Lanfang's heart is filled with the joy of visible victory. Sun Weiqiang leads her out of the World Martial Arts Association through a small door. They exit the vast venue of the tournament. Surrounding the venue are numerous hotels, which Sun Weiqiang had noticed upon his arrival the previous night. As Lanfang follows Sun Weiqiang, she finds amusement in the thought. It seems the little brother has run out of tricks, yet he stubbornly refuses to admit his shortcomings. What is the harm in admitting? I want to hold it against you. It's quite normal for someone your age that you're in for a treat. This name has a certain charm to it. Sun Weiqiang leads Lanfang into a hotel, requesting the best room available. Lanfang pays. It's not that Sun Weiqiang didn't want to pay. It's simply that he doesn't have the funds. If the sister pays, then she pays. He is merely curious to see what tricks she can conjure. Lanfang's curiosity intensifies, and without hesitation, she pays, as this amount is negligible to her. Paying so readily, don't cry later, Sun Weiqiang suppresses the urge to voice this thought. The two enter the elevator, and, as the doors close, they ascend to the upper floor. Are you not the least bit nervous? Sun Weiqiang intentionally probes. Nervous? Why should I be nervous? Lanfang replies with a laugh. What about you, little brother? How do you plan to conclude this? Conclude it. It will simply conclude as it will. Sun Weiqiang shrugs nonchalantly. Really? And what does that entail? Lanfang raises her eyebrows playfully, blinking at him. The elevator doors open, that you'll find out soon enough. Sun Weiqiang responds with a slight smile. Yes, that's so. I'm quite looking forward to it. Lanfang replies as they step out of the elevator together. You'll find out soon? Still pretending. Humph, you want to be able to keep this up for long, little brother. Lanfang's mind races. They arrive at the newly opened room, and as the door swings open, they enter. Bang! The door slams shut. Click! Is casually locked by Sun Weiqiang. Now let us see how you intend to keep up this charade. Just as Lanfang examines Sun Weiqiang's face, pondering his next move, he suddenly tosses her onto the bed. Lanfang is taken aback by the suddenness of it all, momentarily dazed. Strip! Sun Weiqiang commands succinctly in a swift motion. His martial arts uniform falls to the ground. Are you serious? Lanfang's thoughts freeze. Sun Weiqiang chuckles. What? Do you want me to help you? Are you really serious? Lanfang stammers, her lips trembling, her words faltering as if it were merely to remove her deep blue tank top and long pants. That would be manageable. She wouldn't be afraid, even in public, as it would only reveal a bit of skin. But it is evident that Sun Weiqiang desires more than just her outer garments. His intentions are all too clear. Sun Weiqiang affirms, of course. What did you think? As the saying goes, good girls should not be overlooked, while bad girls should not be wasted, from his limited understanding of Lanfang. She surely is not a good girl. Whether she leans towards being a bad girl remains to be seen, yet she seems to be more inclined that way. Can I refuse? Lanfang asks weakly. She has certain thoughts regarding Sun Weiqiang in that regard, yet she never intended to surrender herself at this moment. Furthermore, would he truly cherish her if he easily obtained her body? Would he take responsibility for her future? Does he even understand? Sun Weiqiang flashed a wicked smile, reminding her, have you forgotten what I said before coming here? Hurry up and undress, or shall I do it for you? It's not that I wish to rush you, but I have another match to return to, and my time is quite limited. Lanfang gazed intently at Sun Weiqiang, fully aware that resistance was futile unless she seized an opportunity to strike him unexpectedly and make her escape. However, would such an act jeopardize any future between them? Yet if she complied so easily, would she not feel a twinge of regret for relinquishing herself so readily? Amidst her turmoil, Sun Weiqiang urged once more. Hurry up, or I might just take matters into my own hands. Lanfang exhaled deeply. Whatever, let him have his way, she resolved, deciding to deal with the consequences later. Chapter 63. Lanfang. Is this a blessing or a curse? Afterward, Sun Weiqiang was taken aback, for there was a streak of blood on the sheets. He looked at Lanfang. Are you still a virgin? Lanfang blushed, nodding before shaking her head. Not anymore. She quickly grasped the implications of his words, furrowing her brows and inquiring, what do you mean by that? Nothing much, Sun Weiqiang replied, rubbing his temples. Damn, was she truly a virgin until now? This revelation was utterly unexpected. How could someone like her still be a virgin? It wasn't that Sun Weiqiang had any aversion to virgins, but he had assumed their connection was merely fleeting. Now, realizing she was still untouched, it appeared Lanfang was not the bad girl he had presumed her to be. This situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Initially, he had intended to leave without a second thought, but now it seemed inappropriate to do so. Really? Lanfang queried, half in disbelief. Sun Weiqiang nodded, unable to confess that he had thought she had prior experience. It made sense now why she lacked knowledge of foreplay and needed guidance in everything to be, by the way, how old are you? He asked. 16. Lanfang smiled, wrapping her arms around him. It seemed that after their shallow exchange, her intimacy towards Sun Weiqiang had progressed significantly. That you're only 16. You're not deceiving me, are you? At 16, you look so developed, Sun Weiqiang remarked, astonished. Her figure was no less alluring than Bulma's, perhaps even more so. What would she be like in a few years? Why would I lie to you? You're already my little man, Lanfang replied shyly. Her demeanor was captivating, causing Sun Weiqiang to gaze at her several times. With a glance full of affection exchanged between them, Lanfang felt a surge of happiness. Compliments about her figure from her little man felt different, more special. Am I falling in love? She pondered, not quite believing it. That I need to return for the match. Reluctantly, Sun Weiqiang extricated himself from Lanfang's embrace, leaping from the bed to don his martial arts uniform. So soon, Lanfang sat up, pouting slightly in disappointment. Sun Weiqiang, having sensed her change in mood, replied, it's better to be quick, that if I take too long, I might miss the match, and they won't find me, resulting in a loss. I must leave now. With that, he turned to depart. Humph, heartless little man, Lanfang muttered, though she harbored no real anger towards him. Lanfang reflected on her choices. At T16, she had lost her virginity, which felt premature. She recalled how she had flirted with Sun Weiqiang outside the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, leading to this unexpected outcome. Yet, she hadn't anticipated his prowess. Aside from his slight stature, he was surprisingly vigorous. Is it a blessing or a curse? She mused softly, outside the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. As Sun Weiqiang and Lanfang exited together, little Wukong's attention was solely on Krillin, while Lepin noticed the duo by the wall. Where are Weiqiang and Lanfang headed? Lepin pondered briefly, then his gaze returned to the arena. At that moment, Krillin was knocked down for the second time by Jackie Chan, his face pressed against the mat. Krillin has fallen. The countdown begins, the chief referee announced, his voice echoing throughout the venue. He can't get up, Yulong remarked. Bulma was skeptical. It seems Krillin is about to lose. Indeed, Puya Lu agreed. Is the disciple of Master Weiqiang really going to lose to this old man? Who is he? Anyway, so formidable. Indeed, he is quite impressive. This marks the second time Krillin has been knocked down without a single effective counterattack. This old man is not to be underestimated. Yes, some audience members echoed Bulma's sentiments, expressing their doubts regarding Krillin's chances. That is Krillin really going to lose? Lepin murmured, get up, Krillin. If you don't get up, you will lose. Hurry, little Wukong shouted, leaping down from the wall and rushing to the edge of the ring. Yes, just like that, get up. Little Wukong noticed Krillin's fingers twitching. Could he rise? Jackie Chan stood with arms crossed, speaking to himself. The chief referee continued the countdown. 7, 8, 9 in the final second, Krillin finally stood up. He's up. Krillin has risen, the chief referee declared. Ouch! My head, Krillin exclaimed, cradling the back of his head. Little Wukong punched the air and endures such an attack and still stand. The training he received was indeed worthwhile. Jackie Chan thought to himself. The chief referee's microphone was brought to Krillin's mouth. What just happened? No one could see clearly. Could you explain it to us? What? This is quite troublesome. I'll demonstrate in slow motion. You all need to pay close attention, Jackie Chan agreed. The chief referee expressed gratitude. Thank you. Jackie Chan began his demonstration. First, I attacked Krillin like this. He mimicked the earlier attack in slow motion. While Krillin, fully cooperating, mirrored the action. Jackie Chan continued. I kicked him. Krillin rejected. I dodged his kick and swung a punch at his face. Jackie Chan exclaimed, Pa! 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 Krillin explained further, he spat at me, and I found it too dirty. So, I stepped back. Jackie Chan added, thus, taking advantage of this opportunity, I extended my left hand to deliver a punch to Krillin. Krillin continued, Pa! 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 Jackie Chan elaborated, however, this guy spat back at me, forcing me to retreat. Prompted me to alter my strategy to AS, he concluded. Jackie Chan stroked his beard, appearing contemplative. Krillin mirrored his expression. I too revised my strategy, and this took about 0.2 seconds. Sun Wukong interjected, You put on quite the show. Krillin, Jackie Chan stated. In that instant, I made a swift decision that he struck a pose, addressing Krillin. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. What? All right. Let us do it, Krillin exclaimed. And so they both called out scissors, paper, stone. Krillin chose paper, while Jackie Chan opted for scissors. Jackie Chan remarked, Look over there. Krillin explained at that moment. I did as he said and looked over there. I truly am a fool. Jackie Chan laughed heartily. Fool. You left an opening, didn't you? So I jumped up quickly. Jackie Chan turned to the chief referee. Hey, are you going to lift me up or what? The chief referee complied, lifting Jackie Chan with effort that I leaped like this, using my foot to kick him. Jackie Chan instructed, turning to the chief referee who was still holding him. My apologies, but please maintain the same height and move slowly this way. After a brief distance, the chief referee remarked, You remember where you landed, right? As Jackie Chan landed on the mat, his legs partially squatting and arms spread wide. He nodded. This is how I establish my stance. Hey, you come help me over here, Krillin called out to the chief referee. Maintaining the pose of being kicked by Jackie Chan, the chief referee hurried over to assist. That my head was kicked by Jackie Chan, and I flew away. Krillin recounted the incident. The chief referee held him in position. Is this how it was? Krillin nodded. Yes, just walk forward. The chief referee took a few steps forward. Klin, he exclaimed, I just flew here and spun around a spin, you say? The chief referee responded, attempting to lift Klin. But he lost his grip. Fortunately, he managed to catch one of Klin's legs, preventing him from crashing headfirst onto the ring. Be careful. Klin exclaimed, slightly panicking as he flailed his arms. I apologize. The chief referee spun Klin around once more before setting him down onto the platform. After his feet touched the ground, Klin struggled to maintain his balance, but the damage he had sustained was too severe, causing him to topple over. Klin pointed to the surface of the ring to indicate his predicament. The chief referee, microphone in hand, expressed his astonishment. Did such a complex sequence of events transpire in that brief instant? Indeed. Jackie Chan and Klin nodded in unison. Impressive. I must admit, this is the first time I have witnessed such rapid movement from an athlete. The chief referee continued, I apologize for interrupting your match. Now, I invite both competitors to resume. The audience erupted into passionate cheers. Incredible. So much occurred in such a short span of time. Both Jackie Chan and Klin are extraordinary talents. Truly rare to behold. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Aside from wow, I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 64. The second semifinal. Weiqiang versus Wukong. When Sun Wukong returned to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament venue from the hotel, the chief referee's voice resonated. In the first semifinal, athlete Jackie Chan emerged victorious. Now, for the second semifinal, I invite athlete Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong to the stage. Just in time, Weiqiang thought to himself. Relieved that he hadn't lingered too long at Lan Fang's place, that he made his way towards the arena. Soon, he stood atop the ring alongside little Wukong, both facing each other from a distance of several meters. Wukong, I have awaited this day for so long, Weiqiang said, locking eyes with little Wukong and expressing his heartfelt sentiments that I feel the same. Little Wukong replied, equally eager for a showdown with Weiqiang. He had always known Weiqiang to be formidable and wondered if he could match him. The chief referee announced loudly, the second semifinal begins. Ding! The audience turned their attention to the ring. Excitement soaring that AS disciples of the martial arts master Weiqiang, who possesses greater strength. Sun Wukong or Sun Wukong. Their clash promised to be thrilling. Go Wukong. Defeat Weiqiang. Defeat Weiqiang. Take down Wukong. Take down Wukong. Weiqiang, I believe in you. You can do it. Both competitors had considerable support from the crowd. Come on, Wukong, Weiqiang. You too, Bulma cheered loudly. Who is stronger, Wukong or Weiqiang? I want to know. Yulong remarked. Lu Ping watched the match from the wall outside the venue, standing alongside Jackie Chan, who believed Wukong was slightly stronger but acknowledged Weiqiang's potential for victory. Clin, having been knocked unconscious by Jackie Chan in the previous match, was absent from the audience. Let's go. Weiqiang initiated the attack, charging swiftly towards little Wukong. He unleashed a punch. Bang! Little Wukong met the punch head-on, and the two collided. Weiqiang struck again with his other hand. Little Wukong mirrored the action with his own fist. Bang! Their blows clashed with tremendous force. In an instant, little Wukong gathered his strength and executed a flying kick. Weiqiang leaned back, supporting his weight on his legs as Wukong soared above him. What an opportunity, Weiqiang thought, transitioning to a handstand and kicking out with both legs. Bang! The impact sent little Wukong soaring even higher into the air, with his feet back on the ground. Weiqiang propelled himself with all his might, causing the ring to crack beneath him as he launched himself skyward in pursuit. Little Wukong continued to ascend, but Weiqiang, gaining momentum, caught up to him. Wukong, unleash your full strength, or any lapse on your part will result in my relentless assault. In a swift motion, Weiqiang clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful strike to little Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Little Wukong was sent plummeting towards the ring. I can't believe it. From the very start of the battle, athlete Wukong was launched into the air by athlete Weiqiang, and now he is descending. The chief referee exclaimed with excitement. That hurts. Little Wukong grimaced as he felt the pain coursing through his body, one hand clutching his stomach and the other his back. However, he quickly regained his composure, landing firmly on the ground. Now it's my turn to attack, little Wukong declared, gazing at Weiqiang as he descended from the sky. He gathered his strength and launched himself upward. Weiqiang had better strategies to counter little Wukong's assault, but he chose not to reveal them just yet. He wanted to gauge the difference between their physical strengths without relying on energy. Little Wukong swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a powerful right punch. Although Weiqiang attempted to block, he couldn't fully absorb the impact. Falling from the air without harnessing energy, he was unable to exert his full strength. Consequently, he could not withstand little Wukong's gravity-driven punch, which struck him in the side. Bang! Damn! That hurts. Weiqiang felt as though his body was on the verge of breaking apart. He sought to regain his composure and adjust his stance, aiming to land as steadily as little Wukong had. Athlete Wukong soared high in the air, delivering a powerful blow to athlete Weiqiang, who was now plummeting. Would he be able to land as smoothly as Wukong had? The chief referee narrated the unfolding drama. He has done it. Athlete Weiqiang has accomplished it. Athlete Wukong also touched down onto the ring. What kind of explosive confrontation would unfold next? Stay tuned, everyone. Chapter 65. Kamehameha versus Kamehameha. On the ring, Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong exchanged glances for just a couple of seconds before launching simultaneous attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Their fists and feet collided in a seamless display of power. The clash was filled with forceful resistance, a burst of speed. Each punch landed with precision. In a brief exchange, Weiqiang and little Wukong found their palms locked together. Weiqiang gritted his teeth, internally rallying his strength to compete fiercely against little Wukong. Yeah, little Wukong shouted. The chief referee passionately commented, athletes Weiqiang and Wukong are competing to see who possesses greater strength. Their bodies tremble with exertion. Who do you think is stronger? Wukong's strength is superior. Jackie Chan observed the battle of strength between the two, believing that the smaller figure possessed greater power. Lu Ping, unable to discern, was keen to find out. Outside the venue, returning from their excursion, Lan Fong spotted the scene on the ring and cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting, Weiqiang, go for it. Weiqiang, you can do it. Instantly, both Jackie Chan and Lu Ping's attention was drawn toward her. What is going on? Lan Fong is cheering for Weiqiang. Lu Ping pondered, what did Lan Fong and Weiqiang do during their time together? What transpired? Why is she cheering for him now? How strange. In that moment, Lu Ping found himself perplexed. Who is she? The audience member Bulma was also captivated by Lan Fong. Yulong, with glimmering eyes, remarked, "I don't know. She's such a cute girl. You're such a simpleton." Puiala scoffed, "I asked who she is, not whether she's cute." Bulma playfully punched Yulong on the head. Bang! How infuriating. "I already said I don't know," Yulong protested. "And I'm hitting you because of that," Bulma retorted fiercely. Weiqiang naturally heard Lan Fong's encouraging voice, but his focus remained solely on little Wukong. "Yeah!" With a powerful shout, little Wukong hurled Weiqiang away. After several somersaults, Weiqiang landed back on the ring. Gasping for breath, his chest heaving, he realized that his strength was indeed inferior to little Wukong's. If he did not utilize energy as time progressed, he would likely face defeat. The chief referee announced, "The outcome has been determined. Athlete Wukong possesses greater strength than athlete Weiqiang." What spectacular performances will they display next? Like everyone else, I eagerly anticipated. "Weiqiang, you can win." Lan Fong waved her hand, loudly cheering for her little man. Weiqiang cast a glance at Lan Fong, contemplating how to approach this woman. His decision to bring her to the hotel stemmed from her teasing question. "Can you do it?" Otherwise, the events that transpired in bed would not have occurred. What he hadn't anticipated was that Lan Fong was a virgin before their encounter. This caused him, who originally intended to simply part ways after a brief encounter, to hesitate somewhat. "I don't need to think about it now. Let's consider it after this match." Sun Wukong suppressed his thoughts and focused his mind on little Wukong. He declared, "Wukong, my strength may indeed be inferior to yours. However, my Kamehameha will surely surpass yours." Having realized the gap between himself and little Wukong, Sun Wukong understood that continuing a purely physical confrontation would only deplete his energy further, making victory elusive. He not only aspired to defeat little Wukong, but also aimed to triumph over his master, Master Roshi. Thus, he prepared to unleash his true power. Harnessing energy was the key to his strongest self. "Let's see how this goes," little Wukong replied earnestly. The two struck poses for the Kamehameha, ready to unleash their waves. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Brilliant blue energy coalesced in the hands of Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong. The two launched their attacks. Boom! The two streams of blue energy collided, locking in a stalemate between them, forming a sphere of energy. With renewed effort, Sun Weiqiang pushed his blue energy forward decisively. Bang! Little Wukong was sent tumbling off the stage. Sun Weiqiang stood his ground, retracting his attack stance, and looked at the fallen little Wukong, saying, "Wukong, I told you, my Kamehameha is indeed stronger." Those countless nights spent training and experimenting were not in vain. Lan Fong was astonished. This was her little man. Her little man was so powerful, unbelievable, truly terrifying. Liping was equally stunned. Klin, who had awakened and come to watch beside Liping, was also taken aback. How frightening! Such immense energy! Both shivered with awe. Even Jackie Chan was shocked, his mind swirling with thoughts. Wukong's formidable Kamehameha was defeated by Weiqiang. If I were to engage Weiqiang in a Kamehameha clash without entering a muscle explosion state, I would stand no chance at all. How could this happen? How could Weiqiang's Kamehameha be this potent? Has he truly discovered something remarkable? No way. Jackie recalled Weiqiang's relentless training by the river, given the current circumstances. It was hard to predict who would emerge victorious in this match. Though Sun Weiqiang had won the clash, little Wukong quickly sprang back to his feet as if nothing had happened. The chief referee, astonished, commented, "This is astonishing. The legendary Kamehameha, said to be a skill unique to Master Wu Tian, is now wielded by his disciple Sun Weiqiang and contestant Sun Wukong. Incredible! Such formidable power! Can everyone feel it?" Although contestant Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was bested by contestant Sun Weiqiang's, he appears to be completely unfazed, which is truly unbelievable. "Wukong, keep it up! Weiqiang, you can do it!" Bulma shouted, cupping her hands by her mouth to cheer for both. Sitting beside her, Puar and Oolong had changed their tune since the beginning of the match. They too cheered for Weiqiang and Wukong. "Get up, Wukong, that's right. I knew you wouldn't just lose like that. Weiqiang, keep pushing. You can win. Go for it." Other spectators joined in, waving flags and shouting, "Well done. I believe in you, contestant Sun Weiqiang. Please unleash another attack. Wukong, don't be afraid, just do it. Face Weiqiang with another Kamehameha." Trust me, you won't lose this time. The atmosphere ignited as the crowd erupted with excitement, waving their arms and cheering loudly, creating a cacophony. This intensely thrilling battle had thus far seen both sides exchanging blows, with neither gaining a definitive upper hand. Let us see what kind of showdown awaits between contestant Sun Weiqiang and contestant Sun Wukong next. The chief referee announced enthusiastically. On the stage, Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong locked eyes. How formidable! How would Weiqiang attack next? Little Wukong was thrilled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He assumed a stance, ready to engage in battle with Weiqiang. Wukong, I shall defeat you honorably. With this thought, Sun Weiqiang made a surprising move. He realized he could simply announce his intentions without any action, as a sudden strike would be far more effective and difficult to counter. However, that was not Sun Weiqiang's desire. He aimed to defeat little Wukong head-on. No tricks, no unexpected maneuvers. Chapter 66. Sun Weiqiang defeats little Wukong? When did Sun Weiqiang make that move? The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Sun Weiqiang was flying. The chief referee, in disbelief, struggled to articulate his thoughts, his eyes widening behind his sunglasses as if witnessing something extraordinary. The flight he referred to was not the kind of soaring into the sky from earlier. This was genuine flight. Sun Weiqiang lifted off the ground. Hovering in mid-air, Wukong, come and fight, he called, soaring toward little Wukong. Little Wukong, bewildered, thought, Weiqiang can fly. When did he learn to fly? I had no idea. As Sun Weiqiang approached, little Wukong remained lost in thought. Bang! Sun Weiqiang held nothing back, delivering a powerful kick to little Wukong's abdomen, sending him soaring once again. Whoosh! Sun Weiqiang pursued, unleashing a flurry of relentless kicks. Bang! 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 Each strike landed on little Wukong, who cried out in pain as he was propelled higher into the sky by Sun Weiqiang's forceful onslaught. Sun Weiqiang gazed up at little Wukong, who hovered mid-air, raising his right hand, fingers splayed, channeling blue energy, and aimed to deliver another attack. Boom! A precise hit. Wah! Little Wukong let out a scream that echoed throughout the world. Plummeting downward. Were this a life-or-death battle, Sun Weiqiang would not have hesitated to seize the opportunity to eliminate his opponent. However, in this tournament setting, facing little Wukong, he refrained from being overly ruthless. Sun Weiqiang understood that this level of assault was unlikely to cost little Wukong the match. He intended to allow little Wukong to recover before engaging in a spirited battle. He sought to defeat him honorably. For now, this was merely a lesson to remind little Wukong not to lose focus during a fight. The chief referee continued narrating. Contestant Sun Wukong has been sent soaring by contestant Sun Weiqiang once again. Can he mount a counterattack? Sun Wukong appears to be in agony. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. It's impossible to tell just how many kicks contestant Sun Weiqiang has delivered to contestant Sun Wukong. But every kick found its mark. Everyone can hear Sun Wukong's cries from his voice. We can discern his suffering. Sun Weiqiang's assault shows no signs of abating. That a one-handed Kamehameha. It struck. Contestant Sun Wukong has been hit. Falling from the sky. Will he lose this match? Wukong, Bulma cried out, her voice filled with concern. Why is Weiqiang being so ruthless? I hope Wukong is all right. I don't know, Oolong replied, fearfully watching Sun Weiqiang hovering in the air, exhibiting such ferocity. Puar was equally shaken. The audience watched as Sun Wukong plunged rapidly from the heights. Their murmurs filling the air. Is Sun Wukong about to lose? After sustaining such damage, can he still fight? I doubt it. This time, Sun Wukong probably won't land safely like last time. It seems Weiqiang is just too strong. Sun Wukong is utterly without the means to retaliate. How could he even fly? This is astonishing. Indeed, a person who can fly. I've never witnessed such a phenomenon. Weiqiang's ability to fly exceeded even Jackie Chan's expectations. Until now, he had no inkling that Weiqiang possessed such a skill. Truly remarkable. It seems his research into energy has yielded substantial results. This is genuinely impressive. Revealing this now seems intended to surprise us all. The moment Weiqiang's feet left the ground and he soared at low altitude, Jackie could not help but marvel, feeling the pressure mounting. At this point, it appeared that Weiqiang's chances of victory had surpassed Wukong's. Jackie mused silently. Unless something extraordinary occurred, it was highly likely that Weiqiang would win this match. Consequently, in the ultimate finals, he would face Weiqiang, and Jackie felt uncertain about confidently claiming victory over his disciple. It had only been a little over 8 months. In just over 8 months of studying energy, the results Weiqiang exhibited had left Jackie thoroughly impressed. Wukong. Lu Ping and Clin were both concerned for Wukong, while simultaneously being intimidated by Weiqiang. When did he learn to fly? How could he be so formidable? When will Clin and Weiqiang take flight? Who did he learn from? Lu Ping also inquired about Clin, and I, too, am unaware of when he will soar. Clin shook his head and remarked, "Who did he learn from? To my knowledge, he must be self-taught, self-taught." Lu Ping was astounded. Is that even possible? How could one self-teach? Beside them, Lan Fang's rosy lips were agape. Astonished by her little man's astonishing prowess, her beautiful eyes fixated upon him. Not only is her little man incredibly strong, but he can also fly. Where on earth can one find a little man like this? No way. He is not just my little man. I wish to become his great woman. Lan Fang understood that between her and Weiqiang, there was merely a fleeting romance, had it not been for her inadvertent provocation. Asking, "Can you do it?" he would not have taken her to a hotel, leading to their intimate encounter. They had no emotional foundation whatsoever. Even before that, when Weiqiang had eliminated her from the top 8, she had often wished to see him lose, merely for amusement. Who would have thought it would escalate so rapidly? How can I become Weiqiang's great woman? I have feelings for him, but he may not feel the same about me. Lan Fang gazed at Weiqiang's figure suspended in midair, pondering her next move. Boom! With a thunderous sound, little Wukong crashed onto the arena, creating a deep pit. The chief judge approached the arena to inspect. Noticing that the contestant's son, Wukong, lay face down, motionless, Sun Weiqiang descended from the sky, standing beside the cracked tiles of the deep pit. 1. 2. The chief judge held the microphone to count down. Could it be that Sun Wukong is truly about to lose? Can he still rise? Sun Weiqiang has won. These are the most pressing concerns of the audience. Wukong, get up quickly! Wukong! Clin climbed the left wall of the venue's entrance. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he could not see the situation in the pit. But the chief judge was counting down, indicating that Wukong had not risen. 4, 5, 6. The countdown continued. I in the pit. Little Wukong remained motionless, showing no signs of awakening. Is it possible that I've won just like this? Little Wukong has fainted. Sun Weiqiang mused. Chapter 67. Never surrender. Fight until you lose. Hurry up and get up. Wukong! The clumsy pig, Oolong, shouted loudly. Wait. In a flash, Bulma had a brilliant idea and shouted at the top of her lungs. Wukong, it's time to eat. Upon hearing this, Sun Weiqiang noticed little Wukong in the pit. His left ear twitched, followed closely by his head lifting. Time to eat. Little Wukong propped himself up, looking around, muttering, Where are we eating? Where's the food? Where is it? Little Wukong, unable to find the food, dashed around the arena. Astonishing many spectators, the contestant Sun Wukong stood up in the final second. The match was not over yet. Let us continue to anticipate this thrilling showdown. The chief judge's astonished voice echoed throughout the venue. Amazing! Wukong has gotten up? Oolong cheered for Wukong, only to say, unfortunately, Weiqiang was about to win. His piggy eyes darted toward Bulma. What kind of look is that? Bulma, feeling pleased with her cleverness, noticed Oolong's expression and promptly delivered a punch to its piggy head. Bang! Oolong rubbed its head, cheekily saying, You hit me. I didn't say anything wrong. Weiqiang was about to win. If it weren't for your big mouth, Wukong would have lost. Puyalu shook his head, saying, Oolong, you were just cheering for Wukong. Puyalu! Oolong glared at him. That was a close call. If Wukong had taken 1 second longer, he would have lost to Weiqiang. Clin jumped down from the wall. Relieved for Wukong. Beside him, Lu Ping chuckled, saying, Bulma is indeed clever. She managed to think of a way to wake Wukong up. Chung Long secretly thought, with Wukong awake, this match is still on. Even if Weiqiang ultimately defeats him, it will not be an easy victory. Under the gaze of the audience, in the arena, Weiqiang, where is the food? Where is it? Little Wukong stood before Weiqiang, prompting a chuckle from him. There's no food. You've been tricked by Bulma. We are still in a match. Right, we are still in a match. Little Wukong, reminded by his opponent, finally became aware and assumed an attacking stance. Weiqiang, you hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Who told you to be distracted? Sun Wukong replied lightly. The two locked eyes, and after a moment, the battle resumed. Little Wukong leaped into the air, launching an attack. Sun Wukong chose to counter directly, yet he only saw a fleeting shadow, murmuring, "Shadow Punch." The contestant Sun Wukong unleashed the Shadow Punch, previously used by Chung Long against Klin. How will contestant Sun Wukong respond? The chief judge explained. Over here. Sun Wukong spun around to kick, but he struck only another shadow of Little Wukong. Double Shadow Punch. Chung Long's gaze sharpened. Haha, here I am. Little Wukong descended from the sky, fists clasped together, delivering a heavy blow to Weiqiang. However, he struck only a shadow. Shadow Punch. Little Wukong fell off the arena, dodging to the side. There, another shadow of Sun Wukong remained. Sun Wukong shifted position, yet Little Wukong dodged again. Unexpectedly, this too was merely a shadow. Chung Long's eyes widened. Triple Shadow Punch. Here I am. By the time Sun Wukong uttered this phrase, he was already behind Little Wukong, delivering a kick to his backside. The Shadow Punch, used by Chung Long against Klin, was something Sun Wukong had not witnessed, but Little Wukong had learned it and even executed the double Shadow Punch. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong learned as well in terms of learning aptitude. When compared to Wukong, Weiqiang would have to concede that, do you not recall? Master Roshi used the Kamehameha while extinguishing the flames on the Bread Mountain. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong had learned and demonstrated on the spot, with the former's power surpassing the latter significantly. Delivering a kick to Little Wukong's backside, Sun Weiqiang pressed the attack. Little Wukong quickly regained control of his body, dissipating the force of Weiqiang's strike, and turned around. The two collided, fists and feet clashing, exchanging fierce blows in intense battle. Bang, 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 with the enhancement of energy manipulation. Sun Weiqiang exhibited slightly more agility in combat, but he still could not deliver a decisive blow to Little Wukong. After all, Little Wukong's strength, his physical prowess, was almost entirely superior. The chief judge passionately commented on the match. What a spectacular final. The contest between Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong has been nothing short of extraordinary. Both sides exchanged blows, seemingly growing fiercer with each strike. They are simply incredible. I am at a loss for words to describe it, and can only say, as expected of disciples of the martial arts deity, who will ultimately emerge victorious. Wukong, go for it. Wukong, go for it. Weiqiang, go for it. Weiqiang, go for it. Take down Sun Wukong. Weiqiang, you are the best. Defeat Sun Weiqiang. Wukong, you are the strongest. The audience fervently cheered as they fought fiercely. I hope neither would seriously injure the other. Bulma expressed her concern. Puala replied, Indeed, it seems as though they are treating each other like enemies. Oolong nodded, astonished. Wukong and Weiqiang are holding nothing back. At this rate, one might end up killing the other. Pooh, what nonsense are you spouting? Bulma delivered an elbow to Oolong's piggy head. Bang! Ouch! Oolong rubbed its head. Muttering, I'm not saying anything unreasonable. Bulma glared at it. What are you saying? No, I didn't say anything. Oolong swiftly waved its piggy hands in denial that Weiqiang, all right. Lan Fong felt a twinge of worry for her little man. It's all that woman's fault. If it weren't for her, Weiqiang would have already won. Lan Fong glared furiously. As if sensing something, Bulma and Lan Fong exchanged glances. Who is she? Does she have a grudge against me? Why is she staring at me like that? Bulma shot back defiantly. Who will win, Wukong or Weiqiang? Lu Ping and Klin could not determine. Even if Weiqiang ultimately wins, how much strength will he have left to fight me? Chung Long observed the intense battle, feeling relieved. Wukong, this match is mine to win. Seizing a moment of vulnerability from Little Wukong, Sun Weiqiang unleashed a powerful elbow strike to his neck. Bang! Little Wukong fell. Struggling to prop himself up, desperately striving to rise. Surrender, Wukong. You have already lost this match. Sun Weiqiang looked down at him. Little Wukong gritted his teeth, declaring, I will never concede. Bang! His body, which he attempted to straighten, collapsed once more. The chief referee remarked, "The contestant Sun Wukong wishes to rise, but has fallen again. Can he get back on his feet?" Sun Weiqiang did not urge the chief referee to start the countdown. He knew that little Wukong was indeed tenacious enough to stand again. "Since you refuse to yield, I shall strike until you do." As soon as Sun Weiqiang's words fell, he launched his attack. Chapter 68. The excited Lan Fong. The envious and jealous Chung Long Sun Weiqiang leapt into the air, soaring above little Wukong, his body tilting forward and halting just 3 meters above the ring. Had little Wukong been a mortal enemy, he might have flashed a devilish smile at that moment. However, even without a grin, Sun Weiqiang concentrated the energy within his hands, unleashing a relentless barrage. Boom, 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 boom. It was as if he were hurling rotten eggs. Each blast of blue energy raining down upon little Wukong with fervor. Sun Weiqiang refrained from ascending to greater heights, for the farther he was, the more space and time he afforded little Wukong to evade and recover. The closer he was, however, the opposite was true. If not for the potential for little Wukong to retaliate due to proximity, Sun Weiqiang would have relished the opportunity for a closer confrontation. Wah! Wah! The anguished cries of little Wukong echoed throughout the universe. "To defeat you is the highest form of my respect," Sun Weiqiang mused, intensifying his offensive. The tiles around little Wukong suffered considerable damage, particularly when Sun Weiqiang's series of energy blasts veered off and struck the ring. Fragments of stone erupted, sending plumes of dust into the air. Under the continuous onslaught from Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong's cries of torment persisted. Would this match soon determine a victor? The chief referee narrated the unfolding events. "Will Wukong be all right?" Bulma stared in disbelief. "I don't know," Puyala replied. "Wukong is still screaming," Oolong said, stunned. Is Sun Weiqiang about to win? "It seems so. Wukong may not rise again," the audience speculated, "if Weiqiang continues this way." "Will Wukong be unharmed?" Lu Ping inquired of Kellen. "Wukong is so robust. He should be fine," Kellen responded, albeit uncertainly. "Such mastery over energy manipulation. Weiqiang is truly remarkable. It appears this match is finally nearing its conclusion." Chung Long thought to himself, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the ring. As little Wukong's cries gradually diminished, Sun Weiqiang ceased his assault. Should he persist, there was a risk of severely injuring little Wukong. He emerged from the billowing dust, landing on a nearby section of the ring that remained intact, panting heavily. The arena fell silent, the audience gazing toward the area where Sun Weiqiang had unleashed his barrage. Now shrouded in thick smoke, the dust dissipated swiftly, revealing the shattered ringed eye in the center. Little Wukong lay, his turtle-themed martial arts uniform tattered beyond recognition, staring blankly at the sky. The chief referee hurried forward, assessing the situation, and declared, "The contestant Sun Wukong appears to be in poor condition. Yet perhaps he can still rise. His vitality is astonishing. I will never concede." Despite his disheveled appearance, little Wukong's eyes were resolute as he moved his fingers, attempting to rise again. Such indomitable will. Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but quietly admire him. After unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, he felt utterly drained. Observing little Wukong's determination, it seemed he might indeed rise to challenge him once more. However, Sun Weiqiang was fatigued. Should the fight continue, he was uncertain of his ability to best little Wukong. Just then, he sensed something amiss as little Wukong's expression abruptly changed. He swiftly turned to see the full moon illuminating the sky. Without delay, Sun Weiqiang flew toward Wukong, grasping his tail with his left hand, while his right hand transformed into a blade, severing little Wukong's tail. The transformation was interrupted, and little Wukong's eyes fluttered shut as he fell into unconsciousness. A few seconds passed. Sun Weiqiang addressed the chief referee coolly, stating that he had won the match, albeit with a stroke of luck and cunning. He had wished to triumph over little Wukong honorably. But he did not believe he could do so if little Wukong were to complete his transformation into a mighty gorilla. That it was indeed necessary to sever little Wukong's tail or extinguish the moon. He speculated that by unleashing his full power of the Kamehameha, He might achieve such a feat, yet the energy expenditure would be tremendous, and he pondered how he could possibly overcome Master Kamisenen in the next match. Thus, Sun Weiqiang chose to sever little Wukong's tail without further contemplation, only focusing on the task at hand. Very well. The chief referee nodded in agreement, commencing the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Strange? Why did Sun Weiqiang suddenly cut off Sun Wukong's tail? Could that be his weakness? Murmurs rippled through the audience that it seems so, but why didn't he seize the opportunity to do so at the beginning of the match to secure victory? Unaware of the details, the spectators began to speculate. The full moon. The full moon has risen, Bulma exclaimed, gazing skyward. Wulong, with a frightened expression, remarked, no wonder Weiqiang cut off Wukong's tail. It all makes sense now that if Wukong transforms into a gorilla, it would be disastrous. Puyalu recalled the devastation wrought by Wukong's transformation that night. Outside the training hall by the wall, Kellen questioned, how did Weiqiang manage to sever Wukong's tail? Lu Ping glanced at the full moon, which had long since emerged, and began to explain. Chung Long listened intently. 8, 9, 10. The chief referee's countdown concluded as he raised his arm, declaring, I announce that the winner of the second semifinal is contestant Sun Weiqiang. The crowd erupted in cheers for Sun Weiqiang. He won. He won. Lan Fong, brimming with excitement, dashed toward the ring and embraced Sun Weiqiang, burying his face in her ample bosom, holding him tightly as they pressed together. Sun Weiqiang did not shy away from Lan Fong. He recognized it was not an unwelcome gesture, yet he had not anticipated such an act in front of a crowd. The aroma of her fragrance enveloped him, and he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Indeed, Lan Fong understands me, he mused, while Chung Long looked on, consumed with envy and resentment. That scoundrel. When did he become so close with Miss Lan Fong? Chung Long's heart simmered with discontent, but he gazed at Lan Fong's impressive figure, wishing that he could share the same intimacy with his disciple Weiqiang. Next, the chief referee announced a crucial matter. Ladies and gentlemen, after a 10-minute break, the finals will commence. Who will emerge as the champion of this tournament? Contestant Sun Weiqiang or contestant Chung Long? Let us await the outcome. Chapter 69. The final match, on the verge of commencement. The chief referee informed the audience that the ultimate showdown would take place in 10 minutes, determining who would be crowned the champion of this martial arts tournament. His voice resonated through the microphone, igniting a fervor among the spectators. The champion must be Sun Weiqiang. He is simply extraordinary. Chung Long won't stand a chance. Yet, Sun Weiqiang's prior battle had drained him significantly. Would 10 minutes be enough for him to regain his strength? Could he truly overcome Chung Long? Ah, you make a valid point, others remarked. This tournament has been nothing short of thrilling. Numerous spectators engaged in animated discussions that on the ring, Sun Weiqiang, after inhaling the delightful fragrance, gently said, ma'am, you should set me down now. Oh, of course, Lan Fong replied, momentarily taken aback. She had been so exhilarated that she had embraced her little man in full view of the crowd, feeling quite bashful about it. Sun Weiqiang lifted his gaze to Lan Fong, watching as her face turned crimson. Had she realized? Did she suddenly feel shy in front of others? This open-minded woman possessed a youthful heart as well. Yet, it made sense. After all, she was only 16. Lan Fong released Sun Weiqiang, and as he walked toward the training hall, his words reached her ears. Let us discuss our matters after the match. For now, I must quickly regain some strength to see if I can win the final battle. Lan Fong nodded, her face brightening with delight. This was indeed good news, wasn't it, regarding their relationship before the match? At least his attitude toward her was favorable. What would Weiqiang decide to do after the match? Would there be a chance for them? Lan Fong found herself unable to suppress her thoughts, yearning for a glimmer of hope. The unconscious Sun Wukong was swiftly carried away by the arriving medical personnel immediately after the match concluded. Yet on the way to treatment, he miraculously awoke. Lu Ping, Colin, Bulma, Wulong, and Puyalu were all by his side. Meanwhile, in the rest area of the venue, Sun Weiqiang sat in quiet meditation, regulating his breath and calming his spirit, striving to restore his strength as much as possible. To speak candidly, he harbored a deep envy for Sun Wukong. If their situations were reversed, Xiao Yukong would likely need only a hearty meal to almost completely regain his energy in a short span of time, possibly even including his vitality. Such innate physical prowess was truly remarkable. Sun Wukong wished he could possess it as well. Hello everyone, the 10-minute mark has passed. Let us welcome competitors Jackie Chan and Sun Wukong to the stage. The chief referee returned to the ring, announcing the imminent commencement of the final match in the rest area. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Will you succeed, Master Turtle Sage? Will you falter? To be honest, after his intense battle with Xiao Yukong, Sun Wukong felt that if he were in peak condition, his chances of defeating Master Turtle Sage would indeed be considerable. But now, at best, it was a 40-60 split in favor of Master Turtle Sage. As he exited the rest area and passed by Lan Fong near the entrance of the venue, she encouraged him. Go for it, Weiqiang. You can definitely seize the championship. Sun Wukong glanced at her and replied coolly, I will do my best. Lan Fong crouched down and whispered in his ear, there's a reward for winning. You know, Sun Wukong looked at her flushed face and inquired, what kind of reward? Is there nothing for losing? Well, that depends on your performance. Lan Fong replied coyly, her voice lowered. Sun Wukong gazed at her alluring demeanor, tempted by the thought of whisking her away to bed once more. The first time had not been enough. It had left him wanting more. With a mischievous thought, he casually slipped one hand into his pocket and gave a playful slap to Lan Fong's perky backside. Smack! As her flesh quivered from the playful hit, Sun Wukong turned and strode towards the stage. Nearby, Jackie Chan watched with a mix of envy and irritation. What kind of good fortune does this brat have? Miss Lan Fong actually allows him to slap her backside? I wish I could do that too. Frustrated, Jackie Chan also made his way to the stage. Weiqiang, give it your all. Xiao Yukong, wearing the outfit crafted by Lan Chi and gifted to the three of them, exclaimed with a hearty laugh, showing no signs of having been affected by the previous match. Weiqiang, defeat Jackie Chan and claim the championship. Colin waved encouragingly. I believe you can win, Weiqiang. Lu Ping added. The three of them stood outside the venue on the stage. Sun Wukong looked at Xiao Yukong and the others, declaring, I will do my utmost to win this match. You little rascal. I want to easily concede to you. Even in a less than optimal state, Jackie Chan lacked absolute confidence in defeating him. In the audience, a sea of spectators erupted in fervent cheers, ready for the impending clash. The outcome, Sun Wukong triumphantly overcame Jackie Chan, securing the championship. Yet his journey in martial arts had only just begun. Synopsis: the story begins with me, Xiao Yukong, and Bulma encountering each other on Baozi Mountain. At this time, Sun Wukong was short and sturdy, adorably charming. Bulma exuded the vibrant energy of youth. As for me, Sun Wukong, fate had unexpectedly led me into the world of Dragon Ball. Without any system, I initially intended to cling to Xiao Yukong for support, only to find that I had become a pillar of strength myself.